A countryside healer, invincible warrior, no saintly, multiple heroines. While gathering herbs deep in the mountains, Wu Dongming accidentally stumbles into a 1,000-year-old icy pool, unaware that he has fallen into the trap of a red-clad enchantress. On the verge of death, his ancestral jade pendant suddenly shatters, awakening its inherited power. From then on, the young man's silver needles can reverse life and death, revive the dead, and heal the wounded. An elderly man paralyzed for decades is given a new lease on life under his needles, and terminally ill patients are brought back to health by his miraculous healing. A mountain youth, achieving sainthood through medicine and proving the Tao through martial arts. Silver needles save the world, golden needles vanquish evil, becoming a supreme healer and martial arts master. Chapter 1. The enigmatic beauty of the deep pool. Are you heading up the mountain again? Huang Xiaolan called out to Wu Dongming, who was making his way toward the back hills. Clad in a fitted floral dress, she stood at a height of approximately 1.6 meters, her figure slender, and her face adorned with a delicate touch of makeup. Her lips were notably full, painted a vivid crimson, making her the most fashionable woman in the village. At around 35 years of age, she appeared remarkably youthful, thanks to her diligent self-care. Of course, Wu Dongming turned a glance at her, smiling as he teased, Huang Xiaolan, are you off to charm some man again? Charm you? Huang Xiaolan shot him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The village was lacking in eligible young men, as most had ventured into the cities for work, leaving behind a handful of less desirable prospects. However, Wu Dongming was an exception. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a strong physique that was evident at first glance. Dressed in a t-shirt emblazoned with a thumbs up, paired with light green military pants and matching liberation shoes, he may have appeared rustic, but his muscular arms showcased a strikingly well-defined form. Even as a country bumpkin, he was undeniably attractive. Moreover, his carefree demeanor and penchant for flirtation had piqued Huang Xiaolan's interest. Save it. Wu Dongming scrutinized her with a teasing gaze. With your petite frame, how could you possibly handle me? Huang Xiaolan approached him, lightly huffing, humph, don't get too smug. Tonight, come over to my place. Not a chance. Wu Dongming shook his head decisively. What'd I do at your place? He turned to leave. What do you mean by that? Huang Xiaolan stepped closer, her laughter light. Are you afraid? Do you fear I might devour you? Yes, I am afraid, Wu Dongming shrugged. If we keep chatting like this, Ma Laoda's eyes might turn red with jealousy, and I fear he might poison me. Why bring up that useless man? Huang Xiaolan scoffed. I'll come find you tonight. Please no, Wu Dongming called back. I have no interest in Ma Laoda's woman. You should spend the evening with him. Hith hith. With that, he dashed away. Fuming, Huang Xiaolan stomped her foot, exclaiming, this guy has no sense of romance. He flirts with every other woman, yet ignores me. Wu Dongming continued deeper into the mountains. Alas, being handsome attracts women, but this one is trouble. Ma Laoda has taken care of me in the past, and at his age, finally marrying a wife. Who knows how many green hats he's worn? He shook his head, sighing. Huang Xiaolan was notorious in the village for her flirtatious ways, often seeking the attention of men. Recently, it seemed she had developed a particular infatuation with Wu Dongming, frequently attempting to tease him. Yet, despite his seemingly carefree exterior, Wu Dongming held firm principles within. Following the stream into the mountains, he aimed to procure some game and wild fruits to sell. With the end of the month approaching, he needed to provide some living expenses for his sister, Wu Yu. Staying in the village meant relying on the land for sustenance. Wu Dongming had mingled with the outside world, contemplating a stable job, but due to his past entanglements and a few run-ins with the law, Wu Yu forbade him from seeking work outside, fearing he would revert to his reckless ways. She threatened to withdraw from school if he disobeyed. Left with no choice, he acquiesced. Since staying in the village, he had relied on the mountains for food or picked up odd jobs. By the year's end, their expenses were sufficiently covered. Today, the mountain seemed fragrant, he mused, squatting by the stream to sip some water. Is it sweet? He wondered, surprised. Could be a good omen for a bountiful catch today. The weather is splendid. Perhaps I will trap a wild boar. Yesterday, he had set 2 traps in the mountains. He needed to check if he had indeed caught something. With wild boar meat fetching 40 yuan per kilogram, a large one could net him over 4,000 yuan. Excitement bubbled within him at the thought. He hurried along the stream deeper into the mountains. Turning a bend, he suddenly heard the sound of splashing water. Beyond this bend lay a deep pool, measuring only 7 to 8 square meters of the surface, yet plunging to depths of over 10 meters. The villagers referred to this pool as Nail Pool, for its depth was akin to a nail driven into the ground. Above the pool, a stone wall loomed, with a drop of 7 to 8 meters. Water cascaded down the cliff into the nail pool before flowing outward. Could the splashing be a large fish? Wu Dongming felt a surge of excitement as he cautiously approached. The sound of water splashing echoed again, and he thought, that must be a fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds. If I catch it, I could sell it for 2 to 300 yuan. Without delay, he decided to fish in the pool, albeit with caution, for larger fish were notoriously skittish and would flee at the slightest disturbance. He tread lightly, inching his way to a protruding rock near the nail pool, peering over the edge. The water shimmered with ripples. As his gaze settled at the center of the ripples, he was stunned to see not a fish, but a woman, swimming gracefully. Her skin glowed as if carved from white jade. He caught sight of her profile, exquisite beauty that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. When had such a stunning woman appeared in these mountains? No wonder the water tasted sweet. It must have been her bathing water. Wu Dongming's heart raced. The woman swam elegantly, glancing briefly in his direction, a smile gracing her lips. Feeling her gaze upon him sent his heart racing and his blood surging. This woman was truly mesmerizing. Suddenly, she gasped, splashing around wildly, but she began to sink beneath the water. Be careful, Wu Dongming shouted, leaping into the water. With a splash, he dove in, reaching out to grasp her. Her skin felt as slippery as a fish. In that instant, his blood ran hot. The woman wrapped herself around him like an octopus, twisting gracefully. Her form pressed against his face, and Chapter 2. The ancestor Wu Dongming was a young man brimming with youthful vigor. The woman before him was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that was nothing short of enchanting. Her curves were pronounced, while her slender waist was equally captivating, resembling the very embodiment of temptation. In an instant, he was overwhelmed. As if a rush of blood surged forth, his heart racing like a revving engine. His muscles tensed involuntarily, and he found himself embracing her more tightly. The warmth of his breath was akin to steam rising from boiling water. A hint of amusement flickered in the woman's eyes. Humph, just a mere youth. How easy it is to manipulate him, she thought. With a feigned cry of fear, she said, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. As she spoke, her hand slipped beneath Wu Dongming's clothing, her touch impossibly smooth. The manner in which she caressed him was unique, igniting a fervor within him. At that moment, he felt as if he were losing his senses. What was this? A piece of jade? Her fingers brushed against the small round jade pendant hanging from his neck, which seemed to hold some value. However, her intentions were not driven by greed. Excitement gleamed in her eyes. It seemed the time was ripe, for Wu Dongming's blood had reached a boiling point. She leaned in to kiss him, sealing his lips with hers. A jolt coursed through Wu Dongming's body. He sensed a strange suction, as if his very essence was being drawn away. Yet, this sensation exhilarated him, causing his body to tremble. Just then, his nosebleed dripped onto the jade, and suddenly, it radiated a brilliant light. What is happening? The woman gasped, startled and attempting to retreat, but she found herself immobilized. An ancient voice echoed from the jade. Impudent demoness, how dare you seduce the world? I shall drain your life force. The voice commanded, today, I will reclaim all that you have taken. The woman stood frozen, bewildered by the voice emanating from the jade. At that moment, the jade suddenly sank into Wu Dongming's body, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a red cord around his neck. Simultaneously, a chilling aura flowed from the woman into him. Wu Dongming shuddered and then moved. He had lost all rationality, driven solely by primal desires. With instinct guiding him, he carried the incapacitated woman to the edge of the stone platform by the pool. What was meant to transpire unfolded. The water rippled ceaselessly, each wave allowing Wu Dongming to draw in a cool essence from the woman. This essence coursed through him, rapidly enhancing his physique. His strength grew, while her vitality waned. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented her fate. How had she been overpowered by this country bumpkin, and to have her strength siphoned away? Finally, after an hour and a half, Wu Dongming regained his senses and looked down at the weeping beauty beneath him. What? He was taken aback, halting his actions. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. Hurry, continue. Drain her power completely. Startled, he rolled away. The woman sprang up, tail between her legs, fleeing swiftly. What? She has a tail? Wu Dongming was astonished by her audacity. The ancient voice chimed in again. What do you mean, has a tail? That is indeed her tail. You've caused her to reveal it. Is it truly a tail? Wu Dongming pondered, contemplating whether to investigate if it was real or not. Yet, he felt it prudent to first discern the source of the voice. Old man, where are you? Who are you speaking to me? He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of an old man. Stop searching, the cold voice retorted. If it weren't for my assistance, you would have been drained dry by that fox spirit and turned into a lifeless husk. Surely not. Wu Dongming scoffed. There are no such creatures as fox spirits in this world. Old man, do not jest. He continued searching, but to no avail. Old man, where are you? Are you perhaps a ghost? You are the ghost. The voice snapped. How could I be a ghost? I am the ancestor of your ancestors. Coming in hot with insults. Are we? Wu Dongming bristled. Old man, where are you? Show yourself. The ancient voice replied coldly. Let me be frank. That piece of jade is my legacy. When your blood dripped on it, it awakened me. Only the blood of my descendants can rouse me. So who else could I be but your ancestor? Wu Dongming gasped, reaching for the heirloom around his neck, only to find it had vanished, leaving behind only a red string. Stop searching, the voice said. The jade is now within you. Close your eyes and sense it. Wu Dongming complied, and to his astonishment, he felt the jade nestled in his lower abdomen. How could this be? How could a fine piece of jade enter my belly? Moreover, it seemed to emanate a powerful energy. Young man, test your newfound strength. You just absorbed the power of that demoness. Surely you're stronger now, the voice urged. Though hesitant, Wu Dongming could no longer doubt his transformation. With a sudden leap, he soared 2 to 3 meters into the air. He landed with poise. Incredible, I've become a master. Who could I possibly fear now? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of confidence, albeit a chill from his lack of clothing. He turned to see his garments torn and floating in the water, utterly unwearable. No way. My clothes. My phone. He scrambled to find them, but they were nowhere in sight. Young man, listen to me. The ancient voice interjected. I have little time. Wu Dongming paused. Are you offering me something? Indeed, the voice responded. That jade is my life as treasure, containing my various teachings. However, to unlock its potential, you must possess the requisite strength. Such a hassle, Wu Dongming muttered. What is so troublesome about it? The self-proclaimed ancestor retorted. Explore on your own. You need not rely on me for everything. My time has come. Wait, don't leave so soon. Wu Dongming called out, but the old man's voice faded away. Is he truly gone? Wu Dongming frowned. Now feeling formidable, he resolved to seek out a wild boar. He picked up a snakeskin bag, tore its bottom, and fashioned it into a makeshift skirt, striding boldly into the mountains. Chapter 3 The matchmaker arrives. Wu Dongming dashed into the mountains with newfound speed, feeling as light as a feather. I truly am a master now. I can traverse the mountains with such swiftness, and my vision has sharpened significantly. It seems this world truly does harbor spirits. I inadvertently sought to ascertain the whereabouts of that enchanting fairy, but alas, I found no trace of her. It seems my ancestor was indeed an extraordinary individual. I have heard tales of an ancient being who allegedly transcended to immortality, soaring into the heavens. However, in the past, many dismissed him as a madman, claiming he merely fled or perished in obscurity. This ancestor was reputedly quite wealthy, a substantial magnate. It now appears that he truly achieved enlightenment. If that is the case, should I diligently enhance my own strength? Might I soon embark on the path of immortality as well? The thought of soaring through the skies quickened my heartbeat. With the prospect of ascension, what challenges could possibly hinder my progress? My spirits soared higher. Before long, I arrived at the spot where I had set my traps, only to find no signs of wild boars. Just then, a commotion erupted from the mountain across the way. A wild boar. My excitement surged as I dashed towards the opposite mountain, moving with remarkable speed. A swift leap propelled me 3 to 4 meters forward. Indeed, there it was, a wild boar, foraging for roots and tubers. This creature weighed around 200 pounds, robust and formidable. Upon detecting movement, it turned to flee. To escape? Having recently honed my skills, I was brimming with confidence. I seized a stone the size of a bowl and pursued it. In this forest, I found myself outrunning the boar. I quickly closed the distance and hurled the stone, striking it squarely on the forehead. Thud! The boar stiffened and collapsed. Was it truly so fragile? I was taken aback. A creature of such size and strength should be resilient. Even if caught in a trap, it could have fled several miles. Yet now, a single stone rendered it motionless. The force behind that throw was astonishing. I needed to ensure its demise. Grabbing another stone, I approached the fallen boar and struck it twice more. It lay still, clearly deceased. Only then did I feel at ease. With a heave, I lifted the 200-pound boar onto my shoulders as if it were a mere 20 pounds. My exhilaration surged as I descended the mountain, swaggering back to the village. Without a stitch of clothing, I wore only a snakeskin bag at my waist, showcasing my well-defined musculature, akin to a sculpted figure. Many villagers were taken aback, and some women, captivated, felt their cheeks flush at the sight of my physique. "You must be Wu Dongming," one exclaimed. "Incredible. This wild boar alone surpasses the wages of those working in the city for 2 months." The old woman beamed with delight. I set the boar down at my doorstep and inquired, "And you are?" With a cheerful demeanor, she replied, "I am Lu Ma. Surely you have heard of me?" Lu Ma? I pondered before realizing I had indeed heard of her, a notorious matchmaker known for embellishing the heights of her clients. "Ah, so it is you," I said, opening my door and stepping inside. Lu Ma followed closely, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Wu Dongming, you are no longer a child. And with no one to support you. Your parents gone, no siblings, just a sister, and relatives scarce, correct?" "Correct," I replied coldly. "I have no tea, nor do I boil water, so let's dispense with the pleasantries." Her smile widened. "Very well, no tea. But good news has arrived for you. My life is so hard. What good news could possibly come my way?" I shook my head. "You can't be serious. Someone has taken a liking to you and wishes to pursue you. What could be better? Plus, I won't charge you a dime truly." I chuckled. For others, this might be a welcome opportunity, but for me, it was hardly appealing. Even before my transformation, I had high standards and would never settle for someone less than extraordinary. "Just tell me who it is." Lu Ma, with a thick skin, grinned. "It's Cui Lon Lon from the neighboring village. Have you heard of her? She lost her husband last year and received a hefty compensation, tens of thousands. She has a 2-year-old daughter. If you marry her, you gain not just a wife, but wealth and a daughter too." I was nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. "I know of her. They say she is quite unattractive, with a waist thicker than a barrel and a face full of blemishes. Is that not so?" In truth, I had never seen her, merely speculating. "What nonsense." Lu Ma laughed. "She is quite lovely. Enough. I already have someone in mind. Lu Ma, please leave me be." I was adamant, unwilling to entertain the notion of marrying a widow with a child. Lu Ma's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" I do not need your introductions." I interjected, my tone stern. "You are quite rude." Lu Ma pointed a finger at me. "I understand now. You are interested in your sister, aren't you? No wonder you take such care of her." "What nonsense are you spouting?" My anger flared. "That was my sister. Well, she is not your blood relative, merely a child you adopted. So, you wish to marry her, correct?" Lu Ma's voice dripped with accusation. "What did you say?" I froze, stunned. "My sister is adopted." Chapter 4. Encountering thugs in town. Your sister is adopted. This is a well-known fact, not a secret. Wu Dongming's expression darkened. Lu Ma, observing him, coldly remarked, "Are you still pretending to be oblivious? If you doubt it, go ask others. You might as well marry your sister." With that, she turned and left. Wu Dongming gritted his teeth, his countenance heavy. He suddenly felt that Lu Ma spoke the truth. Nevertheless, he decided to inquire with others. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. A dilapidated 3-wheeled motorcycle came to a halt, followed by a loud voice. "Dongming, did you catch a wild boar? It's enormous." Wu Dongming snapped back to reality and called out, "Mengzi, come inside." It was his childhood friend, Zhu Ming, tall and robust, who had always shared a close bond with Wu Dongming. Zhu Ming would follow him without question, whether to the east or west. He had purchased a second-hand 3-wheeled motorcycle, primarily used for transporting goods around the town. In a small town like theirs, there was little cargo to carry, so he often found himself idling. He entered with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Dongming, you're impressive. Why not take it to town and sell it now while it's still early? I'll call a few people to come buy wild boar meat." "Shut the door," Wu Dongming said in a low voice. Zhu Ming paused, then complied and closed the door. He approached Wu Dongming and whispered, "What's going on? You caught such a big wild boar, yet you seem so unhappy." Wu Dongming looked at him and asked, "Have you heard anything about Xiaoyu?" "Huh." Zhu Ming was taken aback. What could possibly be wrong with Xiaoyu? "Lower your voice." Wu Dongming shot him a cold glance. "I'm merely asking if you have heard anything. If you have, just say so, but keep it down." Zhu Ming scratched his head, puzzled. "How should I know? Isn't Xiaoyu doing well? She studies hard and is kind-hearted. What could she possibly be in trouble for?" Wu Dongming's voice grew colder. Lu Ma had just claimed that everyone knew. How could that be? He needed to ask Zhu Ming to find out if he knew anything. "What do you think?" Zhu Ming looked at him. "How could I know anything about Xiaoyu? By the way, shouldn't we hurry and prepare the wild boar? I can help you take it to town and sell it." Wu Dongming took a deep breath. "Forget it. It's not the right time to ask now. I'll find out gradually." This matter had indeed struck him hard, leaving him somewhat agitated. Taking a deep breath while looking at Zhu Ming, he said solemnly, "Let us deal with the wild boar first. After selling it, I'll give you a third." Zhu Ming's eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Dongming, you're too generous. I feel embarrassed. How about this? If we sell it for money, just give me a little for my help. You can keep the third." Wu Dongming shot him a glare. Stick with me, and you'll surely live well. No need to worry. From now on, we will surely make a fortune. Yes. Zhu Ming replied excitedly. Dongming, we will definitely strike it rich. Now, let's get this wild boar ready. Wu Dongming fetched the pig-killing knife and other tools. Zhu Ming quickly lit a fire to boil water. Once a large pot of water was ready, he poured it over the wild boar and began to scrape off the hair. Zhu Ming, being a strong man, usually handled such tasks faster and better than Wu Dongming. However, this time he was astonished to discover that Wu Dongming worked much more swiftly. Moreover, he did it impeccably. It was a laborious task. Yet as Wu Dongming scraped the hair, it appeared as though he exerted little effort. With Wu Dongming's impressive efficiency, they quickly cleaned the pig's hair and proceeded to gut it. Each of them hoisted a side of the pork onto the three-wheeler, and after tidying up the offal, they set off for town. Upon arriving, they parked outside the vegetable market and began selling directly from the three-wheeler. Zhu Ming took charge of the shouting, while Wu Dongming, feeling somewhat downcast, remained mostly silent. Zhu Ming's loud calls quickly drew the attention of passers-by. He was quite adept at cutting meat and chopping bones, and soon they sold about half of it. Just then, two burly men approached, exclaiming, "Step aside." These two were quite arrogant, startling the surrounding crowd, which parted to make way. "Who allowed you to sell here?" One of the men glared at Zhu Ming, stepping onto the three-wheeler. Zhu Ming was taken aback and said, "Isn't that Brother Gang?" "It's me, Zhu Ming." With a grin, he reached into his pocket for cigarettes to offer the two men. However, Brother Gang swatted Zhu Ming's cigarettes away, coldly retorting, "Who the hell knows you? Humph, don't try that with me. This is my territory. And if you want to sell here, you must pay." Zhu Ming's face turned pale. He stammered, "Brother Gang, we." Wu Dongming, already in a foul mood, interjected coldly, "Zhou Gang, who gave you the audacity to come demanding protection money from me?" "Oh." Zhou Gang feigned surprise, grinning as he said, "It's Wu Dongming. I didn't notice you earlier." His smile was insincere, lacking any respect. Wu Dongming's expression darkened. "Zhou Gang, this wild boar is mine. I ask you, will you leave or not?" Zhou Gang burst into laughter. "Wu Dongming, didn't you heed your wife's advice to stop mingling in this business? What? Do you still want to fight me?" In the past, when Wu Dongming was involved in such circles, Zhou Gang could hardly compare, often having to curry favor with him. But now that Wu Dongming had declared his withdrawal, Zhou Gang looked down on him. Seeing an opportunity to humiliate him, Zhou Gang seized it. "Let us see if you're foolish enough to provoke me." Wu Dongming replied coolly. "Come on." Zhou Gang stepped closer, lightly slapping his own face. "Go ahead, hit me, and I might just respect you as a man." Wu Dongming raised his hand and swung it around, delivering a resounding slap. Chapter 5, A Punch That Topples. The slap sent Zhou Gang crashing to the ground. "Ah!" Zhou Gang shrieked. "You really dared to hit me? Wu Dongming, you're courting death." He could hardly believe it. Over the past 2 years, Wu Dongming had maintained a low profile, having explicitly stated he would not engage in fights anymore. Yet now, he had the audacity to strike Zhou Gang, and with such force, his face was swollen. The other burly man gasped in shock, shouting, "Wu Dongming, what are you doing? You actually dared to hit Brother Gang?" "You must know." Wu Dongming, feeling vexed, paid no heed to his words. He lunged forward, extending his left hand and effortlessly lifting the man off the ground. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Damn it, back when I was in this business, you all could only flatter me, and now you think you can act tough?" Lifting him with one hand appeared effortless. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wu Dongming slammed the man to the ground. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony as his back hit the ground, rolling around in pain, unable to get up for the time being. Suddenly, a sense of exhilaration surged within Wu Dongming. This newfound power was something he had never dared to imagine before, yet it had come to him so effortlessly this time. What was there to fear in the future? As for Wu Yu's stance, what was there to listen to? He simply did not want to heed her words, for no particular reason, just a stubborn refusal. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, and soon some began to murmur their admiration. This young man was truly remarkable. Zhou Gang and his associates had been utterly despicable. The recent hike in rental prices around here was unbearable. Alas, what could be done? Their leader governed the entire market. Who would dare to refuse payment? With this young man having taken down 2 of their own, it was a refreshing release of pent-up frustration. Moreover, his strength was astonishing. He effortlessly lifted a grown man, as if it required no effort at all. Incredible. Wu Dongming approached Zhou Gang and delivered a kick. Zhou Gang cried out in pain, begging, "Wu Gu, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. I truly regret it." Wu Dongming looked down at him with a cold gaze and stated, "Zhou Gang, it seems you have a death wish, daring to provoke me. Let me make this clear. From now on, if you encounter me, you'd best take a detour. Otherwise, each meeting will end with a beating. Zhou Gang gasped, taken aback. Wu Go, I understand. I truly do. Please let me go. I will leave immediately. You can sell here for as long as you wish. In the past, Wu Dongming had been ruthless, unhesitating in fights. But he had refrained from such violence after listening to Wu Yu. However, now, his old ferocity had returned. Zhou Gang was at a loss. There was no easy escape from this predicament. Wu Dongming coldly declared, since you've come this far, you might as well buy some wild boar meat to take home. 100 yuan per pound. How much will you buy? What? Zhou Gang gasped. ISNT at 40 yuan per pound? That's the market price. Since I'm selling it to you too, it's definitely 100. Now, how many pounds do you want? Pay up immediately. Wu Dongming was not one to indulge them. Zhou Gang's face darkened, realizing that not only had they failed to collect protection money, but now they were forced to buy wild boar meat at an exorbitant price. Given the circumstances, they had no choice. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, I'll buy 1 pound. 1 pound? That's a bit too little. However, I am in business, so I won't force you. I'll chop 10 pounds for you. Wu Dongming turned to Zhu Meng and commanded, Mengzi, carve out 10 pounds for them. Zhou Gang and his companion almost wept. 10 pounds of wild boar meat would cost them 1,000 yuan, and their hearts felt as if they were bleeding. Yet, recalling Wu Dongming's past ruthlessness, they dared not protest. 10 pounds it was. They had to placate Wu Dongming for the time being. Zhu Meng, ever obedient to Wu Dongming, skillfully chopped the meat, weighing it out at 10 pounds and 2 ounces. Wu Dongming glanced at Zhou Gang, coldly instructing, now get up and pay. The two of them finally scrambled to their feet, faces filled with despair as they handed over the money and hurriedly fled with the meat. After running a considerable distance, Zhou Gang turned back, shouting, Wu Dongming, you wait. Red Star Town is not what it used to be. You've struck me, and my brother-in-law will soon deal with you. Wu Dongming raised the butcher's knife, causing Zhou Gang and his companion to retreat in fear. The onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Wu Dongming surveyed the crowd and declared, continue the sale. 40 yuan per pound. There isn't much left, so first come, first served. The wild boar meat sold out within half an hour. Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming tidied up the tricycle. Zhu Ming grinned, saying, Dongming, today we've struck it rich. Let us go eat at a restaurant. What is the point of dining out? Wu Dongming shot him a glare. It's too expensive and not worth it. We should buy some vegetables and cook at home instead. Right. We still have some pork and a pig's heart left over. Let us buy some ingredients and cook. We should also get some wine. It would be a shame not to indulge ourselves. Zhu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Dongming was an excellent cook, even surpassing the chefs at the town's 2 small eateries. Therefore, Zhu Ming often visited him for meals. Since Wu Dongming was willing to cook, it was even better. Being at the market, finding ingredients was a simple task. They procured a 2-pound fish, some seasonal vegetables, and finally, a box of low-quality liquor from a convenience store outside the market, loading everything onto the tricycle, ready to depart. Just then, Zhou Gang arrived with a group of 5, striding purposefully toward them. Before they even reached, Zhou Gang raised his hand and pointed at Wu Dongming, declaring, Wu, do you think things are still the same as before? You've hit me and expect to get away with it? Not a chance. Today, a hefty man beside Zhou Gang interrupted him, addressing Wu Dongming with a stern tone. Wu Dongming, by leading the charge against paying rent, you're disrupting the rules here. If others follow your example, how will I manage? Wu Dongming coldly retorted, Lin Fatty. Let me make myself clear. If you dare utter another word today, you'll find out just how much I enjoy a fight. This man was indeed Lin Fatty, a local bully in Red Star Town. Upon hearing Wu Dongming's words, his expression darkened. What a joke. In front of so many underlings, would he dare to back down? Gritting his teeth, he replied fiercely, Wu Dongming, you. Before he could finish, Wu Dongming charged forward with astonishing speed, catching them completely off guard. Bang! Lin Fatty was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Chapter 6. Strength through drink. Lin Fatty screamed in agony. Zhou Gang and the others recoiled in fear, not daring to approach. Wu Dongming stepped on Lin Fatty, looking down at him and asking, what do you wish to say now? Wu Dongming, do you truly dare to hit me? Aren't you supposed to listen to your woman? Lin Fatty was utterly foolish to bring up that topic. Wu Dongming was particularly averse to hearing anything about Wu Yu. It was not that he resented her. Rather, he felt deceived. He had always believed Wu Yu was his biological sister, only to now hear rumors that she was merely a child he had rescued. Furthermore, matchmaker Lu Ma had pointed at his nose, claiming he wanted to marry Wu Yu, and now Lin Fatty was bringing her up again. This was intolerable. Applying a bit more pressure with his foot, Lin Fatty howled in agony. Let go. Please let go. Wu Dongming, if you don't release me, I will certainly kill you, and I'll start with your sister. Looks like you are truly seeking death, Wu Dongming coldly replied. Back in my day, you were just a small-time thug, bowing and scraping when you saw me. Now, you've grown bold enough to threaten me? Tell me, how many years do you think you'd get for killing you? I could easily spend a few more years behind bars if it came to that. At this point, Lin Fatty's face turned ashen. He realized that if he died, these people might very well testify against him, and Wu Dongming could end up serving only a few years in prison. Moreover, he understood that Wu Dongming could be truly fearsome when provoked. Ultimately, life was paramount. Without it, nothing else held any value. Trembling, he pleaded, "No? Wu Gu, I was wrong. It was Zhou Gang's idea. I will make sure to deal with him. I truly harbor no ill intentions towards you. From now on, feel free to sell whatever you wish here. We shall not take a single penny from you." "That is more agreeable." Wu Dongming coldly regarded him, saying, "Fatty Lin, since you claim you wish to deal with Zhou Gang, then proceed to do so now. Let everyone witness how you intend to handle him." He retracted his foot. Zhou Gang turned pale with fear. "Brother Wu, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake." He nearly fell to his knees before Wu Dongming. "I was blinded by foolishness just now. Brother Wu, I beg you spare me, please." He could not fathom that Wu Dongming would be so fierce today. Wu Dongming sneered, "Fatty Lin, if you do not deal with Zhou Gang, I shall continue to deal with you." Fatty Lin gasped in shock, calling out to his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Get moving. Bring this kid Zhou Gang down." Wu Dongming's expression darkened. "Break one of his legs." Fatty Lin gritted his teeth, inwardly resenting Zhou Gang for causing this trouble. Why provoke Wu Dongming, that harbinger of doom? Yet he also found it curious why Wu Dongming appeared to be in such a foul mood today, and his fighting skills seemed to have improved compared to before. Fatty Lin's subordinates swiftly sprang into action, pinning Zhou Gang to the ground. One of them fetched a stick from a nearby store and struck Zhou Gang's left leg with a resounding crack. Zhou Gang let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted instantly. Fatty Lin cautiously glanced at Wu Dongming. "Brother Wu, is it all right now? I can only go this far." Wu Dongming nodded slowly. "That will suffice. You may leave now." "Fatty Lin, remember, if you provoke me again in the future, I shall annihilate your entire family." Fatty Lin trembled all over. Yes, Brother Wu. I shall never dare to provoke you again." He turned to leave, his subordinates hastily lifting Zhou Gang to follow suit. "Wow." Zhu Meng's eyes nearly bulged out. "Dongming, you are incredible. Even Fatty Lin has been dealt with by you." Wu Dongming replied coldly. He brought this upon himself. "By the way, Dongming, do you seem troubled? You appear to be in a rather poor mood." Zhu Meng, not a fool, could see that Wu Dongming was somewhat unhappy. "It's nothing." Wu Dongming shook his head. "Now let us return and drink." They hopped onto a tricycle and headed back to the village. Upon returning home, the two bachelors immediately began preparing a meal. By the time they finished cooking, twilight had already fallen. They then sat down to drink and share the meal. Wu Dongming promised Zhu Ming 1/3 of the earnings. And he kept his word. The wild boar had fetched over 4,400 yuan, rounding it to 4,005. Thus Zhu Ming received 1,005. Zhu Ming, beaming with joy, said, "Dongming, how about we go hunt wild boars again tomorrow and make several thousand more? If we hunt one every day, we will soon have enough money to marry." Wu Dongming furrowed his brow. "What, do you have someone in mind?" Zhu Ming appeared slightly embarrassed. "Well, I went on a blind date yesterday, and the girl is quite beautiful. You fancy her, but does she fancy you?" Wu Dongming retorted. "We chatted a lot on the phone last night. I believe it might work out." Zhu Ming grinned. "How about this? I will go to the city tomorrow. Take her out for some fun, and then we can go hunting wild boars the day after." This fellow, having tasted a bit of success, was eager for quick riches. "We'll see," Wu Dongming replied, pouring a drink for Zhu Ming and himself. After downing a glass, approximately 3 taels, he declared, "Let's drink." He raised his glass and downed it in one go. "What?" Zhu Ming exclaimed in shock. "Slow down. Dongming, you'll get drunk easily. Getting drunk is perfect for seeking women." Wu Dongming shot him a glare. "Drink up quickly." At that moment, he felt a gentle warmth spreading through his belly. Was the alcohol affecting him so quickly? That seemed unusual. Typically, he could handle over a pound of liquor. Having only consumed 3 taels, how could he? Suddenly, he sensed something extraordinary. Indeed, the alcohol was taking effect, transforming into a warm current that flowed leisurely within him. With each area it passed, he felt his strength seemingly increasing. A surge of joy welled up within him. Could it be that drinking could enhance his power? Should I drink even more? Wu Dongming glared at Zhu Ming. "Finish it quickly, then we shall have another." Chapter 7. A ruined good fortune with the prospect of gaining strength from drinking. Wu Dongming showed no signs of restraint. He glared at Zhu Ming, urging him to drink faster. As he savored a few bites of food, Dongming gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, I'll drink." He hastily emptied his glass. "Dongming, are you filling my glass again?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dongming filled it once more. "Lift your glass, Mengzi. Let us not speak of anything else. If you are a brother, then drink it down," Dongming stammered. But Dongming had already downed another glass. As it flowed through him, it transformed into a smaller stream of warmth, meandering through his body. The more it traveled, the weaker the sensation became, while his strength swelled. This was undoubtedly because the warmth was being absorbed by his body. Dongming was utterly dumbfounded. "Dongming, I truly can't drink anymore. How about we?" Dongming shot him a glare. "With your cowardly demeanor, you wish to pursue a girlfriend? Show me what that blind date of yours looks like." As soon as this topic arose, Dongming became animated. He pulled out his phone, grinning. "Look, isn't she beautiful?" He revealed a photo, showcasing a striking woman. If Dongming were to rate her, he would give her an 8 out of 10. Moreover, her style was quite fashionable. "Isn't she charming?" Dongming was taken aback. "How could such a stunning woman take an interest in you? Isn't that how fate works?" Dongming said proudly. "Her name is Xiaomei. She said she finds me very honest and likes straightforward people, detesting playboys." "Please." Dongming shot him a skeptical look. "I suspect there is something amiss here. What could be wrong?" Dongming shook his head. "Not being able to marry is the biggest problem." This remark held some truth. Dongming sighed. "My father passed away early, and now I only have my elderly mother. We have no money, and I don't earn much either. As long as I can marry, that suffices. Of course, if she is a beauty, I would be even more satisfied. Xiaomei is quite good. I must contact her later and take her out tomorrow." "Do as you wish." Dongming thought that Xiaomei might have ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could she willingly go on a blind date with Dongming and chat with him on the phone? "But do be cautious. Ensure she isn't trying to deceive you for your money," he warned. "What money could I possibly have for her to swindle?" Dongming chuckled bitterly. "Right now, you're the only one who treats me well, giving me that 1,005. No need for anything more. Let us drink." He willingly raised his glass. The two engaged in lively conversation, continuously drinking and eating. Dongming quickly succumbed to drunkenness. Initially, Dongming remained quite sober, as most of the alcohol had been transformed into warmth within him. However, after finishing 2 bottles, the effect wore off. As he continued drinking, the alcohol's effects intensified. He consumed a total of 3 bottles of liquor. Feeling dizzy and feverish, I stood up unsteadily, my mind clouded. How could Mengzi, that rascal, be getting married while I, Dongming, could not find a woman? After taking a few steps, the heat enveloped me, as if flames were igniting in my belly. I, too, sought companionship. What was the necessity of marriage? I merely wished for a fleeting dalliance. Suddenly, the image of my sister, Wu Yu, flashed through my mind, and I inhaled sharply. Wu Yu was undeniably beautiful, but she was my sister. No matter how one considered it, she remained family. No, this was unacceptable. I shook my head, recalling something. Hadn't Huang Xiaolan asked me to visit her tonight? So be it. I would seek whichever woman I desired. The night was pitch black as I glanced back at Dongming lying on the ground. Shaking my head, I thought Mengzi was quite weak. He had barely had a drink before collapsing. I strode forward, for Huang Xiaolan's home was not far. It was already past 9 in the evening, with no moon or stars in sight. Villagers retired early. Nearly every household had extinguished their lights. Yet, in this darkness, I navigated with surprising clarity, reeking of alcohol, until I arrived at Huang Xiaolan's house. Approaching the gate, I hesitated to push it open, as the effects of the drink began to subside. How could I enter so brazenly? What if Master Ma discovered me? That would be embarrassing. With a graceful leap, I scaled the courtyard wall and dropped down. With such agility, even infidelity became manageable. Just then, I heard a faint creaking from within, accompanied by the heavy breaths of a man and a woman. My senses sharpened, and I wondered if it was Master Ma and Huang Xiaolan. Frowning, I stealthily approached, pressing myself against the window. A deep voice emerged from within. "Will this wake him?" Followed by Huang Xiaolan's fragmented reply, "Wake up? That useless man is heavily drugged. He is sleeping like a log. Even if we were to roll beside him, he wouldn't react." My brow furrowed slightly. Who was this man? At that moment, the man chuckled. "Then I can relax. Xiaolan, marrying him is a waste of your beauty. Hurry up." Huang Xiaolan urged him on, and I realized with dawning clarity that this man was none other than Ma Chongqing. At 32, he was tall and robust, running a small business in the county, earning a decent sum. He had built a 2-story house in the village and owned a second-hand van, making him quite affluent. I couldn't fathom how he had returned and ensnared Huang Xiaolan. This was troubling. I thought to myself, "Xiaolan, you vile woman, didn't you once entice me? How could you now be with Ma Chongqing? What am I to do? A fire ignited within me, longing for release. Resolute, I marched to Master Ma's bedroom door, knocking loudly. Master Ma, are you asleep? Master Ma. The sounds from within abruptly ceased, and I could hear Ma Chongqing tumble off the bed, scrambling beneath it. Huang Xiaolan hurriedly shoved his clothes down, asking, "Who is there? At this hour?" "It's Wu Dongming," I replied cheerfully. I caught a wild boar and wanted to invite Master Ma over for drinks and meat. "Xiaolan, where is he? Wake him up." "Oh, I'm coming in." As I pushed the door open, I saw Huang Xiaolan standing by the bed, attempting to dress. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Chapter 8. Of course, there must be a fee. Huang Xiaolan felt feverish, the dim light of the room casting an intriguing glow upon her. Noticing my gaze scanning her form, she provocatively turned. "What are you staring at?" "I'm merely admiring Master Ma," I said, glancing at the deeply sleeping figure on the bed before returning my gaze to her. "Xiaolan, do you not wear clothes to bed? Why should it concern you?" Huang Xiaolan retorted, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "I was waiting for you, you heartless one. Didn't you realize?" She approached me, but I quickly interjected, "Wait. Xiaolan, do not misunderstand. I truly came to find Master Ma for drinks and food." The scent of alcohol still lingered about me. Huang Xiaolan eyed me skeptically, noting my inebriation. It was indeed plausible that I sought Master Ma. If I were truly here for her, I would have lunged at her, seeing her in such a state. She swayed slightly and lowered her voice. "That useless man is already asleep. I am feeling lonely. Why not we indulge a little?" "That cannot be." I shook my head. "I cannot betray Master Ma." I reached toward him, but Huang Xiaolan quickly grasped my hand, her expression alarmed. "What are you doing?" she asked, clearly anxious. "If Master Ma awoke, what then? What of Ma Chongqing hiding beneath the bed? If this were to spread, my reputation would be tarnished throughout the village." "I'm merely calling for Master Ma." I laughed. "I wanted him to join me for drinks." "Do not be reckless," Huang Xiaolan exclaimed. "In this state of undress. What if he wakes up and sees us? What shall we do?" "Indeed," I replied, a sudden realization dawning. "Xiaolan, are you perhaps involved with another?" I sense a distinct aroma in the air, evidence of another man's presence. "It seems you have been unfaithful, haven't you?" At my words, Huang Xiaolan tensed, and Ma Chongqing shifted nervously beneath the bed. A sound escaped him, and I chuckled. "Ah, so there is someone beneath the bed?" "No, there isn't." Huang Xiaolan hastily protested, shaking her head. "That was just a mouse. You must leave quickly. If others come or if Master Ma awakens, it will be disastrous." "I truly believe someone is hiding there," I teased. "Why not let them come out and introduce themselves?" Ma Chongqing was likely terrified. He and I had a good rapport. If he dared emerge, I would undoubtedly inform Master Ma. Although Master Ma was a good-natured man, no man could tolerate his wife's infidelity. Therefore, he had to remain hidden. "There's truly no one," Huang Xiaolan insisted, her face pale. "Wu Dongming, you should leave now, or I shall call for help." "Accusing you of assaulting me. Such harshness, Xiaolan." I sighed. "If you wish to call for help, then do so. I have done nothing wrong. How about this? I won't investigate who's down there, but I need some compensation, right? Hey, you under the bed, your good deed has been exposed. You'll have to pay some hush money. Won't you?" Huang Xiaolan shuddered. She hadn't expected Wu Dongming to demand hush money. Just then, 500 yuan was thrown out from under the bed. Wu Dongming was about to pick it up. Huang Xiaolan quickly grabbed it before he could. "You can just stand there." She was afraid Wu Dongming would see Ma Chongqing if he squatted down. "Take the money and leave now." Since the matter couldn't be hidden anymore, the only option was to use money to shut Wu Dongming up. Sister-in-law Xiaolan, and that other man. Of course I keep my word. Once I've taken the money, everything will be fine. Otherwise, I'll go outside and keep watch for you. Wu Dongming took the money from Huang Xiaolan's hand, his face full of smiles. "No need." Huang Xiaolan gritted her teeth. "Just leave." "Thanks a lot then." Wu Dongming smiled and said, "Have fun." He turned and left. Huang Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Now she had no desire to play anymore. After a while, Ma Chongqing crawled out from under the bed and asked in a low voice, "Is he gone?" "He should be gone." Huang Xiaolan gritted her teeth, glared at him. "Wait a minute before you come out. Who knows if he's waiting outside?" "Humph, that guy, he's so cunning. I'm so pretty, with such a great figure. And he even stared at me for so long without pouncing on me. That guy. I really don't know what he's thinking." Ma Chongqing let out a long breath. "I need to get dressed now. He ruined everything. I was so scared I almost went limp." "Useless thing." Huang Xiaolan glared at him. "So easily scared and you can't even handle it? All right, get dressed first. Then hide to the side for a while. I'll go out and check if that kid's still guarding outside. If he's not, then you'd better get lost." Wu Dongming, of course, wouldn't guard outside. Although he wasn't interested in Huang Xiaolan, that didn't mean he wasn't aroused. Since absorbing that power, he had become much stronger than before. His qi and blood were powerful, and even just hearing Huang Xiaolan and Ma Chongqing's movements outside the door had already made him feel unbearable. He had also been drinking, so it was naturally even more difficult to resist. He thought to himself, Ma Chongqing? Then I'll go see what your wife is doing. Under the cover of night, he quickly arrived outside Ma Chongqing's house. Upon listening, he heard that there seemed to be no movement inside. However, he noticed a faint light coming from one room. He quietly crept over. Hiding outside the window, he immediately heard the soft sound of turning pages. Someone was reading? He cautiously peeked through the slightly ajar window and saw a woman sitting against the headboard, engrossed in a book under the lamp. This woman was Wang Qiuyue, Ma Chongqing's wife. In the lamplight, she looked rather sweet. Just then, footsteps approached. Wu Dongming quickly hid. A man's figure crept in furtively. He actually slipped right into the room. Was it Ma Chongqing back? But Wu Dongming realized it wasn't Ma Chongqing at all. It was another man. Chapter 9. The night was so lively. What was this man doing here? If it wasn't Ma Chongqing, who was it? Wu Dongming suddenly understood why the nights in this rural village were so lively. He quickly went back to the window. He saw the man push open the bedroom door. Wang Qiuyue didn't even look up. Her gaze remained fixed on her book. Where did he go? She asked casually. Ha. The man chuckled. Your husband, of course. Went to find another woman. Wang Qiuyue was startled. She looked up. Just then, the man lunged forward, covering Wang Qiuyue's mouth and pinning her to the bed. Ugh. Wang Qiuyue struggled. But how could a weak woman like her possibly move under the control of a grown man? Ha. The man said with a sinister smile. Wang Qiuyue. So you really were waiting for your husband. You don't need to wait anymore, because I saw it clearly. He secretly went to that slut Huang Xiaolan's place. Ugh. Wang Qiuyue continued to struggle. Don't move. The man said coldly. I can let you go now, but if you don't obey me, I'll spread your husband's affair with Huang Xiaolan far away. Not only will the whole village know, but the whole township, the whole county, even the whole country will know about their shameful affair. Wang Qiuyue tensed. I mean what I say. If you dare resist or scream, I'll shout it out loud and make sure your family never has a moment's peace again. This was indeed the truth. If everyone knew Ma Chongqing and Huang Xiaolan were having an affair, Ma Chongqing's entire family would be ashamed. Her face turned deathly pale, and she quickly shook her head. The man chuckled. Ha. Then I'll take that as a yes. Anyway, if you dare struggle, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. He released Wang Qiuyue's mouth. Wang Qiuyue took several deep breaths, saying in terror, I won't tell. What? What do you want? Her face was deathly pale. She barely dared to move. At this moment, Wu Dongming recognized the man as Huang Qiuyue, 35 years old, and rather robust. He had heard before that this guy had a particular need for women. According to village gossip, his wife had been killed by him. Of course, at that time, Wu Dongming preferred to believe that Huang Qiuyue had beaten his wife to death. Who would believe that Huang Qiuyue had played with her to death? Since the woman's death, Huang Qiuyue had stayed at home for 2 months. Unexpectedly, this guy wanted to sleep with Wang Qiuyue. Sure enough, Huang Qiuyue said with a smile, Wang Qiuyue, don't you know what I want? Of course, I'll play with you. His hands were already restless, constantly touching Wang Qiuyue's body. Wu Dongming had to admire this guy. Wang Qiuyue gritted her teeth. Huang Qiuyue, don't do this. If you cause a big commotion, you won't be happy either. My wife is gone. What do I care about? Huang Qiuyue said coldly. Besides, your husband is playing with another man's wife, so why can't I play with his wife? Now you better behave yourself, and I'll let you have some fun. Wang Qiuyue trembled all over. Tears welled up in her eyes. I really can't do it without you. My husband could be back any minute. She shifted slightly. You're still not being honest? Your husband won't be back anytime soon. Now take your clothes off. Huang Qiuyue said coldly. I can't hold back anymore. This guy really seemed anxious. Wang Qiuyue trembled all over. Tears welled up. They glistened under the lamplight. Wu Dongming frowned. Wang Qiuyue had a slender figure. If her figure and looks were out of 10, Wu Dongming would give her at least an 8. 5. And it was rare for her to be reading on such a difficult night. Wu Dongming had always admired women who loved learning. Therefore, he had to take action. Take them off. Huang Qiuyue said coldly, seeing that Wang Qiuyue hadn't started to undress. Wang Qiuyue shuddered. The tears flowed even more freely. Damn it. I'll take your clothes off myself. Huang Qiuyue reached out and started to pull off her clothes. In the city, women possess an unmistakable allure, even in slumber. They don their nightgowns, embodying a certain trendiness that is both convenient and striking. Wang Qiuyue lay motionless upon her bed, akin to a lifeless fish. Huang Qiuyue hastily stripped her of her night attire, his urgency to disrobe himself palpable. Outside, Wu Dongming's attention was drawn to Wang Qiuyue's form, her skin seemingly radiant. His blood surged with fervor. How could Ma Chongqing prefer Huang Xiaolan over such beauty? At that moment, Huang Zhiwei had shed his pants but not his shirt, revealing a certain endowment that piqued Wu Dongming's curiosity. Could it be that his wife had met her demise at his hands? Just as Huang Zhiwei was ready to engage in more intimate actions, Wu Dongming took a few steps back and shouted, "Fox!" The sudden exclamation startled both individuals within. Wang Qiyue quickly concealed herself beneath the covers, while Huang Zhiwei scrambled to pull up his trousers and hide in a corner. Wu Dongming continued, "I distinctly saw a fox approach, and it dares to flee? There's no escape. I shall search all night if I must." He approached Wang Qiyue's window, knocking and inquiring, "Ma Chongqing, have you returned? Did you hear anything unusual?" Huang Zhiwei, recognizing Wu Dongming's voice, mentally cursed his intrusion. Lowering his gaze, he grimaced. The fright had rendered him incapacitated. He glanced at Wang Qiyue, signaling her to act. She gently bit her lip and motioned with her lips, suggesting he depart swiftly. Huang Zhiwei nodded in agreement. Wang Qiyue then called out to the window, "There's nothing amiss. Perhaps you should search elsewhere," realizing it was his sister-in-law who had returned. Wu Dongming responded with a laugh, "Very well, I shall seek elsewhere. If I capture that fox, it will surely be worth a fortune." He departed with heavy footsteps. Moments later, Huang Zhiwei stealthily exited Wang Qiyue's home, prompting a smile from Wu Dongming. The man had indeed left, alleviating any immediate concern. Yet, Wu Dongming felt a lingering heat within him, making him uncomfortable. Seeking relief, he decided a cold bath in the river would be prudent. Arriving at the riverbank, he stripped and plunged into the water. After a brief 2 minutes, a lithe figure appeared by the river, hastily undressing. The water was crystal clear, forming a small pool about 1.5 meters deep, fed by mountain streams. Wu Dongming's position, concealed by a thicket of yellow jujube trees, afforded him a discreet view. The figure, unaware of any observers, quickly shed her long dress and entered the water, her slender form glistening in the moonlight. Long, dark hair cascaded down her back, floating on the surface, resembling an ethereal specter. Wu Dongming instantly recognized her as Ma Xiaoying, a beautiful 20-year-old teacher from town. This was not the opportune moment for him to encounter such beauty. Just as he sought tranquility, she appeared, nearly causing him to swoon. How long would she linger in the water? Wu Dongming speculated that most women would take their time. Fortunately, her bathing was brief, lasting only about 5 minutes, during which she styled her long hair. He couldn't help but admire her efficiency. Finally, she emerged from the water and began to dress. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a garment on a nearby rock, and confusion crossed her face. Whose clothes were these? Did someone leave them behind? She crouched down, contemplating whether to inquire at nearby residences. Wu Dongming could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat softly. Ma Xiaoying froze, turning toward his direction, her face paling at the realization of his presence. A man was indeed nearby. Her cheeks flushed red. What was she to do? Had she been seen in her entirety? You spied on me while I bathed?" she exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation. "How shameless!" Wu Dongming retorted. "Shameless? I was here first, submerged in the water. I cannot help it if a beautiful woman appeared." He shook his head, suggesting, "Had you quietly exited without touching my clothes, none of this would have transpired." Ma Xiaoying, recognizing him, bit her lip and accused, "Wu Dongming, you are despicable." He shot back, "You are more shameless, attempting to take my clothes." Ma Xiaoying stomped her foot, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Who would want your clothes? If you keep talking, I might just take them and leave you exposed." "You wouldn't dare," he replied, shrugging, "for a beautiful teacher like you to resort to such wickedness. If you truly took my clothes, I would have to chase you in my birthday suit, and you would be the one embarrassed." Ma Xiaoying, feeling wronged, nearly wept, glaring at him in fury. "I am done washing. I will rise now." Wu Dongming chuckled. "Are you eager to see me, bear?" "Who would want to see you?" she retorted, turning to flee. Realizing further engagement with Wu Dongming was unwise, she hurried away. Wu Dongming sighed, feeling the weight of attraction from various women threatening to consume him. Fortunately, the river's cool embrace provided a moment of respite. Reflecting on the day's events, he found solace in the knowledge that he would still send money to Xiaoyu. Initially, he had considered visiting Wu Yu in person to deliver it, but upon discovering she was adopted, he abandoned that thought. Each time he saw Wu Yu, her joy upon his arrival was infectious, and she would leap into his arms. Once, this brought him immense happiness, but now, he felt a shift. He could no longer allow her such intimacy. It posed too great a risk. Instead, he resolved to simply deposit the funds directly into her account tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, contemplating the complexities of his emotions. After soaking for a while, He finally managed to cool down the blood that had been boiling within him. Only then did he ascend the shore and don his clothes. He then hastened homeward. Just as he passed a small vegetable garden, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from within. A dim beam from a flashlight illuminated the scene. Someone was harvesting vegetables. A glance revealed that it was a woman. Another woman. Wu Dongming's face twitched slightly. Why was it that on this night he encountered women at every turn? What could they possibly be up to? He observed as the woman reached out and plucked a cucumber from the vine. He resolved not to provoke any more women tonight. He possessed that much self-awareness. After all, she was merely gathering vegetables. What was there to concern himself with? He quickened his pace and soon arrived home, where he found Zhu Ming still sprawled on the floor, soundly asleep. Mengzi, he nudged him with a light kick. Zhu Ming did not respond. How utterly useless. Wu Dongming kicked him again, wondering how a mere sip of alcohol could render him so incapacitated. There was an elderly mother waiting for him at home. Zhu Ming remained unresponsive, thoroughly intoxicated. All right, it seems I must carry you back, and then I'll have to tidy up the mess. This odor is unbearable. Wu Dongming shook his head and hoisted Zhu Ming up. He found it surprisingly easy. His strength had indeed increased considerably. With a slight exertion, he tossed Zhu Ming over his shoulder and strode purposefully toward Zhu Ming's house. Upon arriving, he noticed a dim bulb glowing inside. Zhu Ming's elderly mother, her hair graying, sat at the table with a spread of food before her. Auntie, Wu Dongming called out as he entered with Zhu Ming in tow. Mengzi's drunk and fast asleep. I'm placing him in bed. Zhu Ming's mother paused, exclaiming, I was wondering where he had gone. I was waiting for him to eat. Oh dear. He has been drinking again. Look at the state he is in. She sighed heavily. Wu Dongming could hardly endure the endless lamentations of the elderly. He hurriedly carried Zhu Ming into the room and laid him on the bed before making a swift exit. As he returned home, he suddenly halted, furrowing his brow. He tiptoed to the bedroom door and flicked on the light switch, revealing a woman lying on the bed. Chapter 11. Into the city. Wu Dongming rubbed his eyes and spoke. Have I entered the wrong place? Lying on the bed was none other than Huang Xiaolan. She shot him a glare and, lowering her voice, urged, What are you dawdling for? Come here quickly. Sister Xiaolan, what is the meaning of this? Wu Dongming asked, shaking his head. I am a respectable man. Then I shall be the indecent one. Huang Xiaolan gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Just think. If you had promised to come find me tonight, would I have sought out another man? Perhaps you intended to entertain 2 men at once? Wu Dongming replied with a trace of amusement. Pa. Huang Xiaolan's arm emerged from under the covers. What need would I have for 2 men? Am I that sort of woman? She said indignantly. When we hadn't even begun, you were already shouting outside. After you left, I grew increasingly uneasy. You must have had ulterior motives, right? You discovered something and thus acted deliberately. Not at all. Wu Dongming shook his head. Sister Xiaolan, please do not ensnare me. I am grateful to Master Ma, so you should return swiftly. I refuse. Huang Xiaolan glared at him. I shall remain here tonight. If you are a man, then. Wu Dongming turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? She exclaimed, her impatience showing. Of course, I am off to find Master Ma, Wu Dongming shot back. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolan could no longer remain in bed. She quickly rolled out and chased after him, grabbing his arm. All right, I will go back. She gazed at him with a wistful expression. Aren't you worried I might speak of this? You must promise me it will remain a secret. What would I gain from sharing? Wu Dongming replied, casting her a glance. If you paid for my silence, of course, I would keep it. Huang Xiaolan shot him a look. So I truly must return? You want to accept my offering tonight? Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. Return home. Wu Dongming certainly had no intention of accepting her advances. What a joke it was that this woman dared to cavort with other men while her husband was nearby. Was she truly worth it? Even if Wu Dongming were to suffer an internal injury from holding back, he would not desire such a woman. Huang Xiaolan, in her indignation, nearly reached out to twist Wu Dongming's waist, but ultimately refrained. With a huff, she turned and departed. Wu Dongming exhaled deeply. What a situation. He had previously thought the villagers to be rather innocent, settling down for the night by 8 or 9 o'clock. Of course, during his time in the village, he had mostly stayed home, playing on his phone instead of venturing out. Yet tonight, with his senses heightened, he had uncovered an entirely different side to village life. It appeared that rural areas also had their nightlife, and it was rather chaotic. Oh well, what does it matter to me? He tidied the dishes on the table and hurried to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. After breakfast, he made his way to Zhu Ming's house. Mengzi, he called out loudly from outside. Are you awake? Hey, Zhu Ming's voice came from within. His mother chimed in. Dongming, you little rascal, what are you doing here again? You got Mengzi drunk yesterday. Mom, don't fuss, Zhu Ming protested. My head hurts. Dongming, he continued, I drank too much last night. My head is pounding. Wu Dongming quickly entered, exclaiming, you can't handle your liquor. I think you need to change your name. He glanced at Zhu Ming's mother before swiftly heading into Zhu Ming's room. There, he found Zhu Ming sitting on the bed, gently patting his head, his face flushed, and the scent of alcohol lingering about him. Is it really that bad? Wu Dongming asked. A little alcohol, and you're still suffering today? It's genuinely painful. Zhu Ming sighed. I was planning to visit Xiaomei today, but now it seems impossible. He attempted to rise. Look at you. In this state. How could you possibly go see Xiaomei? Wu Dongming pressed down on him, refusing to let him move. Well, Zhu Ming replied. I could at least ask her if she is free and set up a time. So they hadn't even established a time yet. Fine. But you can't arrange it for now. At the very least, it has to be this afternoon. In truth, seeing Zhu Ming in such a state made Wu Dongming somewhat uneasy. He had originally come to invite Zhu Ming to accompany him to the city, as he needed to deposit money for Wu Yu at the bank. However, it seemed Zhu Ming would likely be unable to go. This fellow Zhu Ming appeared quite taken with Xiaomei. He swiftly grabbed his phone and sent her a voice message. Within a minute, he received a reply. She responded. Zhu Ming exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he opened the voice message. A soft and melodious voice emerged. Menggu, I am busy today. I have to work. How about in a couple of days? I'll treat you to a movie then. Did you hear that? Zhu Ming's excitement surged. She said she would take me to the movies. I had my suspicions. After all, I am devoid of funds. So it is evident that she is not trying to deceive me for money. Xiaomei is not that kind of person. This only heightened Wu Dongming's curiosity. Just how beautiful could this Xiaomei be? He remained uncertain, as the images he had seen on his phone could very well have been enhanced by filters. If she truly were that stunning, then why would she be interested in Zhu Ming? Moreover, she even invited Zhu Ming to the cinema. I shall rest a bit longer. Zhu Ming lay back down and suddenly asked, by the way, Dongming, what brings you here all of a sudden? Just checking if you were still alive. Wu Dongming replied with a glance. Well, I'm off then. You should focus on sobering up. Hey, you're not planning to hunt wild boars, are you? Zhu Ming finally regained his senses. Not today. I need to head out. You just lie there and rest. Wu Dongming hastened home, took some money, and rode out on the family's somewhat dilapidated bicycle towards the town. The path from here to the town was a muddy road, although challenging. Wu Dongming managed to ride at a decent pace this time. As he pedaled along, he heard a horn blaring behind him. An electric scooter sped up, and a woman turned to glance at him. Wu Dongming, she called out. Wu Dongming turned, surprised. Zhang Xiuxiu, Zhang Xiuxiu. Riding a brand new electric scooter and dressed in a fashionable ensemble of a fiery red dress paired with black shoes and a small handbag, exuded a distinct urban flair. Yet, her sharp tongue mocked Wu Dongming. I heard you used to have quite a reputation. How did you end up like this? Riding a bicycle? Indeed. Wu Dongming once owned an electric scooter, but after his finances dwindled and he had to support Wu Yu, he sold it for a few hundred yuan. Now, it felt rather humiliating to be ridiculed by Zhang Xiuxiu. Nevertheless, he was not particularly bothered by her scorn, as he could easily retort. Zhang Xiuxiu, I heard you've latched onto a wealthy man in the city, but judging by your current demeanor, it doesn't seem likely. In Wu Dongming's eyes, many rural girls, despite their lower educational levels, appeared to thrive in the city, often supported by affluent older men. Humph. Zhang Xiuxiu glared at him. Nonsense. I earn my living through my own abilities. I have never relied on a man. She then accelerated her scooter, leaving him with a parting taunt. Stupid country bumpkin. Keep pedaling slowly. Wu Dongming spat dismissively. What a shameless woman. I hope you crash later. Let us see how you handle that. He remained unhurried, maintaining a steady pace. Shortly after, as he approached a turn, a woman's voice cried out for help. Help! Help! Was that not Zhang Xiuxiu's voice? Wu Dongming turned the corner on his bicycle and saw her lying by the roadside, pinned beneath her electric scooter. She propped herself up with her hands, trying to rise but unable to. Upon seeing Wu Dongming, she looked as if she had found a lifeline and shouted, Wu Dongming, quickly move my scooter. It's crushing my leg. I can't get up. Oh. Wu Dongming dismounted and looked at her, asking, is your leg broken? No, but I can't get out. Hurry, move it. There was a hint of command in her tone. Wu Dongming couldn't help but smile. He pulled out his phone and said, let me capture this moment for posterity. He began taking pictures of her. Zhang Xiuxiu's face turned pale, and she glared at him, shouting, hurry up and move the scooter. Faster. Why should I move it? Wu Dongming put his phone away and continued on his way. Hey! Tears welled up in Zhang Xiuxiu's eyes as she cried out, Wu Dongming, you are not a man. You. Wu Dongming ignored her completely, as though he hadn't heard a word. Please, I beg you, help me. Zhang Xiuxiu's tone finally softened. Still, Wu Dongming remained indifferent. Why should he assist a woman who had just mocked him? Let her fend for herself. I'll pay you. Zhang Xiuxiu shouted. I'll really give you money. 100. Wu Dongming hopped back on his bicycle and swiftly rode away. Zhang Xiuxiu was left to weep bitterly, unsure when someone might pass by. With her frail strength, she was unable to move the electric scooter. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming pedaled with newfound lightness, even whistling as he rode. Before long, he arrived in town. From a distance, he spotted Lin Pengzi hiding with 2 lackeys in a small shop. Wu Dongming rode over, parked his bicycle, and entered the shop. Lin Pengzi was just about to retreat to the back, but, upon realizing Wu Dongming had entered, could only stop and awkwardly turn to face him. Brother Wu, you're here, he stammered, his lackeys plastering smiles on their faces. Wu Dongming regarded them coolly. Lin Pengzi, why are you hiding? Lin Pengzi trembled. I urgently need to use the restroom. Do you think I don't know you're avoiding me? Wu Dongming beckoned him closer. Lin Pengzi's face turned pale with fear as he approached. Brother Wu, what do you need from me? Wu Dongming stated flatly. I hadn't sought you out before. But now that I see you dodging me, I indeed have a reason to find you. Lin Pengzi's expression reflected his growing anxiety, and he quivered. Brother Wu, just tell me what you need. Wu Dongming pulled Lin Pengzi outside and pointed to his bicycle. See that? That is my ride. Tell me, how does someone like me, with such a vehicle, match my stature? Lin Pengzi shuddered. His face fell. I only have a motorcycle. What if we trade? Now that is more like it. Wu Dongming patted Lin Pengzi's shoulder. I want to take advantage of you. If we swap rides now, I promise to look out for you in the future, and once I make some money, I'll make up the difference. Sound fair? Very fair, Lin Pengzi agreed. Too intimidated to argue. Of course, it might just be a temporary swap. If I tire of your motorcycle, we can switch back. Wu Dongming patted Lin Pengzi's shoulder again. Let us do it now. I have business to attend to in the city. All right. Lin Pengzi dared not oppose him. Let's south go to my place. He willingly took the lead, guiding Wu Dongming to his residence. It was a standalone 3-story brick house. Quite impressive and stately for the town. Lin Pengzi invited Wu Dongming inside. Brother Wu, would you like some tea? He inquired cautiously. No, thank you. Wu Dongming replied curtly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Lin Pengzi reluctantly handed over the motorcycle keys to Wu Dongming. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. By the way, Wugo, are you heading into town to find Old Qin? But Old Qin fled last year. What purpose would I have in searching for him? Wu Dongming shot him a glare, mounted his motorcycle, and sped away, heading straight for the city. Not long after departing from the town, he noticed 2 vehicles approaching from behind. Leading the way was a white BMW, followed closely by a blue cargo truck. Just as the BMW overtook Wu Dongming, the cargo truck unexpectedly accelerated and rammed into it. Bang! The BMW was sent careening off the road and plummeted into the nearby rice paddy. Wu Dongming slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid colliding with the truck, his heart racing. Was this a vendetta from the underworld? Chapter 13. A chance encounter with Xiao Mei. The cargo truck came to a halt by the roadside. Suddenly, the doors burst open with a bang, and 4 men wielding short knives jumped out, exuding an aggressive demeanor. They first glanced at the BMW in the field before turning their attention to Wu Dongming. You, get lost, one of the men barked. Wu Dongming dismounted from his motorcycle, his voice icy. What if I refuse to leave? Damn it, looking for death, the man shouted, advancing towards Wu Dongming with his knife drawn. I'll take care of you first, country bumpkin, he sneered, lunging at Wu Dongming. It must be said, this fellow was indeed ferocious. Wu Dongming could not tolerate such provocation. If these men had left him alone, he might have simply watched the spectacle unfold. However, the audacity of this man to attack him was tantamount to courting death. In a flash, Wu Dongming closed the distance, executing a sweeping kick. The man had no time to evade. Crack! His legs were shattered by Wu Dongming's strike. With a cry, he collapsed, writhing on the ground. The other 3 men, who were about to descend into the field to attack the occupants of the BMW, turned to see what had happened, their faces pale with shock. Wu Dongming coldly declared, still thinking of attacking me? None of you are getting away. He charged forward. The 3 men gritted their teeth. Get him. Finish him. Damn it. Do you really think we are made of clay? Armed with their knives, they rushed at Wu Dongming. However, what awaited them was Wu Dongming's sudden burst of speed. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the 3 men fell, their leg bones shattered. Wu Dongming glared at them, saying coldly, looking for trouble, are we? At that moment, the window of the BMW rolled down, revealing a composed man in his 40s staring at Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming glanced at him and spoke, can you come out? Do you also wish to kill me? The man replied gravely, I don't know you. Why would I want to kill you? Wu Dongming shrugged. I merely intended to watch the drama, but these ruffians sought to harm me, so I simply dealt with them. If you wish to step out and handle it, feel free. However, it has little to do with me. Who are you? The man inquired further. What? Are you too timid to take responsibility for breaking those men's legs? Trying to pin it on me? Wu Dongming shot him a glance and continued. I don't have time for you. With that, he turned and mounted his motorcycle, driving away, leaving the man quite astonished. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, I have truly never seen this young man before. The driver, speaking softly, said, Boss, I have captured the appearance of that person. If he is from our county, we will soon uncover his identity. Then hurry up and investigate, the composed man ordered. Li Jie and the others should be arriving soon. However, if it weren't for that young man, we would surely be dead. As he spoke, he climbed out of the window. The driver hurriedly followed suit. They reached the roadside, and the driver quickly sent out Wu Dongming's photo. The composed man approached the man with the shattered leg. The injured man gritted his teeth and spat, Huang Cheng. You may escape today, but your fate is sealed. Before he could finish, Huang Cheng delivered a swift kick to the man's broken leg. The man howled in pain, akin to a dying pig. Despite having his leg broken, he remained audacious. Huang Cheng coldly stated, I must investigate who you truly are. Before long, the driver returned, stating, Boss, we have identified that young man. Oh, Huang Cheng inquired, intrigued. Who is he? His name is Wu Dongming, from Shitu village. He used to associate with Old Chun but has not been involved in the underworld for the past few years, reportedly returning to the countryside. Although he has been incarcerated a few times, his background is relatively clean, the driver replied. As for whether he truly just happened to pass by, we can assume he did. Huang Cheng pondered. He single-handedly incapacitated those 4 men, and he did so swiftly and decisively. He glanced at the shattered legs of the assailants. His skills are indeed impressive. This young man possesses talent. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, are you suggesting? The driver asked cautiously. Since he is indeed a talent and saved my life, how could I treat him poorly? Huang Cheng replied with a smile. Let us find out where he has gone. I suspect he may head into the city. I wish to personally express my gratitude. Understood, the driver affirmed. Before long, 3 vans approached from the direction of the county and stopped by the roadside. Each vehicle disgorged 3 to 4 individuals who swiftly converged around Huang Cheng. Leading them was a sharp-looking young man. Boss, we have arrived. What about those 4 men? Li Jie asked. Huang Cheng replied solemnly. First, drag all 4 of them into the vehicle and take them back for interrogation. Yes, Li Jie responded with a serious expression. Huang Cheng then addressed the driver. Let us go and investigate where that young man is. I must personally thank him. Yes, the driver acknowledged. They quickly dealt with the 4 assailants, leaving a few subordinates to retrieve the vehicle from the field. Huang Cheng and his companions climbed into the van and set off for the county. Meanwhile, for Wu Dongming, this was merely a minor incident. What mattered now was depositing money in the city. He arrived at a bank, where he deposited 3,000 into Wu Yu's account through the ATM. With this deposit, I truly have little money left. It seems I must venture into the mountains for wild boars, he mused. Just as he stepped out of the ATM booth, he noticed a beautiful woman in a short skirt exiting the bank, wafting a fragrant breeze as she walked past him. Wu Dongming glanced over and was taken aback. Was this not Xiao Mei, Zhu Meng's blind date? She looked astonishingly beautiful in person. How could someone like her possibly be interested in Zhu Meng? He quickly hopped on his motorcycle and slowly followed her. Chapter 14. The club. Wu Dongming rode his motorcycle at a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing left and right, appearing to be an idle drifter. Yet his true focus was on Xiao Mei, who had mounted an electric bike and was gliding along the road. After a brief journey, they arrived at a bustling commercial street and came to a halt in front of a building. Wu Dongming immediately recognized it as the New World Building, a structure boasting a total of 18 floors, housing a hotel and entertainment venues. He had visited this place several times in the past, under the bright daylight. What was Xiao Mei doing here? He recalled that Zhu Meng had previously contacted Xiao Mei, who mentioned she would be working today. Could it be that she was employed here? This revelation deepened his concern. After parking the motorcycle, he strode directly inside. As he approached the entrance, 2 security guards blocked his path, while 2 young men in white shirts coldly scrutinized him from within. One of the guards spoke icily. We do not admit individuals who are not suitably attired. Therefore, please. Wu Dongming shot them a glare and then turned his attention to the 2 in white shirts, saying coldly, Have your eyes gone blind? Hey, is that you, Dongming? One of the young men in white shirts looked momentarily taken aback, but then, recognizing him, exclaimed, Oh, it's Brother Wu. What brings you here? His face broke into a smile. I thought you wouldn't remember me. Wu Dongming responded with a chilling tone. Am I not allowed to enter? Well, Dongming's expression grew awkward. Brother Wu, you know our rules are quite strict. especially during the day. We only admit members. If it were evening, the doors would be open to the public. With a cold laugh, Wu Dongming remarked, "It seems your courage has grown since I last saw you." "Not at all." Dongming sighed. "To be honest, life here is not easy for us either. I'm just here to make a living. Boss Chen has fled, and the rules in the city have changed." Wu Dongming's expression darkened. Another young man in a white shirt approached, sizing him up and derisively commented, "What is this? Brother Wu? You look just like a country bumpkin. That outfit screams roadside stall." Dongming, is it really necessary to be so polite to him? Dongming shot him a glance. "Lin Fei, this is Brother Wu, a trusted aide of Boss Chen." Lin Fei shook his head. "Boss Chen has run away. If he hadn't, he would have been cut down by now. He is merely a dog of Boss Chen." At that moment, Wu Dongming raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Fei's face, causing him to stagger back, one side of his face swelling. Lin Fei let out a pained cry, glaring at Wu Dongming. "What are you doing? Who do you think you are?" Wu Dongming's voice was icy. Lin Fei, finally regaining his footing, clenched his fists, preparing to charge at Wu Dongming. Dongming quickly intervened, stepping between them. Hold on. Brother Wu. Lin Fei is indeed in the wrong. He deserves to be taught a lesson." Then he turned to Lin Fei. "You must not speak so carelessly to Brother Wu. Quiet down now." He discreetly signaled with his eyes. Lin Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. Wu Dongming coldly stated, "Dongming, I'll grant you some face this time and one tea hold it against him. However, I must go inside." Dongming approached him, his expression pained. "Brother Wu, you know our rules are quite strict." Wu Dongming furrowed his brow, feeling discontent at being unable to enter. Yet, he decided to inquire further with Dongming. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Dongming, can you tell me who that beautiful woman was who just went up?" At this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Dongming's face. "Brother Wu, so you're looking for her? That is one of the club's employees, renowned for her exceptional skills. If you wish to see her, you can come back in the evening. She should be working then." "Oh." Wu Dongming raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall return tonight." He turned to leave just as a flashy red sports car pulled up outside. The door swung open, and a young man accompanied by two burly bodyguards stepped out. "Wu Dongming," the young man called out, a smirk playing on his lips. "Lu Jijun." Wu Dongming responded, surprised at his transformation. "Ha. It's been a while since you've been in the city," Lu Jijun laughed. "I didn't expect to see you looking so rustic." "That is your misfortune," Wu Dongming replied coldly. "Is that so? So today, I am fortunate?" Lu Jijun's smile turned frosty. "A few years back, you publicly humiliated me. You were quite the formidable figure, a trusted general of Boss Chen. But now," he scrutinized Wu Dongming, shaking his head. "You seem to be nothing more than a farmer now. With Boss Chen gone, who can protect you? Do I need anyone to protect me?" Wu Dongming's confidence radiated. Lu Jijun frowned, but swiftly shifted the topic. "So do you want to go in?" Wu Dongming stepped forward. "I can take you in." Lu Jijun chuckled. "However, you must first compete with me." "Compete in what?" Wu Dongming inquired. "Let us have a game of billiards. Best of 3. If you lose, you'll have to kneel. Isn't that a path to your own demise?" Wu Dongming laughed. "If you lose, what then?" "Then you must kneel as well," Lu Jijun replied, teeth clenched. "Should you resort to tricks, I will break your legs," Wu Dongming warned. "We shall see if you have the capability." Lu Jijun retorted angrily. "Let us go inside. I've practiced for 3 years. I refuse to believe I can't beat you." Chapter 15. The break. Lu Jijun glared fiercely at Wu Dongming. "Let us go." He stepped into the building, leading the way. Dongming and Lin Fei dared not obstruct Wu Dongming any longer, knowing Lu Jijun was a member. The billiards room was on the 4th floor. Lu Jijun hurriedly entered the elevator, flanked by his 2 bodyguards, who glared at Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming calmly walked in, remarking, "Typically, dogs are the most prideful." The 2 bodyguards glared menacingly at him. "Wu Dongming, why waste words? I doubt you can even play billiards after all these years." Lu Jijun smirked. "You've hit the nail on the head. I've indeed fallen on hard times." Upon hearing this, Lu Jijun's confidence surged. "Ha. Wu, do you remember how arrogant you were back then? Look at you now, just a poor country bumpkin. Did you ever think you'd end up like this?" In truth, Wu Dongming had once been quite arrogant. However, under the pressure of his sister Wu Yu, he had ceased his reckless ways. These past few years had been relatively peaceful for him, though in the surrounding villages, none dared to provoke him. Indeed, he had not anticipated this turn of events. Wu Dongming looked at Lu Jijun and smiled, for there were many unexpected surprises in store. He had now acquired a mysterious inheritance and seized the power of that enchanting vixen, rendering him remarkably formidable. Lu Jijun could hardly fathom this transformation. It would be no exaggeration to assert that he and Lu Jijun now belonged to entirely different realms. However, since Lu Jijun sought a confrontation, Wu Dongming would not let him off easily. Ascending to the fourth floor, he entered the billiard hall, a lavish venue indeed, charging 100 yuan per hour. Could Lu Jijun afford such extravagance? With a smug grin, Lu Jijun clapped his hands, and instantly, a stunning beauty clad in a figure-hugging dress approached, swaying her delicate waist. Brother Lu, you finally came. You didn't show up yesterday, and I was left waiting all night, unable to sleep a wink, she cooed. Leaning against Lu Jijun like a serpent, Lu Jijun wrapped his arm around her slender waist and lewdly remarked, Susu, once I triumph over this country bumpkin, I'll make sure to pamper you well. Susu twisted slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Dongming, her face contorting with contempt. Who is this country bumpkin? He looks so out of place here. How could someone like him even step into such an upscale establishment? Wu Dongming chuckled, why shouldn't I be here? Susu bit her lip and stomped her foot, her waist twisting with indignation. Is he insulting me? Of course not. Lu Jijun tightened his grip around her waist and coldly addressed Wu Dongming. Enough with the chatter. Let us get started. I am eager to see you kneel. Very well. Let us commence, Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. But first, let us clarify the rules of victory. A cunning smile spread across Lu Jijun's face as he proposed. We will simply compete to see who sinks the most balls, disregarding the numbers. As long as the cue ball doesn't go in, it's fair game. After a brief pause, he added, given your apparent ignorance of the billiards rules, this should suffice. What if the cue ball goes in? Wu Dongming inquired. Then the turn goes to the other player, Lu Jijun boasted with a smirk. Let us begin. Best of 3. Win 2 rounds, and you claim victory. Agreed. Wu Dongming replied. However, each shot must have a time limit, correct? 2 minutes per shot. Lu Jijun affirmed with a smile. Then it is settled. Let us begin. Wu Dongming declared. Lu Jijun shot him an annoyed glance, feeling displeased that Wu Dongming maintained such composure, shifting the dynamic to his advantage. With a scoff, he said, let us start. He playfully slapped Susu's rear and approached the table. Susu, twisting her waist, glared fiercely at Wu Dongming, coldly stating, make sure to crush him. She stuck out her tongue at him, her expression brimming with anger, as she sauntered to the billiard table to set up the balls. Her alluring figure drew the rapt attention of Lu Jijun and his 2 lackeys. Wu Dongming remained unfazed and walked over as Lu Jijun and his companions hurriedly followed. Once Susu arranged the balls, Lu Jijun glared at Wu Dongming and coolly declared, you break. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Really? Wu Dongming chuckled. If I sink more than 8 balls on this break, 1 you forfeit? If you truly possess such skill, I'll concede without hesitation. Lu Jijun retorted. Let us see if you can back that up, Wu Dongming replied, grasping the cue. From your stance, it's evident just how poor your skill is. Lu Jijun sneered. Susu scoffed. A country bumpkin like you has likely never played billiards before. How could you hope to sink more than 8 balls on a single shot? One of Lu Jijun's subordinates coldly remarked. If you sink even 2 balls, I'll eat my words. Susu chimed in. You 1 team make it. If you do, I'll spend the night with you. Dream on. Wu Dongming shot her a glance. Are you suggesting I should sleep with you? How ridiculous. Hearing this, Susu shuddered with anger. Why would I even consider that? Enough chatter. Lu Jijun interjected. Are you about to run out of time? If you do, I'll take my turn. Let us begin, Wu Dongming said, suddenly thrusting the cue forward. The cue ball shot across the table, colliding violently with the racked balls, scattering them in all directions. What strength? Lu Jijun gritted his teeth. You think sheer force will create miracles? As the balls ricocheted off each other, 2 of them swiftly sank into the pockets. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. For balls, Susu exclaimed. Lu Jijun and his companions clenched their fists tightly. Is that it? No, for the remaining balls continued to collide rapidly. Wu Dongming's powerful shot had maintained precision, ensuring the balls did not fly off the table. Another ball sank. 5. Lu Jijun and his companions gasped in disbelief. Then came the 6th, 7th, 8th, and finally, the 9th. The table fell silent, and Wu Dongming had sunk a total of 9 balls. Lu Jijun clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Wu Dongming, you've created a miracle. Wu Dongming smiled. Lu Jijun, even if you sink all your remaining balls, how many do you have left? Fine. Lu Jijun glared fiercely. I concede this first round, but I will break in the second. Why shouldn't I break? Wu Dongming teased. Didn't you say you'd let me? You've only won 1 round. Lu Jijun's frustration grew. Wu Dongming continued. In the next round, the loser always breaks. Lu Jijun felt a pang of dismay, surprised he lost after just 1 shot. How could Wu Dongming possess such strength? Oh, Wu Dongming laughed. So if you win this next round, it'll still be my turn to break in the third, correct? Correct. Lu Jijun begrudgingly admitted. But if the cue ball goes in, the ball's 1 count. Agreed, Wu Dongming said with a grin. You've already lost a third. Or perhaps half. Holding the cue, he slowly approached Susu from behind, playfully slapping her rear. Ah! Susu jolted back to reality, her cheeks flushing from the unexpected impact. What are you doing? Hurry and set up the balls. I might just let you spend the night with me, Wu Dongming chuckled. Susu's face turned crimson. She was drawn to strong men, and witnessing Wu Dongming's prowess earlier had made her take notice of him. Moreover, at such a close distance, she could distinctly observe the well-defined musculature of Wu Dongming. It was remarkably symmetrical, devoid of the bulky appearance typically cultivated in a gym. Having encountered countless men, she could almost sense the formidable explosive power emanating from his physique. At that moment, she was also enveloped by an overwhelming masculine aura that quickened her breath and caused beads of sweat to form on her skin. At a loss for words, she found herself momentarily speechless. Wu Dongming playfully patted her again, and the sound of the slap sent a thrill coursing through Susu, as if it had unblocked her vital energy channels. Come on, set up the balls. What are you dawdling for? Wu Dongming teased. I'll set them up. Just don't hit me. Susu replied cautiously as she began to arrange the balls, her movements becoming increasingly alluring, which only fueled Lu Jijun's ire. What? Even that shameless Susu has started to take a liking to Wu Dongming? This cannot be allowed, he thought, feeling a pang of indignation. Wasn't he just a country bumpkin? He shot Wu Dongming a fierce glare, still seething inside, then directed another disdainful look at Susu, inwardly cursing. A vile woman is indeed a vile woman. Once Susu had arranged the balls, she obediently stepped aside, casting a furtive glance at Wu Dongming. He approached her, inhaled deeply, and with a smile remarked, You smell delightful, beauty. Do I? Susu's cheeks flushed deeper. You are Wu Dongming. Call me brother, he replied with a grin. I just realized you were quite well-mannered. I thought you were merely an ignorant woman. Susu gently bit her lip, feeling overwhelmed, as she could still distinctly sense the potent masculine essence surrounding Wu Dongming, which captivated her. Just then, Lu Jijun gritted his teeth and declared, I'm breaking now. Go ahead. Wu Dongming laughed. I'm watching closely. Humph. Lu Jijun retorted coldly. While you may achieve miracles with brute force, I can too. He positioned himself, aimed, and struck with great force. The white ball surged forward, colliding into a cluster of balls, scattering them like a celestial shower. Remarkably, his forceful break yielded results. 1. A ball sank into a pocket, prompting Lu Jijun to celebrate with a fist pump. 2. Another ball followed suit, heightening his excitement. However, his strength paled in comparison to Wu Dongming's, as the remaining balls gradually slowed after a few collisions, resulting in merely 2 balls pocketed. His 2 accomplices sighed in disappointment. Lu Jijun clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, only 2 balls. He looked up at Wu Dongming, coldly asserting, now that the balls are scattered, how can you expect to get lucky? Humph, it's your turn. I won't hold back, Wu Dongming replied with a smile, positioning himself and thrusting the cue with vigor. Why aim? Isn't it all about brute force? The white ball rolled out, striking the other balls with great impact, although it initially struck only 1 ball. Soon all the balls were in motion. 1. Susu suddenly exclaimed, it went in. Another 1. She continued, her excitement palpable. That's 2. Lu Jijun glared at her menacingly. 3 more are going in. Susu exclaimed, wow, such power. Indeed, 3 had already sunk, and the remaining balls showed no signs of stopping. 4. Susu shouted again. 5. She was unable to contain her enthusiasm, having never witnessed such miraculous force before. 6. It was the 6th ball. Lu Jijun gritted his teeth, seething. It can't go in, it can't. Yet, the 7th and 8th balls followed suit into the pocket. With this stroke, Wu Dongming skillfully pocketed 8 balls. Lu Jijun took a deep breath, glaring daggers at Wu Dongming, who raised an eyebrow and said, what now? It's a best of 3, and I've already won 2 rounds. You've lost, Neil. Lu Jijun stepped back, fuming. That's because the rules are flawed. I shouldn't be competing to see who pockets more balls, but rather to see who pockets their respective colors. One plays solids, the other stripes. I demand a change. Change what? Wu Dongming's expression turned icy. Are you trying to renege? He approached Lu Jijun, who gasped in shock as his 2 lackeys moved protectively to his side. I want a rematch. Lu Jijun growled. Let us play with color separation. Do you dare? Chapter 17. A display of skill, is that how you wish to negotiate? Wu Dongming observed him with a smile. Lu Jijun, you were meant to kneel in defeat. Do you think you can evade that so easily? You want me to kneel? Lu Jijun glared at him menacingly. Oh, Wu Dongming chuckled. You don't want to kneel, yet wish for a rematch? Very well, but since you refuse to kneel, you must pay. Let us see how much you can afford. For Wu Dongming, Compelling Lu Jijun to kneel bore little tangible benefit. Thus, he decided to negotiate for money instead. If he could secure a sum, that would indeed be a considerable advantage. Humph. Lu Jijun snorted, realizing he was merely a greedy bumpkin. Am I not equally motivated by money? Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. Wouldn't it be better for you to kneel? Fine, I'll give you 500. Lu Jijun retorted coldly. That's insufficient. Wu Dongming shook his head. A mere 500? Perhaps you should just kneel. 5,000. Lu Jijun's eyes nearly sparked with fury. Don't push your luck. Are you not wealthy? Wu Dongming replied coolly. Otherwise, it seems you should kneel. How much do you want? Lu Jijun gritted his teeth. You live such a lavish life. Surely, the price for kneeling must be 50,000. Wu Dongming stated. Pay me 50,000 now, and you shall avoid kneeling. Furthermore, I will play with you once more. If you cannot produce 50,000, then kneel now. You can't possibly expect me to come up with 50,000. Lu Jijun nearly lost his mind. Neither can your entire family. Is 50,000 not money? Is it insignificant? Although Lu Jijun presented an air of nonchalance, he rarely saved money, living paycheck to paycheck. Thus, 50,000 represented nearly all his savings. However, he could not afford to lose face. Even if he had to resort to online loans, he needed to procure that 50,000. His eyes burned with fury, wishing he could end Wu Dongming right then and there. But such an action would also result in losing face. He was not yet at his wit's end, thus, maintaining his dignity was paramount. Very well, I will provide it. He pulled out his phone and stepped forward to face Wu Dongming. I'll pay you right now. Now. That's more like it. Wu Dongming retrieved his phone and displayed his payment QR code. Lu Jijun scanned it, gritting his teeth as he transferred 50,000. Let me see your balance. Wu Dongming suddenly expressed curiosity. None of your business. Lu Jijun quickly pocketed his phone, thinking, you will never earn such a sum in your lifetime. Lu Jijun, your bravado is quite grand. Wu Dongming chuckled, having now secured 50,000. He could enjoy a delightful evening with 10 beautiful women. Upon hearing these words, Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as she playfully replied, I fear one is more than enough for me. Are you really that fiery? Wu Dongming raised an eyebrow at her, teasing, I doubt you can handle it. This only caused Su Su's heart to race like a startled deer. Only a dead cow would. Before she could finish, Lu Jijun's fierce gaze interrupted her. Wu Dongming, do not get too cocky. The next round is also best of 3. We shall play as I dictate, and should you lose, you will kneel. Lu Jijun glared ominously at Wu Dongming. And what if you lose? Wu Dongming responded with a smile. If you lose again, you have a choice. Kneel or pay me 100,000 on the spot. How does that sound? You proposed it. Lu Jijun gritted his teeth, his words escaping through clenched jaws. Let the games begin. Wu Dongming clapped Su Su playfully on her pert backside, urging her to set up the balls. Su Su shivered, biting her lip, and hurried to arrange the balls, appearing quite obedient. Wu Dongming rolled his shoulders, stating, I am but a simple country bumpkin. Let me take the opening shot. Of course I will. Lu Jijun retorted, not one to be outwitted. The first color to sink determines whose turn it is. If I sink your ball, it counts for you, and the right to play belongs to you. Ultimately, whoever sinks the black 8 ball wins. If the cue ball goes in, there is no penalty. All right, Wu Dongming shrugged. Since you just lost, I shall concede to you. You break. Lu Jijun wasted no time and broke immediately. This time, he relied on sheer force, thinking, surely, I must sink at least one. With a powerful stroke, the white ball scattered the 15 others, and indeed, 2 balls sank. The first was the 1 ball, but the second was the 9 ball, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Is it my turn now? Wu Dongming stepped forward with the cue, thanking him with a laugh. Thank you for sinking a ball for me. Humph. Lu Jijun scoffed. Do not get too proud. Remember, when you shoot, you cannot hit my ball or the black 8. Otherwise, even if you sink a ball, it doesn't count. And the turn goes to me. Oh, Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. Let us see which ball is easier to hit. Ah, the 10 ball looks inviting, perfectly lined up. I shall shoot for the 10. He aimed, skillfully positioned the cue, and gently struck. The 10 ball rolled into the pocket while the cue ball rebounded perfectly into the center, aligning with the 11 ball, forming yet another direct line. A smile crept onto Wu Dongming's face as he skillfully pocketed the 11 ball. The cue ball rolled, stopping at an excellent angle to the 13 ball, and he smoothly sank that as well. He continued, 1 ball after another, each stroke placing the cue ball in an advantageous position. Lu Jijun and his companions were left in stunned silence. Was this truly the clumsy country bumpkin they had expected? This was a master of the game. Lu Jijun's face darkened. His 2 lackeys hovered closely beside him. One whispered through clenched teeth, Lu Gu, this guy has been toying with you. He is clearly a skilled player. Lu Jijun's fists clenched, teeth grinding. Just then, Wu Dongming sank all the colored balls and prepared to shoot the black 8. As he aimed, one of Lu Jijun's lackeys crept up behind him and nudged Wu Dongming's cue. The cue lightly tapped the cue ball, barely moving it. "It's my turn now," Lu Jijun exclaimed excitedly. Wu Dongming retracted his cue, casting a cold glare at the lackey. "What do you think you're doing?" The lackey arrogantly retorted, "Your mistake is not my concern." It seemed the game of billiards had turned into a contest of strength. Chapter 18. A Savior? Even Su Su nearly voiced her opinion on Lu Jijun's blatant shamelessness, but such words were best left unspoken, lest she invite danger. Thus, she could only cast a sympathetic glance at Wu Dongming. Stepping back with his cue, Wu Dongming calmly stated, "Lu Jijun, I will concede this shot. Now it is your turn." "Humph." Lu Jijun replied smugly, "Do you dare not concede? Since your cue has touched the ball, prepare to witness me clear the table." Clearing the table was a formidable task for him, but even if he failed, his lackeys could still wreak havoc. If they merely nudged Wu Dongming's cue during his shot, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was but one man. How much could he achieve? He acted swiftly, sinking 2 balls. However, the third ball rebounded, leaving the cue ball in a prime position for Wu Dongming. Lu Jijun's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with his lackeys. They moved to flank Wu Dongming. "It's your turn now. You have 2 minutes to shoot. Otherwise, the turn goes to Lu Go." Their intentions were clear: intimidation. Wu Dongming glanced at them, unfazed. "Are you trying to frighten me?" The lackeys replied coldly, "Why would we scare you? We are merely reminding you. Besides, we are not the ones betting against you. And there is no rule against interference." Their meaning was unmistakable. They intended to disrupt him. "You are destined to lose." It appeared they genuinely did not know who he was. Wu Dongming replied coolly, "Back in the day, I wielded a watermelon knife." "Enough of your past." One lackey interrupted coldly. "You are merely a country bumpkin now. 30 seconds remain. If you—" Wu Dongming moved toward the table with his cue. But the 2 lackeys stepped in front of him, blocking his path, effectively preventing him from taking his shot. Lu Jijun's face broke into a grin. "Wu Dongming, I did not ask them to do this, but since they chose to, it seems you have no chance left." Before he could finish, Wu Dongming sprang into action. With lightning speed, he kicked one lackey down. "Ah!" They screamed, their faces pale as they fell, unable to rise. "You 2 worthless fools, dare to block me?" Wu Dongming gripped his cue, swinging it down on one lackey's head. Thud! The lackey howled in pain. "Did you think I was easy to bully?" Wu Dongming stepped forward, delivering another kick. Crack! It landed on the other lackey's arm, breaking it instantly. The lackey screamed and fell unconscious. Lu Jijun trembled in fear, bracing himself against the table. Stammering, "Do you dare to assault someone here? Do you know where you are? If you, Lu Jijun, not only will I deal with them, but I will also come for you." Wu Dongming ignored the 2 fallen lackeys and approached Lu Jijun. "You dare?" Lu Jijun stepped back, shouting, "Help! Someone is killing here." Instantly, 5 men rushed in, encircling Wu Dongming. "You dare to assault someone here? Damn it, you are truly courting disaster. Have you even considered where you are? Humph. How dare you interrupt someone else's hand here? Let's not be polite. Let's break his legs first." Lu Jijun suddenly found his courage, pointing at Wu Dongming and shouting, "Yes. Quickly break his legs. Moreover, he robbed me of my money. We must get it back." Wu Dongming looked at the 5 men before him. "There are rules on the streets, and you arrive here claiming that I have broken the rules? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" One man among them coldly stated, "You broke someone's hand here, which is indeed violating our rules. Thus, you deserve to be punished." Casting a glance at the others, he commanded, "Seize him. Break his legs." The 5 men charged towards Wu Dongming. A cold smile emerged on his face. A fight? It had indeed been a while since he last engaged in one. All due to his sister forbidding him from brawling. Yet now, thoughts of her stirred a certain restlessness within him. Not fighting? Impossible. If a fight is warranted, then it must commence. Clenching his fists, he surged forward. Fists and legs flew in a flurry, and soon, the 5 men lay crumpled on the ground, rolling in agony. Lu Jijun turned pale with fear, staring at Wu Dongming in terror. Wu Dongming appeared unscathed, as if defeating these 5 was mere child's play for him. How formidable could he be? Lu Jijun could scarcely believe his eyes. Trouble seeker, Lu Jijun, Wu Dongming swiftly approached him, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Lu Jijun gasped for breath. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop!" 2 figures rushed forward. It was Huang Cheng's driver and Li Jia. Wu Dongming frowned. Was this never-ending? After one group, another arrives? He released Lu Jijun, coldly declaring, "If you dare to flee, I will end you." He then turned his gaze to Li Jia and the driver. At this moment, The men Wu Dongming had felled recognized Li Jie and his companion, excitement coursing through them. This is our savior. Manager Li, this bumpkin has caused a ruckus here. Yes, he assaulted us and even broke someone's hand. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we continue to survive here? Li Jie was about to speak, but the driver subtly shook his head. He studied Wu Dongming intently and said in a deep voice, "Our boss will come personally, and he will arrive shortly. Does this mean I should flee now?" Wu Dongming retorted coldly, "I never expected you to be so untrustworthy. You haven't clarified who is right or wrong in this matter and already seek to end my life. Correct? Very well, I shall see what your boss has to say. I certainly have something to say." Huang Cheng's voice boomed as he strode in, flanked by two henchmen. Lu Jijun's eyes sparkled with hope. "President Huang, this fellow named Wu Dongming is a monster. He has been fighting here and even broke one of my men's hand. You must deal with him severely. Rest assured, I will handle this." Huang Cheng approached Wu Dongming, nodding at him and solemnly stating, "You saved my life. Making you my savior, my brother. Bring me the surveillance footage. I wish to see whether my brother is the aggressor or if someone has wronged him." Upon hearing this, Lu Jijun and the others froze. Wu Dongming was Huang Cheng's savior. Chapter 19. Your knees are worthless. Everyone in the room gaped at Wu Dongming in astonishment. Su Su trembled, her enchanting eyes darting towards him. This man was indeed Huang Cheng's savior. Wouldn't he soon ascend to great heights? If Huang Cheng merely provided this bumpkin with a modicum of resources, it would surely suffice for a lifetime. Recovering her composure, she stepped beside Wu Dongming, lightly biting her lower lip as she whispered, "I always knew you were extraordinary. Your gaze is truly impressive." Wu Dongming glanced at her, playfully patting her rear before stepping aside to wait. Su Su obediently blushed and stood aside, piquing Huang Cheng's interest. Looking at Wu Dongming, he chuckled, "Little brother, I see you have a fondness for President Huang." Wu Dongming responded, "It seems you were the one in the car, right? To be honest, I initially intended to merely observe, but regrettably, those ruffians chose to target me instead of you, leaving me with no choice but to fight back." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Such nonchalance when discussing saving Huang Cheng's life? Furthermore, he sought to dismiss this debt of gratitude? What was wrong with this bumpkin-ass head? Was he out of his mind? Lu Jijun revealed a hint of delight in his eyes. Even Huang Cheng appeared taken aback, momentarily stunned, then looked at Wu Dongming and laughed heartily. Who wouldn't want my favor? You are the first. Little brother, your character is commendable." Stepping closer, he gently patted Wu Dongming's shoulder, grinning, "Regardless, you saved my life. You are my savior and my brother. I will handle this matter today." "If you insist on framing it this way," Wu Dongming replied, "what can I say? It is evident that you are a straightforward person and I admire your character. Since you wish to treat me as your brother, I shall regard you as mine. In this world, who does not know my reputation?" Ha! Huang Cheng laughed heartily, casting a cold glance at Lu Jijun, asking, "Now I offer you a chance to explain what truly transpired." Lu Jijun stepped back, trembling all over. This was a predicament. Wu Dongming had indeed latched onto Huang Cheng's formidable support. He was bound to prosper in the future. However, even with Huang Cheng backing Wu Dongming, he, Lu Jijun, could not escape this crisis. Thus, he stood speechless. At that moment, Su Su stepped forward, raising her voice, "President Huang, I can explain, but I'm afraid Lu Jijun might kill me." "Does he dare?" Huang Cheng said coldly, "If he dares to trouble you in the future, I will personally eliminate him. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall be my goddaughter. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on you." "Gee, godfather." Su Su approached him, glancing at Wu Dongming with sparkling eyes, lightly biting her lip before looking at Huang Cheng and saying, "Godfather." They were playing billiards, but Lu Jijun couldn't compete. So he had his men interfere with Brother Wu, intentionally bumping into him and making a scene to ensure he couldn't win, even threatening to beat him up. Huang Cheng replied solemnly, "I understand." He turned to Lu Jijun and coldly stated, "You dare to cause trouble in my domain?" "LL President Huang." Lu Jijun lamented, "I truly did not know he was your savior." "Humph." Huang Cheng's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "Regardless of whether he is my savior, you cannot stir trouble here. This is a violation of our rules." Lu Jijun's entire body trembled. Li Jie positioned himself behind Lu Jijun and stated, "And you targeted the boss's savior. Lu Jijun, tell me, what do you have to say about this?" Lu Jijun's face instantly fell. "I should kneel." He contemplated kneeling. However, Wu Dongming merely replied with a hint of indifference, "How much is your kneeling worth? Is it worth 100,000? Lu Jijun gritted his teeth and stared at him. He had just stated that if he lost, he would either kneel or pay him 100,000. Now, he found the 100,000 far more appealing. Wu Dongming looked at him, chuckling, "I truly believe that your kneeling is not worth a dime." Lu Jijun took a step back. Then it shall be 100,000. Huang Cheng cast a cold glance at Lu Jijun, demanding immediate payment. Boss Huang. Lu Jijun cried out in despair. Huang Cheng was no ordinary man. He wielded considerable power in the city. If he offended Huang Cheng now, not even his boss could save him. I cannot come up with that amount. I truly cannot. He fell to his knees. Wu Dongming, if I kneel now, will you spare me? He looked utterly wretched. But would Wu Dongming show any mercy? He shook his head, smiling. Weren't you boasting about your wealth just moments ago? Now you can't even produce 100,000? What have you been doing with your life? I usually spend money quite extravagantly. So, Wu Dongming, we are old friends, Lu Jijun pleaded with desperate eyes. You have 30 minutes to gather 100,000, otherwise. Crawl out with broken legs. Wu Dongming turned to Huang Cheng. Boss Huang, I trust you can ensure this matter? Of course. Huang Cheng replied with a grin. This is merely a trifling matter. He turned to Li Jie. Keep this kid here. Within half an hour, he must gather 100,000 for Brother Wu. Otherwise, break his 3 legs and throw him out. Understood. Li Jie shot a frosty glare at Lu Jijun. Did you hear that? Hurry and gather the money. Lu Jijun trembled in fear. He quickly pulled out his phone and frantically called acquaintances to borrow money. Huang Cheng looked at Wu Dongming, chuckling, Brother, let us go have some fun. Rest assured, if he cannot gather the 100,000, I will cover it for you. Then I am indeed in the mood for some entertainment. Wu Dongming inquired curiously, Brother Huang, is this your establishment? Indeed. Huang Cheng nodded. I acquired this place a year ago. It's quite decent. You saved my life. So how about this? I will grant you a 1% stake in this establishment. And at the end of the year, you will receive dividends. Of course, if you choose to work here, you will also earn a salary. The prospect of receiving a 1% stake was appealing, but he was not inclined to work here, as he valued his freedom. Moreover, he understood the business was substantial, likely yielding considerable profits each year. Why would he need to work here? No need for employment. However, since you, Brother Huang, are willing to offer me a stake, it would be disrespectful to refuse. Thus, I shall accept. Li Jie and the others were left speechless at his words. Not even a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming was contemplating how to locate Xiaomei. Chapter 20. Wu Dongming's serious business. Huang Cheng led Wu Dongming upstairs. At that moment, Su Su followed closely behind. Huang Cheng halted, turning to look at her. Su Su quickly stopped in her tracks. You may discuss matters with Brother Wu, if you have your own business to attend to. In truth, Huang Cheng did not even know Su Su's name. Oh, Su Su's expression shifted slightly, tinged with disappointment. Wu Dongming smiled. Brother Huang, since she is now your goddaughter, she is no longer suited for her previous role. I see Su Su is quite lovely and astute. She might excel in business. Oh, Huang Cheng regarded him with amusement. Brother, based on your words, I shall invest in Su Su's business. He turned to Su Su and said seriously, Goddaughter, think of a project. I can invest 5 million. Whether you can turn a profit depends on your abilities. Thank you, Godfather. Su Su exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She then turned gratefully to Wu Dongming. Thank you. Wu Ge? Wu Dongming chuckled and turned to Huang Cheng. Brother, you are quite magnanimous. Huang Cheng laughed heartily. Since I have accepted this goddaughter, I must assist her. He waved at Su Su. Go ahead. Once you have a project in mind, approach Li Jie. While I will invest, I will also oversee how the funds are utilized. I won't let you squander it. Godfather, I wouldn't dare. Su Su replied loudly. I will consider the project immediately. She shot a glance at Wu Dongming, blushing. Before darting away, Huang Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Wu Dongming, then said, Let us have a proper discussion. He brought Wu Dongming to a large office, which was furnished not only with a desk, but also included a bedroom. I often handle matters here, and sometimes, if it gets late, I spend the night. Huang Cheng gestured for Wu Dongming to take a seat, and personally brewed tea. Brother Huang, this is too courteous. Wu Dongming remarked, looking at him. I am genuinely touched that you, a man of your stature, regard me, a mere country bumpkin, so highly. Most would have scolded me and expelled me. Brother, what are you saying? Huang Cheng shook his head, stating solemnly, Is my life not valuable? You saved my life. Is it wrong for me to treat you with respect? Is it wrong for me to offer you gifts? This is simply a matter of human decency. He poured Wu Dongming a cup of tea, adding, No matter what I give you, it is not excessive, for life is singular. Wu Dongming understood that Huang Cheng must have seen something in him. If it were merely gratitude, he would have simply given him some money. It wouldn't have been this complicated. Huang Cheng smiled. Brother, your capabilities are remarkable. You effortlessly defeated so many. I hold great admiration for you. I, Huang Cheng, have the utmost respect for capable individuals. Wu Dongming silently chuckled to himself, realizing that it was his abilities that had caught Huang Cheng's attention. Brother Huang, I truly did not expect such audacity in people to commit murder in broad daylight. Upon hearing this, Huang Cheng shook his head. Brother, those individuals are indeed formidable. I was careless this time and did not bring bodyguards, which nearly cost me dearly. He looked at Wu Dongming, smiling. However, you are indeed impressive. In the future, if you choose to work with me on such matters, we shall discuss it later. Wu Dongming shook his head, stating earnestly, for now, I have not yet decided what I will do in the future. Brother Huang, your safety is paramount. Of course, if you encounter any issues in the future, you may seek my assistance. However, I will not partake in any acts of violence. Huang Cheng burst into laughter. Brother, you are truly straightforward with your words. I am content. I would never ask you to engage in violence. I am not that kind of person. Shifting the conversation, he inquired. I heard you used to associate with Boss Chen. What is your relationship with him now? I have severed ties with him. I returned home because I no longer wish to be involved in that life, Wu Dongming stated as he rose to his feet. Certainly, I will not return to my former ways. Indeed, young people should possess their own convictions and not remain mired in the past. Huang Cheng was exceedingly pleased with Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming's prompt acceptance of the 1% stake had indeed surprised him. However, upon reflection, such decisiveness also had its advantages. He then invited Wu Dongming to collaborate with him, yet Wu Dongming declined, which did not disappoint Huang Cheng. He felt that while Wu Dongming had yet to determine his path, he possessed strong opinions and would not be easily manipulated. Talented and opinionated individuals, though challenging to control, could serve as valuable partners. In the future, should Wu Dongming stand by his side, he would be able to directly call upon him for assistance in case any business issues arise, or if they encounter troubles akin to today's. With Wu Dongming's prowess, at least in confrontations, there would be no cause for concern. The two conversed for quite a while, with neither harboring any aversion towards the other. In fact, their rapport grew increasingly amicable. Huang Cheng realized that despite Wu Dongming's rustic appearance, he exuded a remarkable confidence that occasionally made Huang Cheng feel a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Li Jie knocked and entered. Boss, Brother Wu, Lu Jijun has gathered the funds. He looked at Wu Dongming, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wu Dongming chuckled. It seems I might be shortchanged. Huang Cheng also smiled. Bring him in. Li Jie promptly had Lu Jijun wheeled in. Lu Jijun wore a woeful expression. Huang, I've managed to scrape together the money. He cautiously glanced at Wu Dongming. Brother Wu, I misjudged your stature. I will never provoke you again. Best remember today's words. Wu Dongming replied. Now, let us transfer the funds. He brought his phone before Lu Jijun, who trembled all over. Having already paid Wu Dongming 50,000, he now had to cobble together another 100,000. A total of 150,000 had been spent, which felt like a dagger to his heart. His income was far from stable, often depending on his boss's mood. Should word of today's incident spread, his boss would undoubtedly look down on him, potentially leading to a significant drop in his earnings. How could he continue to live freely? Thus, this time he faced not only a loss of 150,000, but also the potential jeopardy of his financial future. He seethed inwardly. Wu Dongming, I will not let you off the hook. Absolutely not. After receiving the money, Wu Dongming returned to Huang Cheng's side, smiling. Brother Huang, shall we discuss serious matters now? Indeed. Huang Cheng straightened up, unable to suppress his anticipation. Li Jie and Lu Jijun looked on in astonishment. Wu Dongming was about to discuss serious matters. I've heard there are many beautiful women here. My purpose for visiting was to experience their allure, Wu Dongming proclaimed. Is that your serious matter? Huang Cheng was taken aback. Li Jie and Lu Jijun were equally dumbfounded. Of course, Wu Dongming laughed. If I weren't seeking beautiful women, what would bring me here? However, upon entering, I was stopped, told that only members could enter. Indeed, Huang Cheng nodded. That is our rule. During the day, only members are permitted entry. He turned to Li Jie. Li Jie, grant Brother Wu a black card membership. What is a black card membership? Wu Dongming inquired with curiosity. The black card is our supreme card, Li Jie explained. With this, you can enjoy complimentary services without any personal expenses, as it comes with a credit limit of 1 million. Moreover, you do not need to recharge it, for it has a monthly allowance of 1 million. Wow. Wu Dongming laughed. This is splendid. Brother Huang, it appears I've truly struck it rich. If I sold this black card, wouldn't I be wealthy? Huang Cheng wore a bittersweet smile, while Li Jie's expression soured. He addressed Wu Dongming. The black card is non-transferable, it bears unique codes, and is only bestowed upon distinguished guests. The one you are receiving is merely the second card issued. He gazed intently at Wu Dongming, taking a deep breath. To be frank, I believe you may not be deserving of this card. Li Jie. Huang Cheng shot him a glare, speaking sternly. Brother Wu has saved my life. And from today, he is one of our shareholders. How can I not bestow him a black card? What makes him unworthy? Li Jie inhaled deeply, gesturing for his two subordinates to step outside. They swiftly escorted Lu Jijun away, closing the door behind them. Li Jie scrutinized Wu Dongming before stating gravely, "You indeed saved the boss, and he has expressed his gratitude by granting you a share in the business, which will yield you considerable dividends annually. I cannot contest the boss's decision. However, the Supreme Membership card has only been given out once before to a significant figure. You do not possess such status. But Brother Wu saved my life. He has the capability." Huang Cheng rose, challenging Li Jie. "Do you dare question my decision?" "Boss," Li Jie replied, his tone serious. "I am merely speaking the truth. If this Brother Wu truly possesses remarkable skills, I would have nothing to say and would gladly present the card." He looked at Wu Dongming. "I've heard you are quite the fighter. I've seen how you dealt with those thugs. Now, I wish to challenge you. If you defeat me, I shall gladly acknowledge you and present you with the black card. But if you cannot even best me, so it comes to a fight." Wu Dongming grinned. "I've spent a few years farming at home, so I haven't fought much. However, I do practice martial arts occasionally. I wasn't particularly interested in the black card, but since you propose a challenge, I must accept. Declining would be disrespectful." He began to stretch. Huang Qing stepped back a few paces, eager to witness the clash between Wu Dongming and Li Jie. Yet, he cautioned, "Li Jie, Brother Wu is my savior. You must not harm him. Rest assured, boss, I will not seriously injure him," Li Jie assured, turning to Wu Dongming. "Let us practice outside." "Why go outside?" Wu Dongming approached him, smiling. "The space here is ample. We can spar right here." "Fine." Li Jie discarded his shirt, revealing a well-toned, muscular physique. "You seem well-trained," Wu Dongming remarked. "Yet, we won't know how skilled you are until we actually fight. Are you not going to remove your shirt?" Li Jie asked. "For such a minor scuffle, why would I need to?" Wu Dongming chuckled. "Just call it when you're ready." Li Jie took a deep breath and stretched his legs. This was a significant pressure for him, considering Wu Dongming had easily incapacitated several henchmen before. For Wu Dongming, this fight held importance as well. He could tell that Li Jie was formidable. His strength was just beginning to surface. He had only fought against petty thugs and had never encountered a genuine opponent. Now, he had the chance to face someone like Li Jie, which would serve as valuable experience and a test of his own abilities. "Are you ready?" Wu Dongming asked, his face alight with a smile. "Ready," Li Jie shouted, charging towards Wu Dongming. His speed was indeed quicker than the henchman Wu Dongming had previously encountered, and his strength was greater as well. Wu Dongming observed keenly, sidestepping, then suddenly lunging forward, executing a powerful shoulder tackle against Li Jie. Boom! His right shoulder collided with Li Jie's chest, sending him flying 2 meters before crashing to the ground. Huang Cheng gasped in astonishment and hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, you are incredible." He rushed to Li Jie's side. "Li Jie, are you all right? That was quite a fall. A regular person would surely be injured and unable to rise." However, Li Jie quickly got back on his feet. "I'm fine," he gasped in awe, staring at Wu Dongming. "Brother Wu, you truly are impressive. Your reflexes, speed, and strength all surpass mine. I am no match for you. Of course, you are no slouch. You are not injured at all." Wu Dongming chuckled. "I apologize, but I was fully committed during our sparring, so I didn't hold back just now." A hint of embarrassment crossed Li Jie's face. He was acutely aware that Wu Dongming had indeed restrained his strength during that last strike. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained injuries. Wu Dongming's words were merely a gesture of courtesy. "Brother Wu," he called out. "Just call me Wu Dongming." Wu Dongming replied with a smile. "I genuinely enjoy making friends, and I hope we can communicate often in the future." "Great," Li Jie said as he picked up his clothes and got dressed. "Wu Dongming, I will fetch the black card for you right away." He was now thoroughly impressed by Wu Dongming's prowess. Shortly after, he returned with a black card, which he solemnly handed to Wu Dongming. Holding the card, Wu Dongming remarked, "Mr. Huang, Li Jie, may I now seek out some lovely ladies?" "Ha ha," Huang Qing laughed. "Brother Wu, I will have Li Jie accompany you." "Li Jie, you go with him." "All right," Li Jie replied with a smile, leading Wu Dongming outside. Once they were out, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Dongming, to speak frankly, as martial artists, it's best for us to avoid entanglements with women, otherwise, it can be a distraction." Wu Dongming laughed. "I can't possibly indulge every day. I certainly prefer exquisite beauties, as I have no interest in the less appealing ones." Li Jie's face turned slightly awkward as he thought to himself, "This guy, despite his formidable strength, is undeniably a notorious lecher." Chapter 22. Why choose you? Li Jie brought Wu Dongming into an opulent room. Wu Dongming settled comfortably on the sofa, smiling as he said, I have never entered such a beautiful room before. Indeed, the wealthy know how to enjoy life. Li Jie glanced at him and replied, "This place offers a full range of services." "I understand." Wu Dongming nodded. "Let us summon the ladies." "Are you that eager?" Li Jie scrutinized him deeply. At that moment, the manager of the establishment entered, a jovial, rotund man. "Brother Dongming, this is Manager Hu of this floor. In the future, just seek him out when you come here." Li Jie introduced. "Manager Hu, this is our esteemed member, Brother Wu. Make sure to recognize him." The mention of esteemed member caused Manager Hu to tremble slightly upon seeing the black card in Wu Dongming's hand. If Wu Dongming had presented that card alone, Manager Hu might have doubted its authenticity. However, since Li Jie personally brought him, there could be no question of its legitimacy. Despite this esteemed status, why did this distinguished member appear to be just a country bumpkin? Perhaps he was merely a young master from a prominent family, seeking a taste of life here? This possibility seemed plausible. With a broad grin, he approached Wu Dongming, bowing slightly. "Mr. Wu, welcome. I will promptly bring our finest ladies to you." "Make sure they are indeed the finest," Wu Dongming said with a smile, "as I will file a complaint if they are not." Of course. Manager Hu beamed. "They will be here shortly, I assure you." He hurriedly exited the room. Before long, he returned with 8 beautiful women, each adorned in striking red, high-slit gowns. Not only were they all slender and attractive, but their long, exposed legs were dazzlingly fair, captivating all attention. It was Wu Dongming's first encounter with such a spectacle, and his heart raced. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through the atmosphere. "Wu Dongming? You scoundrel!" One of the women stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. "Number 8. What are you doing?" Manager Hu exclaimed, startled. This number 8 was none other than Zhang Xiuxiu. To be fair, Zhang Xiuxiu was quite beautiful, and after her makeover, she appeared even more striking, not overshadowed by the other ladies. Wu Dongming's gaze swept the room and landed on Xiaomei, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. So, Xiaomei was indeed working here. Manager Hu's reprimand startled Zhang Xiuxiu, who quickly retreated into the line. Manager Hu approached Wu Dongming, bowing apologetically. "Mr. Wu, I apologize. This number 8 is unfamiliar with the rules." "It's all right," Wu Dongming chuckled. "She recognizes me, and I know her. She merely called my name. There is no need to blame her." Manager Hu wiped the sweat from his brow. Wu Dongming stood and walked over to Zhang Xiuxiu, smiling. "Zhang Xiuxiu, I initially thought you were being kept by someone in the city. I never expected you would be working here." Zhang Xiuxiu bit her lip, her face pale. She was equally astonished to encounter Wu Dongming here. Typically, one wouldn't expect to meet someone from the countryside in such a place, as they were usually too impoverished to afford it. Yet here was Wu Dongming, inexplicably present. She wondered what qualification he had to be here. Her gaze shifted to Li Jie, who she recognized as a person of significance. Surely, this affluent individual had brought Wu Dongming along to show him the sights. "So, he is your friend," Li Jie remarked with a smile. "Not quite a friend," Wu Dongming replied playfully. "She mocked me just today." "Oh." Li Jie gazed at Zhang Xiuxiu in surprise. "You mocked him?" "I," Zhang Xiuxiu stammered, startled. "I knew he had been idling in the countryside, so Li Jie's expression darkened. "Manager Hu, starting today, do not assign her too many clients. She needs to be controlled." "Yes, sir." Manager Hu quickly replied. "From today on, I will limit her to 1 client per hour." Zhang Xiuxiu's face fell at that. "Please, no?" She looked at Li Jie. "Mr. Li, my mother is hospitalized, and I really need the money." The need for money only necessitates more discretion," Li Jie retorted. "I merely wish to inform you that if you offend people casually, when you truly need money, you may find it impossible to sell yourself." He then turned to Wu Dongming. "Brother Dongming, which one do you find suitable?" "Mr. Wu, please. Choose me. I assure you of the best service." Zhang Xiuxiu began to cry, looking pleadingly at Wu Dongming. "Please help me plead with Mr. Li. I cannot afford to lose this job. I truly need the money." Tears streamed down her face. Wu Dongming regarded her, a slight smile playing at his lips. "Why should I choose you?" He took 2 steps back and then raised his right hand, pointing at Xiaomei. "I'll take number 5. "Thank you, brother." Xiaomei stepped forward, flashing Wu Dongming a sweet smile. "Number 5, you look absolutely stunning." Wu Dongming complimented. "Brother, you are even more handsome." Xiaomei's smile was indeed enchanting, and her voice was sweet and alluring, causing Wu Dongming to feel a bit weak in the knees. She was truly a little enchantress. No wonder Zhu Ming was captivated by her. Unfortunately, Xiaomei was engaged in this line of work. "Mr. Wu." Manager Hu bowed to Wu Dongming. "We shall take our leave now. Enjoy your time." Li Jie added, "I will also take my leave and not disturb you." They all exited the room. After they left, Li Jie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that Wu Dongming would find it increasingly difficult to progress from here on. Xiao Mei, number 5, closed the door. Mr. Wu, shall we begin now? We offer a full range of services, and of course, we can cater to your every desire, she said as she approached Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming comfortably reclined on the sofa, gazing at her with a smile as he inquired, "What is your name?" "You may call me number 5, or simply Xiao Mei," she cheerfully replied. "Xiao Mei is a lovely name. How many clients do you typically attend to in a day?" Wu Dongming continued his questioning. "Sometimes there are 3 or 4, and other times just 1. Of course, the duration varies. Some clients request additional time," Xiao Mei responded with a grin. "Some clients appreciate my service so much that they specifically ask for extra time." "Oh," Wu Dongming asked, "what activities do you usually engage in with your clients?" Xiao Mei's face instantly flushed. "Mr. Wu, aren't you putting me on the spot? It's just the kind of things that men generally enjoy," she said, playfully settling onto Wu Dongming's lap. Internally, he sighed, thinking, "Goodness, this woman is akin to a city bus." Nevertheless, he pondered whether he might first test the waters. At that moment, his blood surged with excitement. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, and his body responded with intense vigor. Chapter 23. Huang Cheng's thoughts. Wu Dongming mused. "Damn it, this thing can react on its own. This is quite uncomfortable." Though his body reacted, his mind remained clear. "Wow," Xiao Mei exclaimed, "brother, you are truly impressive." This flattery left Wu Dongming feeling slightly bashful. He felt he was nearing a breaking point. He had 2 choices, to send her away quickly and cool off with a cold shower, or to simply indulge with her. After all, this woman was Zhu Ming's blind date. What could it hurt? He steeled himself, thinking, that fool Ming has no taste to choose such a woman. With that, he embraced Xiao Mei, laughing, "Since you say I'm impressive, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed directly to the main event." He lifted her and tossed her onto the bed, and soon the room was filled with sounds of their frolicking. Li Jie returned to Huang Cheng. "Boss, it appears that Wu Dongming is indeed a lecherous individual. I fear his progress may halt here," he sighed. "Oh," Huang Cheng frowned slightly, then replied with a smile. "Li Jie, you must understand that even if his capabilities plateau, they are still considerable. Many martial artists never reach his level of skill." Li Jie paused, then replied with a wry smile. "Boss, you are correct. In fact, his prowess far exceeds mine. Had he not restrained himself earlier, I would have been severely injured. His punches are indeed quite powerful." "Is that so?" Huang Cheng exclaimed, surprised. "I initially thought he was merely slightly stronger than you. I did not anticipate." He then laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems I have struck gold. Li Jie, based on your assessment, what level of strength does he possess?" "According to martial artist rankings, he has likely reached the upper tier of the Xian level, and may even have attained the strength of an earth-level martial artist," Li Jie remarked in awe. "In our small county, his martial prowess is undoubtedly at a ceiling level." "Such prowess?" Huang Cheng nodded. "With someone of his caliber available, should I require protection during my outings, having you both would provide me with considerable security. Thus, even if he is lecherous, it matters not. As long as his abilities remain intact, or even diminish slightly, he will still be a formidable ally of great utility to me." He stood, pacing thoughtfully, and continued. "Wealth is merely extraneous. Individuals of such skill are seldom obtainable, even with financial incentives. It is fortuitous that he is one of us, a mere countryman with limited horizons. Had he been raised in the city, he might have deemed someone like me, Boss Huang, unworthy of his attention." Li Jie blinked in surprise, his expression slightly awkward. Huang Cheng spoke the truth. For someone of Wu Dongming's caliber, many would seek to recruit him. Attracting such individuals requires resources, not merely monetary compensation, resources that can empower them further. Given Wu Dongming's youth, there remains ample potential for growth. However, the greatest impediment to a martial artist's advancement is indeed the lack of resources. Training in martial arts is costly and resource-intensive. Once one reaches a certain stage, conventional training yields minimal results, and ordinary supplements prove ineffective. Instead, one requires rare medicinal herbs and even spiritual elixirs to provide sufficient energy. Therefore, martial artists of his strength typically align themselves with powerful benefactors who can offer abundant resources. "You are right, boss," Li Jie sighed. "Bringing Wu Dongming to our side is undoubtedly a fortuitous development." Understanding this, Huang Cheng smiled. "Whatever he desires, I shall provide. Not only because of his life-saving grace, but also due to his formidable strength. Did you not investigate him? He has been known for his loyalty in the past, correct?" "Indeed," Li Jie replied solemnly. "In his earlier days, he was quite loyal. Then all is well. How did the interrogation of those individuals go?" Huang Cheng inquired. "We have extracted information. They were indeed sent by Gao Laoda," Li Jie stated coldly. That Gao fellow, who failed to acquire what he wanted at the auction, had the audacity to resort to such underhanded tactics. He is utterly shameless. I had long suspected him of foul play. Huang Cheng paced, his expression icy. He has many thugs, and even a number of desperate individuals under his command. If an opportunity arises, it would be best to eliminate him. Though it is no easy feat, Li Jie sighed. Yes, taking down Gao Laoda is indeed a challenging endeavor. Furthermore, boss, should we truly confront him, he may retaliate with ferocity, making our situation even more precarious. Upon hearing this, Huang Cheng's brow furrowed tightly. Indeed, for now, we must bide our time. He sighed, however. We must keep Brother Wu's affairs confidential. Li Jie was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to share the news of Wu Dongming's triumph over the 4 adversaries to perhaps draw Gao Laoda's attention. Boss, why is that? He queried. Because if you divulge this, Brother Wu may easily develop an aversion towards us. Huang Cheng replied gravely. To cultivate this friendship, we must be sincere. It is essential that I treat him with honesty, and you must do the same. Given his immense strength, you may have the chance to learn from him. Li Jie stood upright, nodding. I understand. Thank you, boss. In truth, after our encounter, I have gleaned valuable insights that will greatly enhance my own capabilities. That is good. Huang Cheng nodded approvingly. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Come in, Li Jie commanded sternly. The door swung open, and a breathless man in a suit entered. Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, it's bad news. Gao Jiming has arrived. He gasped. Both Huang Cheng and Li Jie's expressions darkened. Gao Jiming. He dares to come. Li Jie retorted coldly. Humph, if he dares to come, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Wait. Huang Cheng raised a hand to stop him. Do not act rashly. We are in the business of trade. You must greet him properly and avoid causing any disturbances. Li Jie exhaled deeply. Very well. I shall see what he intends to do. If he merely wishes to socialize, I shall entertain him. Chapter 24. The unreasonable Gao Jiming. Li Jie strode out, entering a hall that exuded a tense atmosphere. A burly man clad in flamboyant attire stood there, accompanied by 4 muscular henchmen, all of whom exuded an air of arrogance. The staff of the establishment observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. Only one manager dared to stand before the imposing figure of Gao Jiming, bowing and scraping. Humph. Where's Huang Cheng? And Li Jie? Is this insignificant waste here to receive me? Is that not an affront to my dignity? This man was none other than Gao Jiming, his voice sharp and menacing, his gaze fierce as he scanned the crowd, causing the staff to flinch in fear. Gao Jiming's notorious reputation preceded him, and none dared to defy him. Should he unleash his wrath, it would spell disaster for all present. Mr. Gao? We have already gone to summon Mr. Huang and Mr. Li, the manager replied cautiously, eyeing Gao Jiming warily. Gao Jiming coldly retorted, what kind of attitude is this? Do you truly believe I am Gao Jiming? At that moment, Li Jie approached with purpose, soon standing before Gao Jiming. Li Jie, Gao Jiming's expression hardened slightly. You have finally emerged. I was beginning to think something had befallen you. He scrutinized Li Jie before asking, you truly have not encountered any trouble, have you? Since I am still alive, how could anything have happened to me? Li Jie chuckled. After all, I am a few years younger than you, Mr. Gao? Gao Jiming's countenance darkened for a moment, but quickly transformed into a grin. If that is the case, does that not mean Mr. Huang is older than I? Will he not perish first? Not a chance, Li Jie replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Our boss is robust and leads a disciplined lifestyle. He could easily live to 150. By then, who knows? You might be gone while he remains. Gao Jiming's expression soured. I fear it may not be so simple. Should an unexpected occurrence arise, who can predict the outcome? Even if you were to face misfortune, our boss will remain unharmed. Rest assured, and thank you for your concern. Li Jie regarded him with a smile. However, there is something I must mention. On my way to fetch the boss, I happened upon 4 rabid dogs and took the liberty of capturing them. When do you think it would be appropriate to dispose of them? Gao Jiming's pupils constricted, a cold snort escaping him. You caught rabid dogs? That is of no concern to me. He realized that his dispatched men had been apprehended by Li Jie. No wonder there had been no communication from them. Li Jie, enough with the pleasantries. I am here to have some fun. Gao Jiming's frustration simmered. Damn it. How could they have been rescued by you? Those useless fools. Welcome, Li Jie replied with a smile. Mr. Gao, every guest is a welcome one in our establishment. As long as you are here to patronize our services, you are our esteemed guest. However, I must ask, have you brought sufficient funds? Humph. How could I possibly not afford to spend here? Gao Jiming replied coldly. Now, arrange for 2 rooms and ensure that I and my brothers are attended to by a dozen beauties. Mr. Gao, Li Jie said, still smiling, That could be quite costly. The implication being that Gao Jiming may not be able to afford it. Do you think I am without money? Gao Jiming's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it. I will deposit 200,000 with you. Is that acceptable? Ha. For such a grand affair, a prepayment is indeed necessary. Let us proceed with the 200,000. Li Jie instructed, someone, please process Mr. Gao's card. Gao Jiming's face darkened. He realized that Li Jie was retaliating against him for the capture of his men. He harbored no illusions that those four would withstand interrogation under Li Jie's influence. Yet, what could Li Jie do? Gao Jiming was eager for a confrontation. At that moment, the manager approached with a card reader. Gao Jiming, with a scowling visage, produced his card and processed the 200,000 payment. Now, will you proceed? He demanded coldly. Of course. Li Jie replied with a grin. However, I must clarify that there shall be no damage to our property, nor may our ladies be harmed. Would I behave in such a manner? Gao Jiming retorted coldly. Now, open the rooms for us. He led the way. Soon, they arrived at the floor where Wu Dongming was located, walking leisurely along the corridor. Remember, 2 rooms, Gao Jiming commanded. I must properly entertain my brothers. All arrangements will be made, Li Jie said, his face adorned with a bright smile. Mr. Gao, please, the rooms are just ahead. As they passed one particular room, Gao Jiming halted. Let us take these 2 rooms, he declared, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he advanced to the door of Wu Dongming's room. He leaned in to listen, then disdainfully remarked, humph. The noise is excessive. Suddenly, he kicked the door. Stop. Li Jie reacted instantly. However, Gao Jiming's henchmen had been prepared and attacked Li Jie the moment he moved. Each delivered a punch, sending him crashing against the wall, nearly incapacitating him. In that instant, Li Jie understood that Gao Jiming and his men had been primed for chaos all along. Gao Jiming's foot stopped just shy of the door, retracting as he turned to Li Jie, coldly stating, Li Jie, you dare to ambush me? Humph, I will remember this debt. This grudge will not be settled. Li Jie gritted his teeth, unable to speak, as his internal injuries throbbed painfully. However, Gao Jiming continued with a chilling tone, the 2 inside have disturbed me, and I shall throw them out. A smile crept onto his face. That is quite reasonable, is it not? And no, Li Jie protested, knowing that Wu Dongming was inside. A trickle of blood escaped his lips as he spoke. Do you think your no holds any weight? Gao Jiming sneered, raising his foot to kick the door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open. Let us see what kind of ruffian you are. He charged inside. Chapter 25. A direct defeat. Gao Jiming burst into the room to find Wu Dongming in a compromising situation with Xiao Mei. In a split second, Wu Dongming wrapped himself in a towel, standing by the bedside, hastily covering Xiao Mei with a blanket and glaring at Gao Jiming. A smug smile crept across Gao Jiming's face. Kid, it seems your stamina is impressive. Today, I shall give you a chance to. Before he could finish, Wu Dongming was upon him, a fist suddenly magnifying before Gao Jiming's eyes, leaving him no time to react. The punch landed squarely on Gao Jiming's face, shattering his nasal bone with a sickening crack. Gao Jiming cried out in pain, but before he could retreat, Wu Dongming had already closed in, wrapping his arms around Gao Jiming's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground, face first. Gao Jiming's cries were abruptly silenced by the impact. In an instant, Wu Dongming viciously stomped down on Gao Jiming's right arm. Crack! The bone snapped immediately. Gao Jiming screamed. Before his cries could subside, Wu Dongming brought his foot crashing down on Gao Jiming's left arm. Crack! It broke as well. Both arms shattered. Gao Jiming nearly lost consciousness. However, at that moment, he no longer screamed. Instead, he gritted his teeth tightly, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. It was only then that the 4 henchmen outside finally reacted. They rushed in swiftly, bewildered to find a young man, clad only in a towel, standing over Gao Jiming. What was happening? How could this be so outrageous? Let go of President Gao, or you'll die? You're finished. They charged at Wu Dongming, initially intending to intimidate him for a couple of minutes, but Wu Dongming remained unfazed. As they lunged at him, Wu Dongming's expression turned icy. Anyone would be incensed if interrupted while engaged in such matters, especially with Gao Jiming's arrogant demeanor. Why not strike? The 4 henchmen appeared to be quite capable. Wu Dongming, eager for some combat experience, felt a surge of determination. Instantly, his face hardened, and his figure flickered as he charged forward. Bang! 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 In an instant, he had knocked all 4 of them to the ground. However, he had also received 2 punches in return, leaving him with some pain. Yet, it was a trivial matter. He was taken aback, realizing that had they wielded weapons, things could have turned perilous. Thus, he resolved to be cautious of opponents bearing arms in future encounters. The henchmen writhed in agony. Wu Dongming's punches were heavy. breaking their bones, rendering them incapable of rising. They looked at him in terror, astonished that this unknown young man dared to strike them. Li Jie, a brother of Wu, staggered into the room and was immediately stunned by the scene. You incapacitated them all. The 4 henchmen were formidable, and Gao Zhiming was even more so. It was unfathomable that Wu Dongming had subdued all 5 of them in such a brief time. How was that possible? He had previously estimated Wu Dongming's strength, but now it was apparent that his assumptions were grossly inaccurate. Wu Dongming's prowess had surely reached the level of an Earth-grade warrior. Li Jie couldn't help but gasp. These henchmen had dared to intrude while he was with a woman, and now they had the audacity to prattle on? Wu Dongming cast a cold glance at Gao Zhiming and the others. Your strength is astonishing, Li Jie exclaimed, but then hesitated as he regarded the fallen Gao Zhiming. What's wrong? Wu Dongming approached Gao Zhiming, looking down at him from above, and said indifferently, What's the matter? Can't I strike you? You brat. Despite the excruciating pain in his arms, Gao Zhiming was a tough character. He strained to lift his head and trembled as he spoke. Do you know who I am? You dare strike me like this? Before he could finish, Wu Dongming brought his foot down heavily on Gao Zhiming's right calf. Crack! It shattered instantly. Gao Zhiming screamed once more. Even Li Jie shuddered slightly. Wu Dongming was merciless. Gao Zhiming was the younger brother of the notorious Gao. Now that Wu Dongming had reduced him to this state, would Gao go mad? You think you still have a point? Wu Dongming looked down at him coldly. You interrupted me and were so arrogant. Not killing you is already a mercy. Gao Zhiming clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Wu Dongming. He was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, having never endured such suffering in his life. Brother Wu. Li Jie finally regained his composure and approached Wu Dongming, lowering his voice. You cannot kill him. He is the brother of Gao. If Gao finds out, it could spell trouble for you. I don't care who Gao is. Wu Dongming replied coldly. I only know that if one provokes me, there will be consequences. With that, he delivered another crushing stomp. Crack! Gao Zhiming's left calf was also shattered. Gao Zhiming screamed and finally fainted. The henchmen, witnessing this, trembled in fear. How ruthless! When had Gao's brother ever been subjected to such brutality? They dared not confront Wu Dongming. With Gao Zhiming unconscious, they turned to Li Jie. Li Jie, do you realize the magnitude of this disaster? You're doomed. Gao will not let this slide. We must ensure Gao is treated, or else. Li Jie glared at them coldly. Silence. He took a deep breath and cast a meaningful glance at Wu Dongming. Then he spoke in a solemn tone. Brother Wu, this situation has escalated beyond my control, and I must consult the boss. Then consult him. Wu Dongming replied coolly. For today, I shall not kill this so-called President Gao. This is where it ends. You all may leave. I need to get dressed. Moreover, aside from dressing, there was something of great importance at hand. Just moments ago, while with Xiao Mei, he had achieved a breakthrough. The jade within him had just been activated once more. Information was flooding into his mind, and he needed time to organize it. Li Jie gasped, nodding. Understood, Brother Wu. I will take them away now. He called for his subordinates to escort Gao Zhiming and the others out. However, the door had been damaged by Gao Zhiming, so they could only leave it ajar. Wu Dongming approached the bed, gazing at Xiao Mei, who was blushing and looking at him shyly. She shrank back slightly. After being with Wu Dongming for so long, she felt nearly overwhelmed. She still trembled slightly, her blood heated. Yet, now that she could rest, it felt immensely comfortable. She had never encountered such a vigorous man. However, if things continued, she might very well faint. You are quite impressive, she said softly, biting her lower lip as she addressed Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming regarded her. His tone icy as he stated, You may leave now. Xiao Mei was taken aback. I can go? You're not going to continue? With someone interrupting, how could they proceed? Wu Dongming waved his hand dismissively. Get out. All right. Strangely, she felt a pang of disappointment. She could only rise and get dressed, deliberately twisting her waist in front of Wu Dongming. However, he had no inclination to appreciate it. Once she finally finished dressing, she smiled warmly at Wu Dongming and gently suggested, How about we exchange contact information? If you wish to find me in the future, I can come to you directly and free of charge. Let us talk about it later. You can leave now. Wu Dongming waved his hand once more. Xiao Mei reluctantly departed, gently closing the door, leaving it ajar. She had intended to inquire about Wu Dongming, but at the thought of his demeanor, she shivered and hastily left. After her exit, Wu Dongming promptly moved a large sofa to barricade the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed. The recent unsealing of a layer of jade had truly astonished him. The last unsealing had not only allowed him to escape the clutches of a monster, but also to absorb a considerable amount of power. This time, After his encounter with Xiaomei, he found his strength had increased significantly. Within him, a current of energy was flowing slowly. It turned out he had acquired a new technique, the Yin-Yang Great Method. As he pondered this technique, he realized that by engaging intimately with women, he could absorb their Yin energy, thus enhancing his own power. However, there was a caveat: if he absorbed too much, it could lead to an imbalance between Yin and Yang, necessitating the absorption of Yang energy as well. From this perspective, the simplest method to acquire Yang energy was to bask in the sun while practicing his martial arts, albeit with somewhat low efficiency. Another way was to draw Yang energy from certain Yang-attributed herbs. Most importantly, he needed to maintain a balance between Yin and Yang and ensure steady growth. Apart from women, another source of Yin energy could be found in places of extreme Yin. A smile crept across his face. With such a method at his disposal, how could he not grow stronger? As for maintaining the balance, it posed little problem for him at present. His vitality was abundant enough to allow for the absorption of additional Yin energy for equilibrium. It seemed that all he needed to do now was to seek the company of women, and he might very well grow stronger. Yet he knew better than to rush. Although he had just become a martial artist, he understood that gaining strength required patience and time for consolidation. Taking a deep breath, he felt no need to remain seated any longer and strode outside. He was eager to discover how Huang Cheng intended to handle the situation with the others. As for the notorious Gao Laoda, Wu Dongming had not heard of him before, indicating a rise to prominence in the past 2 or 3 years. He realized he had missed much during that time, but he held no interest in the past misdeeds of ruffians. Outside, a few of Li Jie's subordinates spotted him and saluted. Wu Dongming acknowledged them with a glance before continuing on his way to Huang Cheng's room. Before knocking, he discerned that there were not many people inside, only 2, by the sounds of it. He approached and knocked on the door. "Who?" Li Jie shouted from within. "Come in." He sounded quite irate. Wu Dongming pushed the door open and entered. Just as Li Jie was about to unleash his anger, he noticed it was Wu Dongming and froze momentarily. He quickly altered his tone, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Brother Wu. Have you resolved the matter?" Internally, he thought, what matter? He is clearly just continuing to toy with that woman. Despite his disdain, he masked it well. For 2 reasons. Wu Dongming had saved Huang Cheng's life, and his formidable prowess commanded respect, regardless of his character. "It's handled," Wu Dongming replied coolly. "I was merely disturbed by those few ruffians earlier, thus necessitating a resolution." Such words were hardly convincing. Li Jie certainly did not believe him. How could one become disturbed, yet still manage to deal so decisively with Gao Jimin and the others? What a joke. Moreover, he had witnessed Wu Dongming's state just moments prior. Where was the disturbance? Yes, Li Jie sighed. Anyone would be startled by an abrupt intrusion, and for us martial artists, it can indeed lead to a momentary lapse. "Wu Dongming, you seemed rather upset just now?" Wu Dongming shot him a glance before walking towards Huang Cheng. Smiling as he said, "Is this about those insufferably thick-skinned individuals?" Huang Cheng's face reflected his distress. "Brother Wu, you've presented me with quite a dilemma." He gestured for Wu Dongming to take a seat. As Wu Dongming sat, he smiled. "Are you referring to those who barged in knowing I was occupied and showed no regard for my privacy? Should I not have dealt with them?" Well, Huang Cheng shook his head. "It's not that you shouldn't have dealt with them. Gao Jimin is indeed a tough nut to crack. Not due to his own strength, but because he has a brother, Gao Laoda, who wields considerable influence and has powerful backing. The crux of the matter is that Gao Laoda himself is formidable, and now that his brother has been so mistreated, he will certainly retaliate." Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly, "Regardless, they are aware it was I who intervened, so if Gao Laoda seeks vengeance, he will come for me directly." Huang Cheng chuckled bitterly. "Brother Wu, your words seem to belittle my concerns. They attempted to eliminate me. I merely hope for some time to gather allies, for my greatest fear is Gao Laoda's sudden wrath. Then I shall personally seek him out for a conversation," Wu Dongming declared, standing up. "I am a man of reason. Strength is merely a matter of logic." Chapter 27. Sister returns home. Wu Dongming recognized that having struck Gao Jimin and the others, he could not evade the repercussions. Gao Laoda would undoubtedly seek him out, and he was prepared for that eventuality. Now he awaited Huang Cheng's response. "Brother Wu," Huang Cheng quickly interjected, "that is not my intention. You saved my life. How could I allow you to confront Gao Laoda alone? Besides, he is not currently in the county, so you want to find him." Upon hearing this, Wu Dongming smiled. "So what do you propose?" "My intentions are clear," Huang Cheng stated solemnly. "Since this situation arose due to me, I will naturally take responsibility. Furthermore, when Gao Jimin arrived, it was mentioned that he was saved by me, and I would never betray you." Oh, Wu Dongming was genuinely surprised, not expecting Huang Cheng to take such a stance. Rest assured, Huang Chung continued, I have already sent Gao Jimin back, and I will shoulder this matter entirely. The only concern is time. I fear Gao Laoda may return swiftly, which could complicate things. Gazing intently at Wu Dongming, he added, I will have Li Jie arrange for your safe departure. As for this side, no need. Wu Dongming shook his head. I can manage on my own. However, should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. I will certainly assist. Sighing, Huang Chung remarked, Brother Wu, I recognize your strength, but Gao Laoda is not only powerful himself, but he also commands several formidable subordinates. No need for concern, Wu Dongming replied, shaking his head. I am not one to shy away from challenges. Let us exchange contacts. I must be on my way. Not so fast. Huang Chung sighed, halting him. Brother Wu, let us share a meal tonight. After dining, it will not be too late to leave. No need. Wu Dongming shook his head again. I have matters at home to attend to. They exchanged contact information before he departed with purpose. This venture into the city had proven immensely fruitful, not only providing him with the Enyang Great Method, but also significantly enhancing his strength. I have also gained something, having acquired 150,000 from Lu Jijun. I imagine that fellow is nearly livid by now, isn't he? Since I now have some money, I might as well purchase a few items to take home. Just as I was riding my motorcycle, my phone suddenly rang. So soon a call? Who could it possibly be? I stopped by the roadside and pulled out my phone, only to be taken aback. The caller was none other than my sister, Wu Yu. Taking a deep breath, I realized I was somewhat at a loss regarding how to interact with her. I contemplated hanging up. However, as the phone persisted in ringing, I found it difficult to do so. After a moment's hesitation, I answered. Brother. Wu Yu's sweet voice immediately filled my ear, causing my heart to soften. Clearing my throat, I said, if I recall correctly, it should be class time right now. Are you on break? Wu Yu replied excitedly. We have a 3-day break. I was somewhat astonished. Even during a break, you must not become lax. You need to study diligently. Your brother, fell behind because, before I could finish, Wu Yu interjected, it's because our family is poor. Otherwise, with your grades, you could certainly gain admission to a prestigious university. Brother, it pains me to see you like this. Without you, how could I possibly express all of this? I sighed. All right, I called you. What is it you wanted? I just miss you, she said while laughing. My heart skipped a beat. It would be disingenuous to claim I did not miss her. However, I could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. I coughed lightly and responded, your priority now is to focus on your studies. Of course I will study hard. Wu Yu replied cheerfully. And I'm graduating soon, you know. I'll be interning in no time. Is it really happening that quickly? I was momentarily stunned. You think that as fast? Wu Yu shifted the conversation. By the way, you transferred a considerable sum of money to me. I chuckled. I've come into a bit of fortune. Humph. You're not calculating how much I owe you again, are you? I want to ask. Lest you claim I'm bothering you, she teased. All right then. I'll hang up, she declared suddenly, cutting the call before I could respond. Was that it? I was momentarily taken aback. This conversation left me perplexed. Was that all for a few exchanged words? Regardless, as long as she is well, that is what matters. A resolute glint appeared in my eyes. I certainly need to find ways to earn more money. For now, I should buy some supplies. Alcohol is essential, as I have discovered that drinking can indeed bolster one's strength. However, I must also investigate whether the quality and potency of the alcohol correlate with its effectiveness. Is it true that superior wine could yield greater benefits? It is worth a try. Thus, I purchased several varieties of alcohol, even acquiring a few bottles priced at 1,000 or 2,000 each. Additionally, I procured some vegetables, and by the time I returned home on my motorcycle, it was already afternoon. Meanwhile, a young man with dyed yellow hair was riding a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, accompanied by a somewhat dowdily dressed young woman, heading towards Shirtu village. They had already passed through the town. The roads were muddy and difficult to navigate, thus their speed was considerably reduced. Moreover, there were scarcely any pedestrians on the road. I've never seen you before, the young man suddenly exclaimed. The young woman smiled and replied, I've never seen you either. Why did you dye your hair yellow? Because I'm a bad person, haha. He chuckled, though it was evidently a jest. You startled me. She laughed. A bad person wouldn't be in the motorcycle taxi business. She continued, I believe that as long as one earns their keep, any job is better than wandering aimlessly. Of course, he agreed, then asked, Are you from Shirtu village? Yes. The young woman nodded. I am indeed from Shirtu village. I thought you might be visiting relatives there. He inquired. Shirtu village is indeed remote. There are hardly any people or vehicles passing through, he remarked. Yes, she sighed. It's precisely because it's so remote that it's impoverished. The young man's eyes glinted mischievously as he suddenly said, So, your family is poor? Yes. It all depends on my brother. I wish to find a job because he works too hard, she lamented. How about I help you find a job? He proposed, as he turned onto a side road. Not this way, she exclaimed in surprise. Don't move, he suddenly said coldly. If you fall off, that is not my concern. Stop, I can walk back myself. She pleaded. Just a moment, he said with an excited grin. I told you I would find you a job, yet you didn't believe me. But I need to vet you first. Chapter 28. If you're going to strike, strike to kill. The young woman's face turned pale with fear. Soon, the young man stopped the motorcycle and, upon halting, dragged her down, covering her mouth and tightening his grip around her neck, pulling her toward a patch of grass. He threw her onto the grass and pinned her down. She struggled, but beneath him, she lacked the strength to resist. Fearful, she gazed at him. He chuckled darkly. I warned you, I'm a bad man. But truly, Shirtu village is dreadfully poor. Do you know how many women from Shirtu village resort to selling themselves? The young woman was terrified. She attempted to speak, but he had already begun to touch her. I must say, you are truly beautiful. Are you still in school? Weren't you looking for a job? I can assure you of at least 500 a day. How does that sound? He said, while one hand covered her mouth and the other began to undress her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Such a situation was beyond her imagination. She never expected to face this today, and without any warning. It is worth noting that she had initially decided to ride with this yellow-haired man simply because she found it amusing that he, with his brightly dyed hair, was working as a motorcycle taxi driver. She thought he might have once been a delinquent but had since reformed. However, she now realized that this delinquent was truly monstrous. Let me verify your worth first. I'll have my fun. Don't worry, I'll pay you. If you're a virgin, I'll give you $500. You won't be shortchanged. His eyes glinted with a sinister light as he continued. If you dare to tell anyone, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. She struggled once more. Damn it, he hissed coldly. You're not being compliant at all. If I didn't find you so beautiful and fresh, would I even be interested? Is it really necessary for you to resist? Do you think I wouldn't dare to resort to violence? At that moment, he suddenly produced a spring-loaded knife, flicking the blade open and pressing it against her neck. If you dare to scream, I will kill you immediately. Then I'll go to your village and eliminate your family too. I've been in prison before. What do I have to fear? He raged, growing increasingly agitated. The young woman's pupils dilated, and tears streamed down her face. Don't cry, he said coldly. What if I reform? Even if I do, I still can't marry a wife. That's why I choose to be a bad person. Now you can speak, but you must not raise your voice. Otherwise, I will end you right here. With that, he gently released his grip on her mouth. Please no, the young woman cried out. My brother used to be involved in this lifestyle too, yet he has changed for the better, hasn't he? Please spare me, otherwise, my brother will not let you off easily. Your brother? The man with the yellow hair chuckled darkly. From Stone Village, which thug are you referring to? Don't tell me it's Wu Dongming. Yes, that's him, she stammered. This young woman was none other than Wu Dongming's sister, Wu Yu. She had returned home quietly, hoping to surprise her brother. During a prior phone call, she nearly revealed her return but managed to hold back in the end. However, she never anticipated that just as she was nearing home, she would encounter such trouble. Damn it, if you weren't Wu Dongming's sister, I might have considered letting you go. The man with yellow hair seethed. It's all because of your brother that my boss was driven away. Back in the day, I enjoyed a life of prestige alongside him until Chun, your brother's gang, broke my boss's leg. That forced him to leave for another place. And now here you are? Wu Dongming's sister. His anger intensified. I'll make sure to have my fun with you. For now, I suppose I'll play the role of Wu Dongming's brother-in-law. Wu Yu screamed. No? Go ahead, scream. He taunted, stuffing grass into her mouth, silencing her cries. He began to tear at her clothing, growing increasingly excited. The prospect of having his way with Wu Dongming's sister was something he could scarcely have imagined before, but now it was becoming reality. Afterward, he intended to sell her off, curious to see how her brother would react. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Hey, are you having fun with that girl? Am I not invited? Startled, the man with yellow hair jumped. Turning around, he saw it was Wu Dongming. Earlier, as he rode his motorcycle along the road, he had heard commotion indicating that a woman was being bullied. Though it was initially none of his concern, he decided to investigate, thinking he might need to intervene if it involved a woman from Stone Village. Upon seeing the man with yellow hair, Wu Dongming did not recognize him. Just then, the knife in the yellow-haired man's hand was pressed against Wu Yu's neck. Wu Dongming, if you dare to move, I will take her life. In that instant, Wu Dongming's mind went blank. His sister was back? How did this happen? Brother, Wu Yu managed to call out, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Wu Dongming's figure flashed forward, startling the yellow-haired man. Before he could react, Wu Dongming seized his hand, preventing the knife from plunging down. A powerful punch landed in the yellow-haired man's stomach, nearly causing him to spit blood. Wu Dongming then lifted the man by the neck. Glancing down at Wu Yu, her top had been torn open, revealing her almost flawless skin. The sight filled Wu Dongming with fury. Another punch struck the yellow-haired man's abdomen. "Are you all right, Xiaoyu?" he asked. "Brother, I'm fine," Wu Yu quickly replied, pulling her clothing back together. "Did he hurt you?" "No, not really," she said, tears still falling. "Stay here. I'm going to have a word with him," Wu Dongming said coldly, his tone chilling. The yellow-haired man could barely catch his breath, overwhelmed with fear and despair as he stared at Wu Dongming. "Brother, please don't maim him. You need to leave yourself a way out," Wu Yu cried suddenly. "Don't worry," Wu Dongming replied, striding into the depths of the woods with the yellow-haired man in tow. "If I'm going to strike, it will be fatal." Chapter 29. A fatal blow. Wu Dongming tightened his grip on the yellow-haired man's neck as he dragged him deeper into the forest. His pace quickened, and in 2 minutes, they had covered over 100 meters. The surroundings grew denser, with grass towering over a person's height, and no one ever ventured here. Ahead lay a small cave, and Wu Dongming dragged the man inside, releasing his grip just enough for him to gasp for air. "Please, no," the yellow-haired man croaked, struggling to speak. "Wu Dongming, we used to drink together. I beg you don't." Hearing those words only intensified Wu Dongming's murderous intent. In a low, icy voice, he replied, "And you still dared to lay a hand on my sister? I didn't know she was your sister." The yellow-haired man stammered, terror in his eyes. He realized Wu Dongming would not spare him. "Why did you have to cross paths with me here?" Wu Dongming said coldly. "Do you find this amusing? My sister is waiting for me, so you can die now," he declared. The man could barely let out a scream as Wu Dongming's fist struck his chest with a sickening crunch, breaking 3 ribs and piercing his heart. The yellow-haired man convulsed, his eyes bulging, and, unable to make a sound due to the grip on his neck, he fell lifeless. Wu Dongming took a deep breath and kicked the lifeless body, calming his tumultuous emotions. He checked for a heartbeat and, finding none, turned to leave. He soon returned to Wu Yu, who was tightly clutching her clothing. Upon seeing her brother, she rushed forward, asking, "Brother, you didn't do anything to him, did you?" "I merely taught him a lesson," Wu Dongming replied coldly. "He recognized me, so I just gave him a beating. He'll need time to recover." Wu Yu bit her lip anxiously. "Brother, I told you not to fight. Why don't you ever listen?" She stamped her foot in frustration. Wu Dongming looked at her solemnly. "And what about you? Why did you come back without saying a word? If I hadn't returned home just in time, what could have happened? I just wanted to surprise you." Wu Yu lowered her head. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen." "Enough." Wu Dongming glared at her. "And why aren't you focusing on your studies? Why run back at a time like this? I just missed you." Wu Yu looked up cautiously, pouting. "Is that so wrong? Besides, I wanted to see if you were misbehaving in my absence, like getting into fights. You haven't been fighting, but as for misbehavior, that's a different story," Wu Dongming said, looking at his adorable sister. He suddenly recalled what the matchmaker had said. She wasn't his biological sister, but one he had brought home. A pang of discomfort stirred within him. "All right, let us hurry back home," he said, tugging at Wu Yu's sleeve. Pouting, she turned slightly but then wrapped her arms around his, conceding, "Okay. However, you must assure me that you truly did not harm that insignificant fellow. Why are you concerned about so many things?" Wu Dongming gently shook off her hand and declared, "Let's go home." Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. In the past, her brother would never have pushed her away. But today, why was he behaving this way? Was he genuinely angry? Realizing that further argument was futile, she glanced back at the direction where her brother had dragged the young man and hurriedly followed Wu Dongming, secretly hoping that nothing had happened to that guy. Little did she know, her brother had already dealt with him. "Brother, is this your motorcycle?" she exclaimed in surprise as she saw Wu Dongming mount a bike. "It's borrowed," he replied, casting a glance at her. "Grab your things, we are heading home." "All right." Wu Yu retrieved her backpack from the other motorcycle and took her seat behind Wu Dongming. She instinctively reached around his waist. Wu Dongming suddenly shivered at the sensation. It was overwhelming. He wanted to tell her to stop, but the thought was quickly suppressed. If he did not allow it, she would undoubtedly question him. Feeling a bit troubled and disoriented, Wu Dongming simply wished to return home as soon as possible. He revved the motorcycle and sped away. Meanwhile, deep within a small cave, 2 bright lights suddenly appeared, drawing closer. They belonged to a beautiful woman, the same one Wu Dongming had encountered at Nail Pond. "Humph," she coldly remarked. "That guy drained my strength and nearly discovered me. Luckily, I was well hidden." Remembering Wu Dongming only fueled her anger further. He had caused her demise. So now she would concoct a plan to transform him into an iron corpse. Once the moon rose, The iron corpse would smell the scent of its enemy and seek him out. This evening, she would ensure that fellow met his end. She dragged the already lifeless young man deeper into the cave, unaware of any of this. Wu Dongming was preoccupied with the thought of returning to deal with the young man's motorcycle later that night. If he didn't, it could very well lead to his discovery. He rode home with Wu Yu, taking care to ride cautiously since she was holding on to him. By the way, brother, you seem a bit upset since I returned. Is something bothering you? Wu Yu observed, puzzled. In the past, you were always happy to see me. Did I upset you? No, Wu Dongming replied curtly. If anything, it's because you should focus on your studies instead of coming back here. But I just had a few days off. Besides, I'll soon be starting my internship. You still treat me like a child. Wu Yu shot him a glare. Brother, you have something on your mind. Just tell me what it is. Nothing, Wu Dongming replied decisively. Enough with the questions. We'll discuss it at home, and please don't hold on so tightly. Why not? Wu Yu asked, confused. Why are there so many questions? Wu Dongming's mood was somewhat chaotic. Stop asking why. You're not a child full of questions. As they entered the village, he spotted Huang Zhiwei watching them from a distance. Ignoring him, Wu Dongming continued home, while Huang Zhiwei's gaze followed them. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 30. Surely, there will be a beautiful wife, you little scoundrel, Huang Zhiwei muttered under his breath. Last night, you spoiled my fun, but tonight, you will learn what instant karma feels like. Damn it, just a petty thug. Even if you die, others will only applaud. He vividly remembered last night's events. If Wu Dongming hadn't yelled at that moment, he would not have been startled. He had long desired Wang Qiuyue's company, and last night's opportunity had been ruined by Wu Dongming. Now, both Ma Changxing and Wang Qiuyue had left the village for the city. It was impossible to seek her out now, let alone in the city, so all his resentment was directed at Wu Dongming. Everything was Wu Dongming's fault. Damn it. That little girl Wu Yu was becoming increasingly charming. She must be nearly 20 now. Her figure had indeed matured well. Tonight, he would first take care of Wu Dongming, and then pursue Wu Yu, reclaiming everything he had lost. He had always looked down on Wu Dongming. Wasn't he just a petty thug? Unable to survive in the city, he returned to the countryside to languish. Such a person was nothing but a waste. He had heard that Wu Dongming was once quite formidable in the city, even spending time in jail, but truly capable individuals would never end up there. Tonight he would ensure their downfall. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming and Wu Yu returned home. From a distance, several people noticed them. Ma Xiaoying shot Wu Dongming a glare, which Wu Yu caught as they entered the house. Brother, I just saw Sister Xiaoying glaring at you. Let her be, Wu Dongming shrugged. She's just a crazy woman. There's no need to pay her any mind. What if she has taken a liking to you? Wu Yu teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shouldn't you marry her? What nonsense. Wu Dongming turned his face away. You're just a child, don't say such things. Brother, Wu Yu clung to his arm. To be honest, having Wu Yu hold him like that felt quite pleasant. However, Wu Dongming quickly extricated himself. You're not a child anymore. Stop acting like one. Go tidy up your room. It hasn't been slept in for ages, and it's starting to smell musty. Wu Yu pouted and shot him a look. You definitely have something on your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't treat me like this. She gazed at Wu Dongming, her expression slightly displeased. Yet, she couldn't fathom what was troubling him. Feigning annoyance, Wu Dongming said, Why think so much? Hurry and clean your room. Fine, I'll go. Wu Yu entered her room, only to let out a sudden scream. What's wrong? Wu Dongming rushed over. Ah, mouse. Wu Yu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him. Where's the mouse? Just watch me deal with it. He searched for the supposed rodent, but his keen ears detected no sound of one. He frowned slightly. I was just teasing you. Wu Yu chuckled, tightening her embrace. Wu Dongming took a deep breath, his heart racing. Looking down at Wu Yu's playful, exquisite face, he found himself momentarily entranced. Brother? Wu Yu looked up at him, her lips luscious and inviting. Suddenly, Wu Dongming felt a shiver run through him. Snapping back to reality and stepping back. However, as he did, Wu Yu followed, still holding on to him. Let go. This isn't appropriate, he said, feeling a wave of embarrassment. I find great joy in embracing you like this. Wu Yu gazed at him with a smile, recalling. I used to enjoy holding you this way as well. But you have grown up now. Wu Dongming stared at her, urging, let go. I need to prepare dinner. With that, Wu Yu released her grip. Wu Dongming hastily exited the house. In the city, he purchased some vegetables, just in time to cook. Wu Yu frequently ventured into the kitchen to check on him, wishing to assist. However, Wu Dongming insisted she stay out. A sense of confusion enveloped Wu Yu. What had caused her brother to behave this way upon his return? It seemed he was quite dismissive of her presence, leaving her unsure of how to navigate the situation. At that moment, she spotted Ma Xiaoying approaching from a distance, and eagerly rushed over. Sister Xiaoying, you're back. Ma Xiaoying approached with a somewhat displeased expression, letting out a soft huff as she lowered her voice. Xiaoyu, you need to talk to your brother. He is simply, huh? Wu Yu paused, taken aback. Did he truly get into trouble? Not quite. Ma Xiaoying glanced toward the kitchen, knowing it was Wu Dongming who was cooking. In a hushed tone, she continued. He can't keep lazing around like this. It's not a viable solution. It would be best if he sought formal employment in the city. He is an intelligent man, and he excelled in his studies. If he were to find a proper path, Wu Yu sighed, Sister Xiaoying. You know well what he used to do in the city. I wouldn't dare let him return there. Shaking her head, she added, moreover, he can still earn a bit of money in the village. Once I graduate and can earn an income, our family's situation will improve. I will take him to the big city then. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyu, you truly believe that? The issue is, he is a grown man, and he has been idling in the village. I don't deny his ability to earn. I heard he caught a wild boar yesterday and made quite a sum. However, that sort of income is far from stable. He needs to settle down. Ma Xiaoying spoke earnestly. Besides, if he doesn't secure a legitimate job, how will he ever marry? Today's women are quite discerning. If a man lacks a proper job, who would be interested? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quietly asked, Sister Xiaoying, you don't have feelings for my brother, do you? Of course not. Ma Xiaoying's cheeks flushed slightly. He doesn't even have a formal job. How could I possibly feel that way? Oh, Wu Yu chuckled, then I can rest easy. No formal job means no formal job. Regardless, I don't want him to stray down the wrong path. As for marriage, Ma Xiaoying looked at her. Aren't you at all concerned? Why should I be? Wu Yu smiled sweetly. Rest assured, my brother's future wife will certainly be beautiful. At this, her cheeks flushed slightly, as she thought to herself, Ma Xiaoying, you clearly have feelings for my brother. I won't let you have him. So what if my brother lacks a formal job? I will support him in the future. I will be his wife. Mother always said, I'm not really his sister. She wants to see me marry him. Chapter 31. Huang Jiwei's actions. Is it really that simple? Ma Xiaoying looked at her, exasperated. He lacks a proper job. Which beautiful woman would look his way? There must be some advantage to it, right? Women today are quite realistic. Even if a man is handsome, without money or a job, he will not attract anyone. Wu Yu laughed. Sister Xiaoying, why are you so worried about whether my brother can marry? She scrutinized her for a moment before quietly asking, are you sure you don't have feelings for him? Impossible. Ma Xiaoying bit her lip lightly. I just think he spends his days idling in the village. It's not a sustainable way of living. So many people are working hard and earning money. He should take on some responsibility as a man. Understanding her concern, Wu Yu smiled. But there's no need for you to worry. Would you like to come to my house for a visit? Humph. Ma Xiaoying shot her a glare. I'm not going. I really don't want to see your brother. He should just leave. With that, she turned and walked away. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back. Lowering her voice, you don't actually want to marry your brother, do you? With your level of education. Who says that? Wu Yu's face reddened. Sister Xiaoying, how could you say such a thing? She realized Ma Xiaoying was implying that with her education, she shouldn't consider marrying someone like Wu Dongming, a country bumpkin. Angered, she retorted, don't speak ill of my brother. He is quite capable. He just hasn't found the right path yet. Ma Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. You two aren't even siblings in the true sense, so I won't say anything further. Since Wu Yu had no intention of marrying Wu Dongming, there was little point in continuing the conversation. With that, she turned and left. Wu Yu stomped her foot in frustration and headed home. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Dongming had overheard everything. His senses had sharpened significantly. Even from a distance, he could hear their conversation clearly, particularly from the last few exchanges. He grasped the truth. Both Ma Xiaoying and Wu Yu were aware that they were not true siblings. Furthermore, Ma Xiaoying's question about Wu Yu's feelings for him had elicited Wu Yu's anger, indicating that she had no such intentions. He thought to himself, damn it. Everyone seems to know this except me. Even Wu Yu is entirely aware of the situation. Just as the matchmaker Lu Ma had said, the entire village was in the know. He clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling like a complete fool. At that moment, Wu Yu approached, and he quickly composed himself. Returning to his cooking, brother, Wu Yu bounced to the door, beaming as she asked, guess who just visited? How would I know? Wu Dongming replied somewhat irritably. It's not that fool, is it? Not him. Wu Yu replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It was a beautiful girl. I even asked her if she had feelings for you. Wu Dongming couldn't help but laugh. What beautiful girl would take an interest in me? You know what I'm like. That is true. Wu Yu mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps you should dress a bit more handsomely. By the way, you transferred 3,000 yuan to me. I heard you caught a wild boar. Though the money is substantial, it's quite dangerous. You know your brother's capabilities, right? Wu Dongming took a deep breath. All right, let us prepare for dinner. You must be tired from your journey, and you still need to go to school tomorrow. I can go the day after. Wu Yu pouted. I want to relax at home for a day. After this, when I go to school, it will be for my internship, and I might be away for quite some time. That's why I rushed back to see you. She lightly stomped her foot, feeling slightly wronged, yet upon my return, you seem somewhat displeased. How could I not be happy? Wu Dongming turned to her, forcing a wide grin. That's so insincere. Wu Yu shot him an incredulous look. You're not genuine at all. Clearly, you're not happy. All right, I'll go wash the dishes. Dinner is almost ready. After they finished their meal, Wu Yu initially wanted to chat with Wu Dongming, but he said, Xiaoyu, I'm quite tired today. I'll rest now. You've had a long journey as well. You should also get some rest. Wu Yu pouted, gazing at him. Hurry up. Wu Dongming shot her a glance. You're not listening at all. Fine. Wu Yu huffed, casting him a hurt look before quickly heading to her room. She was undeniably fatigued, and returning home brought her a sense of security, allowing her to drift off to sleep swiftly. Wu Dongming sat on the bed, listening intently to the rhythmic sound of Wu Yu's breathing, understanding that his sister had succumbed to slumber. However, it was still too early to venture outside. Thus, he waited until around 9 o'clock, when the lights in the village had dimmed, before quietly slipping out the door. Choosing not to ride his motorcycle, he hastened his pace towards the outskirts of the village, gradually increasing his speed. He intended to deal with the motorcycle belonging to the young man with yellow hair. By approximately 20 past 9, he arrived at the motorcycle's location, finding that it had indeed remained undisturbed. Should he bury the body of the young man? He furrowed his brow momentarily before shaking his head. Bury it? Nonsense. There was no one around anyway. As for the motorcycle, it could simply be discarded into the river. A river flowed just below, significantly larger than the stream within the village, with depths reaching 3 to 4 meters, filled with mud and murkiness. If he were to toss it in, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed for quite some time. Even if it were discovered later, it wouldn't matter. Consequently, he pushed the motorcycle to the roadside and let it roll down. Patting his hands together, he felt a sense of relief. Finally, it was taken care of, and now he could hurry back. He strode purposefully towards the village. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure approached the exterior of Wu Dongming's home. Indeed, Wu Yu was asleep. This individual was none other than Huang Zhuwei, his face bearing a cold expression. Wu Dongming, you wretch, you've crossed me, and tonight you shall learn the consequences. Lighting a specially crafted incense, he stealthily entered and slipped it beneath Wu Dongming's threshold. He quickly swallowed a white pill. After approximately 2 minutes, he retrieved the incense and extended it beneath the threshold of Wu Yu's room, maintaining it there for another 2 minutes. He then gently pushed the door open and turned on the light. The first sight that met his eyes was Wu Yu sprawled in a starfish position, clad in a short shirt and shorts. Her long, slender legs nearly captivated Huang Zhuwei. He rushed forward, reaching out to touch her. Wu Yu remained utterly unresponsive. Heh, indeed a gem. Even if I indulge tonight with this little woman, no one will ever know. Humph, Wu Dongming. I shall first enjoy this woman before putting an end to you. Chapter 32. Seeking revenge. Huang Zhuwei could barely contain his impatience. His hands roamed over Wu Yu's body, growing increasingly excited, his face trembling slightly. What a treasure, he murmured. It's a pity Wu Dongming didn't take action. Humph, she's not even his biological sister. If it were me, I would have taken advantage of such a treasure long ago. But since he refrained, it works in my favor. He began to pull at Wu Yu's clothing. Upon doing so, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Compared to his previous wife, Wu Yu was like a celestial being. Not only was she stunning, but she also possessed an extraordinary youthful allure. Huang Zhuwei could no longer restrain himself. He hurriedly disrobed, ready to proceed. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Startled, Huang Zhuwei was taken aback. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the front door was kicked open. Huang Zhuwei was left in shock, leaping up without even donning his clothes. He had initially intended to find a place to hide, but time was not on his side. The bedroom door was also kicked open with a resounding crash. A young man with yellow hair strode in. Huang Zhuwei, looking at him, exclaimed, "Who are you?" The young man coldly regarded him and replied, "Where is he?" This young man had come in search of Wu Dongming. In truth, he was no longer alive, but rather a walking corpse. However, Huang Zhuwei was unaware of this predicament. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, "What do you want? Where is he?" The young man stepped forward, delivering a punch directly to Huang Zhuwei's left shoulder. With a sickening crack, Huang Zhuwei's shoulder shattered. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. At that moment, Wu Yu awoke with a start, her eyes widening upon seeing the young man with yellow hair. Fear gripped her. "Don't do anything reckless. Aren't you the motorcycle driver? What are you doing here at this hour? Are you looking for my brother?" My brother is next door, and my clothes. Only then did she realize she was bare, having been stripped. Turning to see Huang Jiwei, she gasped, Huang Jiwei, what have you done to me? Huang Jiwei writhed on the floor in pain. The young man approached him, stepping on his left leg, resulting in another bone-crushing snap. Ah! Wu Yu screamed again. At that moment, she was no longer concerned about anything else. She grabbed her top and, barefoot, dashed for the door. Help! Help! Bursting out of the house. She remembered her brother and shouted, Brother, where are you? Surely, he can't be sleeping so soundly. Quickly donning a t-shirt that covered her thighs, she raced to her brother's door, flicked on the light, and found the bed empty. Thank goodness her brother was not there. She dashed back outside. Fortunately, the young man with yellow hair was preoccupied with Huang Jiwei, leaving him no time to notice her. Huang Jiwei continued to wail. By now, the villagers had heard the commotion and rushed over. Wu Yu, what on earth is happening? What is going on in your house? Who is fighting? They were all taken aback by her appearance. Zhu Ming arrived swiftly, asking, Xiao Yu, where is your brother? He was wielding a long stick and approached with urgency. I don't know. Wu Yu nearly burst into tears, explaining, that young man went inside and attacked Huang Jiwei. He came to my house and intended to. What a situation. Zhu Ming gritted his teeth. Xiao Yu, you weren't harmed, were you? No. Wu Yu shook her head urgently, though the sounds indicated that Huang Jiwei was being severely beaten. His cries were no longer as loud. At that moment, someone suggested, we must go in and check. We cannot let a life be lost. Indeed, even Huang Jiwei's life is valuable. Zhu Ming clenched his jaw. All right, I will go in. Who is willing to accompany me? Gripping the long stick, he strode determinedly toward the door, calling out, Hey, who dares to cause trouble inside? Come out. The young man paused, turning to walk outside. In the light, it became evident that his fists and feet were stained with blood, not his own, but Huang Jiwei's. The villagers gasped in shock. He is the one attacking. Wu Yu pointed at him, exclaiming, This man is from outside, likely here to find my brother. But, just then, the young man with yellow hair glanced at Zhu Ming, displaying a sinister smile. You all are doomed. His gaze swept over the crowd, causing a wave of fear to wash over them. Wu Yu felt despondent. Earlier, she had worried about the young man with yellow hair causing trouble. Little did she know he had tracked her down, and now, he intended to kill. She was left wondering about Huang Jiwei's fate, as his voice had fallen silent. Zhu Ming inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Young man, do not act recklessly. Let me remind you that I am quite formidable. You just assaulted Huang Jiwei, and out of respect for your bravery, I suggest you promptly surrender to the police. Suddenly, the young man with yellow hair charged towards Zhu Ming. His expression was eerily blank. Damn it, Zhu Ming thought, clenching his teeth as he swung a stick at the yellow-haired youth. With a crack, the youth's arm was shattered upon impact. Yet, astonishingly, no signs of pain crossed his face. Instead, he grasped the stick with his left hand. Zhu Ming was taken aback. How could one strike someone so hard that they broke their arm without a single cry of agony? Was this even human? In his moment of shock, the stick was snatched away. Watch out, Wu Yu shouted. Having seized the stick, the yellow-haired youth aimed to strike Zhu Ming. At that moment, a peculiar bird call echoed through the mountains. The yellow-haired youth froze in his tracks. Zhu Ming quickly retreated, but as he did, the youth turned and sprinted into the woods. Everyone assumed he intended to escape into the mountains, but to their astonishment, after running barely 20 meters, he collided headfirst into a large rock. Thud! He then collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped in shock. What had just occurred? Had he knocked himself unconscious? What were they to do now? Where was Dongming? Perhaps they should consult him. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. What happened? What's going on? It was Wu Dongming, finally returning. Everyone was taken aback. They turned to see Wu Dongming striding towards them. Excitement surged through the crowd as they clamored, Dongming, you're back. Something has happened at your home. That guy over there seems to have knocked himself out. Wu Dongming quickly approached Wu Yu, gently wrapping his arms around her. Damn it, there are still people eyeing Wu Yu's legs, he thought. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt and wrapped it around Wu Yu's waist, providing her some modesty. Wu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she clutched the shirt with her left hand and held onto Wu Dongming's hand with her right. Brother, 2 people came earlier, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 2. Wu Dongming glanced at the house, hearing the faint groans of Huang Jiwei, sounding weak and feeble. He then spotted the yellow-haired youth, lifeless after colliding with the rock. Is that the young man? He thought, his brow furrowing. Did he die from the impact? This cannot be true. Zhu Ming rushed over, exclaiming, Dongming, this is terrible. I struck him with a stick, and he used his hand to block it, breaking his arm without uttering a sound. Such ferocity. He even threatened to kill me. I swear, there is something off about him. He must be mentally unstable. Taking a deep breath, Wu Dongming frowned. I need to investigate this. He quickly approached the yellow-haired youth and kicked him. The youth lay motionless. Indeed. He has no breath or heartbeat. He is truly dead, Wu Dongming confirmed. He looked down and noticed the footprints of the yellow-haired youth on the ground, suggesting he had indeed run to this spot. Could it be that he is a zombie? He gasped. This is unsettling. How could a dead person turn into a zombie? Has someone tampered with this? He examined the youth's body, noting that the ribs he had broken had not healed and that there were severe injuries to his head. Just then, Zhu Ming cautiously approached, asking quietly, Dongming, is he really dead? Yes, Wu Dongming replied solemnly. Let us discuss how to handle this. He turned to Zhu Ming, inquiring, has anything unusual occurred? Unusual? Zhu Ming paused, then shook his head. No, I just don't understand why he would come here. Very well, Wu Dongming exhaled. I will return home to investigate. Right. Zhu Ming smacked his thigh. We mustn't forget that Huang Jiwei is still inside. Damn it, he should be dead. Zhu Ming lamented, realizing that Huang Jiwei had come to Wu Yu's place with ill intentions. Rumors had circulated about Huang Jiwei's penchant for abusing women, even leading to the death of his own wife. It was shocking that he dared to approach Wu Yu today. Wu Dongming's expression darkened as he coldly declared, even if he survives, he will be incapacitated. We must see for ourselves. He strode into the house and soon found Huang Jiwei, naked and bloodied. His hands and feet were broken, and he was covered in blood, with several teeth missing. He lay on the ground like a pile of discarded refuse. What a worthless creature. Wu Dongming spat. He glanced at the bed, noting it was not in disarray, indicating that Wu Yu had not suffered greatly in the encounter. Zhu Ming shouted at Huang Jiwei, you are truly despicable. What should we do now, Dongming? Of course, we shall drag him out. Wu Dongming replied coldly. This type of person is so vile that even killing him would dirty my hands. Let him fend for himself from here on. Grabbing Huang Jiwei by the hair, he dragged him outside. The crowd gasped at Huang Jiwei's pitiful state. He deserves this, they murmured. How dare he come here in the dead of night? Clearly with designs on Wu Yu. What a beast. Wu Dongming unceremoniously tossed Huang Jiwei onto the ground. At that moment, a figure approached rapidly, flashlight in hand. Wu Dongming, how dare you do this to Huang Jiwei? The crowd parted, revealing the village chief, Huang Mingfang, a tall and imposing man in his 50s, who commanded respect and fear among the villagers. However, Wu Dongming was unperturbed. Which of your eyes saw me strike him? He replied coldly. He is your nephew. So take him away. What did you say? Huang Mingfang stepped forward, glaring at him. Wu Dongming, you have a criminal record. You were once a thug. How dare you speak to me this way? Wu Dongming remained unfazed. You should consider the actions of your nephew. If I had truly attacked him, he would be dead by now. If you wish to call the police, go ahead. There are plenty of witnesses here. I am eager to see whether I will bear any responsibility for this. At that moment, another voice spoke up. Village chief, Huang Jiwei attempted to assault Wu Yu. Look at him. Is this not the behavior of a beast? Furthermore, a yellow-haired youth ran over and knocked himself out over there. None of this concerns Wu Dongming. Other villagers chimed in. Indeed, it is evident. Wu Dongming only just returned. The yellow-haired individual was indeed the true perpetrator, and Huang Jiwei is truly inhuman. We can all testify to this. With so many witnesses, Huang Mingfang was momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at Huang Jiwei, then coldly fixed his gaze on Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming, regardless of the circumstances, since the incident occurred in your home, you must take responsibility. You must take him to the hospital, and then let him die? Wu Dongming pulled Wu Yu closer, coldly stating, I will just leave him here. Call the police if you wish. By the way, village chief, you should call the police about that little yellow-haired fellow as well. And just to inform you, when the police arrive, I will certainly reveal how you have wronged me. Your nephew barged into my home and assaulted my sister. This matter must be addressed. If he cannot pay, then you must. Huang Mingfang gritted his teeth. How dare you? He was enraged. He initially intended to dominate Wu Dongming, but unexpectedly found himself being overpowered. Then let's see if you dare. Wu Dongming dragged Wu Yu into the house, clearly uninterested in further dialogue with Huang Mingfang. Chapter 34. Aftermath. Huang Mingfang's expression shifted repeatedly. His mind raced with schemes. Finally, he exclaimed, wait. Seeing that Wu Dongming showed no signs of stopping, he hurriedly rushed to block the doorway. Wait. How can you act as if this has nothing to do with you? We must come to an agreement. You intend to call the police, right? Wu Dongming replied coldly. If we are to call the police, we shall wait for them to arrive. How can we call the police in this situation? Huang Mingfang let out a long sigh. Wu Dongming, if the police are called regarding Jiwei's incident at your house. Wu Dongming coldly interjected. he must be held accountable. Even if he cannot pay, he must. No police. Huang Mingfang sighed. Let us resolve this privately. I will take Ji Wei for treatment. Is that little yellow-haired fellow really dead? Of course. Wu Dongming looked at him. Do you wish to see for yourself? I shall not look. Huang Mingfang bit his lip. Since you all say he is dead, then he must be. However, something must be done about that fellow. What I mean is, let us not call the police, but rather bury this yellow-haired fellow directly. What do you think? Oh, Wu Dongming replied indifferently. Village chief, I think you should handle this matter with them, right? If they agree, then I certainly have nothing more to say. However, as the victims, both Xiao Yu and I deserve an explanation regarding Huang Jiwei's actions. You want me to provide an explanation? Huang Mingfang took a step back. Now that Ji Wei has ended up like this, do you not have an explanation? Wu Dongming's expression darkened. If you do not call the police, I will have to. Then what do you want? Huang Mingfang gritted his teeth. Huang Jiwei is indeed his nephew. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. How could Huang Mingfang bear to watch his own nephew perish? If the police are called, even if Huang Jiwei is treated, he would still face consequences. Given Wu Dongming's character, he would not let it go easily. Ji Wei would not only have to pay, but might also face imprisonment. Thus, no matter what, Huang Jiwei could not escape. Of course, he must pay. Wu Dongming glanced at Huang Jiwei, who lay like a puddle of mud, coldly stating, had he not suffered such severe injuries, I would have broken his hands and feet. Now that he has become like this, we can let that go. However, he must pay. Huang Mingfang gasped. Very well. I will pay you 1,000 in advance for him. His gaze turned somewhat icy. 1,000. Wu Dongming's expression darkened. Village chief, do you believe 1,000 is sufficient to resolve this matter? Is your wealth so abundant? Then how much do you want? Huang Mingfang gritted his teeth. Look at how Ji Wei has become. With his current condition, I do not even know how much the treatment will cost. At this moment, even Wu Yu gently tugged at Wu Dongming's hand, softly saying, brother, let it go. Then she turned to Huang Mingfang, urging, hurry and take Huang Jiwei away. I do not wish to see him again. Huang Mingfang cast a deep glance at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you are a university student. Clearly, you are more sensible. Implying that Wu Dongming lacks sense. Wu Dongming coldly replied, this is Xiao Yu's kindness. Since Xiao Yu has said so, you should hurry and leave. Huang Mingfang exhaled a long breath. Then I shall go discuss this with everyone and see how to handle that little yellow-haired fellow. Upon hearing this, Wu Dongming replied calmly. Handle it as you see fit. Bury him where he lies. In truth, he sincerely hoped Huang Mingfang would bury the little yellow-haired fellow, for he had previously killed him. Now, he had mysteriously reappeared. Perhaps he was indeed a zombie. Or could it be the work of that enchanting beauty? There was indeed such a possibility. For the most bizarre encounter he had experienced in the vicinity was with that female spirit. Furthermore, this little yellow-haired fellow had conveniently come to him. It must be her. That female spirit was likely unwilling to let him take her power. Thus he mused, if she has lost her strength to me, and if she could truly defeat me, she would surely come to confront me. This means she is genuinely incapable. Next time we meet, let us see if she can escape. Very well. Huang Mingfang cast a deep glance at him. Then he approached the villagers. Everyone, listen to me. He proclaimed loudly. Tonight, a person has died here. And while we do not know who he is, we do know he is a wicked individual, a madman. The crowd nodded in agreement. Generally, we should call the police. But given how unusual today's events are, if we alert the authorities, we will undoubtedly face significant trouble, likely needing to go into town to give statements and undergo investigations. Upon hearing this, the villagers' expressions changed. They all exclaimed, I have no time to go to town for investigations. He is merely a bad person. If he is dead, so be it. Village chief, what do you say we should do? All eyes turned to Huang Mingfang. Huang Mingfang continued loudly. Moreover, there is a crucial point. If we proceed with an investigation, it will leave a record, significantly affecting our future lives. The crowd gasped in shock. Such a record could be left behind? That seems absurd. Village chief, please tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. Huang Mingfang's expression finally relaxed. Let us simply dig a pit and bury him. However, this matter must not be spoken of. Should it come to light later, we will all bear responsibility. The villagers nodded in agreement. In the countryside, most people fear the police. They would prefer to bury the little yellow-haired fellow and be done with it. Zhu Meng. Huang Mingfang called out to Zhu Meng. Take a few people and swiftly bury that little yellow-haired fellow, and clean up the bloodstains as well. Zhu Meng scoffed, but since this was beside Wu Dongming's residence, he reluctantly agreed. They quickly got to work, and soon everyone dispersed. Wu Dongming and Wu Yu entered the house. Wu Yu did not dare to enter her own room, choosing instead to remain in Wu Dongming's room. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming said about cleaning the bloodstains in Wu Yu's room. After everyone had left, he tidied up the bloodstains and returned to his own room. Xiao Yu, it is night now, so hurry and get some rest. Observing Wu Yu seated on the bed, still without additional clothing and not even wrapped in her garment, revealed her long, fair, and tender legs. Moreover, Wu Dongming understood that beneath that t-shirt, she wore no other garments. His heart raced immediately. To make matters worse, Wu Yu unexpectedly embraced him, pressing against his body. Chapter 35. A Fateful Night. Xiao Yu. Wu Dongming exerted great effort to control himself, slightly bending forward to create an obtuse angle between his upper body and legs, ensuring that nothing would inadvertently press against Wu Yu. Wu Yu's face flushed crimson as she looked up at him and murmured, "Brother, you truly frightened me tonight." That Huang Zhui, I nearly. Rest assured, Wu Dongming inhaled deeply, his voice low and grave. Huang Zhui will surely meet a dreadful end. What can happen now that he has been taken away by Huang Mingfang? Brother, let it go. Wu Yu sighed. Even if Huang Zhui were to recover, he would likely be a cripple, incapable of further misdeeds. Thus, there is no need for us to discuss him any longer. Very well. Wu Dongming lowered his gaze to her, gently stating, "You are fatigued. You should rest now." "I'm scared." Wu Yu tightened her grip on his arm, holding him even closer. "I am genuinely terrified. I can no longer bear to enter that room alone. Brother, I wish to sleep here with you tonight." She looked up at him, her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Wu Dongming's heart raced even faster, his blood almost boiling. This was perilous. In the past, he had regarded Wu Yu as his dear sister and thought nothing of it. But now, she was not his biological sister. And more dangerously, even she was aware of this fact. With her embracing him in such a manner, he felt as though he might explode. Were she another beauty, Wu Dongming would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. However, she was not just any woman. He had to rely on sheer willpower to suppress the impulses surging within him, which felt like torment. Wu Yu gently bit her lower lip, gazing into his face. "Brother, is it so wrong?" Wu Dongming paused, then sighed. "Xiao Yu, I understand that what transpired was indeed frightening, but what?" She prodded, unable to complete his thought. "I simply refuse to return to sleep," Wu Yu declared, taking his hand. "I insist on staying here to sleep beside you. Only then will I feel less afraid." Such words nearly took Wu Dongming's breath away. How could he respond? Yet he knew that if he did not acquiesce to Wu Yu's request, this matter would not conclude. "Very well, then rest quickly. I shall remain here to keep you company." At those words, Wu Yu finally exhaled in relief. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she chuckled. "Then I can relax." She then leapt onto the bed, diving beneath the covers. In that instant, her clothing fluttered slightly, and Wu Dongming dared not look. This was truly dangerous. He was now struggling to contain himself, thinking, "Damn it, it seems I'll have to seek out Huang Xiaolan to relieve this tension." But could he even leave at this moment? "I'm just stepping out for a moment," Wu Dongming thought, aware that even if he couldn't seek a woman to alleviate his distress, he could at least splash some cold water on himself to cool down. "Where are you going?" Wu Yu asked, her voice trembling. "I'm scared." As she spoke, she extended her delicate arm toward him, illuminated by the light, appearing almost ethereal. "I'm just going to take care of something." Wu Dongming quickly turned to leave. "You must return," Wu Yu called out, "otherwise, I will truly be frightened." "All right," he replied, dashing out of the room to fetch a bucket of cold water. He rushed into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and drenched himself from head to toe. After pouring the cold water over himself, he finally felt a bit calmer. The question now loomed. Should he confess everything to Xiao Yu? He furrowed his brow, pondering. But how could he possibly articulate such matters? Surely, it would hurt her feelings. If Wu Yu did not return, it would be easier. He could simply call her. Even if nothing had happened tonight, it would be inconsequential, as she would not need to sleep beside him. It was all Huang Zhui and that little rascaless doing. Most likely, it was that impish spirit behind it all. He resolved to confront her later. The more he thought, the more his anger grew. "Brother," Wu Yu's voice interrupted. "What are you doing? Hurry up. Just a moment." Wu Dongming sighed, quickly dressing before returning to the room. Wu Yu regarded him. "It's late. You should rest as well. The bed is spacious enough. Are we really going to sleep together?" Wu Dongming felt the earlier flames of desire rekindling. "I'll be fine sitting here." He pulled up a chair beside her. "I'll guard you. With you sitting there, I want to be able to sleep." Wu Yu pouted. "I can't lie down while you're sitting. It makes me uncomfortable. You can't possibly rest well like that." As she said this, she shifted closer to the wall. "Brother, come up quickly. We need to rest soon. It's already so late," she urged. Wu Dongming sighed inwardly. It appeared that tonight would be sleepless. However, regardless of the circumstances, what should not transpire must not occur. Fine. With no other option, he lay down alongside her. Wu Yu immediately turned to embrace his arm, resting her head against his shoulder, even nuzzling closer to feel more comfortable. Yet, this only ignited an inferno within Wu Dongming. He struggled to suppress the urges coursing through him. As time passed, Wu Yu gradually fell asleep, while Wu Dongming found himself wide awake throughout the night. When dawn finally broke, he managed to close his eyes for a moment. Wu Yu stirred awake, secretly gazing at Wu Dongming's face, her cheeks growing warmer with each glance. Her heart raced as she leaned closer, wanting to plant a kiss on his cheek. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Wu Yu gasped in shock. Is someone coming? At that moment, a figure burst through the door. Wu Dongming. Are you dead? It was a woman, who had directly pushed open Wu Dongming's door. Wu Yu was startled and quickly dove beneath the covers. Wu Dongming awoke with a jolt. It was Huang Xiaolan. What is going on? Wu Dongming sat up, noticing Wu Yu hiding under the covers, his heart racing. Huang Xiaolan entered with a smile. Given what happened last night, I came to check if you were still alive. Her gaze flicked toward the blanket. Any observer would easily discern that someone was concealed within. Wu Dongming's expression shifted slightly. Of course, I'm not dead. You can't just barge in here, he exclaimed, irritated. Huang Xiaolan beamed at him, gesturing toward the covers. She then silently mouthed, I know who is hiding in there. She beckoned him with her finger. Come with me. I need your help with something. Hurry. This was a threat. Chapter 36. A threat? Wu Dongming regarded her warily. Huang Xiaolan again silently mouthed. Are you really going to let me reveal your secrets? At that moment, Wu Dongming distinctly sensed that Wu Yu beside him was trembling slightly. It was evident that she was terrified of being discovered. More importantly, she was clad only in a t-shirt. If someone were to pull back the covers, what a predicament that would be. Resolutely, Wu Dongming decided to get out of bed. Xiaolan, let us speak outside, he urged, quickly ushering Huang Xiaolan out. Once outside the room, Wu Dongming lowered his voice and remarked, It is not at all what you think. Huang Xiaolan shot him a glance and whispered, What do you think I think? Well, you two did sleep together. It's no wonder you've been ignoring me. You've clearly been planning this all along. Wu Dongming's anger flared, his gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolan. Unfazed, she retorted, Regardless, it is the truth. We should talk outside. Once outside, seeing no one nearby, she continued in a hushed tone, I'm not concerned about that. You didn't keep your promise last time, and you ruined my plans. You owe me compensation. What kind of compensation? Wu Dongming wondered, believing he could afford a little money. Huang Xiaolan smiled mischievously and glanced downwards before whispering, You know what I mean. We need to do something we've never done before. That request is rather excessive, Wu Dongming replied sternly. Given your situation with Ma Changsheng, to be honest, I have no interest in you. Huang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she lowered her voice. Then I shall reveal your scandalous affair. Just wait and see. Wu Dongming shrugged. I have photos from that time. Your empty threats mean nothing, as long as I produce the photos. Huang Xiaolan's face turned pale with anger. Wu Dongming, you are ruthless. Huh, Xiaolan, with so many men in the world, why cling to me? Look at Zhang and Ma. They are men too, he laughed. From now on, I shall not interfere in your affairs, and you shall not meddle in mine. That should suffice, right? Even if I happen to catch you engaged in some strange antics with another man, I will merely hide and enjoy the view without uttering a word. How does that sound? Humph. Huang Xiaolan stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. As she walked away, Wu Dongming stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, I know I am quite handsome, but I am not someone who attracts every woman. He returned home, where Wu Yu had already dressed, her cheeks still flushed. Brother, was that Xiaolan just now? She asked, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Wu Dongming replied casually. She came to discuss Ma Laoda's condition, saying he hasn't been well lately. Oh, I see. Wu Yu suddenly asked, Did you deliver any wild boar meat to him after hunting that pig? He has been so kind to us. No, I didn't. Wu Dongming shook his head. I intended to invite him for drinks and meat, but he was already asleep when I went to find him. Oh. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did Xiaolan mention anything else? No, Wu Dongming chuckled. There's nothing of the sort. Now, I'll take you to the city today. You must focus on your studies. No, Wu Yu pouted. I'll go tomorrow. I've only just returned home. How could I leave so soon? Are you hiding something from me? Wu Dongming dared not confess anything and allowed her to stay home for the day. That evening, Zhu Ming suddenly arrived, showcasing his new clothes to Wu Dongming. What is this about? Wu Yu emerged from the room. Minge, that new outfit of yours must have cost a pretty penny. Zhu Ming was dressed in a checkered shirt, paired with brand new jeans and black leather shoes. Typically, he appeared to be a rather unsophisticated country bumpkin. But at that moment, he resembled a dapper young man. Indeed, Zhu Ming beamed. Xiao Yu, how do you find my outfit? Is it impressive enough? Absolutely. Wu Yu replied with a laugh. You're not planning to go on a date with a beauty, are you? You guessed it. Zhu Ming grinned. I have a girlfriend now. Xiao Yu, I'll bring a Ming's sister-in-law for you soon. Congratulations. Wu Yu chuckled. With you looking so handsome. That woman is certain to be captivated. Captivated? Wu Dongming thought to himself, bemused. What a joke. That woman named Xiao Mei could never fall for Zhu Ming. I wonder what her true intentions are. I must ask her later. With your words, I feel reassured. Zhu Ming said, laughing. Xiao Yu has a keen eye? If Dongming spoke, he'd probably just offer some half-hearted advice. That's good to know, Wu Dongming replied, somewhat irritated. It's already 7 in the evening. And you're dressed up. What is your purpose? I came to borrow your motorcycle, Zhu Ming said, smiling. We're brothers. Lend me your bike for a bit. I need to head into town. I can't very well take a tricycle, can I? It's inconvenient for a date. When will you return it? Wu Dongming inquired. Definitely by tomorrow morning. No matter where I spend the night, I'll return it to you first thing in the morning, Zhu Ming pleaded. Come on, Dongming. You won't be heading anywhere tonight. Just agree. Take it. Wu Dongming tossed him the keys. Thanks, big brother. Zhu Ming exclaimed, swiftly taking off on the motorcycle. Wu Yu watched the distant motorcycle lights, feeling a twinge of sentiment. I have a feeling tonight might not go so smoothly for him, Wu Dongming remarked nonchalantly. How could that be? Wu Yu shot him a look. Brother, don't speak nonsense. What if Zhu Ming really succeeds? She turned and walked towards Wu Dongming's room, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this really happening tonight? That could be disastrous. I must devise a plan. Chapter 37. Zhu Ming's predicament. Brother, it's late. You should rest now. Wu Yu climbed into Wu Dongming's bed. He stood at the door. Xiao Yu, you're not a child anymore. You should learn to. I know. Wu Yu interrupted, looking at him anxiously. But I'm scared. Do you want to drive me away? Of course not. Wu Dongming sighed. It's just that, like this morning, if someone were to find out. I still feel scared, Wu Yu said, her voice trembling. I can't sleep in that room. She abruptly jumped up beside him, pouting. Do you find me annoying? Of course not. Wu Dongming quickly shook his head. You're my dear sister. How could I dislike you? But I fear being misunderstood. And as you grow up, you must learn to face things on your own, rather than acting like a child. However, Wu Yu bit her lip, feeling a pang of distress. Last night's situation had left her brother frozen in place, as if paralyzed. If only he had taken action then. Yet, tonight, Wu Yu felt shy herself. She was uncertain of Wu Dongming's thoughts. Then at least you must stay until I fall asleep. Wu Yu pouted as she gazed at him, her fear palpable. What if someone else barged in? What would I do then? Wu Dongming found some comfort in her concern and thus acquiesced. However, what followed was a torment for him, as Wu Yu insisted on cuddling him to sleep. It must be said, she exuded a delightful fragrance. She was not his biological sister, and to be held in such a manner without harboring any thoughts would be utterly impossible. Hence, he found himself in anguish. For now, he could only endure it. After a long wait, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Yu finally drifted off to sleep. He ventured outside to take a cold shower, which somewhat quelled the fire within him. Then, he simply brought 2 stools from the hallway, joined them together, and lay down on them, keeping vigil at the door. Thus, he endured until the break of dawn. Having prepared breakfast, after sharing it with Wu Yu, she suddenly inquired, Brother, will you take me to the city to catch my bus later? Of course. Wu Dongming nodded. Otherwise, you won't make it to school today. What's up with Mingzi? He still hasn't returned the motorcycle. Is it possible he hasn't come back yet? Wu Yu's face flushed slightly. Do you think he was with his girlfriend last night? Wu Dongming shot her a glance. Little girl, why say so much? I'm not a child anymore. Wu Yu straightened up, her figure suddenly more pronounced. Wu Dongming's heart raced. This little girl had indeed matured into a young woman. Blood rushed to his face as Wu Yu blushed. Stop treating me like a kid. I could even be married now. Married? Wu Dongming was momentarily taken aback. Could this girl have a suitor? A strange feeling stirred within him. Brother, what's wrong? Wu Yu asked, observing him. Nothing, Wu Dongming sighed. I was just thinking that soon you'll be out in the workforce, and you might have to face hardships. Oh right. I'll save some money for you. Don't be frugal when you're out there. Spend what you need. But you just transferred money to me. Wu Yu pouted. You earn money so hard. How could I possibly ask for more? If you have money, save it for yourself. And please, never go hunting wild boars again. It's far too dangerous. All right, I'll listen to you, Wu Dongming conceded, not wanting to argue with her. That's good. Wu Yu smiled. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Okay, I'll go check if Mengzi is back. If he isn't, he returned the motorcycle. We'll have to take a bus. After saying this, Wu Dongming stepped outside. Arriving at Zhu Ming's home, he found no sign of him. It was evident that the guy had not returned. Something felt amiss. If Xiaomei had truly spent the night with Zhu Ming so easily, it would be quite unusual. After all, Xiaomei would surely want to maintain the image of a virtuous woman in front of Zhu Ming. So, why hadn't Zhu Ming returned home all night? With this thought, Wu Dongming's brow creased slightly. Was Zhu Ming pretending to be someone he was not, deliberately staying out all night? That was indeed a possibility. However, it would be prudent to make a phone call first. Stepping out of Zhu Ming's house, he began to dial. After 6 or 7 rings, the other party finally picked up. Mengzi, what is going on? Wu Dongming asked, feeling somewhat irritated. Haha, a chilling voice responded from the phone, looking for Zhu Ming. Are you? Wu Dongming was slightly taken aback. Just from the voice, he sensed that Zhu Ming was in trouble. Of course, otherwise, why would I call? Did you find his phone? Hee, the voice replied coldly. No, I'll tell you the truth. Zhu Ming got himself into trouble last night, and I've already captured him. Unless he pays me a few thousand, I'm planning to break both his hands and legs. What do you think of that idea? Not a good one, Wu Dongming replied coolly. Why don't you tell me where you plan to break his limbs? I might just come to watch the show. Haha. The voice said coldly, you sure talk a good game. But if you want to know where, you can come here. I'm at the Ice Blue Bar. I assume you can find it, right? So it was the Ice Blue Bar. Alright, I'll be there in about 2 hours. Just don't hurt him. Wait until I arrive. Wu Dongming said flatly. Of course, I might actually bring the money to redeem him. Haha, you're amusing. It seems I really should wait for you. If you really have the guts to come and redeem him, then come on. I want to see just how brave you are. You'll see, Wu Dongming's voice grew cold. And just so you know, if my brother suffers any injustice at your hands, I will ensure you pay for it. Kid, everything relies on real skill. It's not just about talk. The call ended abruptly. With a frosty expression, Wu Dongming pocketed his phone. Xiaoyu, we're leaving now. I'll accompany you to the city to catch your bus. Zhu Ming was indeed in trouble. He had to be rescued. Chapter 38. Redeeming a person. Wu Dongming took Wu Yu to the village entrance, where they caught a bus to the city. Wu Yu could clearly tell that Zhu Ming was in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to return the motorcycle by now. What had happened? The bus was crowded, and she felt it was inappropriate to ask. Once they arrived at the bus station in the city, she seized the opportunity to ask, what could have happened? Wu Dongming replied irritably, that guy got drunk and was arrested. I need to bail him out. Huh. Wu Yu was taken aback. He got caught by the traffic police. Indeed. Wu Dongming sighed. I'd rather not bail him out. He should reflect on his actions for a few days. There's no reason to drink so much and then ride a motorcycle. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Wu Yu understood, even at night. There would be checks for drunk driving. Zhu Ming had gone to meet his girlfriend last night, so drinking was quite normal. Observing Wu Dongming's expression, it was clear he wasn't lying. Brother, I'll go with you. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Dongming shook his head. No way. I can't waste your time. I'll take you to catch your bus first. Remember, focus on your studies. With no choice, Wu Yu complied. After successfully sending Wu Yu off and watching the bus depart, Wu Dongming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, it seems I need to find a way to vent my frustrations. Thankfully, Xiaoyu has finally left. If she hadn't, I might have truly exploded. The bus station wasn't far from the Ice Blue Bar, and he strode over. The bar was closed, but he noticed the motorcycle he had requested from Lin Pengzi parked outside. Approaching the entrance, he could hear movement inside. He knocked on the door. Coming. A man's voice responded from behind the door. After 2 minutes, the door finally swung open to reveal 2 burly men, who regarded him coldly. They wore only tank tops, flexing their muscles brazenly. Wu Dongming merely cast a cursory glance at them and stepped inside. Kid. The 2 muscular men blocked his path. Planning to make a move? Wu Dongming halted, observing them coolly. If I remember correctly, this place used to be under Lu Fei's protection? They squinted at him, their expressions filled with disdain. Kid, this place doesn't operate during the day. What do you mean by knocking at this hour? Wu Dongming regarded them coolly and replied, what do you think my purpose is in knocking? My brother has been captured by you, and I am here to retrieve him. A burly man laughed heartily. You? Here to rescue someone? I must say, your audacity is impressive. He surveyed Wu Dongming from head to toe before continuing. You're just a mere country bumpkin. Yet you dare to act so arrogantly. What have you been consuming at home? Wu Dongming remained unfazed by the 2 brutes. He calmly stated, you are even less than a country bumpkin. You're merely 2 ruffians, to put it bluntly, just 2 dogs. The expressions of the 2 muscular men twisted into scowls as they glared at Wu Dongming, their fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging ominously. In the past, Wu Dongming might have felt intimidated by such hulking figures, but now he showed no fear. You 2 insignificant pests can step aside. I am here to see your boss, and you have no right to obstruct me. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. To him, they were nothing more than 2 pesky insects. You're asking for trouble. The 2 hulks were ready to strike when a voice from inside called out. Since he has come to redeem someone, let him in. The men relaxed their fists, still glaring at Wu Dongming. Boy, come with us. One of them sneered. For now, we'll let you off easy. One of them stepped forward to shut the door, viewing it as a way to keep the dog inside. With his hands in his pockets, Wu Dongming walked inside. In the bar's main hall stood 6 robust men. A young man in his 20s with dyed green hair lounged on a sofa. Isn't that Lu Fei? Ignoring the hulks, Wu Dongming approached the green-haired youth and sat on the sofa before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The green-haired man looked up, a cold smirk on his face. Who are you? I've never seen you before, but I must admit, you have guts coming to my territory and acting so brazenly. His tone was far from amiable. What brazen acts? I am here to redeem someone, Wu Dongming replied matter-of-factly. The green-haired man burst into laughter. Of course, you can redeem him. Bring that dog here. Yes. A burly man responded and turned to leave. Moments later, he returned, dragging a person by their hair. It was Zhu Ming, looking disheveled, his hands and feet bound. Unable to move. His mouth was taped shut, and his face contorted in pain as he was pulled along. Here he is, the man said, throwing Zhu Ming before the green-haired youth. The green-haired man stepped on Zhu Ming and lightly patted his face, grinning. Remember, don't make a sound, or I'll let you experience the consequences again. Zhu Ming's face reflected terror as he nodded tremulously. The green-haired man then yanked the tape off Zhu Ming's mouth. Ah! Zhu Ming cried out, the suddenness nearly tearing his skin. His face trembled. I told you not to shout. Do you want to feel the pain again? The green-haired man's displeasure was evident. Zhu Ming instantly tensed, sealing his lips in fear. That is better. The green-haired man turned to Wu Dongming. You've seen your friend. Now let us discuss the price. I offer 10,000, Wu Dongming replied coolly. Dongming. Upon hearing Wu Dongming's voice, Zhu Ming's eyes lit up. Wu Dongming had connections in the city. Perhaps the green-haired man would show mercy because of him. One of the burly men kicked Zhu Ming. Snarling, shut up. Zhu Ming fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Another burly man chuckled. I'll offer 20,000 for his 2 hands. What do you say? Laughter erupted among the other men. Wu Dongming's expression darkened. It seemed this matter would not be resolved peacefully. Ha! The green-haired man glanced at the burly man, laughing. Old 6, you're quite generous, offering 20,000 for this kid's hands. That is a deal I can accept. He looked at Wu Dongming and smirked. So kid, what part do you want for your 10,000? At this, Zhu Ming trembled in fear, realizing the brutality of his captors. Dongming, he whispered. Be quiet. Wu Dongming interjected. You have no right to speak, so keep your mouth shut. Zhu Ming felt tears welling up. He had no choice but to rely on Wu Dongming. Kid, hurry up and answer me. The green-haired man pressed coldly. Which part do you want? Let us put that aside for now, Wu Dongming replied calmly. In this line of work, there are rules. I'm curious, what exactly did my brother do to provoke you? What did he do to me? The green-haired man's expression darkened, because he has a foul mouth. Last night, that guy dared to say that my head is green, that my woman has been played with. I'm green because I'm constantly playing with others. As he spoke with anger, he kicked Zhu Ming, who groaned in pain. Wu Dongming said flatly, a foul mouth deserves punishment, but you've scolded him, beaten him, and held him captive for this long. That is punishment enough, so you can let him go now. You think you can just tell me to let him go? The green-haired man stood, pointing at Wu Dongming. Kid, do you have a death wish? Do I not deserve any respect? I'm telling you now, if you don't offer 100,000, you can forget about taking him. 100,000? Wu Dongming shook his head. That is quite steep. Humph. Moreover, you both must kneel here for 3 days and nights. Kneel as well? Wu Dongming asked with a smile. Exactly. The green-haired man replied coldly. I've tolerated you for long enough. The door is closed now. If you kneel willingly, you might suffer less. Otherwise, I will break your legs. At that moment, Zhu Ming realized the gravity of the situation. Dongming, run, he shouted, shocked by their cruelty. Be quiet. The green-haired man kicked him again, and Zhu Ming moaned. Shut up, Wu Dongming said. I told you, you have no right to speak. He then turned to the green-haired man, shaking his head. What you are doing is a violation of the rules. Rules? The green-haired man smirked triumphantly. Let me tell you. In this world, the one with the stronger fist sets the rules. The advantage is mine, so you must abide by my rules. True. Wu Dongming clapped his hands. Then let us see whose fists are stronger. You dare. Before the green-haired man could finish, Wu Dongming had already appeared before him. The green-haired man's pupils dilated as Wu Dongming's left hand gripped his throat. Your rules? A playful glint appeared in Wu Dongming's eyes as his right hand grasped the green-haired man's hair, slamming him onto the coffee table. Bang! Ah! The green-haired man screamed. With a sudden impact, he nearly lost consciousness, his entire body rendered powerless. Who dares impose rules now? Wu Dongming yanked at the green-haired man's head and then pressed down. Bang! The green-haired man collided with the coffee table once more. Ah! He cried out in pain. The other burly men, witnessing this scene, clenched their fists tightly. Just moments ago, they had been completely taken aback, and now they hesitated, reluctant to approach. They could only shout, "Kid, let him go. Damn it, if you don't release him, we'll take you down. Brothers, grab your weapons." They raised their bar stools, appearing quite menacing. "It seems you think your fists are formidable." Wu Dongming glanced at them before turning to the green-haired man, saying indifferently, "When I was making my way in the world, you hadn't even laid eyes on a woman, yet you dare speak of betraying others in my presence. You dare establish your pathetic rules before me?" With that, he bent the green-haired man's back forcefully. Thud! The green-haired man knelt down. "Ah!" He screamed in agony. "Let go of me. Otherwise, I swear I won't let you off the hook. Hurry and call them, you worthless fools." He was indeed referring to those burly men. One of them dashed towards the inner room, seemingly to summon reinforcements. "Dongming, you must leave," Zhu Ming shouted. "There are bound to be many more of them. Don't worry about me. I shut up." Wu Dongming glared at him and, in passing, stomped heavily on the green-haired man's left calf. Crack! Ah! The green-haired man let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. His left leg was instantly fractured. The standing burly men couldn't help but turn pale, retreating 2 steps. They finally realized that Wu Dongming was not only a formidable fighter, but also ruthlessly vicious. Faced with such a brutal individual, they immediately cowered. If by chance they fell into Wu Dongming's hands, they would surely be dealt with mercilessly. They might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Even Zhu Ming was taken aback. After beating the green-haired man to this extent, would Dongming truly remain unscathed? Guilt gnawed at him. "I will kill you." The green-haired man gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will definitely kill you." "Oh." Wu Dongming looked down at him, a smile playing on his lips. "So? You mean I should eliminate you first? That way, I can eradicate any future troubles." Upon hearing this, the green-haired man trembled. "Why you wouldn't dare? You can't possibly have the courage." Indeed, the green-haired man was terrified. "Nothing is more precious than one's own life." "As if I would truly hesitate," Wu Dongming said, retrieving a spring knife from the green-haired man's lower back and plunging it directly into his left arm. The movement resembled that of slicing into a piece of pork. "Ah!" The green-haired man shrieked in pain, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, no?" At this moment, he truly cowered. Who was this man before him? How could he be so ruthless? "I surrender. Please let me go. I need to see a doctor. I truly need to see a doctor." Just moments ago, the green-haired man had been so arrogant, and now he was utterly submissive, trembling and weeping. Seeing him like this, even Zhu Ming was left dumbfounded. Just then, footsteps echoed, followed by a cold shout. "What audacity! How dare you come to our boss Gao's territory and cause trouble? You seek death." Several individuals charged in aggressively. However, a terrified voice soon followed. "It's you?" Chapter 40. Compensation required. Wu Dongming turned to look. Among the new arrivals, he recognized 2 individuals from before. The last time, those 2 had followed Gao Zhiming and were thoroughly beaten by Wu Dongming. Now, they unexpectedly found themselves here. It seemed this place had also become Boss Gao's territory. Observing those 2, he chuckled. "It appears I have quite the affinity with Boss Gao." "Kid," one of them gritted his teeth. "Why have you come here to stir up trouble? We haven't provoked you, and now you're attacking us. Is there no code of honor left in the world?" The other familiar face chimed in. "You dare speak of rules?" Wu Dongming shook his head, asked this green-haired man what he said earlier. "Damn it." One of the men glared at the green-haired man, demanding, "What did you just say?" The green-haired man, pale with fear, cried out, "Brother Chongwu, I said nothing. This guy barged in and took down several of us." "I shut up." Brother Chongwu glared at him, angry. "Clarify yourself. What exactly did you say?" He understood that Wu Dongming was fearless. If they provoked him, none of them would escape. The priority now was to stall for time until Boss Gao returned. At that point, Boss Gao would personally deal with this matter. The green-haired man was in tears. "I said whoever has the hardest fist makes the rules. I'm a waste." Brother Chongwu cursed at him and turned his gaze to Wu Dongming, frowning. "We have no intention of being your enemies, so there must be some misunderstanding. If you wish to enjoy yourself here, come back in the evening." "Do I look like I'm here for leisure?" Wu Dongming's face turned cold. "You underestimate me." Brother Chongwu's expression darkened slightly. "What exactly do you want? I don't know how we've offended you." Considering the last incident, Wu Dongming had already beaten Gao Zhiming severely. Surely he wouldn't return to kick a man when he was down, right? No, because from Wu Dongming's earlier words, he discerned that Wu Dongming was unaware this was Boss Gao's territory. Therefore, Wu Dongming was not here to specifically target Boss Gao or Gao Zhiming. There must be another motive. At this moment, he glanced at Zhu Ming on the ground. He took a deep breath. It seemed he was here to rescue someone. Yes. Yes. Zhu Ming exclaimed loudly. He is my brother. You treat me this way. Don't you have any conscience? He was terrified, for the opposing numbers were overwhelming. And each one looked fierce. If a fight broke out, what would they do? However, regardless of the circumstances, Boscao's subordinates certainly wouldn't be troubled by conscience. As for Zhu Ming, he was already battered all over. Let him go. Brother Chongwu took a deep breath and coldly declared, release him at once. Kid, you can leave now, right? Zhu Ming was overjoyed. Finally, he could leave. Wu Dongming was truly formidable. He had come and rescued him. He felt like crying. Yet, what shattered his heart was Wu Dongming shaking his head. It won't be that easy to leave. Look at what you've done to my brother. Shouldn't there be compensation? Zhu Ming gasped in shock. He dared to demand compensation from these ruthless individuals? His audacity was astonishing. His face trembled slightly as he thought, Dongming, let's hurry and leave. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. If you demand compensation, and they turn hostile, we might not be able to escape. Of course, he wouldn't voice such thoughts. That would only bolster the enemy's resolve. He absolutely could not oppose Wu Dongming now. He could only watch anxiously as Wu Dongming took the lead. As expected, Brother Chongwu fumed, Kid, don't go too far. We never compensate anyone here. You need to understand, this is Boscao's territory. Are you certain? Wu Dongming replied coolly, not only has my brother been mistreated by you, but I've also worked up a sweat, so you owe me compensation as well. Upon hearing this, the green-haired man and the others were left dumbfounded. Worked up a sweat? Look at the green-haired man. He was bleeding and had a broken leg. Logically, shouldn't Wu Dongming be the one to offer compensation? The green-haired man wanted to speak, but hesitated. The thugs clenched their fists. They had never experienced such indignation. Zhu Ming was also taken aback. This was too intense. Wasn't it? Wasn't this akin to robbing these individuals? Would they comply? Unbelievable. A conflict was surely imminent. However, what struck him as peculiar was that Brother Chong did not immediately refuse, but merely glared fiercely at Wu Dongming. Wu Dongming coolly stated, you refuse to pay, do you? Then today, one way or another, you will pay? Brother Chong gritted his teeth and roared. Chongwu, the green-haired man exclaimed, why are you backing down against this kid? When have we ever backed down? Silence. Brother Chong shot him a glare and turned to Wu Dongming, coldly inquiring, how much do you want? I don't ask for much, Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. After beating my brother so severely, you must compensate him at least 100,000. I've exerted considerable effort. I deserve that amount. Pay up now. Once settled, we will leave immediately. The expressions on everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. Previously, only those associated with the notorious Gao could extort others. Who would have imagined that today, a mere country bumpkin would demand 200,000 directly? What kind of world was this? Who truly belonged in this underworld? Zhu Ming was nearly speechless. 100,000. If that money truly materialized, he could finally afford to marry. Of course, Wu Dongming intended to help him secure funds for his marriage, given that marrying Xiaomei was out of the question. Zhu Ming swallowed hard, and his heartbeat quickened. It all depended on whether Brother Chong would comply. You have an insatiable appetite. The green-haired man snarled. You've beaten me to a pulp. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Dongming kicked him. Crack. Another bone snapped. The sound startled everyone. Indeed, a disagreement had led to violence. One of the thugs growled ominously, if you dare to strike again, we will deal with Zhu Ming. Wu Dongming coolly replied. Are you implying that you find the compensation insufficient? If that's the case, feel free to make a move. The thugs trembled. The green-haired man cried tears of despair. Looking pitifully at Brother Chong, Brother Chong shouted, we'll pay you now. Once you have the money, you can leave immediately. Chapter 41. Seeking Xiaomei, the thugs appeared utterly deflated. They were indeed going to pay. Wu Dongming said calmly, as long as you pay. First, please release my brother. Brother Chong glared at one of the thugs, urging him to hurry and release Zhu Ming. Be gentle. Don't hurt Zhu Ming further. Otherwise, I shudder to think what Wu Dongming will demand next. Two thugs approached, gritting their teeth as they freed Zhu Ming. He sprang up immediately, rushing to Wu Dongming's side. Dongming, you are incredible. Not only did you save me, but you also made them compensate us. Wu Dongming shot him a glance. Hold your tongue for now. He then produced his mobile payment code, confidently stepping before Brother Chong. Go on, scan and pay. Brother Chong, gritting his teeth, complied, transferring 200,000 to Wu Dongming. Splendid, Wu Dongming remarked. If I ever discover anything has happened to my brother Ming, I will come looking for you. Brother Chong took a step back, concerned about the repercussions. How could anyone dare to target him? Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. Only you would do such a thing. Well then, since you've made the necessary compensation, I shall take my leave. He glanced at Zhu Ming and began to walk away. Zhu Ming hurriedly followed, jogging alongside while flexing his wrist. Once outside the ice blue bar, Zhu Ming exhaled deeply. That was too perilous. Damn, I nearly got killed. Wu Dongming looked at him, asking what happened. I just had a bit to drink, and then I said something to that green-haired guy, and suddenly. He sighed. I'm really. Were you not on a date? Wu Dongming inquired. Oh no, Zhu Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Xiaomei. Damn it. She was taken away by someone named Gao. They said they were going to a villa in the Tianjie area. I think it was number 6. I didn't catch everything they said. But it was that Gao's son. Concern etched on his face. He added, I don't know what state she is in now. Dongming, should we call the police? Wu Dongming paused for a moment before shaking his head. What a joke. Gao's son would take a liking to Xiaomei? Let us be real. Xiaomei is merely a woman selling her flesh. However, it is quite normal for Gao's son to be lecherous. Dongming. I genuinely fear he will ruin such a pure and lovely girl. What if something happens to my Xiaomei? Zhu Ming clenched his fists. Wu Dongming's expression twitched slightly. Xiaomei is pure? You, Zhu Ming, are the one who is innocent, aren't you? Who knows how many men Xiaomei has been with? She probably can't even count herself. However, I won't explicitly reveal this to Zhu Ming now, as it would only lead to his disappointment. It's better to take him to the scene later to see for himself. Thus, he replied casually, we have no evidence. So we cannot casually accuse that Gao of wrongdoing. Regardless, Xiaomei is in that line of work. Even if she were to sleep with Gao, she would not be at a loss. At worst, she simply wouldn't get paid. Perhaps Xiaomei would even try to curry favor with that young Master Gao. Yet Zhu Ming's fists remained clenched. I'm really worried. Dongming, should we go over there and check? I'll go with you. Wu Dongming glanced at him. Of course. Zhu Ming gritted his teeth. If he is still holding Xiaomei captive and has done something to her, I will never let him off the hook. What will you do? Wu Dongming rolled his eyes. Are you going to fight him? Can you even handle it? If it comes down to a fight, I would have to save you. Or what if they capture you? Zhu Ming paused for a moment, then replied, if that happens, you can make them pay even more, right? Wouldn't that be better? Are you foolish? Wu Dongming glared at him. That is the son of Gao, whose status far exceeds that of Chang. Do you think he won't have more men? If rescuing someone is necessary, I will go alone. If I can fight, I will. If not, I will run. Zhu Ming was taken aback. He understood Wu Dongming's words held truth. Moreover, he was genuinely afraid of Gao's crew. Zhu Ming sighed. Then I must trouble you to go. What should I do? You should return home. Wu Dongming looked at him solemnly. I'll go check it out. If your Xiaomei is truly there, I will definitely bring her back. Of course. You can call her now. Right. Zhu Ming had retrieved his phone and motorcycle keys when he left. He hastily pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaomei. After a few rings, the call was abruptly disconnected. She hung up. Zhu Ming's face turned pale. She must have been restrained, which is why that Gao hung up. Dongming. Please, you must go save her. All right. Wu Dongming agreed. To be honest, he suspected that Xiaomei hung up on her own. You should wait at home. I shall call you when the time comes. He said in a deep voice. I will go take a look over there now. Dongming, I entrust everything to you. Zhu Ming exhaled deeply. If you manage to rescue her, I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Why speak such words? Wu Dongming replied, taking the motorcycle keys from Zhu Ming's hand. He then said solemnly, the 100,000 will be kept with me for now. I shall return it to you when you wed. Zhu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Dongming, that money is meant for you. If I give it to you now, I fear you might squander it. Wu Dongming patted him on the shoulder. I will now take you to catch your ride home. He rode the motorcycle, escorting Zhu Ming to the station. After watching the bus depart, Wu Dongming rode towards the Tianjie No. 1 villa district. This villa area was the most upscale in the entire county, where no ordinary folk could afford to reside. Soon, he arrived at the villa district. After parking his motorcycle outside the gates, he strode inside. Two tall young guards approached and blocked his way, scrutinizing him before one coldly inquired, who are you looking for? I seek the boss Gao. Wu Dongming looked at them coldly. Damn it. I'm here to see the boss. Do you dare obstruct me? Do you believe I won't inform the boss and have you dealt with? Chapter 42. Guarding the gate? The two handsome guards were momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted. Our rules dictate that one must possess a pass to enter, or else one must make an appointment. Otherwise, entry is prohibited. Indeed, you seem to be seeking trouble. Wu Dongming abruptly slapped one of the guards. The sound echoed as the guard staggered back. What are you doing? Dare you strike me? Do you believe we won't call the police? The other two guards closed in, visibly anxious. Wu Dongming coldly declared, if you delay Boss Gao's important matters, you will regret it. I will have each of you executed. After a pause, he continued, just a few watchdogs, and you dare to threaten me with the police? If you wish to report, go ahead. Just be prepared for your demise. The guards turned pale, fully aware that Boss Gao indeed had a villa within. They knew all too well how ruthless he could be. They never anticipated that one of his subordinates would be so audacious, brazenly resorting to violence. What should they do? Gao's followers were a band of desperate individuals. If truly provoked, they might resort to murder and arson. However, rules were rules. They couldn't possibly bend them for a mere thug, could they? At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived. One guard hurriedly approached him and whispered the situation. The man examined Wu Dongming with a discerning eye. A country bumpkin? Yet, how could a true country bumpkin be so bold? Wu Dongming did indeed exude an air of arrogance, appearing somewhat disheveled, akin to a rogue. He might genuinely be here for Boss Gao. This matter required immediate attention. Approaching Wu Dongming with a smile, the middle-aged man said, "Brother, you wish to see Boss Gao? Isn't that obvious?" Wu Dongming retorted, sizing him up coldly. "If I want to enter and see the boss, do you dare to stop me? Let me ask you this. Do you all wish to be slaughtered?" Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The middle-aged man quickly smiled. "Brother, you are undoubtedly one of Boss Gao's brothers, and you must have urgent business. Although you didn't make an appointment, we can certainly let you in and even guide you there. Now, that sounds like a reasonable response," Wu Dongming remarked, eyeing him coldly. "You are indeed more capable than these fools, and you know how to be flexible. Humph, lead the way. I certainly wouldn't seek anyone else." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this could be handled in such a manner. Accompany this fellow to see Boss Gao. There would be no issue if he truly sought him. After all, no one dared to confront Boss Gao. If not, they could simply toss him out. "You too. Take him to Boss Gao," the middle-aged man instructed the two guards. They promptly acknowledged and turned to Wu Dongming. "Let us go." Wu Dongming coldly replied, "Lead the way." Striding forward, others watched his retreating figure, scoffing, "Pa, just a petty thug, yet he bears himself so grandly. Indeed, he likely doesn't even possess 20,000. What is there to be so arrogant about? Humph, people like him are the worst." The middle-aged man cast a glance at them and solemnly warned. Gossiping behind his back is one thing, but in his presence, such words should never be uttered. This kind of rogue is capable of anything. The two guards involuntarily shuddered. While they viewed Wu Dongming as merely a petty thug with little strength, the truth was that such individuals could indeed commit unspeakable acts, valuing their lives little. They fell silent. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the two guards, Wu Dongming arrived at Villa number 6. It was indeed grand, complete with a small courtyard. Through the iron gate, a sleek red luxury car was parked inside. "This is Boss Gao's residence. You may call for him yourself," one guard stated. "You may leave," Wu Dongming replied, casting a glance at them before approaching the iron gate. He pushed it open, finding it surprisingly ajar. This serendipitous turn of events facilitated his entry. He stepped inside, then turned to glance at the two guards. They exchanged looks, the realization dawning upon them that this young man was indeed connected to Boss Gao. Otherwise, how could he enter so easily? Moreover, the gate had been left open for him. They hurriedly slipped away. Wu Dongming was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated such ease of access. Now that he was here, he certainly intended to explore. With the door ajar, was it waiting for someone? Suddenly struck by a thought, he closed the iron gate and locked it, curious to see if anyone would come. He then strode towards the house door. Upon reaching it, he found it also slightly ajar. A gentle push opened it. Clearly, it had been left open for someone. Upon entering, he also closed the door behind him and locked it. The first floor was a lavish sitting room, exuding opulence that made the former residence of the previous leader appear insignificant in comparison. His ears perked up. He immediately discerned there was no one on the first floor. Thus, he ascended to the second floor. Still, silence reigned. It appeared that Xiao Mei was not present, for otherwise, there would surely have been some commotion. Reaching the second floor, he noticed a table adorned with a plate of fruit, a wine glass, and a bottle of liquor, an herbal wine, by the looks of it. It was apparent that it contained ginseng and deer antler, a potent tonic. Wu Dongming approached, poured a cup, inhaled its aroma, and then took a sip. Instantly, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, gradually augmenting his strength. He discovered that this medicinal liquor was far more potent than ordinary spirits. The heat it generated was more intense. This was indeed a remarkable concoction, just what he needed. Without hesitation, he downed the entire glass. The warmth enveloped him like a blazing fire, rendering him nearly unbearable with heat. His complexion flushed crimson, and his heart raced. At that moment, a sound emanated from a nearby room. Wu Dongming gritted his teeth. There were indeed others present, and they were in the same vicinity. They had simply remained silent until now. Wu Dongming hastened towards the door and pushed it open. Instantly, a sweet, sultry voice greeted him. What took you so long? I've been waiting for you. He beheld a woman reclining on the bed, unclothed. Boom. The sight ignited a surge of blood within Wu Dongming, his eyes reddening with fervor as he rushed towards her. Chapter 43. The woman of Gao Laodao. Upon seeing Wu Dongming, the woman was taken aback. He was not the individual she had anticipated, but rather a complete stranger. She let out a terrified gasp, yet before she could utter another word, Wu Dongming charged in. Having restrained himself for 2 days and fueled by the potent liquor, his heart raced like an engine at full throttle. He unleashed his fury, and the room erupted with the sounds of struggle. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the house was exceptional. Otherwise, the commotion would have surely drawn attention from the outside. Half an hour later, a well-dressed man arrived at the entrance, attempting to push the door open. It wouldn't budge. Was the door left unlatched? He paused, furrowing his brow. How could this be? Hadn't they agreed upon this? He retrieved his phone, locating a number to dial, but it rang endlessly with no response. Not home. He hesitated, exhaling a long breath. What was happening? He glanced up at the upstairs window, detecting no signs of disturbance. Were they playing a trick on him? Just as he contemplated leaving, he noticed the curtains in one room flutter. Was someone inside? He paused, recognizing whose room it was. Suddenly, a woman's silhouette appeared against the curtains, clearly enjoying herself. The man clenched his teeth. There was indeed a man inside. He stepped back, and at that moment, the figure behind the curtain vanished. His eyes almost ignited with fury. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, seething with determination. He was resolved to discover who this man was. He took cover behind a tree, fixating on villa number 6. He knew he would have to wait for a considerable time. After another hour and a half, Wu Dongming finally ceased his exertions. At that moment, he lay beside the beautiful woman. He had to admit, the sensation was exquisite. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with a stunning figure and remarkably smooth skin. She was undeniably beautiful, and her scent was intoxicating. The woman seemed utterly spent. Her face flushed as she looked at him with dilated pupils. You are remarkably strong, she murmured, biting her lower lip. Wu Dongming turned to her and inquired. Who are you? She rolled her eyes and replied, This is my home. Who do you think I am? I don't know, Wu Dongming chuckled. But if you introduce yourself, I might just recognize you. The woman shot him a skeptical glance. I truly wonder if you're a fool. Do you not know where you are? This is Gao Laodao's residence. Oh, Wu Dongming laughed. I see. You are Gao Laodao's daughter. No, I am his woman. My name is Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin? Wu Dongming nodded, intrigued by her name. I never imagined you were Gao Laodao's woman. However, I have never seen him nor know what he looks like. Who exactly is he? Is this a joke? Su Fengyin stared at him in disbelief. You don't even know Gao Laodao? What are you doing here? Just passing through, Wu Dongming replied with a grin. Su Fengyin glared at him, then said, All right. I'm full now, you can leave. Huh. Wu Dongming chuckled. You really think I'm your servant? At that, he glanced at the bedside table. Noticing several ropes lying there, he swiftly grabbed them and approached Su Fengyin, binding her without hesitation. Wow, what are you doing? Her face betrayed a flicker of anger, suggesting she was accustomed to a position of power. Binding you, of course, Wu Dongming stated matter-of-factly as he quickly secured her. You're courting death, Su Fengyin exclaimed. If I tell Gao Laodao what you've done, you'll be finished. To her astonishment, Wu Dongming produced a phone and began snapping photos. What are you doing? Su Fengyin nearly lost her mind. Wu Dongming ceased photographing, grinning as he said, Tell me, if I were to show these pictures to Gao Laodao, what do you think would happen? Oh, and if I were to post them online, what would transpire? Su Fengyin's complexion drained of color. Inhaling deeply, she bit her lip and stammered, I was joking. I wouldn't dare tell Gao Laodao. Why are you so easily frightened? Understanding that is a good start, Wu Dongming said coolly. I knew you couldn't be that foolish. He then untied her. Su Fengyin pouted at him and remarked, Now that you're so formidable, how could I possibly let you perish? Other men are not even a fraction of your caliber. You are exceptional. Stretching languidly before him, she added, There's money in the bedside table. Help yourself. Money? Wu Dongming approached the bedside table and opened it, discovering several stacks of 100 yuan bills. Take what you like. Just as he reached for the cash, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him. Su Fengyin had swiftly retrieved a dagger from beneath her pillow, fiercely lunging it at him. In that critical moment, Wu Dongming raised his left hand, narrowly blocking her wrist. Su Fengyin's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could react, Wu Dongming had already twisted her wrist behind her back. You, Su Fengyin gasped in shock. Wu Dongming chuckled. It appears you're not as innocent as you pretended. Hiding a knife under your pillow. No, I wasn't going to use it on you. I made a mistake. I truly apologize, please. Su Fengyin finally realized she had indeed provoked the wrong person. However, Wu Dongming said with a hint of mirth, "You are quite attractive," and his smile widened, recalling how this woman had inadvertently bestowed upon him considerable strength. Even now, a cool, invigorating energy coursed through his being. As he spoke, his right hand began to explore Su Fengyin's form. Leaning closer, he grinned and asked, "So, what will you offer as restitution? What do you want?" Su Fengyin's expression shifted uneasily. "Of course," Wu Dongming responded with a grin. "You must be at my beck and call from now on. But first, let us exchange phone numbers." 5 minutes later, Wu Dongming departed from Villa Number 6 with 30,000 yuan in hand. He sensed a pair of eyes watching him from a distance. Chapter 44. Capturing the peeping man. Suddenly turning around, he spotted someone hastily retreating behind a large tree. A smile crept onto Wu Dongming's face. Indeed, he was being followed. He rushed over. The man was cautiously peeking out again when he found Wu Dongming right before him. Momentarily startled, "You just uttered a word," Wu Dongming said, as he seized the man's neck with a firm grip, rendering him breathless. Wu Dongming stared at him coldly before dragging him behind a nearby thicket. With a swift motion, he struck the man's throat with the edge of his hand, applying just enough force to incapacitate him without causing fatal harm. The man trembled in pain, desperately trying to struggle, but in Wu Dongming's grasp, he was utterly powerless. "Have you been watching me?" Wu Dongming's icy gaze bore into him as he relaxed his grip slightly. The man hastily took several deep breaths, his eyes reddening as he looked at Wu Dongming. "What do you want? Do you dare to hit me?" His voice was raspy and barely audible. Wu Dongming responded coldly, "If you dare to stare at me, I certainly dare to strike you. Now, tell me who you really are. You've beaten me like this." "You." The man hadn't finished his sentence when Wu Dongming jabbed a finger at him, causing him excruciating pain. He trembled all over, yet his bravado remained. "Do you know who I am?" At that moment, his audacity was foolishly evident. "I don't know," Wu Dongming replied with a smirk. "But what does it matter? I'm merely a thug, so what is there to fear? Now, enlighten me about your identity." "I am Zhu Zhizhong." "Since you are a thug, do you?" The man still attempted to leverage his status against Wu Dongming, but Wu Dongming interrupted. "Never heard of you," he said coldly. "Now, I only wish to know why you were watching me." Zhu Zhizhong gritted his teeth. "Kid, I know your secret. You dare to sleep with Boss Gao's woman. You're courting death." "Oh," Wu Dongming replied with a laugh. "I understand now. You intend to report me to Boss Gao to eliminate me, correct?" As he spoke, he grasped Zhu Zhizhong's right pinky. "What do you want?" Zhu Zhizhong looked at him in terror. "Your mouth is rather obstinate. I want to see if your bones are just as resilient." With that, Wu Dongming tightened his grip, crushing Zhu Zhizhong's pinky bone. "Ah!" Zhu Zhizhong screamed, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. He had never endured such agony. You. Zhu Zhizhong glared at Wu Dongming, clenching his teeth, and managed to utter, "You're dead. I won't let you go, I swear." "Even now, you still wish to threaten me?" Wu Dongming chuckled. "I think you must be a fool. Do you genuinely believe I would still fear you after resorting to such measures? You dim-witted buffoon." Upon hearing this, a flicker of terror finally crossed Zhu Zhizhong's eyes. "Who exactly are you?" His hand throbbed with pain, and he ceased his screams, staring at Wu Dongming in dread. "What I am is of no concern to you," Wu Dongming replied coldly. "Now that you are in my grasp, it is I who shall inquire. Introduce yourself succinctly. Do not deceive me, or I will end your life." Zhu Zhizhong, filled with fear, finally relented. He revealed that he was the manager of the Rui Hotel, frequently mingling with many prominent figures. "So, you are merely a hotel manager. What brings you here?" Wu Dongming asked coldly. "And how dare you keep an eye on me?" I came to discuss matters with Boss Gao," but it was evident that Zhu Zhizhong was lying. Wu Dongming chuckled. "You intended to seek out Boss Gao's woman, didn't you? I never expected someone like you to dare pursue her. You truly possess the audacity of a bear." It appeared that Su Fengyin had left the door open just for him. How could I dare to do that? Are you kidding me?" Zhu Zhizhong shook his head. "That is Boss Gao's woman. I would never dare. Still attempting to deceive me and treat me as a fool, are you?" Wu Dongming said flatly. "Then you may as well perish." With that, he crushed another one of Zhu Zhizhong's fingers. "Ah!" Zhu Zhizhong screamed, drenched in cold sweat. "You truly think I am easy to manipulate, don't you?" Wu Dongming replied coldly. "When I was in the underworld, you were likely just a mere server." I was looking for Su Fengyin. She asked me to come." "You are indeed that woman's lover," Wu Dongming remarked with a smile. "Your audacity is commendable. You even dare to pursue Boss Gao's woman." I didn't want to. It's just that." Zhu Zhizhong began to weep. "Regardless, I have recorded everything." Wu Dongming displayed his phone, grinning. "You claim I have been with Boss Gao's woman? Yet, do you possess proof?" If I were to inform Boss Gao that you have been with his woman and I have evidence, who do you think he would believe? Zhu Zhizhong trembled all over. Indeed, Wu Dongming had recorded the evidence. What could he do now? Now, tell me about Boss Gao, Wu Dongming said with a smile. Initially, I assumed he was formidable. But why would his woman seek you out? That's because Boss Gao is incapable. Zhu Zhizhong gritted his teeth. He has long since lost his potency. But for the sake of face, he married Su Fengyin. Is that so? Wu Dongming chuckled. So, Boss Gao isn't even a man. I had thought he was quite impressive. He proceeded to inquire about various matters, and Zhu Zhizhong answered each question. Wu Dongming asked how many times Zhu Zhizhong had been involved with Su Fengyin and sought information about Boss Gao. After clarifying everything, Wu Dongming looked at him coldly. Zhu Laoda, you have narrowly escaped with your life. Congratulations. However, should you wish to plot against me, be prepared to face Boss Gao's wrath. With that, he reached into Zhu Zhizhong's pocket and retrieved his wallet, which contained over 1,000 yuan in cash, and took it without hesitation. Thank you, Boss Zhu. Saying this, he strode away, needing to find Xiao Mei. He decided to head to Li Jie's place to see if he could contact Xiao Mei and ascertain her whereabouts. Chapter 45. Calling for Xiao Mei. Arriving at the New World building on his motorcycle, Wu Dongming parked and confidently walked inside. The security guard at the entrance, having seen him before, immediately displayed a friendly demeanor upon his arrival. You're here. Please come in. Wu Dongming nodded at them, which made the guards feel particularly valued. They recognized that he was now a significant figure, favored even by the boss and General Li. Typically, individuals basking in such success would hardly spare them a glance, making their smiles even brighter. Wu Dongming quickly made his way inside, ascending the stairs in short order. The previous manager spotted him on the surveillance and hurried over to greet him. Mr. Wu. The manager smiled as he approached. Are you here to have some fun again? Wu Dongming gazed at him and chuckled. You are right. I visited here once before and found it quite delightful, hence my return. Isn't it rather swift? The manager pondered internally. Does he not consider his health? Engaging in such activities daily, can he truly endure it? However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Instead, he smiled at Wu Dongming, saying, Indeed, our establishment is renowned for its entertainment. I wonder what activities you wish to indulge in this time. Naturally, he sought the woman named Xiao Mei from his previous visit. Wu Dongming stepped closer, draping his arm over the manager's shoulder, and laughed. My friend. That Xiao Mei has been exceptionally well trained. Her service is unparalleled. The manager chuckled in response. Mr. Wu, you jest. We are in the service industry, and we ensure our staff maintains a proper attitude to deliver the finest service to our esteemed guests. Our other beauties also provide exceptional service. Would you care to try? Not necessary. Wu Dongming replied with a smile. I am quite devoted, thus I only wish to find Xiao Mei. The manager hesitated slightly, but Xiao Mei was on the night shift and had yet to arrive. Perhaps I should call her over, he suggested. Wu Dongming frowned slightly. I am very satisfied with her service. I only wish to see her. Is it so difficult to have her come? The manager appeared troubled. Mr. Wu, you know that even in our line of work, it can be exhausting and rest is necessary. Thus, it is her designated break time, and if she does not come, I have no means to compel her. Then call and inquire, Wu Dongming stated nonchalantly. If necessary, I can offer her an extra sum. My limit is quite generous. Providing her with 10 or 20,000 is not an issue. The manager's countenance grew slightly awkward. This meant tapping into the credit of that black card. However, since Huang Cheng had bestowed the black card upon Wu Dongming, it was only proper to utilize it. Moreover, considering Wu Dongming was Huang Cheng's savior, the manager dared not refuse. Very well, I shall convey your wishes to her and call immediately. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Mei. Soon, she answered. The manager activated the speakerphone. Xiao Mei, your patron is requesting you, he said slowly. But I have no time right now, Xiao Mei sighed. I truly cannot come. The manager glanced at Wu Dongming, who appeared resolute. Thus, he added, your patron is willing to increase the payment, 20,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei inhaled sharply. Yet, she still declined. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot come. If he is willing to wait, I will certainly visit later in the evening. The manager sighed, looking at Wu Dongming, who shook his head, exhibiting a hint of disappointment. Very well, we shall see later. The manager concluded the call. Mr. Wu, I truly apologize. Even with the additional 20,000, she remains unavailable. I am unsure of her whereabouts. Wu Dongming appeared genuinely disappointed. The extra 20,000 had evidently piqued Xiao Mei's interest. Yet for some reason, she still refused to come. It seemed that a certain individual named Gao was the cause of her absence. Having failed to locate the young man and Xiao Mei at the villa, Wu Dongming decided not to dwell on it further. Initially, He had not been particularly keen on seeking Xiao Mei. He had simply acquiesced to Zhu Ming's request. Now that he knew Xiao Mei was unharmed, he thought it best to let it be. No matter, I shall simply peruse the other offerings, he said nonchalantly. Are you intending to explore the other beauties? The manager perked up. We have an abundance of lovely ladies. Just take care of the customers. I will summon you if needed. With that, the manager walked away, hands clasped behind his back. He exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating. He should not cause any trouble, should he? Meanwhile, Xiao Mei sat in a red sports car. Her driver a young man with a somewhat sinister demeanor. Young Master Gao, where are we headed? Xiao Mei inquired. The young man was Gao Qingtian, the son of the notorious Gao. Huh, where do you think we are going? Gao Qingtian retorted with a cold smile. Isn't that patron of yours the one who severely injured my uncle? Xiao Mei trembled at the realization. The direction they were headed was indeed towards the New World building. Did Gao Qingtian intend to confront Mr. Wu? I do not know where you are headed. I am at your disposal, she replied, her survival instincts kicking in. She understood the peril of defying Gao Qingtian, as her awareness had spared her from his wrath. Gao Qingtian planned to confront Wu Dongming, as he was near the New World building. You stay in the car and observe closely. I want to see what this so-called country bumpkin looks like, daring to harm my uncle so grievously. Once he appears, I shall run him down. Xiao Mei gasped, her face draining of color. She dared not dissuade Gao Qingtian, wishing to avoid suffering. Remember, he coldly commanded, you must recognize him. Understood, Xiao Mei replied, biting her lip. Young master, rest assured, I will recognize him without fail. Good, that fellow is quite the fighter, huh? I'll just drive straight into him. Even if it comes to blows, I won't fear him. Gao Qingtian scoffed, he is merely a country bumpkin. Although he bested my uncle, he cannot possibly match me. Chapter 46. Young Master Gao Qingtian parked the car outside the New World building. Keep a sharp eye, he commanded. If you dare to miss him, I will make you pay. Xiao Mei's complexion paled, her thoughts racing. Why not just go inside and confront him? The truth was, Gao's father had a long-standing feud with Huang Chong, having previously attempted to eliminate him, but to no avail. Gao Qingtian knew that a reckless intrusion would attract the attention of Li Jie and others. While he did not fear Li Jie, believing himself capable of overpowering him with ease, he preferred not to confront Huang Qing too openly. Thus, he and Xiao Mei waited in the car. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming descended the stairs and, upon reaching a corner, noticed a beauty seated there, weeping. From her silhouette, he recognized her as Zhang Xiuxiu. However, he had no desire to engage and intended to pass by. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Xiuxiu turned, startled, and upon seeing Wu Dongming, she froze. Are you here to witness my misfortune? She exclaimed. What could you possibly find amusing? Wu Dongming paused, looking down at her. Having entered this line of work, are you truly concerned about others mocking you? Zhang Xiuxiu bit her lip, fixing her gaze on him. Of course I am. What if I can't earn any money in this profession? Wouldn't that render me a complete joke? Oh, Wu Dongming replied. Then you might consider switching careers. Where am I supposed to go? Zhang Xiuxiu's tears spilled forth. Do you have any idea how immense my expenses are? Designer bags? Or clothing? Wu Dongming shrugged and thought. It matters little, none of this concerns me. If you cannot succeed here, you may seek your fortunes elsewhere. Where else could I possibly go? Zhang Xiuxiu cried, her sobs growing more pitiful. The technicians who left this place either moved to other cities or found no opportunities in our county. Glaring at Wu Dongming, she lamented. I merely teased you a little. Why must you treat me this way? You didn't help me when I fell, and to my surprise, you have even severed my means of livelihood. Oh, Wu Dongming walked past her. What relevance does that hold for me? He quickly descended the stairs. Zhang Xiuxiu glared at his retreating figure and shouted, I curse you. May you meet a miserable end. Wu Dongming shrugged again. What nonsense. If such curses held any weight, this world would be devoid of souls by now. Moreover, Zhang Xiuxiu was rather amusing. Merely losing a few clients led her to threaten her own life. Was she truly so enamored with her profession? What did it matter if she lived or died? He hastened down the stairs, thinking it was time to return home. Perhaps he could venture into the mountains to hunt. A wild boar would fetch a handsome price. Though he had a bit of money now. Having lived in poverty for years, he remained quite frugal. Now that he had honed his skills, it was only natural to earn more. Selling a wild boar could yield several thousand. If he managed one a day, he could easily amass over 100,000 in a month. Over time, such endeavors would lead to substantial wealth. As he reached the motorcycle, he sensed someone watching him intently. What misfortune had befallen me? His brow furrowed slightly. Why was it that he felt scrutinized wherever he went? This time, he sensed a hint of malice. Such cruelty? They seek to end my life? He turned to glance around, not focusing on any particular individual. However, in a mere sweep of his gaze, he discerned that the ones watching him were seated in a car, Xiaomei and Gao Qingtian. He recognized Xiaomei, though he was unfamiliar with Gao Qingtian. Yet, seeing Xiaomei in the vehicle led him to infer that he must be the son of the notorious Gao. Ignoring them, he mounted his motorcycle, started the engine, and set off toward the village. Before long, he noticed the red luxury sports car gradually tailing him. Gao Qingtian, behind the wheel, coldly remarked, "This scoundrel is leaving the city? How fortuitous." Xiaomei, seated in the passenger seat, whispered, "Gao Xiao, he is quite formidable. You are alone." "Humph." Gao Qingtian scoffed. "What of it? Should I fear him? If he leaves the city, I can easily run him down. With that motorcycle of his, how could I possibly miss?" Xiaomei turned pale with fear. "Gao Xiao, if you kill him, they will surely trace it back to you." Gao Qingtian replied coldly, "Who could possibly trace it to me? Even if they did," a sinister smile crept across his face, "you would be there to take the fall, wouldn't you?" Xiaomei's face drained of color, trembling with terror. She could not comprehend Gao Qingtian's meaning, and her ignorance only deepened her fear. "You don't intend to betray me, do you?" No. Xiaomei nearly broke into tears. "Gao Xiao, how could I dare? Even if it cost me my life, I would not betray you." Gao Qingtian chuckled. "Then it's settled? You will simply need to confess that it was you who struck him." Xiaomei froze, paralyzed by dread. Was he truly asking her to take the blame? Would her life be irreparably ruined? Her beauty faded, and she stood motionless, engulfed by despair. "Ha!" Gao Qingtian laughed heartily. "Look at you, so frightened. Killing a country bumpkin is trivial for me. Why would I need someone else to take the blame?" As they approached the city's exit, Wu Dongming had already crossed the outlying bridge. Gao Qingtian accelerated his vehicle, declaring, "Killing someone is of no consequence. As long as you keep your mouth shut, no one will bother you." In that moment, Xiaomei felt her heart soften with gratitude. "Thank you, Gao Xiao," she sobbed. "Moreover, I have a task for you." Gao Qingtian sneered. "I will need you to carry out an important mission. Remember, should you ever defy my orders, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Yes. Xiaomei nodded vigorously, tearfully affirming, "Gao Xiao, rest assured, I will obey your commands. Whatever you require, I shall fulfill." "That's the spirit," Gao Qingtian smiled. "Soon, you will witness the spectacle of how that scoundrel meets his end." As they ventured further from the city, the streets grew increasingly deserted. Seizing a moment when no other vehicles were in sight, Gao Qingtian slammed on the accelerator, charging toward Wu Dongming with ferocity. Chapter 47. If you cannot win, draw your weapon. Wu Dongming had anticipated Gao Qingtian's aggression. As he glimpsed the luxury sports car speeding toward him in the rearview mirror, he raised an eyebrow. Twisting the throttle and veering sharply to the roadside, deftly maneuvering past Gao Qingtian's vehicle. "Damn it!" Gao Qingtian seethed, slamming on the brakes. But he had already skidded several meters ahead. Fixated on the rearview mirror, he rapidly reversed, tires screeching as smoke billowed. "Damn it! How can he be so agile?" he cursed. At that moment, he noticed Wu Dongming had dismounted his motorcycle, each hand gripping a stone larger than his fist. "Damn!" Gao Qingtian swore again as Wu Dongming hurled the stones. Bang! Bang! Both struck the rear window, shattering it, and sending shards flying inside. Xiaomei shrieked in terror, ducking for cover, seeking death. Gao Qingtian was furious. He pressed the accelerator, crashing into the motorcycle. Wu Dongming had already evaded, and the sports car collided with the roadside stone wall, coming to a halt. Xiaomei screamed in panic as Gao Qingtian charged out of the car. Fixating his gaze on Wu Dongming, fists clenched. Wu Dongming regarded him coolly, asking, "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Gao Qingtian's face darkened. "You injured my uncle, and you dare question my motives? Who is your uncle?" Wu Dongming chuckled. "I don't know you." "I am Gao Qingtian," he retorted coldly. "You are quite arrogant, but you will soon realize your bravado means nothing before me." As Gao Qingtian approached, Wu Dongming began to stretch his neck and limbs. Suddenly, Gao Qingtian lunged at him, throwing a punch. This guy was indeed far stronger than Gao Jimin. The force behind his punch was palpable even before it connected. However, Wu Dongming had grown considerably stronger himself, both in power and reflexes, and he was unperturbed by this adversary. It was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. In an instant, they clashed. The sounds of fists and feet striking echoed in the air. A minute later, Wu Dongming landed a punch on Gao Qingtian, forcing him back 3 steps, leaving his left eye swollen and bruised. "You're seeking death." Gao Qingtian fumed. Unexpectedly, instead of striking Wu Dongming, he was instead hit squarely in the eye by Wu Dongming's punch. "Oh," Wu Dongming chuckled. "Your eye seems rather nice. It appears quite auspicious." Gao Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, glaring at him with malevolent intensity. pondering how he could possibly defeat Wu Dongming. "Who is that in the car?" Wu Dongming inquired, feigning ignorance, though he had already discerned that it was Xiaomei inside. "Mind your own business," Gao Qingtian hissed through gritted teeth, charging at Wu Dongming once again. The two clashed once more, but it was not long before Gao Qingtian was sent flying by another punch from Wu Dongming, crashing heavily against the car. "Ah!" Xiaomei gasped, huddling in the car with her head cradled in fear, too frightened to move. As Wu Dongming approached Gao Qingtian, he remarked, "It seems you are indeed lacking. You dared to seek me out, and I expected you to be formidable, yet you crumple so easily after just 2 punches." Gao Qingtian took a deep breath, suddenly reaching for his waist. Wu Dongming was taken aback and retreated swiftly, creating a distance of 5 meters. At that moment, Gao Qingtian pulled out a handgun. Naturally, Wu Dongming had no intention of challenging someone wielding a firearm. The innate fear of guns loomed large in everyone's mind. He dodged again, retreating to the hillside beside the road. "Get down here, you coward!" Gao Qingtian shouted, brandishing the gun in Wu Dongming's direction. "Aren't you so tough? Come down here." The area was densely populated with trees and grass, obscuring Wu Dongming from view. Even if he could be seen, hitting him would be another matter entirely. "Get lost," Wu Dongming retorted, hurling a stone at Gao Qingtian. He dodged it, cursing, "You brat, I will definitely take you down. You can't escape." Initially, he had come with unwavering confidence, but was utterly taken aback by his inability to prevail. If he couldn't win in a fair fight, then he would resort to using a gun. However, with Wu Dongming evading him, shooting would merely waste bullets. Thus, they exchanged insults instead. "What's the point of all this?" Wu Dongming laughed. "Oh, you must be the son of that Gao, right?" Gao Qingtian scoffed. "Just know that I'll be waiting for you here." "Then wait as you please." Wu Dongming chuckled. "There's a stone over there that seems just the right size." "What do you intend to do?" Gao Qingtian exclaimed, startled. "If I can't hit you, I might as well smash your car." Wu Dongming laughed heartily. Gao Qingtian gasped, quickly returning to his car and speeding away. Wu Dongming stood atop the hill, observing as the man drove off. He raised his hand to support his chin, bemused by the man's quick decision to draw a gun and then flee upon realizing he could not defeat him. It appeared that this individual was indeed a challenging opponent. Though it seemed his motorcycle had broken down, he sighed, contemplating his pent-up frustration that had been somewhat alleviated thanks to Su Fengyin. Although she was not his biological mother, she could be considered a stepmother of sorts, and he felt this journey had not been in vain. Noticing Gao Qingtian's car had distanced itself, he descended the hill and discovered that his motorcycle was still rideable. He mounted it and rode home. Just as he arrived in the village, he saw Zhu Ming rushing toward him anxiously. "Dongming, what about Xiaomei?" he exclaimed, startled. "What happened?" Wu Dongming asked. "Is there something wrong with the motorcycle?" "It looks fine," Wu Dongming replied with a smile. "She just had a bit of a fall." Gradually slowing down, he rode towards home. "Dongming." Zhu Ming ran to catch up. "Did you find Xiaomei? How is she?" "She's fine." Wu Dongming shook his head. "That Gao fellow didn't harm her, but Xiaomei was scared. So she's resting now. I'll go check on her." Zhu Ming insisted, demonstrating his impatience. "What's the rush?" Wu Dongming shot him a look. "Have a little composure. I went up the mountain to find wild boars." Meanwhile, Gao Qingtian drove angrily, gnashing his teeth and pounding the steering wheel. "Damn it, just a country bumpkin. And yet I swear I won't let him off." He growled. "I will take him down." Exhaling sharply, he continued, "You little wretch. I have a task for you. Aren't there black card clients at Huangcheng's place? Humph, I'll give you some poison, and when you encounter one of those clients, you are to administer it." "Ah." Xiaomei was taken aback. "You want me to poison him? He's so strong. How could I possibly manage that?" Gao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback by her response. "Which he are you referring to?" he asked, puzzled. "Do you really know about Huangcheng's black card clients? Those are significant figures. They are people Huang Cheng must cater to." "That's right. It was that Mr. Wu just now," Xiaomei said cautiously. "He is a black card client, and I've heard he is the second of his kind." Gao Qingtian was genuinely surprised. This country bumpkin is actually a black card client? Just him? He was aware of the privileges afforded to black card clients at the New World building, which involved a significant monthly quota. He had never imagined that Wu Dongming, this country bumpkin, would have such status. This can't be a lie, can it? He glanced at Xiaomei. "Gao Xiao, this is true. I swear I'm not deceiving you. He truly is a black card customer with a very distinguished identity." Xiaomei hurriedly assured him. "Humph." Gao Qingtian coldly replied. "Even today, he will still require you. It seems he is quite pleased with you. All right then. Next time he orders you, poison him." Xiaomei trembled all over, filled with dread. If Wu Dongming discovered this, would he beat her to death? Even if she truly poisoned him, what would come next? If the police investigated, she would be implicated. She would undoubtedly be imprisoned. spending the rest of her life behind bars. You are quite afraid, Gao Qingtian remarked coldly. Don't worry. No one will be able to trace the poison back to you. Just insist that he died suddenly. Once it's done, I will give you 5 million. And you can escape far away. Really? Xiaomei suddenly became interested. Of course it's true. If I didn't have confidence that it wouldn't be discovered, would I dare to let you take action? One misstep, and you would expose me. Gao Qingtian chuckled softly. Do you think I am that foolish? I see, Gao Xiao. You are unaware that Mr. Wu is a black card client. So, you previously ordered me to poison a black card client, Xiaomei cautiously inquired. You will do as I say. Why ask so many questions? Gao Qingtian coldly replied. Now, I will escort you back. I hope you can bring me good news. Xiaomei sighed inwardly. It would not be so simple. Wu Dongming had already seen her beside Gao Qingtian. He probably wouldn't seek her out again. Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts. She would follow Gao Xiao's lead and avoid asking further questions. Wu Dongming, meanwhile, was unaware that Gao Qingtian was plotting against him. He ascended the mountain with a rope, not only seeking wild boars, but also hoping to find that enchanting woman. He wanted to ascertain whether the revival of the yellow-haired individual was indeed due to her, and why she had come looking for him. Due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding that incident, he felt compelled to address it. Otherwise, his sleep would be plagued by unease. He contemplated his route, deliberating whether to venture towards the nail pond or the location where he had previously confronted the yellow-haired man. Ultimately, he opted for the nail pond, primarily because it was closer. He mused to himself, should he encounter that female spirit, he would first bind her with a rope. Thus, he strode purposefully into the mountains, carefully observing his surroundings, eager to see if the spirit would manifest again. To him, it seemed that since the spirit dared not approach him, it was likely due to her fear of being overpowered. If the yellow-haired man was indeed a pawn of the spirit, it would indicate that she possessed considerable strength. Once captured, he would siphon her power. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed the yin energy from several young women, significantly enhancing his own strength. If he could absorb the female spirit's energy once more, he might ascend to even greater heights, potentially unlocking another layer of jade, thereby amplifying his prowess. He proceeded cautiously, and even before nearing the nail pond, he heard the sound of water. Indeed, it was there. A glimmer of excitement crossed his face. He tread lightly, as the water sounds grew louder, resembling that of a large fish. However, recalling his prior experience with the financial crisis, Wu Dongming was not so easily deceived. He suspected that it was the female spirit itself. Previously, she had lured him into her watery domain, and now he resolved to approach with utmost stealth, ensuring that she remained unaware of his presence. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly flee. With this thought, a smile crept onto his face as he stealthily advanced. His enhanced abilities allowed him to move with remarkable silence. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from deeper within the mountains. Another person? The heavy tread suggested it was a man. Wu Dongming quickly concealed himself behind a large rock, eager to observe how this female spirit would entice the man. Suddenly, the water in the nail pond splashed, then fell silent, piquing Wu Dongming's curiosity. Had the man concealed himself? The footsteps drew nearer, stopping by the edge of the nail pond. Wu Dongming cautiously raised his head and saw the man bent over inspecting something. From his vantage point, he could not discern what it was. However, it soon became clear as the man picked up a woman's dress from the ground and exaggeratedly sniffed it. Wu Dongming recognized him as Zhao Long from the neighboring village. Zhao Long, in his 40s, had once been a ruffian in the city but lost a finger in a brawl. Now, having returned to the village with diminished vigor, he lived as an idle man, remaining unmarried. How fragrant, Zhao Long exclaimed, scanning the area with a grin. Is someone drowning? Little sister, don't be afraid. I'll strip down and save you. He dropped the dead hair slung over his shoulder and swiftly began to undress. The water erupted with splashes as a woman emerged, her expression one of terror as she gazed at Zhao Long. Don't come near, or I'll scream. The voice was not that of the female spirit, but rather, it sounded like Ma Xiaoying. Why was she still in the village instead of going to town? Did she not have work to attend to? Chapter 49. The idle rascal, what good will that do? I'm already in the water, Zhao Long replied. Little sister, if you scream, not only is this place usually deserted, but even if there were people, they wouldn't be women. Your cries would only attract more men, and they'd all come to enjoy the sight of you without clothes. He wiped his face and chuckled. Who knows? Your screams might even bring someone who wants to join in on the fun. Don't come any closer. Ma Xiaoying splashed the water, crying out. You're a bad person. What do you mean by bad? You're right, I am a bad person. If you scream too loudly, you might attract someone who won't dare to save you. By then, they'll just watch me have my way with you. Ma Xiaoying felt herself on the brink of collapse, unable to fathom Zhao Long's shamelessness. Tears mingled with the water as she pleaded, "Please, let me go. I'm a teacher in town. I enjoy playing with teachers," Zhao Long replied with a lewd grin. "Back in elementary school, I once spied on a female teacher while she bathed. She was far uglier than you. Little sister, you're truly beautiful. I'll make sure to treat you well." Such words pierced Ma Xiaoying's ears like daggers. Regret washed over her. Why had she come here? Had she not come, she would never have encountered this man. As Zhao Long had said, if her cries attracted others, it would be even more embarrassing. As a teacher, the thought of such a scenario filled her with dread. In that moment, she thrashed in the water, tears streaming down her face as she watched Zhao Long draw ever closer. "Don't come near." She suddenly made a resolute decision. "If you come any closer, I'll drag you down with me." Zhao Long paused momentarily, then laughed heartily. "Little girl, you barely weigh 100 pounds. How could you possibly drag me down? Why not just sink down now? I'll pull you up later, and we can play however we like." Ma Xiaoying felt herself on the verge of fainting. Just then, Zhao Long swam closer, reaching for her. "Ah!" she cried out as the water splashed wildly. "Hey, nothing on." Zhao Long chuckled, wrapping his arms around her. "This is convenient." Ma Xiaoying felt herself truly on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. Who would have thought that venturing into the mountains would lead to such a spectacle? It's truly delightful. Startled, both Zhao Long and Ma Xiaoying froze, turning towards the voice. It was none other than Wu Dongming. "You little brat," Zhao Long blurted out, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "Want to join in on the fun? It won't cost you a dime. I prefer experiences that require payment," Wu Dongming replied with a smile, retrieving his phone. "Zhao Long, if you're going to play, do it yourself. I'll just document this beautiful moment." "You," Zhao Long gritted his teeth. "You know who I am and still dare to record? I'll take you down. Is that so?" Wu Dongming replied with a chuckle. "I know you, but you don't know me. Is it because I'm too obscure? As if you could truly take me down." Wu Dongming had no fear of someone like Zhao Long. "You're Wu Dongming." Zhao Long finally recognized the situation and shouted angrily. "Do not think that just because you used to run with me, I would be afraid of you. I'll tell you, I can eliminate you in an instant. Is that so formidable?" Wu Dongming casually snapped photos of the water with his phone. "Regardless of your prowess, let us capture a few memories first." Seeing this, both Zhao Long and Ma Xiaoying were taken aback. Ma Xiaoying nearly fainted, realizing not only had Wu Dongming seen her, but he had also taken pictures. What would she do now? How could she ever face anyone again? Zhao Long gritted his teeth in frustration. "Kid, what do you intend to do? Scram, or I'll end you right now." Currently, submerged in the water, he could only issue threats. What was the point of all this bluster? Wu Dongming chuckled. "Perhaps you should go tell the police." "Ma Xiaoying, I plan to hand these photos over to the authorities. At that point, you'll firmly accuse him of assault, and he'll be locked away for decades. He deserves no less. Do you dare?" Zhao Long's expression shifted drastically. He was aware that such actions carried severe consequences, potentially leading to a prison sentence of 2 to 3 decades. He had only been in a detention center before, but that was nothing compared to a real prison. A man like him would likely be dealt with swiftly inside. "You threaten me, but I won't hesitate to report you," Wu Dongming declared, casually grabbing Zhao Long's tattered clothing. "This garment is worthless. You might as well make good use of your cigarettes and lighter." He stowed his phone and retrieved the lighter from Zhao Long's pocket. "What are you doing?" Zhao Long trembled. "You like being sleek and shiny, don't you? Allow me to assist you." As he spoke, Wu Dongming ignited Zhao Long's clothes. "Stop." Zhao Long felt like crying. How could anyone stoop so low? He glared menacingly at Wu Dongming. "Isn't this exhilarating?" Wu Dongming teased. "You little brat. I will not spare you." Zhao Long seethed. I know, Wu Dongming replied, rolling his ear. "You've said you wouldn't let me off several hundred times. No need to reiterate. But now let us record this. Do you wish to play with this woman? If so, hurry up, let us see how long you can endure. Rest assured, I will film it all in one continuous shot." Even a rogue like Zhao Long could not bring himself to act in such a disgraceful manner before Wu Dongming, especially with the latter watching to see how long he could hold out. Suddenly, a glint of determination crossed Zhao Long's eyes. "Take off your clothes, or I will kill her right now." He clutched Ma Xiaoying's neck tightly. "You little brat, strip and jump in, and you must throw down your phone, unless you can bear to watch her perish." Ma Xiaoying's eyes rolled back in despair. Chapter 50. The rescuer becomes the target. Impressive, Wu Dongming remarked with a smile. "Zhao Long, are you truly prepared to kill her? If so, do carry on. I will be reporting to the police shortly." "Do you truly intend to let her die right before your eyes?" Zhao Long gritted his teeth. "She is from your village. What does that matter?" Wu Dongming shrugged. "But you are Zhao Long. Every village around here fears you. I fear you too. Now that you have Ma Xiaoying in your grip, I dare not confront you. So, if you wish to kill her, then do so. You cannot escape. Ma Xiaoying was on the verge of unconsciousness from his grip. Hearing Wu Dongming's words only deepened her despair, and she fainted. Zhao Long, unable to keep her afloat, felt her body begin to sink slowly. Damn it, Zhao Long cursed. Shoving Ma Xiaoying away, he then swam toward the shore. Kid, remember this. He quickly reached the bank, completely exposed and fleeing. He could have lingered to see if Wu Dongming would rescue the submerged Ma Xiaoying, but without his clothes, what was the point? It was more urgent to escape. He harbored an intense hatred for Wu Dongming. Since returning to the village, he had never encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, by the edge of the Dingxi pool, Wu Dongming placed his phone and rope aside and dove into the water with a splash. He saw Ma Xiaoying motionless, slowly sinking. Wu Dongming plunged down, seizing her around the waist 2 meters beneath the surface. The Dingxi pool was deep, yet Wu Dongming's vision was clear, and he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a person seated on the bottom. No way. Is that really a person? In that moment, he felt a surge of panic and swallowed a mouthful of water. Quickly, he clutched Ma Xiaoying and propelled himself upward. With a splash, they broke the surface. Ma Xiaoying's face was ashen, and she still had not drawn a breath. Wu Dongming wasted no time, dragging her to shore and laying her flat on a large stone. He began performing artificial respiration. Though he had never done it before, he had seen how it was done on his phone. He pressed down on her chest, inhaling sharply. He had to admit, the sensation was remarkable. Looking down at her, he noted her beauty. Her skin was smooth and fair, and her physique was undoubtedly appealing. His heart raced, but it was not the time for such thoughts. He gently pressed a few times, then pinched her mouth open and blew air into her. After 2 breaths, he pressed down again. This time, some water was expelled. He quickly opened her lips again to blow air inside. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoying's eyes fluttered open. Ah! She gasped, pushing Wu Dongming away. It had no effect, but moments later, she delivered a sharp slap across his face. Wu Dongming was taken aback. He had not expected her to possess such strength after everything. Slapping me? He glared at her, then instinctively grabbed her arm, his hand landing on soft flesh. Ah! Ma Xiaoying shuddered, feeling a rush of heat. Her previously pale face now flushed crimson. Oh, my apologies, I didn't mean to grab there, Wu Dongming chuckled. You, Ma Xiaoying's eyes welled with tears. Now you're crying? Wu Dongming stepped aside. I saved your life, and all I get in return is a slap. People truly have a way of repaying kindness with malice. You were the one who bullied me. Ma Xiaoying realized she was without clothing and shrank back. I saved your life, yet you accuse me of bullying you. Only a woman like you would think that way. Wu Dongming sighed. Perhaps I should have simply let Zhao Long have his way with you. You, Ma Xiaoying's tears flowed even more freely. What nonsense are you spouting? You were indeed saved from Zhao Long, but you were merely standing by, taking pictures. You had no intention of rescuing me. You just wanted to record the event. Recalling this made her feel even more aggrieved. You seem to know my thoughts so well. You must be a parasite in my belly. Wu Dongming continued to observe her intently. At that moment, Ma Xiaoying noticed the gaze he fixed upon her. Why are you staring at me? You're clearly a lecher. She trembled all over. Right you are. Wu Dongming chuckled. I wouldn't even bother to look at someone unattractive. With that, he picked up her clothes and tossed them back. However, if you claim that I merely took photographs and recorded videos, it does seem there's no fault in that. But did you expect me to rush to your rescue without a second thought in that situation? You've truly overestimated my capabilities. How could I possibly contend with that scoundrel Zhao Long, especially with you in his grasp? You cannot blame Ma Xiaoying for being angry. After all, you can't just take pictures, can you? Furthermore, your earlier comments were rather harsh, criticizing my manner of speaking. Oh, Wu Dongming shrugged. So I saved you. Yet I must do so in a manner you find pleasing? Pray tell, what manner of words would you prefer? Very well. I shall seek out Zhao Long and allow him to capture you once more, then I shall come to your aid again. How does that sound? You are shameless. Ma Xiaoying glared at him. For someone as tall and imposing as you, how can you speak so disgracefully? You are utterly shameless. She sighed. I saved your life. Yet I am met with scorn. It seems in your eyes, I am only worthy of contending with Zhao Long. No, I should not even exist. Humph. Did I truly take those photos? Wu Dongming bent down to retrieve his phone and rope, reflecting on the folly of rescuing such an ungrateful woman. After all, saving a life should merit some gratitude, yet here he was, being berated. With that, he turned and walked into the woods. Where are you going? Ma Xiaoying called after him, but Wu Dongming paid her no heed, swiftly disappearing into the thicket. In truth, he had not ventured far. He was still intrigued by the possibility of discovering whether there was truly a person submerged beneath the water. Yet, upon reflection, how could there be anyone down there? Even in death, one would disintegrate. Could it be a statue? If so, it might be an antique, undoubtedly valuable. Nevertheless, he must wait until Ma Xiaoying departed before descending. After a brief moment of crying, Ma Xiaoying slowly donned her clothing, filled with indignation as she muttered, I have merely spoken a few words to him. Why does he treat me this way? I harbor no malice towards him. He is simply too petty. Rising, she prepared to leave when suddenly, a figure approached, brandishing a stick. This man was bare, save for a few banana leaves wrapped around his waist. Upon spotting Ma Xiaoying, he shouted, Where is that little brat? I will kill him. Ma Xiaoying's legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed helplessly. Chapter 51. Zhao Long strikes again. Zhao Long, gripping a wooden stick, approached Ma Xiaoying. After scanning the surroundings and finding Wu Dongming absent, he coldly inquired, Where has that scoundrel gone? He left. He went into the mountains, Ma Xiaoying stammered, devoid of any will to resist. Humph. Zhao Long scoffed, That bastard escaped. I didn't expect him to run so swiftly. He glared menacingly at Ma Xiaoying, a sinister smile creeping across his face. But you didn't run away. Get up. He grabbed her collar with one hand while wielding the stick in the other, hoisting her up effortlessly. Ma Xiaoying gasped, her eyes pleading, Please, don't. Zhao Long's excitement surged at her desperation. You're the reason I was startled earlier. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more I want to settle the score. I lost my clothes. I must reclaim something. It was him who frightened you, not me. If you wish to find him, go seek him. Please, spare me. Ma Xiaoying felt as helpless as a lamb. Find him? Zhao Long retorted coldly. I'm over 40 and have no wife. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a woman. You expect me to look for him? Here stands a woman before me. What reason do I have to wait? Please, no? Ma Xiaoying cried, nearly fainting. I am a teacher in the town. I beg you, do not harm me. Enough with the nonsense. Zhao Long growled. If you dare to struggle, I will break your limbs. You will lie here and wait for death. Ma Xiaoying wept bitterly, utterly devoid of strength. Come with me. Zhao Long commanded coldly. Let me inform you. I can sate myself without caring for anyone else. Even if I kill a few, it would be worth it. Such words were clearly a declaration of societal revenge. Ma Xiaoying believed Zhao Long capable of such actions, struggling to support herself as he dragged her forward. If you obey, once I am satisfied, I will let you go. But if you disobey, you will learn the consequences. Ma Xiaoying's heart sank further, tears flowing freely. Moments ago, she had felt a modicum of confidence speaking to Wu Dongming, for he had saved her and bore no ill will. Yet now, in the face of Zhao Long, she could not muster any resistance, fully aware that he intended to harm her. For someone like him, speaking out would only invite greater suffering. Please, spare me, was all she could plead. Speak no more. I will break your limbs now. Zhao Long showed her no mercy. Ma Xiaoying ceased to protest. And soon they entered the very woods where Wu Dongming had ventured. At that moment, Ma Xiaoying thought, Wu Dongming, please do not stray far. You must hear my voice. Yet, she dared not speak aloud, regret gnawing at her for having angered him earlier. If only he were here now, Zhao Long would likely deal with him first. Even if Zhao Long were to kill Wu Dongming, she would have time to escape, perhaps running to the village for help. Suddenly, Zhao Long chuckled, This will do. Humph. If you dare to shout, I will end you right here. Now strip. His patience had worn thin, and he tore away the banana leaves at his waist. Ma Xiaoying gasped in horror, unsure of how to react. Damn it, Zhao Long cursed, discarding the stick and seizing Ma Xiaoying, tearing at her clothing. Ma Xiaoying was frozen with shock as her garment was ripped away, exposing her skin. Zhao Long grew increasingly excited, moving with reckless abandon as he quickly shredded her long skirt, casting it aside. Beholding her form, Zhao Long's heart raced. That little brat ruined my fun earlier. Now I must reclaim it. It's been far too long since I've experienced pleasure. This time, I must. Just then, from nearby, Wu Dongming's voice rang out. Hey, could you not do that? I finally found a place to relieve myself, and you're here making a scene? You're ruining my mood. You little brat. Zhao Long seethed, while Ma Xiaoying trembled. It was Wu Dongming. He was still here. Tears streamed down her face. Indeed, Wu Dongming emerged from behind a tree, adjusting his trousers. Zhao Long, why are you here again, running over without any clothes? Wait, neither of you is wearing anything. He laughed, leaning casually against a tree. You little brat, I will destroy you. Zhao Long approached with a stick, ready to strike Wu Dongming. You are quite impressive, Wu Dongming remarked with a smile. To wander about without clothes. Are you not afraid of the thorns that may pierce your skin? I will kill you. Zhao Long was beyond caring at this moment. His sole intention in returning was to eliminate Wu Dongming. As for Ma Xiaoying, she was dispensable, a mere woman, after all. Once Wu Dongming was dealt with, That cowardly woman would surely not dare to resist. It would be straightforward. Wu Dongming shook his head. Zhao Long, with so many trees around, do you truly believe you can best me with that long stick? Perhaps you should seek immediate gratification instead. It would be simpler to bury you right here. At that moment, he was still jesting, which only fueled Zhao Long's ire. Die! He charged forward, but suddenly crouched down with a cry. My foot! Not only was he bare of clothing, but he also lacked shoes, having stepped directly onto a sharp thorn that punctured the sole of his foot. Wu Dongming approached, chuckling. I warned you to be cautious. No matter how thick-skinned you are, you cannot shield yourself from all the thorns. I will. Zhao Long gritted his teeth, still standing, and lunged at Wu Dongming with his stick. Wu Dongming effortlessly seized it, and, with a gentle tug, sent Zhao Long stumbling forward. As he stepped again, his left foot landed on yet another thorn, piercing deeply. Looking down, he noticed several sharp branches scattered about. Clearly, someone had set this trap intentionally. At that moment, Wu Dongming shifted his grip on the stick, causing Zhao Long to topple to the ground. My body is in agony. Several thorns had cruelly embedded themselves into him. Chapter 52. A deeper exploration. Zhao Long writhed in pain on the ground, rolling about, which only exacerbated his suffering as more thorns stabbed into him. Clenching his teeth, he dared not move, his face trembling with rage as he glared at Wu Dongming. How dare you do this to me? Wu Dongming interjected, apologies, but I need to use you as a footrest. With that, he stepped onto Zhao Long's back and moved forward. Zhao Long howled in agony once more. Wu Dongming then approached Ma Xiaoying, who trembled, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she threw herself into his embrace. Wu Dongming, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Smiling, is this your way of taking advantage of me? Ma Xiaoying shuddered, her expression turning more aggrieved. I didn't know he would return. He's nothing but a demon. Wu Dongming replied coolly, you were the one who tried to drive me away. He pushed her down and added, now that he lies here, he should be unable to rise and confront you, so you may leave. Ma Xiaoying glanced down at her bare body, feeling utterly embarrassed, and quickly crouched down. When she looked up, she caught Wu Dongming admiring her form, igniting her anger. Wu Dongming, how can you be so shameless? You let her. Just a moment ago, she had been grateful to him, but now her temper flared. For a long time, she had regarded Wu Dongming with disdain, considering him merely a scoundrel, one who would remain idly in the village even if he ceased his mischief. He was not without charm, but his lack of ambition was a significant flaw. As a primary school teacher, she had high standards for her partner. Appearance, character, wealth, and career all had to be commendable to match her. At present, Wu Dongming barely met her appearance standards, while he fell short in the other three aspects. For him to win her over, he needed to excel in at least one area, such as securing a respectable job. Perhaps then she could reluctantly consider him as a suitor. Insanity. Wu Dongming was at a loss for words. In all honesty, his blood was boiling now. Yet, how could he possibly feel attracted to a woman like her in her current state? He would rather plunge into cold water to cool off than pursue someone like her. What did you say? Ma Xiaoying looked up at him. You are utterly unambitious. If you were to focus on finding a job, I might consider you. But you. Hearing this, Wu Dongming was rendered speechless. Do you think I would ever be interested in you? He glanced at her. A woman like you. Even if you were completely naked and offered yourself for money, I would not be tempted. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Ma Xiaoying exclaimed, stunned. She called after his retreating figure. Where are you going? Wu Dongming paid her no mind. Come back, she cried. I command you to return. But he had already vanished from sight. You scoundrel. You leave me here alone. At that moment, she noticed Zhao Long, who had silently begun to rise. Blood was oozing from several wounds on his body. Ma Xiaoying gasped in alarm. Don't do anything reckless. It's all Wu Dongming's fault. It has nothing to do with me. I swear. She hastily made her way out of the woods. If you dare to leave, I will kill you, Zhao Long hissed, lowering his voice. Ma Xiaoying jumped. But her courage slowly returned as she realized Zhao Long could hardly move quickly. She turned and fled. Get back here, you wretched girl. Zhao Long shouted angrily. Do you dare? Ma Xiaoying halted, glaring at him defiantly. If you don't run now, when Wu Dongming returns, he will surely kill you. Her words startled Zhao Long, and as he shifted, the thorns aggravated his wounds, causing him to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoying took the opportunity to escape. The wind chilled her as she ran, but she knew that if she hesitated, being caught by Zhao Long would be disastrous. As she dashed, she thought bitterly of Wu Dongming. How could he treat her this way? What was his standing that he dared to act so toward her? Passing a cluster of banana trees, she quickly tore off 2 leaves to wrap around herself, providing a semblance of modesty. She hoped desperately not to encounter anyone else along the way, The thought of it was mortifying. In her haste, she stumbled and scraped her face, falling to the ground and crying in utter frustration. Realizing Zhao Long could soon catch up, she forced herself to rise and continue running. As she anticipated, Zhao Long had managed to stand, bloodied and exposed, with holes in his feet making it difficult for him to walk. Damn it! He gingerly took a few steps, blood still seeping from his soles, gasping in pain. I will make Wu Dongming pay for this. Tonight, I will burn down his house. Crouching on the ground, he took a few deep breaths and glanced around, just in time to recognize several medicinal herbs nearby that could staunch the bleeding. He promptly reached out, plucked the herbs, chewed them into a pulp, and applied them to the soles of his feet, all the while muttering curses under his breath. You wretched beast! I will surely annihilate your entire family. You have provoked me. You will not die a good death. Struggling to leave, Wu Dongming observed from a distance as the two individuals departed one after the other. Finally, those two have left, he chuckled, noting that neither of them wore clothing. If someone were to see them, they would undoubtedly assume they were perverts. Shrugging, he thought, never mind, I should first investigate what lies beneath the nail pool. If it truly is an antique, retrieving it would be exhilarating. He swiftly approached the edge of the nail pool and was about to strip off his clothes to jump in when he abruptly halted. I cannot leave my clothes in such a conspicuous spot. What if someone comes along and steals them? Thus, he went to a large rock, removed his clothes, and concealed them beneath it. Only then did he plunge into the water. As he dove deeper, he encountered a significant buoyancy at about 5 or 6 meters, making it impossible for him to descend further. Frowning, he peered into the depths and discerned what appeared to be the silhouette of a person sitting below. What is this? He pondered. I must find a way to go deeper. Chapter 53. The arrival of those seeking the yellow-haired man breaking the surface, he gasped for air. It felt as if an unseen force was pushing him upwards, preventing him from sinking. His brow furrowed. The nail pool had seemingly never run dry. Even during previous droughts, the water level had only dropped by 2 or 3 meters at most. There had been attempts to drain it for fish, but after much effort, they could only lower the water level by a few meters. He recalled that others had tried to explore the bottom, but none had succeeded. Thus, the nail pool had always remained shrouded in mystery among the villagers. The ordinary villagers lacked discerning vision, unlike Wu Dongming, and could not see what lay beneath the surface. I shall take a stone with me. He approached the edge of the pool, lifted a hefty stone weighing about 50 or 60 pounds, and leaped into the water. Splash! The water erupted in a great spray. With the stone in hand, his descent quickened significantly. However, at a depth of 7 or 8 meters, he encountered that same buoyancy again, which slowed his progress considerably. After sinking about another meter, he found himself halted once more. This cannot be, he thought, feeling a wave of frustration. There is indeed something strange down here. Gazing down at the humanoid figure below, a chill crept across his face. Let us push through. He kicked his legs vigorously, determined to reach the bottom. He descended another foot, but just as he was about to stop again, the jade within him pulsed gently. Suddenly, the buoyancy vanished, and he sank swiftly into the depths. It seems that only magic can conquer magic. There must be secrets down here, and perhaps treasures. He knew the jade within him was a treasure, and he suspected that whatever lay beneath would not compare in value, but would certainly be worthwhile. To reach the bottom more quickly, he continued to paddle with his legs. The pressure in the water intensified. This was his first time diving so deep. Fortunately, his breath was still long, and his strength formidable. Otherwise, he would have faltered long ago. At last, he reached the bottom. The water was murky, yet his keen eyes spotted the humanoid shape immediately. It resembled a stone figure, so he released the stone in his hand. It did not float back up. Instead, he stood before the figure, which was seated in a cross-legged position, covered with thick silt. He gently reached out to brush away some of the mud from the top of the stone head. The water became clouded immediately, and he quickly withdrew his hand. However, the surface felt remarkably smooth and hard. If this stone could be brought to the surface, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. But could he truly move it? Crouching down to examine it closely, he noticed beside it what appeared to be a slender object, about a foot long, also covered in a layer of silt, so much so that it was nearly indistinguishable. He reached out and grasped it, and as he did, the mud flew up, revealing a beautifully crafted sword. The scabbard was exquisite, and the hilt adorned with gemstones. Drawing it slowly, he noted its sharpness, glimmering even underwater. Remarkably, it had not rusted after all this time. It must be worth quite a fortune. His gaze swept the area and spotted a dark horizontal cave to his left. What treasures might lie within? Driven by curiosity, he moved closer. Suddenly, he halted. Wait, there is a sword here, and that stone figure looks human. What if it is not stone, but an actual person? His heart raced at the thought. Could it truly be a person? Resolutely, he decided to touch the figure's head, clearing away the mud. In the murkiness, he discerned that it was indeed a human head, complete with eyebrows, eyes, a nose, and a mouth, appearing rather handsome. Yet, the texture felt more like stone than flesh. Could this be a petrified corpse? He was taken aback, extending his finger to poke the figure's face. Hey, senior, are you breathing? The figure remained still. Wu Dongming furrowed his brow. Perhaps it truly is an ancient elder? He cautiously attempted to lift the figure, discovering it was indeed movable. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie tension. He felt it prudent to exercise caution. Cradling the ancient figure, he approached the ominous dark cave. Is anyone inside? Are there monsters lurking here? He had no way of knowing. However, he did possess a shield now. Should he encounter any beast, he could use it for protection. As he made his way toward the underwater cave, a beautiful woman appeared quietly at the surface. She was the same enchanting figure who had previously shared an intimate moment with Wu Dongming. Observing the water, a smirk of derision crossed her face. You dare to dive in? She scoffed. Even I only dare to play in the water to absorb a little of the leaked aura. Someone like you going down is sure to return no more. A look of smug satisfaction danced across her features. But to think you might die like this. How delightful. She glared at the water's surface. Even if you perish, you will surely not resurface. Yet soon, she sighed softly. Still, it is a pity. Someone of your caliber is a rarity. Because of your descent, there will be no aura leaking out for a while. I shall venture outside to take a look. I've grown weary of lingering in the mountains. At that moment, she seemed to set aside her resentment towards Wu Dongming and, with a light step, strolled towards the mountain's edge. After traversing 2 hills, she arrived at the road outside. Just then, a van drove up and stopped beside her. Hey! The passenger window rolled down, revealing a man with dyed red hair leaning out, inquiring, have you seen a ancient beauty around here? What is your name, beautiful? The woman donned a traditional long gown. She giggled, introducing herself as Hu Lijing. The red-haired man paused momentarily, surveying her from head to toe, and chuckled. Well, I must say, with your figure and appearance, you truly resemble a vixen. In the vehicle, a green-haired man glanced over, reminding them that they had pressing matters to attend to and should refrain from engaging in frivolous conversation. The red-haired man, slightly displeased yet smiling at Hu Lijing, inquired, have you seen a man with dyed yellow hair riding a motorcycle? Hu Lijing appeared taken aback before exclaiming, yes. He is dead. Someone killed him. What? Both the green-haired and red-haired men were astonished. Who killed him? Please, tell us. Hu Lijing regarded them solemnly before revealing. It was a fellow from the village ahead, named Wu Dongming, who did it. Oh, it was a tragic affair. What? The red-haired man exited the vehicle, demanding, are you saying he was killed by someone named Wu Dongming? Indeed. Hu Lijing sighed. Everyone in my village is aware of this incident. However, the villagers may not speak freely about it. You might want to inquire yourselves. Will you accompany us? The red-haired man persisted, fixating on her. I cannot go. She replied hastily. Wu Dongming is a terrifying individual, notorious for his murderous tendencies. You must hurry to find him. Without wishing to waste further time, she turned to leave. The red-haired man contemplated pursuing her, for such beauty was rare, and the prospect of a fleeting encounter was enticing. Yet the green-haired man halted him, stating, aren't you getting back in the car? You become tongue-tied at the sight of a woman. Our priority is to ascertain the truth behind this matter. Hearing this, the red-haired man felt a twinge of disappointment. He climbed back into the vehicle, sighing, I forgot to ask her where she is from. Her origin is irrelevant. The green-haired man retorted sharply. We must focus on locating Lao San. If he truly has been murdered, we must seek vengeance. As for women, once we acquire wealth, there will be plenty of beauties at our disposal. The red-haired man conceded the wisdom in his companion's words and entered the vehicle. A man named Wu Dongming, is it? Let us proceed to the village and inquire further. Whoever dared to take our brother's life must face the consequences. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming continued his journey through the dark, submerged tunnel. He felt a mounting sense of suffocation, and the chilling waters around him grew colder, with ice forming beneath the surface. What a frigid environment. At that moment, the tunnel ended. Despite the darkness, he could discern a vertical shaft leading downwards, unfathomably deep, with glacial formations along its walls. What kind of place is this? Why is the water so icy? He believed there must be a water source below, as the water would not remain if it were merely stagnant. However, he found himself unable to descend any further. His breath was running low, and the cold was unbearable, even for his robust physique. In desperation, he tossed the bald man he had been carrying into the abyss below. Elder, scout the way. The elder slowly sank downwards, but no sound emanated from him. Wu Dongming felt a flicker of disappointment as he gripped his short sword and retreated to the surface. He was unaware of the faint voice that arose from the depths, cursing him for sending the elder back to the perilous depths after sustaining serious injuries. Emerging at the surface, Wu Dongming furrowed his brow and detected a peculiar fragrance lingering in the air. Could it be the scent of that enchanting woman? Has she been here? Alarmed, he hurried to find his clothes, relieved to discover they were still intact, along with his phone and wallet. Did she notice my presence? Curious about the short sword, he examined it in the light. It appeared exquisitely crafted. As he drew it from its sheath, its blade shimmered like autumn water, radiating brilliance. This item must be immensely valuable. He tested the sharpness, only to slice his finger open, blood oozing forth. Ouch! What a keen edge! He quickly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. The blade seemed to absorb his blood instantaneously before sheathing itself and vanishing. Suddenly, Wu Dongming felt a peculiar sensation as something penetrated the wound on his thumb, which healed almost instantaneously. What sorcery is this? Where's my sword? Bewildered, he realized the weapon was indeed extraordinary. As he glanced around, he felt a strange spatial awareness, revealing a peculiar area measuring about 8 square feet, with a massive sword at its center, inscribed with the words 7 clever swords. 7 clever swords? Wu Dongming remained composed. This must be his sword, albeit contained within this peculiar space, likely the sword's sheath. It was a reasonable explanation, especially since he noticed several large gold ingots stored within. With a mere thought, he summoned one, which crashed heavily to the ground. What on earth? How was such massive gold forged? He inhaled sharply as he steadied himself, approaching the ingot. It must weigh at least 500 pounds. Where did this come from? Is it truly gold? It cannot be a fake. Its size and weight suggested authenticity. He bit into a corner, discovering it was surprisingly soft, soon breaking off a piece. Incredible. This is indeed gold. Even this small fragment would fetch a substantial sum. With this, I shall never worry about money again. Whenever I need cash, I can simply sell gold. His heart raced with excitement. However, he suddenly realized that the true treasure was the 7 clever sword. Beyond its potential as a weapon, its most significant attribute was that it was a spatial artifact capable of storing items. With that thought, he pressed his thumb against the gold ingot. Instantly, it vanished. Indeed, it works. A radiant smile adorned his face. From now on, carrying anything will be a breeze. Even a vehicle could fit. If someone displeases me, I could simply seize their car. What a remarkable item. I owe my gratitude to that elder. Bowing before the nail lake, I expressed my gratitude to the esteemed elder. With a light-hearted step, I made my way homeward. Meanwhile, a van had entered the village, halting before an elderly woman. The red-haired man exited the vehicle and, glaring fiercely at her, demanded, "Tell me, has someone here killed a person with dyed yellow hair?" The old woman, startled, turned to flee. "Oh, you think you can escape?" A trace of menace flashed across the red-haired man's face. "If I don't get to the bottom of this today, I will eliminate all of you." Chapter 55, Arson? With a swift motion, the red-haired man brandished a spring knife, its blade glinting ominously as he advanced towards the elderly woman. At that moment, the green-haired accomplice stepped out of the van, positioning himself protectively behind her. "No, please," the old woman cried. "I don't know anything. I truly know nothing." Her face drained of color, she clasped her hands together, perhaps reciting a silent prayer. "Know nothing?" The red-haired man's expression turned vicious. "You wretched woman. Do you think us easily deceived? Your village has slain my brother. I will call the police. And if you conceal this, you shall be an accomplice. You will rot in jail." "It wasn't me." The old woman trembled in fear. "That yellow-haired man died in an accident. He crashed by himself. I didn't bury him. It was Zhu Ming who did." Being merely a woman, she succumbed to her fright and revealed everything. "Buried him." The red-haired man inhaled deeply, his voice low and menacing. "Where is Zhu Ming? It truly has nothing to do with me. The village chief ordered Zhu Ming to bury him. It's terrifying. Truly terrifying. Such a good person just dead like that." The old woman continued to ramble. "I demand to know where the village chief and Zhu Ming are." The red-haired man pressed his knife closer. The old woman nearly lost control of her bladder. "I'll tell you I will. Just over there. The red brick house. That's the village chief's home. His name is Hu Mingfang. He gave the orders. He said not to speak of it. I insisted that we should report it." As she murmured, a vehicle's engine broke the tension. Looking up, she noticed the red-haired and green-haired men had returned to their van, which was now heading towards the village chief's residence. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "I told you this matter couldn't be concealed. They're doomed, truly doomed." Trembling, she hurried home. The van stopped outside Hu Mingfang's house. The red-haired and green-haired men exited and stormed inside. What are you doing? Hu Mingfang approached briskly, raising a hand to point at them. You two have barged into my home. Before he could finish, the red-haired and green-haired men lunged at him, fists flying. In this world of thuggery, Hu lacked a bit of ruthlessness. Each landed a blow to Hu Mingfang's face. He staggered back, but as the village chief, he still held some courage and reached for a stick. Hu Mingfang, the red-haired man sneered. That would be me. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Hu Mingfang retorted, anger flaring. I'll call the police. Call the police? The red-haired man scoffed. If we feared the police, would we dare come here? Tell me, did your village kill our brother, the one named Wu Dongming? What? Hu Mingfang was taken aback. The one with the dyed yellow hair? The red-haired man stated coldly. I demand to know where Wu Dongming lives. Looking for the yellow-haired one? I never said Wu Dongming killed him. Hu Mingfang, still holding on to his humanity as the village chief, refused to implicate Wu Dongming. The yellow-haired man died after crashing into a rock near Wu Dongming's house. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man cursed. Nonsense. How could he have crashed by himself? Damn it. You will lead us there. I will deal with Wu Dongming. Huh. Hu Mingfang replied icily. You want to confront Wu Dongming? Very well. The truth will prevail. I can take you there. But the fact remains that the yellow-haired man died in an accident. He shot them a cold glance and walked past them with determination. The red-haired and green-haired men exchanged glances. The yellow-haired man died in an accident? This seemed implausible. They were now thoroughly convinced of Hu Mingfang's words. It appeared that Wu Dongming was indeed responsible for the yellow-haired man's demise. Report the incident? They would never stoop to such a standard. As men of the streets, they would resolve the matter in their own way, following Hu Mingfang towards Wu Dongming's residence. Many villagers had witnessed the event clearly. The yellow-haired man truly had died in an accident. Moreover, that yellow-haired man came to provoke my nephew. I've been quite lenient by not seeking vengeance. Hu Mingfang remained unafraid, despite the pain from the blows he had received. Shut your mouth. The red-haired man snapped. Our brother was killed by you lot, and you dare speak to us like this. I swear today, I will take a life. Indeed, the green-haired man agreed. Someone must pay for our brother's death. Hu Mingfang furrowed his brow, pondering, isn't Wu Dongming quite arrogant? Let us see if he can handle these two thugs. No matter the village, tangling with such ruffians was never a good omen. Soon, they arrived at Wu Dongming's abode. Is this the place? The red-haired man kicked the door. Bang! The door nearly flew off its hinges. Damn it, not home. I'll tear this place apart. You too, Hu Mingfang shouted. Look, the yellow-haired man died against that large rock. If you don't believe me, I will call the police. Call the police. The red-haired and green-haired men rushed forward. You dare to call the police, you scoundrel? I'll kill you now. These matters we will handle ourselves. They glanced over and indeed saw some blood on the stone. So, that Wu fellow must have pushed our brother into the rock. I must take my revenge. Now, a fire was brewing in their hearts. Some villagers watched from a distance, but none dared approach. They recognized the fiery-haired men were seeking the yellow-haired culprit. The incident could no longer be concealed. They watched with bated breath to see what these two would do next. The red-haired man gathered some dry twigs, preparing to ignite a fire. What are you doing? Hu Mingfang exclaimed. I'm going to burn this house down. What business is it of yours? The red-haired man replied coldly. First, I'll set this house ablaze. And tomorrow, whose house shall I burn next? Just then, Wu Dongming returned, striding over. He glanced at the scene and asked coolly, Are you intending to set my house on fire? I'd like to see if you have the guts to do so. Chapter 56. Swift resolution. The red-haired and green-haired men fixed their gaze upon Wu Dongming. You are Wu Dongming. I thought you were a 2-meter-tall brute. But you're just a pathetic little wretch. You dare to kill our brother. You seek death. The two men advanced menacingly towards Wu Dongming. Their eyes filled with deadly intent. A disdainful expression adorned Wu Dongming's face. You wish to claim my property? He coldly regarded them. Is it really you who dares? Humph. Red Hair retorted icily. You will accompany us for a little trip. Green Hair chimed in. We need to find our brother. Once we arrive, you shall kneel. Oh. So you intend to extort me? Wu Dongming observed with a frosty demeanor. I am curious to know which scoundrel you are affiliated with. Humph. That is none of your concern. Green Hair brandished a switchblade, pointing it menacingly at Wu Dongming. Kneel before me, or else. And if I refuse? Wu Dongming shot back. You trespass upon our village without cause. It is you who ought to kneel. Completely ignoring the two, he provoked their ire. You dare to flaunt your arrogance after killing our brother. You will pay for your insolence. With weapons drawn, the two lunged at Wu Dongming, shocking the surrounding villagers. Murder. They are thieves. Call the police. Before the villagers could fully grasp the situation, two anguished cries pierced the air. Ah! Ah! Red hair and green hair lay sprawled on the ground, stunned silence enveloping the crowd. What just transpired? The villagers, still reeling from fear, had no clear view of Wu Dongming's swift actions. Upon closer inspection, they noted he held two switchblades, clearly seized from red hair and green hair. Playing with knives in front of me, he approached and delivered a kick to red hair. Ah! Red hair howled. What are you doing? How dare you strike me? Do you believe yourself formidable? Wu Dongming squatted down, delivering a resounding slap to the side of red hair's face. Huh! The force left half his face swollen. Do you know who you are provoking? Red hair seethed as he glared at Wu Dongming. Before he could finish, another slap landed. Huh! The other side of red hair's face swelled in retaliation. I shall kill you. I will make you pay. Despite his limited abilities, his bravado remained. Are you certain? Wu Dongming's voice was icy. Since you claim you will kill me, may I eliminate you first? Red hair gasped. What do you mean? Simply that I intend to end your life, Wu Dongming replied with a smile. Is it not prudent to eliminate those who wish me harm? Fear drained the color from red hair's face. He could not discern whether Wu Dongming truly possessed such resolve, yet it was evident he was no ordinary adversary. I only came to inquire about our brother's situation. I meant no harm. He faltered. Green hair, gritting his teeth, shouted, You dare strike us. You are doomed. Do you know we are under the command of Gao Laoda? Ultimately, they were merely pawns of Gao Laoda. Wu Dongming surveyed Hu Mingfang and the others, casually waving his hand. You have no further business here. Return and rest. The villagers turned to the village chief, eager to witness how Wu Dongming would deal with the two miscreants. Hu Mingfang addressed Wu Dongming. This pair, leave. Wu Dongming glared at him. Hu Mingfang hesitated, but ultimately complied, recognizing the notorious reputation of Gao Laoda. He was aware that Wu Dongming had crossed paths with a formidable adversary, potentially inviting trouble upon the village. Now that Wu Dongming had subdued the two ruffians, it was a matter solely between him and them. Detachment was crucial. He swiftly departed. The remaining villagers, intimidated by Wu Dongming, followed suit as the village chief made his exit. In an instant, only Wu Dongming, red hair, and green hair remained. What do you intend to do? Red hair stammered, his face pale with terror. Don't do anything rash. Green hair echoed, fear evident in his voice. You claimed I killed that little yellow-haired fool, did you not? Wu Dongming stated coldly. If I had truly killed him, would you dare confront me? The implication shocked them. Misunderstanding. Absolutely, it was not you. Indeed, the villagers spoke of an accident. He was struck by a vehicle. They hastily affirmed. With so many witnesses, how could there be doubt? Even if the police were to investigate, it would not implicate you. Wu Dongming regarded them coolly. Had you possessed such awareness earlier, matters would be simpler. However, another issue remains. The little yellow-haired fool injured one of our villagers, Huang Zhuwei. He is still hospitalized. With the death of the yellow-haired fool, compensation is due. At this revelation, red hair and green hair were alarmed. What? We came here and ended up with nothing but trouble and a demand for payment? Wu Dongming's gaze remained unyielding. Do you refuse to compensate? I will. How much do you require? Red hair replied, raising his voice. I have only 1,000 yuan. Green hair quickly added. I too possess merely 1,000 yuan. It's in my pocket. You may verify. Then let it be 1,000 each, Wu Dongming declared coldly. Pay now, and you may leave. Both red hair and green hair exhaled in relief as they scrambled to hand over the money. They hastily departed, their minds occupied with thoughts of the little yellow-haired fool's burial. Quickly returning to their vehicle, they glanced back, reassured that Wu Dongming did not pursue them. That guy is ruthless. Regardless of his ferocity, we will report him. Gao Laoda will not let this slide. We must return at once. Chapter 57. Requesting Wu Dongming's assistance? Having driven off red hair and green hair, Wu Dongming was on the verge of returning when Zhu Ming rushed over. Breathless, he approached Wu Dongming, wiping sweat from his brow. Dongming, I apologize for my tardiness. I heard two troublemakers were causing a disturbance, associates of the little yellow-haired fool. They seem to have learned of his demise here. At this point, he realized he had overlooked a crucial question. How did they find out? How could red hair and green hair have discovered the fate of the little yellow-haired fool? It appeared he still lacked experience. How did they learn of it? Zhu Ming pondered. Could it be that someone from our village spoke out? Regardless, Wu Dongming shook his head. It matters not who divulged the information. The dead remain dead. Even if the police come to investigate, the outcome would be unchanged. They cannot arrest everyone. Indeed. Zhu Ming sighed in relief. By the way, what of Xiaomei? Wu Dongming shot him a look. Isn't she unharmed? I am unaware. Zhu Ming sighed deeply, having just attempted to call her without success. What could he do? Thus, he turned to inquire of you. Wu Dongming was left speechless. Was he really going to ask me to find that Xiaomei for him again? Zhu Ming lowered his head, confessing he wished to journey into the city to see if he could locate her, and thus sought to borrow a motorcycle. Wu Dongming glared at him. Why not just buy one for yourself? I have no money. Zhu Ming sighed again, suggesting perhaps he could borrow a little cash to purchase a motorcycle. Wu Dongming stared at him incredulously. Look at your lack of ambition. Currently, with so much gold in his sword sheath, he was unconcerned about finances. He then stated, let us not discuss borrowing. You have 100,000 with me, and I'll return it to you right now. Your money is yours to manage. Even if Zhu Ming squandered it entirely, it wouldn't matter. Worst case, he could always give Zhu Ming some money for a bride later. Zhu Ming gasped, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Dongming, I truly cannot accept this money. It belongs to you. Do you want it or not? Wu Dongming looked at him. If you don't want it, I won't give you a single cent. I do want it. Zhu Ming sighed, expressing his gratitude and assuring he would cherish it and not squander it. Originally, he intended to use this money to woo a wife, but now it was given to him to manage. He pulled out his phone to provide his account details. Zhu Ming hesitated briefly before producing his phone and bank card to relay the information. Wu Dongming promptly transferred the 100,000 to him. He patted Zhu Ming on the shoulder, advising him to never easily trust any woman. Remember, any woman, lest he fall victim to deceit. I understand. A radiant smile adorned Zhu Ming's face as he declared he would set off immediately, promising to return with good news. His heart brimmed with joy, and he walked away while already planning how to interact with Xiaomei, as if he were truly marrying her. Observing his departing figure, Wu Dongming shrugged. Xiaomei, that woman, should not be trusted lightly. Yet, what could she possibly gain from Zhu Ming? This puzzled him. Was she merely seeking an honest man to take on her burdens? That would indeed be quite unexpected. Regardless, even if Zhu Ming ended up suffering because of her, it was of little concern. He still had money. Losses could be seen as lessons learned. Shaking his head, he noticed a gaze directed towards him from afar. It was none other than Ma Xiaoying. As their eyes met, she quickly looked down. Wu Dongming grew intrigued, observing her from a distance. When Ma Xiaoying looked up again and saw him still watching, her face paled with anger, and she stomped her foot before retreating home. Xiaoying, her mother called after her, following her inside. What's the matter? Why aren't you going to school? You always used to, Mom. Don't say anything. Ma Xiaoying huffed, taking a seat in annoyance. Xiaoying, her mother pressed, what is going on? You were just staring at that Wu Dongming punk, and now you're sulking. You can't possibly like him, can you? Otherwise, shall I just ask him myself? Mom. Ma Xiaoying jumped up, biting her lip. How could I possibly like him? He's just a delinquent. He doesn't deserve me. What does it matter who deserves whom? Her mother retorted, looking at her. Wu Dongming just brought down a wild boar. He sold it for a hefty sum, and it's clear he has changed. If he were to walk a straight path, he could certainly earn money. Mom. Ma Xiaoying glared at her. Don't say that. I wouldn't fall for him. Besides, I'm not angry because of him. Then what is the issue? Her mother looked at her, urging her to explain. You're skipping class. What is going on? Ma Xiaoying bit her lip lightly. It's because, Mom. Because I've been bullied at school. Bullied? Her mother exclaimed coldly. Who dares to bully you? Is it a student? Mom. Ma Xiaoying looked at her. How could it be a student? My students are all elementary school kids. They wouldn't dare bully me. Exhaling, she continued. It must have been an adult. I don't want to go back. What kind of person would dare bully you? Her mother pressed. Tell me. Who is it? We should report them. Report what? Ma Xiaoying glared at her. It's not that simple. I just don't want to go. That won't do, nor will this. Her mother's face flushed with frustration, glaring at her. You need to think of a solution. If someone is bullying you, why not find Wu Dongming? He's strong and fearless. He can help you deal with whoever's bothering you. Huh? Ma Xiaoying paused, surprised. Could that really work? It seems Wu Dongming is indeed formidable. Would it be alright to ask him for help? Alright, I'll go find him right now. Her mother, being impulsive, quickly headed out. Ma Xiaoying was taken aback. Mom. She hurried to catch up. Mom, what are you doing? What good will it do to find him? She reached out to grasp her mother's arm. Don't touch me. Her mother shot her a glare. Such a good job. How could you just not show up? If someone's bullying you and you say there's no way to solve it, then I'll find a way. We'll go to Wu Dongming. He'll certainly help since we're all from the same town. If he helps, it won't be a problem. She quickly made her way towards Wu Dongming's house. Ma Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, pausing in her steps. Sigh. She sighed softly. Perhaps seeking Wu Dongming could indeed provide a solution? However, she felt hesitant about facing him. What if he brought up the previous incident? But then again, as her mother had said, such a good teaching job would be a shame to lose. Thus, it seemed she truly needed the assistance of that ruffian, Wu Dongming. Reluctantly, she followed her mother at a distance. Let us allow her to speak with Wu Dongming first. Soon, her mother arrived at Wu Dongming's door. Wu Dongming, she called out, I have something to discuss with you. Wu Dongming emerged, asking, Aunt Lu, what do you need? He glanced at the slowly approaching Ma Xiaoying, a smile forming on his face. Ma Xiaoying's mother sighed. I'm looking for your help regarding my daughter Xiaoying, who still hasn't gone to school for work. Oh, I was wondering about that, Wu Dongming replied, frowning. What is going on? How can I assist? Indeed, she hasn't just skipped work in town. She even went to Dingzitang to play in the water. She nearly fell victim to that Zhao Long. If he had truly harmed her, who would she turn to for help? It seems Ma Xiaoying is rather embarrassed about the situation. Someone is bullying Xiaoying, Aunt Lu sighed. Now she is too scared to attend class. How can that be? What if she gets expelled? Where would she find solace? Wu Dongming furrowed his brow slightly. Although the salary of a teacher is not particularly high, it is indeed a stable job, especially for those from rural backgrounds. For them, it represents a commendable opportunity. However, I am uncertain as to who has been bullying her. I fear that Wu Dongming is inclined to refuse. Suddenly, Aunt Lu kneels down. Dongming, I am begging you. Please help my Xiaoying. Wu Dongming quickly reaches out to support her. Aunt Lu, what are you doing? I cannot accept this. If Xiaoying is being bullied, I will certainly assist her. Kneeling like this is far too extreme. Rest assured, I will help her. At that moment, Ma Xiaoying hurriedly approaches. Thankfully, Wu Dongming has already helped Aunt Lu to her feet. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite awkward. She cannot help but think. How convenient it is for him to say he will help just because I have been wronged. When I encountered Zhao Long, he did not lift a finger to assist. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Wu Dongming truly did come to her aid. Without him, she would have been bullied by Zhao Long from the very beginning. As she recalls the incident in the grove, she silently muses, Wu Dongming is not a bad person, but he is certainly a rogue. Dongming, Aunt Lu sighs in relief. Just hearing you say that is enough. She turns to Ma Xiaoying and asks, why don't you explain to Dongming what is going on? Ma Xiaoying looks at Wu Dongming and inquires, do you actually wish to help me? Wu Dongming replies with a smile, am I the kind of person who makes promises I cannot keep? Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, I cannot guarantee it in distant places, but in our entire county, I will certainly take care of it for you. If only you could truly manage that. Ma Xiaoying sighs, I will tell you everything. She glances at her mother, Mom, you should head back now. I need to speak with him. All right, Aunt Lu agrees. Understanding that Ma Xiaoying is in a bit of a predicament and does not want the news to spread, she simply wishes to inform Wu Dongming. After acknowledging him, she looks at Wu Dongming and says, Dongming, I am counting on you. Do not worry, Aunt Lu, Wu Dongming assures her with a nod. With that, Aunt Lu leaves feeling relieved. Wu Dongming sizes up Ma Xiaoying with a smile and suggests, let us discuss this inside. Who knows what you are plotting in your mind? Ma Xiaoying bites her lip, thinking, could it be? Wu Dongming, lowering his voice, reassures her, I have not done anything to you even when you were undressed. Do you think I would do anything here? Ma Xiaoying's face flushes crimson, and she shoots him a glare before hurrying inside. Wu Dongming chuckles softly and follows her in. I won't brew tea. Just tell me what happened, Wu Dongming says nonchalantly. How dare anyone bully the beauties of our village? That person must be seeking trouble. I am eager to find out who possesses such audacity. Indeed, Ma Xiaoying sighs, it is our principal. She shakes her head. I truly do not want to go back. He believes I am attractive, and thus wishes to. Oh, Wu Dongming is taken aback. Why do you not report him? How could I possibly report him? Ma Xiaoying laments. He has connections, wielding influence in both the underworld and the establishment. How could I stand against him? Moreover, he has threatened that if I do not comply, I shall never teach again, and I would be barred from any school. Really? Wu Dongming is further astonished. He is quite the formidable character, isn't he? It is perplexing how such a despicable person became a principal. As I said, he has connections, Ma Xiaoying sighs. I cannot compete with him. Thus, I simply returned home. If I do not attend class in a few days, I will undoubtedly be dismissed. Then let us confront him. Wu Dongming declares with a smile. I am curious to see just how powerful his connections truly are. I promised your mother I would help. So shall we head over now? Now, Ma Xiaoying hesitates. Perhaps we should go around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. That would be after school, making it easier to address the matter. I know where he lives. If you are bold enough, I can take you there. That sounds splendid. Wu Dongming grins. It is settled then. After finalizing the plan, Ma Xiaoying rushes home while Wu Dongming prepares to cook. Just then, an electric scooter enters the village, piloted by a stylishly dressed young woman wearing sunglasses. Hello, ma'am, could you direct me to Wu Dongming's residence? This woman is none other than Zhang Xiuxiu. Are you searching for Wu Dongming? The older woman gazes at her curiously. Yes, I am looking for Wu Dongming. He is my classmate, Zhang Xiuxiu replies. Could you tell me where he lives? Ah. The older woman rises and points. His house is over there. Do you see that dilapidated building? That is Wu Dongming's home. You may go directly there. Thank you. Zhang Xiuxiu rides her scooter towards the house, drawing the curious gazes of the villagers. Where did this beauty come from? She is stunning. She looks like a city girl. They speculate, but she is here to find Wu Dongming. Such women in the city likely do not engage in proper work. Do not speak carelessly. Nevertheless, she is undeniably beautiful. I wonder what she wants with Wu Dongming. It likely cannot be anything good. However, the villagers dare not interfere with Wu Dongming's affairs. Even Ma Xiaoying finds herself watching Zhang Xiuxiu from a distance, pondering what business she has with Wu Dongming. Zhang Xiuxiu arrives outside Wu Dongming's home. After dismounting her scooter, she hesitates before stepping into the courtyard. Wu Dongming. She softly calls. Oh. Wu Dongming emerges from the kitchen. Isn't this the beautiful Zhang? What brings you here, calling me Wu General? Did you not previously describe me as merely a country bumpkin, and quite a miserable one at that? I was wrong. Zhang Xiuxiu approaches with a distressed expression. Wu General. I truly apologize. I beg for your forgiveness. I am in desperate need of money. How about a loan? Wu Dongming chuckles. With your looks, I am sure you can secure a substantial amount. Does that not solve your financial woes? Tears well up in Zhang Xiuxiu's eyes. My mother is gravely ill. Do not let appearances deceive you. I truly have no money. If I were earning a decent salary, would I still be riding an electric scooter? I could easily buy a house and car in the city. I have to care for my mother, which prevents me from going elsewhere. Now, all the quick means of making money have been blocked by you. What can I do? Her words sound almost sincere. Wu Dongming retorts, wipe away those tears. I know women like you cannot be trusted. You may leave now. Zhang Xiuxiu clenches her teeth. Suddenly, she removes her skirt. What are you doing? Wu Dongming steps back. Do you really think I would succumb to your advances? I assure you, I will not. Zhang Xiuxiu gazes at him. I have no other options. Your current stance is pushing me to the brink. If you could just speak to Mr. Li on my behalf, arranging for me to earn money, I would give you everything. As if everything you possess is worth anything, Wu Dongming replies coldly. Put your clothes back on and leave. Or I will call Li Jie and have you expelled. What a joke. How dare this woman attempt to seduce him? He would never entertain such a woman. Even though his blood was slightly heated, he restrained himself. First, he needed to expel this woman. He found her utterly detestable, and thus, he decided to act immediately. Upon hearing Wu Dongming's words, Zhang Xiuxiu's face turned ashen, her body trembling. Do you really intend to be this ruthless? Tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Let them flow. Wu Dongming coldly retorted. I will count to 3. I'll get dressed. Zhang Xiuxiu hastily put on her clothes and fled through the door, quickly hopping onto her electric bike and departing. The villagers, witnessing her exit, began to murmur amongst themselves. What happened? She seems to have been crying. Perhaps Wu Dongming bullied her? That seems quite likely. But why would he bully such a beautiful girl? Her clothes appear somewhat disheveled. Could it be that Wu Dongming committed some beastly act? Don't jump to conclusions. If Wu Dongming hears you, it could be disastrous. Exactly. Besides, think about it. A fighter like Wu Dongming, if he truly wanted to bully her, would she be able to escape? Let us refrain from speculation. Wu Dongming paid no heed to the villagers' reactions. He was entirely indifferent to Zhang Xiuxiu's fate. In his eyes, that woman was inconsequential, even to the point of being expendable. Besides, could such a woman speak the truth? After preparing a meal and eating, he began to rest. With some gold in hand, should he consider converting a portion into cash? Indeed, selling some would be prudent. Tomorrow, he would venture into the city to find a gold shop and offload some. At least he could secure tens of thousands of yuan. He could build a new house and perhaps buy a car, which would certainly elevate his status. Before he realized it, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Ma Xiaoying approached him. Wu Dongming. She called from outside. We can leave now. All right. Wu Dongming replied as he stepped out. Shall I take the motorcycle? Yes. Ma Xiaoying exhaled. My electric bike had a flat tire on the way back. And I've been in a bad mood these past few days, so I haven't repaired it yet. Do you need to bring anything else? Wu Dongming inquired. No need. Ma Xiaoying shook her head. My things are in the school dormitory. If we go now, school will have dismissed, and often the principal is the last one to leave. He might still be there at 6:30, so we should be able to find him. Then let us go? Wu Dongming mounted the motorcycle. Ma Xiaoying took a deep breath, gently biting her lower lip, her face slightly flushing as she settled onto the back seat. Let us set off, Wu Dongming announced, starting the engine and accelerating away. The sudden speed startled Ma Xiaoying, causing her upper body to lean back. With a startled gasp, she quickly wrapped her arms around Wu Dongming's waist. Just then, Wu Dongming hit the brakes, causing her upper body to collide against his back. The sensation was indeed rather pleasant. What are you doing? Ma Xiaoying said, gently gritting her teeth. I merely feared you might fall, Wu Dongming chuckled. Now that we're off, hold on tight. Gradually, he accelerated, leaving the village behind. Naturally, the villagers resumed their speculations, some even rushing to find Aunt Lu to inquire about the situation. Isn't Xiaoying dating Wu Dongming? One woman asked. Well, Aunt Lu paused slightly, then sighed. Young people's matters are for them to handle. I can't interfere. The crowd was taken aback. Could it be true? Chapter 60. Seeking the principal. The gossip among rural women holds little weight. Who knows how twisted the tale might become? Aunt Lu's remarks were intended to plant the notion that there was something between Wu Dongming and Ma Xiaoying. She believed Ma Xiaoying was of an age where marriage was appropriate, and Wu Dongming was acceptable. He was decent-looking and, apart from his past, had shown no signs of wrongdoing in recent years. Moreover, his capabilities were commendable. He could single-handedly take down a 200-pound wild boar and carry it back. Aunt Lu thought quite highly of him. If Ma Xiaoying were to marry Wu Dongming, living so close would allow them to see each other daily. Perhaps she could even invite him to stay at her home. Wu Dongming, unaware of the rumors circulating in the village after his departure, rode toward town with Ma Xiaoying. She sat on the back, supporting herself against the cargo rack with her hands. Leaning slightly back, she kept her distance from Wu Dongming, worried that he might suddenly break and send her crashing into him, a prospect that would surely be awkward. However, Wu Dongming harbored no such thoughts. Before long, they arrived outside the town's primary school and stopped. Ma Xiaoying quickly dismounted and stepped aside. The doors are still open. It seems your school's teachers are indeed quite busy, Wu Dongming remarked, dismounting and glancing at her as he walked inside. I'll accompany you. Ma Xiaoying hurriedly followed. Walking alongside him, her voice lowered. Just make sure not to get into a fight. If a fight breaks out, it'll be problematic if I can't handle him. I won't be able to work here anymore. So, does that mean fighting is an option? Wu Dongming laughed. Since we're already here, why overthink it? If I've promised to help you, then I shall see it through to the end. Lead the way, let us find the principal. Ma Xiaoying let out a long sigh and briskly walked ahead. They found all the classrooms closed, and the offices were similarly locked. Ma Xiaoying led Wu Dongming to the second floor of the administrative building, where indeed there was an office for the principal, but it was locked. He has gone? Ma Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. Why did he leave so early today? She gently bit her lip. So, this trip was for naught? Wu Dongming shook his head. Having come this far, we can't leave without accomplishing something. The school gate is still open. Surely someone is still here. It could very well be him. Just then, a voice called from downstairs. Who's up there? It's been so long since school ended. What are you still doing? Ma Xiaoying rushed to the railing and peered down, spotting a man in his 50s. Mr. Lu, where's the principal? She inquired. So you're looking for the principal? The teacher called loudly. Of course, he has gone. By the way, why didn't you come to work? Are you on leave? Thank you, Mr. Lu. I merely have a matter to discuss with the principal. Ma Xiaoying replied somewhat bitterly. Then just call him. Mr. Lu exclaimed. It's not difficult to make a phone call. Any matters can be discussed over the phone. All right. Ma Xiaoying looked at him, raising her voice. Then I'll call him now to ask. Turning to Wu Dongming, she asked, shall we go outside to call? Let us go. Wu Dongming smiled. But I fear a mere phone call won't suffice. This matter requires my personal intervention. Indeed, Ma Xiaoying understood that confronting the principal in person was essential. A phone call would not be effective. However, it was still prudent to ascertain the principal's whereabouts. Thus, she led Wu Dongming out of the school. Taking out her phone, she hesitated briefly before dialing the principal. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Ma teacher. The principal's voice was surprisingly pleasant. Ma Xiaoying sighed. Principal, I. What? Are you finally coming to school? The principal's tone was somewhat frigid. Before Ma Xiaoying could finish her words, the principal chuckled and said, if you wish to return, then make your way to the city right now. Arrive at room 305 on the third floor of Haidin Huanchong within half an hour, and I assure you, your future will be bright. Just as Ma Xiaoying was about to respond, Wu Dongming swiftly snatched the phone from her hand, abruptly ending the call. You ended it just like that? Ma Xiaoying glared at him. What should we do now? I need to at least inform him. Of course we should go. Wu Dongming replied with a grin. He has already given us the address. What are we waiting for? But that kind of place. I can't possibly go. Ma Xiaoying's face flushed slightly. Having been a teacher for so long, she had never set foot in such a place. And she had heard that such establishments were quite chaotic. As a teacher, how could she possibly go there? Furthermore, she was uncertain of the principal's true intentions for summoning her. Why can't you go? Wu Dongming looked at her. Now tell me, do you truly wish to resolve this matter? Otherwise, I can just take you back. Ma Xiaoying sighed. Fine, I'll go. I'll go right now. If she didn't settle things with the principal, her days at school would certainly be uncomfortable. With Wu Dongming here, she felt it was now or never. They hopped back onto the motorcycle and headed toward the city. Haidin Huanchang was a karaoke venue that appeared rather upscale. Wu Dongming led Ma Xiaoying directly to the third floor and arrived at the door of room 305. The sound of singing could be faintly heard from within, particularly unpleasant. Ma Xiaoying's expression was conflicted as she raised her hand, intending to knock, but hesitated, her courage failing her. She let out a sigh. Are you so frightened with me here? Wu Dongming gently tugged at her hand and pushed the door open. The cacophony of singing grew louder, quite overwhelming. Wu Dongming stepped inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Ma Xiaoying followed suit. The singing ceased, leaving only the instrumental music. Inside were 3 men and 3 women. The men appeared to be over 40, each with a shiny visage and a protruding belly. The women were dressed rather scantily, looking decent enough as they sat beside the men. They all turned to look at Wu Dongming and Ma Xiaoying. This beauty is quite lovely, one man commented, a mole dotting his face, and she seems to be a pure, innocent girl from the countryside. This is our school's teacher Ma Xiaoying, the principal interjected, his upper lip marred by a scar. He glanced at Wu Dongming and Ma Xiaoying, coolly stating, Teacher Ma, you can stay, but this country bumpkin should leave. Were you the principal? Wu Dongming inquired. Indeed. The principal replied with an air of superiority. I am the principal of the Central Primary School. Since you are the principal, you must be a teacher as well. So tell me, how do I leave? Please, enlighten me, Wu Dongming said with a playful grin. I am rather slow-witted and need your esteemed guidance. You're looking for trouble. The principal slammed the table, glaring at him. Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? That's none of your concern, Wu Dongming retorted, settling himself on the sofa. One beauty for each man. I also have mine, he said, pulling Ma Xiaoying closer. She trembled at the sudden movement, wanting to resist, but in front of the principal, how could she embarrass Wu Dongming? She could only lower her head and sit beside him. Moreover, it seems my beauty is the most exquisite, Wu Dongming declared. The 2 men exchanged glances at the principal, clearly expecting him to take control of the situation. The principal took a deep breath, his expression darkening as he looked at Ma Xiaoying, coldly asking, Teacher Ma, who is this country bumpkin? What is your intent in bringing him here? Ma Xiaoying gently bit her lip, wondering why they were discussing so much. Let us put it this way, Wu Dongming interjected. This esteemed principal has bullied Xiaoying, and I am here to stand up for her. Ha. The principal realized the implication, looking at Wu Dongming with a cold demeanor. You're just a little punk. Do you think you can help her? Tell me, how have I bullied her? Isn't this it? Wu Dongming shook his head. We all know the game being played here. You want Xiaoying to sing, drink, and entertain, correct? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoying's face turned crimson. Only Wu Dongming would speak so bluntly. The principal and the 2 men were momentarily taken aback by Wu Dongming's audacity. Humph. The principal scoffed. A little punk lacks any decorum. Do you hear how you speak? The other 2 men glared coldly at Wu Dongming. You're just a little punk. Do you think you're in the right place? Get lost. Their faces displayed an air of arrogance. Well said, Wu Dongming exclaimed, grabbing a bottle of beer and smashing it against the coffee table. The shattering sound startled everyone, and they instinctively recoiled. What are you doing? The principal shouted, standing up from the table, glaring at Wu Dongming. Do you know who I am? I don't, Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. But I do know one thing. Leave Ma Xiaoying alone, or you will regret it. The principal's face reddened slightly. He never expected to be threatened by a mere punk. How audacious. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Wu Dongming. Today, I declare that teacher Mom must dance and sing for us. Otherwise, I will ensure she can't continue teaching. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoying gasped in shock. She could lose her good job. What would she do then? Besides teaching, she had no other means of making a living. Would she have to work in a garment factory like other rural women? But she couldn't possibly do that. She was a respected teacher. The principal continued coldly. As for you, country bumpkin, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll make your life miserable. Your threats are amusing, Wu Dongming chuckled. And you sound rather influential, don't you? Humph. The principal glared at him. I've dined with Gao Lao. What are you to me? One word from me. And you won't even know how you'll die? How terrifying. Wu Dongming feigned indifference. Without warning, he raised his hand and slapped the principal across the face. The principal was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the sofa. Ah, he yelped, struggling to rise. The other 2 men were taken aback. What are you doing? You dare hit someone? Wu Dongming shot them a cold glance. If you dare to utter another word, I'll take you down as well. Their faces paled slightly, and they fell silent. They understood that sometimes, dealing with a punk like Wu Dongming required someone even fiercer to intervene. They all turned to face the principal, whose face was swollen on one side, staring intently at Wu Dongming. He gritted his teeth and said, "You wait." Rising painfully, he attempted to leave. But where could he go? Wu Dongming blocked his path. "Principal, you haven't finished your words yet. How can you leave?" The principal's body trembled, and he angrily retorted, "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, a written guarantee," Wu Dongming replied coolly. "I need to ensure I have some leverage on you before I let you go." The principal's face turned pale with humiliation. He had planned to rally support outside, but now Wu Dongming had thwarted him. "You brat, you've provoked me today. I'll have someone from Gao's side deal with you." Before he could finish, Wu Dongming struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The principal was sent flying onto the sofa, leaving everyone in shock. This second slap was just as powerful. How strong could this country bumpkin be? One slap could send a person soaring. "I will make you pay," the principal bellowed. At that moment, the two men exchanged glances and stood up. "This doesn't concern us. We're leaving." "Yes, we're leaving." They signaled to the principal, believing that impulsive thugs could be dangerous and that it was crucial to seek help outside. Their intention was to have the principal stall Wu Dongming while they sought assistance. "Want to leave?" Wu Dongming said nonchalantly. "You two are in cahoots with him, so you'll also leave some leverage behind." One of the men seethed. "What do you want?" "It's simple," Wu Dongming smiled. "You three will strip and pose for a few photos for me. If you don't behave in the future, I'll release these photos. Now that's leverage." Chapter 62. Two outcomes. The revelation startled everyone. So that was the kind of leverage he meant. Including the principal, the three men undoubtedly held some status. If Wu Dongming captured such photos and they were made public, it would be disastrous for them. "You think you can do this?" One man exclaimed. "I'm calling for help right now." They pulled out their phones, but before they could make a call, Wu Dongming dashed forward, snatched their phones, and smashed them to the ground. Crash. Both phones shattered into pieces. The two men gasped in shock. "You brat, you've got some nerve." They stared fiercely at Wu Dongming. "Want to call for help? Hand over the leverage first." At that moment, even Ma Xiaoying was startled. "Wu Dongming, maybe we should just let it go. What you're doing could be criminal." She was frightened. "Silence." Wu Dongming shot her a glare. "This is no longer just your affair. If I say I'll help you, I'll see it through to the end. There's no reasoning here." He strode over and locked the door. Turning back to the others, he declared, "Now strip so I can take your picture." The principal and the other two glared at him. "Aren't you afraid we'll kill you?" The principal's expression darkened as he growled, "Brat, let us see you try." Wu Dongming lunged forward, seizing the principal by the collar and slamming him onto the coffee table. Bang! The principal's head struck the table with a cry of agony. Trembling, he struggled, but in Wu Dongming's grip, he had no power to resist. His struggles were utterly futile. At that moment, the two men exchanged glances. Realizing they might not escape this situation, being men, they decided to fight back, each grabbing a bottle and swinging it at Wu Dongming. Bang! Wu Dongming kicked them away effortlessly. They landed on the sofa with a yelp, their fear intensifying. "Is that all you've got?" Wu Dongming said coldly. "If I couldn't handle you three fools, I wouldn't have dared to come here. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to break your limbs first." "No." The principal cried. "I surrender. I'll strip now." Wouldn't it have been easier to do so from the start? Wu Dongming slapped the principal again, coldly stating, "You should have looked into who I, Wu Dongming, am. Back in my day, going to jail felt like going home. If I break your legs, I'd only spend a few days inside. If I wipe out your entire family, I'd just pay with my life." The principal's heart raced with fear. He realized he had no means of dealing with Wu Dongming and had no choice but to yield. "I truly surrender. I'll strip right now for you to take photos." The other two men remained silent. Wu Dongming released the principal. "Then strip." The principal hesitated, glancing at him. "If I do, I swear I won't bully Teacher Ma again. You can trust me. I keep my word." "I see you want to die," Wu Dongming replied coldly. "1. The principal trembled. "I'll strip." Wu Dongming didn't believe him, so the principal had no option but to comply. He glanced at the other two men and began to remove his clothing. Soon, he had taken off his shirt, though not entirely. Without hesitation, Wu Dongming yanked off the last piece covering the principal. "Now, strike a pose for me. I'll take a beautiful photo." Wu Dongming pulled out his phone and snapped a picture, then shot a cold glance at the other two men. "What are you waiting for? Do you think I'll let you go without a fight?" The two men trembled. "I have no grievances with you." "Why? This Teacher Ma was brought here by you." "It's none of our concern," they stammered, but they noticed Wu Dongming's gaze growing colder. They turned pale with fear, realizing that such a thug was the hardest to deal with, utterly unrestrained. They exchanged looks with the principal. knowing they too would have to strip for a few photos to escape this predicament. Afterward, they could seek revenge once they were free. Thus, the two men began to undress as well. Now it's starting to look like something, Wu Dongming remarked. Xiaoying, take a few photos too. If they misbehave later, just send the pictures out to ruin them. Ma Xiaoying trembled all over. Wu Dongming continued with a laugh. What happened to the noble educator? Leading the charge to engage with women. You three should pose for a close-up with the principal. Under his directive, the principal and the others were photographed, including a group shot, leaving their faces grim. All right. Wu Dongming sat on the sofa and waved his hand. You can leave now. Principal, if you ever trouble Xiaoying or me again, you'll face the consequences. I wouldn't dare. I'll leave right now. He quickly donned his clothes. They hurriedly exited, and the door was shut once more. Only Wu Dongming and Ma Xiaoying remained in the room. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Wu Dongming and asked, Aren't we leaving now? What is the rush? Wu Dongming chuckled. The matter is far from over. What purpose does leaving serve now? Haven't we already concluded the business? Ma Xiaoying, perplexed, replied, You've taken their photographs. Surely they won't dare act against us anymore. Do you genuinely believe they lack the audacity? Wu Dongming laughed. You overestimate them. Just moments ago, they were contemplating summoning reinforcements. If we were to leave now, they could easily track us down. Thus, I shall remain here and wait. Ma Xiaoying gasped in alarm. Are they really planning to call for help to confront us? We must leave at once. Stay composed, Wu Dongming reassured her, pouring himself a glass of wine to steady his nerves. There are only two possible outcomes. Either I am beaten to death, or you are taken from me. Or perhaps they will be the ones who meet their demise. As he anticipated, within 5 minutes, a group of individuals stormed into the private room. Chapter 63. How to handle it. Wu Dongming sipped his drink, a warmth spreading through him. Indeed, alcohol seemed beneficial for his health. Yet, moderation was key. Excessive indulgence could cloud his mind. You still have the leisure to drink? Ma Xiaoying glared at him, recalling the earlier incident. Wu Dongming replied with a grin. I expected to wait at least half an hour. I didn't anticipate their swift arrival. You can still laugh. Ma Xiaoying positioned herself beside him. Let me tell you, the principal is formidable. He has connections both above and below. Who is this Gao Laoda he mentioned? Is he truly as powerful as he claims? Is he genuinely coming to eliminate you? Concern etched across her face. What is there to fear? Wu Dongming smiled. Since I have resolved to assist you, I shall see it through to the end. He seeks Gao Laoda. I am here to confront Gao Laoda, after having offended him so gravely in the past. What is there to worry about? He may have once been a player in the underworld, well aware of its intricacies. It is common for the small to provoke the wrath of the large. Hence, Chen Laoda preferred to eliminate threats at their root. Of course, that was when he had capable subordinates to execute his will. Currently, I do not have such support. Even if we do not eradicate them entirely, it is best to resolve this swiftly. In this world, the most crucial aspect is to never show weakness. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. The principal and two others barged in, directing their ire at Wu Dongming. You brat, your good days are over. You didn't expect us to rally so quickly, did you? The ease with which you dealt with us before will be met with your own misfortune today. How dare you take our photographs? Clearly, you are inexperienced in the ways of the world. You shall pay dearly for your folly today. The bravado of these three was a stark contrast to their earlier timidity. Ma Xiaoying cowered behind the sofa, her face pale, fists clenched as she stared at Wu Dongming, thinking to herself, this is all his doing. What will happen to me once the principal deals with him? The principal spoke again. Ma Xiaoying, how dare you bring such a ruffian here? After I deal with this little thug, I will make you pay. Ma Xiaoying trembled. I told him not to act this way. It was his decision. Wu Dongming glanced at her with a smile. Teacher Ma, are you trying to distance yourself from me? She bit her lips softly. You brought this upon yourself. What could I do? Had I known you would cause such chaos, I would never have sought your help. Regret seeped into her voice. Wu Dongming chuckled, nevertheless. Since your mother implored me to assist you, I shall do so. At that moment, 4 more individuals entered. The principal bellowed, Wang Ji, this is the little thug. He not only assaulted us, but Wang Ji, a robust man, stepped forward coldly. If you provoke me, you will pay the price. He looked at Wu Dongming and asked icily, you. Is it you? Upon recognizing Wu Dongming's face, he was taken aback, his complexion draining of color. Have we met before? Wu Dongming rose, speaking nonchalantly. Have you received a thrashing from me before? I never expected such a small fry to possess some influence. What do you want? Wang Ji retreated a step, eliciting gasps from the others. Wang Ji, what is the meaning of this? The principal demanded. Why are you asking me? Wang Ji inhaled sharply and snapped at the principal. You told me to break this brat's legs? Wang Ji had previously been in the company of Gao Zhiming when he encountered Wu Dongming. Given that even Gao Zhiming had suffered a broken leg at Wu Dongming's hands, what could Wang Ji possibly do? Moreover, Wu Dongming was not only powerful but audacious. He feared nothing. Why would one want to provoke such a person? To confront Wu Dongming? That was a fool's errand. They would have to wait for Gao Laoda to return. Of course, perhaps Gao Xiao could handle it. But he was not present. So, for now, it was best to avoid conflict with Wu Dongming, lest they face severe consequences. He was merely a small thug, after all. The principal, not dull-witted, quickly discerned Wang Ji's fear of Wu Dongming. How could this be? Wang Ji was a person of some standing. How could he fear a mere thug? Yet, this was precisely the reality unfolding before them. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and glared at Wu Dongming. I do not wish to fight you today. You think you can simply refuse to fight? Wu Dongming replied coolly. What do you take me for? Some woman from a club, to be toyed with at will? I did not mean it that way. Wang Ji shook his head. What I meant is that these three are not my people. Whatever happens between you and them has nothing to do with me. The principal and his companions gasped in astonishment. Wang Ji, are you truly afraid of this little thug? You once boasted of your prowess. After reaping so many benefits from us, you dare. Wang Ji glared at them, seething, silence. He then muttered through clenched teeth, he is a little thug? Damn it. If he is a thug, then you should handle it yourselves. With that, he turned to leave. You think you can just walk away? Wu Dongming interjected coolly. You must be quite renowned if you feel so free to leave. I could easily inquire around the city and find out all about you. Leaving so casually is rather reckless, don't you think? What do you want? Wang Ji turned to glare at him. Do you intend to hunt me down later? Wu Dongming chuckled, why not? I wouldn't mind meeting you again for a little fun. Wang Ji took a deep breath. Do not be too arrogant. I will be arrogant. What can you do about it? Wu Dongming dismissed him. Now, tell me how you plan to deal with these three. If I am satisfied, I shall refrain from troubling you in the future. Wang Ji gritted his teeth, casting a murderous glare at the principal. Why did this cursed fat man have to involve himself with Wu Dongming, the calamity? Fine, I agree. If these three dare to provoke you again, I will break their legs. He spat through clenched teeth. The principal and his companions trembled in fear. Although they claimed to have connections in both the legal and illegal realms, their relationships were merely superficial with individuals like Wang Ji. Thus, his words carried significant weight. That is still insufficient. Wu Dongming gestured towards Ma Xiaoying and calmly stated, this is my friend. The principal has been persistently harassing her. This matter cannot simply be dismissed with a mere sentence, can it? Wang Ji gritted his teeth and declared, compensate her with 20,000. If he dares to make things difficult again, I will break his legs. The principal's face turned ashen. Chapter 64. Time to pay up. Ma Xiaoying exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Wu Dongming, pondering to herself, how is this man so formidable? Even a thug like him is afraid of him. I never imagined such a scenario. It appeared that Wu Dongming had indeed resolved her predicament. With Wang Ji's assurance, it should be fine, right? Wait, is there really a compensation of 20,000? The thought quickened her heartbeat. Can I really receive such a sum? At that moment, she hesitated to speak, merely watching Wu Dongming in silence. 20,000 seemed a bit insufficient. Wu Dongming returned to the sofa, looking at Wang Ji, and calmly remarked, as long as the payment is made, I am quite agreeable. Given that teacher Ma has been living in fear for so long and nearly lost her job due to this scoundrel principal, a compensation of 50,000 seems reasonable. Don't you think? Absolutely reasonable. Wang Ji did not wish to engage in a protracted argument with Wu Dongming, as he recognized that Wu Dongming was indeed ruthless. After Gao Laoda had thoroughly dealt with this individual, it was best not to provoke him, for no one could predict what actions he might take. Upon hearing this, the principal trembled. 50,000? That is an exorbitant amount. For a principal of a small-town school, it was indeed a significant sum. What? You refuse to pay? Wang Ji glared at him. If that's the case, I won't take responsibility for this matter. The principal realized that Wang Ji was genuinely frightened of Wu Dongming. Moreover, he discerned that Wu Dongming was no ordinary thug. He was capable of anything. Fear crept into his heart, and his face turned pale. I will pay. I will pay right now. Wu Dongming spoke nonchalantly. After all the effort I put into taking those pictures and the words I had to spill, it is only fair that I receive some compensation as well. 10,000 is all I ask. The principal and the others were left speechless. Even Ma Xiaoying nearly gasped in disbelief. 10,000. Isn't that extortion? How dare he say such a thing? This was tantamount to threatening the principal's life. After a brief pause, Wu Dongming continued. You four should pool your resources. Regardless, you are not escaping this 10,000. If you do not pay up, I will make sure you regret it. To the average person, such threats might seem ineffective. However, to Wang Ji, it was a different story. He believed that Wu Dongming was indeed capable of following through. His complexion fluctuated as he glanced at the principal and the others. What are you staring at? He shot a cold glare at the principal and said, hurry up and gather the money. Do you want me to break your legs? And if I do? The principal gritted his teeth. If he dares to strike me, he won't escape either. I will simply call the police. And then what? Wang Ji shot him a glare. You fool. This guy has been incarcerated several times before. Recognizing that Wu Dongming was asking for a considerable sum, Wang Ji suggested, let us split it 4 ways. I will contribute 25,000. Seeing him step up, the principal and the others had no choice but to comply, hastily pulling out their phones. Wu Dongming smiled as he retrieved his phone to display the payment code, collecting 25,000 from each of them. He then instructed Ma Xiaoying. You go collect 50,000 from the principal, and this matter will be resolved. If the principal harasses you again, I will come after him. He pointed at Wang Ji. At that time, I will break his legs. Wang Ji trembled at this, staring at him in disbelief. Am I to bear this burden? Indeed. Wu Dongming replied with a smile. I will shoulder everything. Naturally, you must too. I have no interest in chasing after those 3 insignificant fish. I prefer to target the bigger fish, which is you. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and glared at the principal, warning, if you trouble her again, I will not let you off lightly. I won't dare. The principal trembled, visibly shaken, watching Ma Xiaoying approach hesitantly. He felt a surge of displeasure, but still begrudgingly transferred 50,000 to her. Ma Xiaoying felt as though she were dreaming. It suddenly dawned on her that this money was genuinely hers. Wait, principal, maybe you shouldn't give it to me after all. But the money was already in her hands. Upon hearing her words, the principal thought, humph, women are all the same. Now that they have received their compensation, they still make such remarks. How amusing. He was infuriated but, under Wang Ji's pressure, could only temporarily acquiesce. This is your compensation. Just accept it. I assure you, I will not trouble you again. He took a deep breath, rest assured. Stepping back, he addressed Wu Dongming loudly. Is everything settled now? I have compensated her, and I promise not to bother her again. Can we leave now? Go ahead. Wu Dongming replied indifferently. Since you booked this private room, I will stay a while longer. There is so much food here. It would be a shame not to enjoy it. The principal and the others internally derided him. Humph, a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Always wanting a piece of the pie. It's just a private room fee and some fruit platters. Yet he insists on taking advantage of every opportunity. Meanwhile, Gaoji looked at Wu Dongming and coldly remarked, I am leaving too. I will not provoke you again. He swiftly exited with his subordinates and the principal, slamming the door behind them. As they hurried down the stairs, the principal glared at Wang Ji, saying in a low voice, Wang Ji, you always boast of your prowess. Yet look at you now. You are afraid of such a petty thug. Wang Ji shot him a contemptuous glance. You know nothing. All I see is you being cowardly. You brought so many people, yet you still quailed in fear. The principal's expression darkened. I thought you were formidable. Turns out, it was all just hot air. Wang Ji's expression hardened. The 2 men quickly attempted to mediate. Gentlemen, ultimately, it is that little thug who is excessively brazen. Indeed, he dared to extort us. I find that little thug quite impressive, but also incredibly bold. Who is he really? Wang Ji replied coldly. That little brat has an audacity like no other. But soon, Gao Laoda will personally deal with him. At that time, let us see how proud he remains. With that, he turned to leave. Once he was out of sight, the principal spat contemptuously. What a coward. With so many people, he couldn't even handle a small thug. He then clenched his teeth and muttered, why do I need to rely on him to take care of that little thug? I can call upon others. Chapter 65. The principal's nephew call upon whom? The 2 men gasped in surprise. The problem is that none of those you called upon previously were effective. Indeed, those thugs couldn't handle him. Who else could you possibly summon? The principal cast a cold glance at them. If Gao Laoda's men are ineffective, then I will simply seek out someone else. I will call my brother-in-law over to deal with that scoundrel. The 2 men were taken aback. Isn't that a bit too extreme? Your brother-in-law has a crew. But they have all gone straight and no longer engage in that sort of work. I think it would be better to avoid such options. The principal glared at them and retorted, what do you know? Humph. My brother-in-law will not get involved directly. The main task will be handled by my nephew. Tidying up a minor issue should be a simple task, yet both individuals couldn't help but furrow their brows. The principal coldly remarked, it is precisely because my brother-in-law has been exonerated that I wish to spare him any trouble, thus I have refrained from seeking him out. It appears, however, that only my nephew can handle this matter. Moreover, my nephew is quite formidable. Damn it, I refuse to believe he cannot manage that country bumpkin. His nephew is not only capable, but also audacious. With that thought, he hastily dialed his nephew's number. On the other end, Wu Dongming rarely visited such places to sing. Today, however, he seized the opportunity to sing a couple of songs while sipping some drinks. The warmth of the alcohol brought him immense satisfaction, though he inadvertently indulged a bit too much, igniting a fiery sensation within him. His blood felt hot, and his body began to react, especially with Ma Xiaoying sitting beside him, causing his eyes to redden slightly. When terming, Ma Xiaoying suddenly said, "It's quite late now, since the matter has been resolved. Shall we return?" In that moment, she felt a profound gratitude towards Wu Dongming. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. He was still wandering aimlessly. This aspect displeased her greatly. She thought to herself, if only he could secure a respectable job. I wouldn't even demand a position within the system. Just a proper job would suffice. He simply does not deserve me in this state of aimlessness. It must be said that her expectations were rather high. Of course, she had yet to grasp the reality that Wu Dongming had no intention of pursuing her. Wu Dongming turned to her, a faint blush on his cheeks, and thought, "What are you afraid of? I have no intentions towards you. Are you finally at ease?" "I am at ease," Ma Xiaoying exhaled. "Everything hinges on you. Without you, I wouldn't even dare to attend classes. Now that I have the principal's assurance, I believe he will no longer make things difficult for me." I accepted his money. "If you don't want it, you can transfer it to me." Wu Dongming chuckled. "Well, I have their photographs. What can they possibly do to me?" Ma Xiaoying shuddered. "Transfer it to Wu Dongming? Absolutely not. That's the compensation the principal granted me for my emotional distress. Besides, didn't Wu Dongming extort $1 billion from them?" Her expression shifted slightly, and she awkwardly replied, "You say they won't dare, but do they truly not dare? It's late. I must return to school since I have classes tomorrow. Why the rush?" Wu Dongming rolled his eyes. "I've had some drinks. I need to wait a bit. What if I get pulled over by the traffic police on my motorcycle?" He added reassuringly, "But fear not. I sober up quickly." At this moment, he was beginning to feel unwell. The flames within him were raging and could not be extinguished. The balance of yin and yang was crucial for him, and presently, he was overly yang and deficient in yin. Therefore, what he desperately required was yin energy. He could almost envision that spending a night with a woman would significantly enhance his vitality. With Ma Xiaoying, that was out of the question. He wouldn't even consider seeking her out, even if he had to pay for companionship. Standing up, he declared, "Wait here. I must go extinguish this fire." "Extinguish what fire?" Ma Xiaoying was taken aback. "What fire is there?" Naturally, she was unaware that the fire was within Wu Dongming himself. It had to be quelled, otherwise, it would lead to complications. Why ask so many questions? Wu Dongming was about to step out when the door swung open. The principal strode in once more, self-satisfied. "Kid." He coldly glared at Wu Dongming and said, "Let us see where you think you're running to. This matter is far from over." "Back again." Wu Dongming regarded him with indifference. "What sort of trouble have you brought this time, principal? Since you've come knocking, I assure you, I shall not be so courteous. You must offer a far greater recompense." "Ha ha." The principal replied with arrogance. "You think you can extort money from me so easily? Today, I will show you what true cruelty is. You must return every penny you just took from me, and you shall also have your legs broken." At that moment, the two other men also entered, wearing expressions of triumph. Wu Dongming shook his head. It seemed he would have to subdue the principal. Otherwise, this would never end. "Who is the one that extorted money from my uncle?" A man strode in with confidence, casting a cold glance around. Upon seeing Wu Dongming, he froze. "Li Jie. It's this scoundrel. He was merely a small-time thug who relied on his fighting prowess. What has happened to you?" The principal looked at Li Jie in shock. "Indeed, it is Li Jie," he said, frowning as he turned to Wu Dongming. "Brother Wu, why did you extort money from my uncle?" "Brother Li," Wu Dongming replied with a smirk, "I was curious who you had summoned, and it turns out to be you. However, I find it quite surprising that your uncle just recently allied with the underlings of Gao Laoda, and now he has summoned you. He's playing both sides." "What?" Li Jie was taken aback, glaring at the principal, demanding, "Do you have connections with Gao Laoda?" The principal stuttered, "I only know Wang Ji. But just now, your uncle was boasting to me, saying he had dined with Gao Laoda." Wu Dongming sighed. "I cannot help but suspect certain things. Do you think your dear uncle might have leaked some information?" At these words, Li Jie trembled, glaring at the principal, who turned pale. "Li Jie, what do you mean by that? How could I dare to leak anything? I have not disclosed anything." Li Jie's expression turned icy as he asked, "You were inquiring about my boss just a few days ago. I wasn't asking anything." The principal's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "I really didn't say anything. Li Jie, you have to believe me." Wu Dongming shook his head. "It seems I must call Boss Huang to discuss this." "Principal, you might want to consider if you have anything to say to Boss Huang." He pulled out his phone and began dialing. He suspected that the attack on Huang Cheng could potentially be linked to this principle. Wait. Li Jie stepped forward. Brother Wu, let me investigate this further. After all, he is my uncle. If Huang Cheng were to discover that Li Jie's uncle had betrayed him, there would be dire consequences. Wu Dongming paused his dialing. Li Jie, you understand that if this is true, it is extremely serious. His face darkened as he said coldly. If Boss Huang learns that your uncle dared to harm him and you chose to shield him, you will also face repercussions. I understand. Li Jie replied solemnly. I am aware of everything. However, he is still my uncle, so this matter needs to be verified. Verified? Wu Dongming looked at the principal, coldly questioning. You are quite ruthless to dare sell out Boss Huang to Gao Laoda. Humph, you nearly caused Boss Huang to lose his life. Do you realize that if Boss Huang finds out, he will surely eliminate you? The principal trembled, stepping back in panic. You mustn't say such things. How could I dare betray Boss Huang? Why didn't he do that? Whether you did or not is known to you, and we are also aware. The evidence shows that not only did you act, but even Li Jie has been implicated. Wu Dongming showed no mercy, leaving the principal pale with fear. Unable to utter a single word. Brother Wu, Li Jie exhaled. Consider it a favor I owe you. Your favor, Li Jie, is undoubtedly valuable, Wu Dongming replied, shaking his head. However, regarding your uncle, that holds no worth. He summoned several of Gao Laoda's subordinates, only to be driven away by me. Yet, he remains undeterred and even dared to invite you here to break my legs. Such a person is devoid of credibility. Li Jie glared at the principal, who protested. I am your uncle. At this moment, all he could do was invoke that connection. Li Jie remained silent, and the principal's complexion grew even more grim. I swear, I will never trouble him again. I truly won tea. I promise. Li Jie took a deep breath and turned to Wu Dongming. Brother Wu, what do you suggest we do about this? Let my uncle off the hook for now. You set the terms. Wu Dongming spoke coolly. Li Jie, if your uncle troubles me, I will treat him as inconsequential. However, he has not come to me. Rather, he has incessantly harassed her. He gestured towards Ma Xiaoying, a teacher, adding, as for how your uncle has been harassing her, you may inquire with him directly. I want to do it again. The principal shouted. If I dare to, I will cease to be human. Li Jie, believe me, I will never do it again. Li Jie shot him a glare. Uncle, if Aunt finds out about this, do you know the consequences? I truly won dare again, the principal muttered, his spirit utterly broken. He lowered his head, and the two middle-aged men with him were equally cowed. They were no match for Li Jie's formidable presence. The principal's relative standing was largely due to the support of Li Jie and his father. Should Li Jie choose to act against them, they would be utterly powerless. Thus, it was wiser to feign submission. Brother Wu, Li Jie said solemnly, I assure you, if my uncle dares to harass this lady again, I will break his legs and ensure he loses everything. Upon hearing this, the principal's heart constricted, yet he also felt a sense of relief. Since Li Jie had uttered such words, there should be no further issues with Wu Dongming. Li Jie, since you have said this, it would be remiss of me not to show you some consideration. Very well, I will grant you this favor. Wu Dongming conceded. Li Jie glared at the principal and his companions. Are you not going to leave? The principal and his associates hurriedly fled the scene. Then I shall not disturb you further. Li Jie began to take his leave. Wait. Wu Dongming suddenly called out to him. I wish to explore the city a bit more, so please arrange for someone to escort her home. She teaches at the Central Elementary School in our town and resides there. His blood was already boiling, and he needed to vent his frustrations, which would also enhance his strength, an advantageous endeavor. It was crucial to ensure Ma Xiaoying returned home safely. All right, Li Jie readily agreed. I will send someone to escort her back immediately. He exchanged a peculiar glance with Wu Dongming and Ma Xiaoying, initially suspecting a connection between them. However, it now appeared not to be as he had imagined. What, he wondered, did Wu Dongming wish to indulge in? He promptly summoned his subordinates to escort Ma Xiaoying out. Brother Wu, what do you wish to do? He inquired. Before he could finish, Wu Dongming chuckled. Of course. I am going to your place to find a lady to enjoy myself. Li Jie was taken aback momentarily, thinking to himself, indeed, he is quite the libertine. If this continues, will he truly progress in strength? Alas, though he is currently powerful, if he does not improve, I must intensify my training to surpass him in the future. Wu Dongming's proposal was not one he could oppose, so he accompanied him downstairs. Li Jie drove while Wu Dongming rode a motorcycle, and they soon arrived at the New World building. Once inside, Wu Dongming immediately requested a room and asked the manager if Xiao Mei was present. Yes, the manager replied with a smile, I will summon her right away. Xiao Mei soon approached, bowing respectfully. Wu Dongming looked at her and smiled. Come, sit beside me. She obediently took a seat next to him as the manager discreetly exited and closed the door behind him. Mr. Wu, Xiaomei appeared somewhat apprehensive. You are involved with that Gao fellow? Wu Dongming observed her and smiled. Are you one of his subordinates? No. Xiaomei shook her head. How could I possibly be his subordinate? He is wealthy, and I never imagined he would target you, so. Her voice trembled slightly. I thought so. Wu Dongming chuckled. How dare he attempt to contend with me? Enough talk, let us begin. Why yes. Xiaomei quickly nodded, contemplating. What opportunity should I seize to drug him? If I poison him, will Gao Xiao truly reward me handsomely? If he doesn't protect me afterward, I'll just expose Gao Xiao. Wu Dongming remained oblivious to Xiaomei's sinister intentions to poison him. Chapter 67. Such a woman is unworthy of Zhu Meng. Li Jie had not ventured far and was actually just outside the room. Sure enough, after a while, he felt the vibrations emanating from within. This fellow was indeed too young, unable to resist in the presence of beauty. It was fortunate that President Huang held him in high regard. He had no idea what this man would become in the future. Perhaps he would soon be completely debauched. Li Jie's expression darkened as he contemplated what he would ultimately transform into. With a sigh, he turned and walked away. 2 hours later, the commotion within the room finally subsided. Wu Dongming lay on the bed, having absorbed a considerable amount of yin energy, feeling that his strength had increased somewhat. The internal fire within him had also diminished. He mused, if I can continue this way, drinking and seeking women, will I not grow stronger indefinitely? He glanced at Xiaomei beside him, noticing her flushed face, evidently drained of energy. She gasped for breath, forcing herself to rise. Mr. Wu, would you like something to drink? She asked cautiously. That sounds good. Wu Dongming replied with a smile. I'll rest a bit longer, drink something, and then head home. Are you not staying here tonight? Xiaomei gazed at him and softly said, we offer overnight services here. As a supreme member, you are our most esteemed guest. If you stay, I can attend to you properly. No need. Wu Dongming lightly patted her arm. Quickly fetch something to eat and drink. Yes. Xiaomei gazed at him with flirtatious eyes. Mr. Wu, you are the bravest man I have ever encountered. Wu Dongming laughed. Do you often flatter others like this? Not at all. Xiaomei giggled. I rarely praise anyone, but you truly are the strongest man I have ever seen, bar none. I will go fetch some drinks and fruits. What would you like? Just plain water. Wu Dongming smiled. As for food, anything will do. Xiaomei swayed her hips as she exited. Shortly after, she returned to the room, gracefully approaching Wu Dongming with a tray. The tray held a glass of plain water and some neatly cut fruit. Wu Dongming sat up, sampled some fruit, and found it quite delightful. He lifted the cup of water and slowly took a sip. After a few gulps, he exhaled deeply. To be candid, he indeed felt a tinge of fatigue. It was uncertain whether it was due to the excessive revelry of the past few days or something else. At that moment, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his stomach and a mild dizziness. This was unusual, no matter how fatigued one might be. It was implausible to experience stomach pain and dizziness. Could this little May have the audacity to poison him? Just then, a gentle tremor coursed through the jade within him. The discomfort dissipated instantaneously. Simultaneously, a plethora of information flooded his mind. The jade had unexpectedly activated a layer at that moment. Astonishingly, this information pertained to medical knowledge, the celestial medical canon. There was no need for him to comprehend it. He absorbed it almost instantly. Furthermore, a unique essence surged into his eyes, causing a divine light to emanate from them in that fleeting moment. Little May, witnessing this radiance, gasped in astonishment. What was this? Why did his eyes emit light? The divine light vanished as quickly as it appeared. In the next instant, little May thought it might have been an illusion. Upon closer inspection of Wu Dongming, she noticed a smile gracing his face. Wu Dongming. She gently bit her lip. What happened to you? Did you poison me? Wu Dongming gazed at her, chuckling. You possess quite the audacity. And no, I. Little May trembled uncontrollably. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground. I didn't. I truly didn't. Do you think I cannot discern your lies? Wu Dongming spoke calmly. Moreover, the poison you attempted was indeed potent. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely be dead by now. Rising from his bed, he grasped her neck and lifted her. Now, tell me, who instructed you to poison me? I. Tears welled in little May's eyes. It was Gao Xiao. Young Master Gao, he forced me to do this. So it was he. Wu Dongming released her, his tone icy. Last time he couldn't best me, he resorted to drawing a gun. I never imagined he would not relent, attempting to have you poison me to death. Now, tell me, what exactly did he say to you? Little May recounted Gao Chengtian's instructions. Ha! Wu Dongming laughed heartily, naive. You truly believed you could assist him? Humph. Had you succeeded in poisoning a black card VIP, when you sought him out again, he would undoubtedly eliminate you. Did you genuinely think he would reward you? You are merely dreaming. Little May trembled all over. Aye. Now she comprehended the gravity of her situation. At that point, she would surely be silenced by Gao Qingtian. What should she do? She looked at Wu Dongming, momentarily at a loss. What to do? Wu Dongming's voice turned colder. You wish to kill me, and you still have the audacity to inquire about solutions? Tell me, if I were to inform Li Jie of this matter, what would he do? Thud. Little May knelt down. I am sorry, truly sorry. I had no idea it would come to this. Please, spare me. I have no choice, for Gao Xiao is indeed formidable. If I dare defy him, he would certainly kill me on the spot. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Now you understand fear? Wu Dongming's tone was even chillier. It is rather late for that, isn't it? Please. Little May felt as though she might perish. She looked up at Wu Dongming in terror. Was the poison ineffective? Yet. How had he discovered it? I am curious about one thing. Wu Dongming gazed down at her and spoke flatly. Why did you seek out a country bumpkin for matchmaking? Little May never expected Wu Dongming would pose such a question. How do you know? She stammered. I didn't mean it that way. I merely thought of finding an honest person, as I have earned enough money over the years and yearn for a tranquil life, where no one knows me. Wu Dongming could tell that her words were sincere. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, only you chose the wrong, honest man. You are friends with Zhu Ming. I see. I will no longer trouble him. I dare not disturb him again. Little May's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Better that way. Wu Dongming coldly instructed. Call Mingzi now and break up with him, for a woman like you is utterly unworthy of him. Yes. Little May acquiesced. Collecting herself, she began to dial Zhu Ming's number. Indeed, she conveyed the breakup. Throughout the call, Zhu Ming remained remarkably calm. Wu Dongming couldn't help but admire Zhu Ming's fortitude. However, after hanging up, his phone rang. It was Zhu Ming calling. He promptly answered. Dongming. Zhu Ming wept. I have been heartbroken. I can't believe I am heartbroken. What should I do? Chapter 68. The heartbroken Zhu Ming. Just moments ago, Wu Dongming had thought Zhu Ming was a man of resolve. Yet now Zhu Ming had slapped him in the face. What a pathetic excuse for a man. Reduced to tears over a split with a woman who worked a peculiar profession in the city. It's all right, Wu Dongming chuckled. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. As a man, once you earn money, what kind of woman can't you find? But, Zhu Ming wept. That was Xiaomei. I thought I had found the one, for she is such a wonderful woman, not only beautiful, but also gentle and generous. She never even let me pay for our meals. Why are you crying? Wu Dongming said sternly. If this matter gets out, how embarrassing would that be? Embarrassing, indeed. Zhu Ming sighed. But what can I do? I need to go out and have some fun. I want to go wild, Dongming. Why don't you come to the city? Oh, Wu Dongming replied gravely. You better not do anything foolish. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I am. Zhu Ming seemed to be searching for his location. After a moment, he finally said, I am near the BMW hotel. Are you really coming? Otherwise, shall we go to a bar to have some fun? Haven't you had enough fun? Wu Dongming retorted. The last time you went drinking, you nearly got killed. Fine. I'll be there shortly. Don't wander off. After hanging up, he turned to Little May and coldly asked, Is Zhu Ming still in the city this late because of you? I mentioned to him before that I would be a bit late getting off work, so. Little May was visibly frightened. She had realized that Wu Dongming had a strong bond with Zhu Ming. Wu Dongming absolutely would not allow her to be with Zhu Ming. Remember, if you dare to seek him out again, it will be your demise. Wu Dongming dressed quickly and left with purposeful strides. He felt a genuine concern that Zhu Ming might do something reckless, hence he needed to hurry. Riding his motorcycle, he arrived near the BMW hotel and, sure enough, spotted Zhu Ming. The fellow was squatting on the curb, appearing utterly helpless, resembling a lost child. Wu Dongming felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. He rode over and parked beside him. Even when he approached, Zhu Ming remained unresponsive. Wu Dongming lightly kicked him. Zhu Ming was startled. Upon seeing Wu Dongming, he sighed in relief. Why, you're here so soon? Are you in the city? Of course, Wu Dongming replied, squatting down and patting his shoulder. You should feel great after a heartbreak. Spare me the sarcasm. Zhu Ming wiped his eyes. You have no idea. I truly like Xiaomei. I never imagined such a beautiful woman would be interested in me, and she is so gentle. I know. She is gentle, generous, affluent, and kind. My ears are about to develop calluses from hearing it. Wu Dongming shrugged, saying, I have long warned you that she was merely toying with you. Do not be overly disheartened. The most important thing now is for you to focus on your own life. In due time, you shall earn a substantial fortune and marry a beautiful 18-year-old. Zhu Ming suddenly appeared invigorated. Yes, I should strive to amass wealth and wed a young beauty. One day, I shall flaunt her before her eyes, making her regret her choices. This fellow had such limited aspirations. Wu Dongming found it somewhat exasperating. Very well, he chuckled. As long as you possess such ambition, it seems you have nothing else to occupy your mind. Just remember, a woman is but a woman. It's late now. Let us return home. I refuse to go home just yet. Zhu Ming wiped away a tear. I must seek companionship. Dongming, how about joining me at the New World? I hear the women there are not only stunning, but also provide exceptional service, catering to every whim. To the New World building? Wu Dongming certainly had no intention of accompanying him. What if they encountered Xiao Mei there? What then for Zhu Ming? Are you really affluent? He shot Zhu Ming a skeptical glance. You received 100,000, and you truly believe you are wealthy? The New World building? Is the expenditure there exorbitant? What can you do with 100,000? Isn't that enough? Zhu Ming's eyes nearly bulged out. 100,000 is too little? Wu Dongming shook his head. In the future, if you follow me, you shall enjoy the finer things in life. We can plan our projects tomorrow. Since you are in a foul mood today, let us simply take a ride. Zhu Ming approached a brand new motorcycle beside them. This is my recent purchase. Dongming, why not give it a try? This fellow had indeed bought a new motorcycle. It looked quite decent, a 125 cubic centimeters model, capable of swift speeds. I won't try it. Wu Dongming shook his head. At that moment, two motorcycles pulled up to the roadside, a man and a woman, both clad in sleeveless black leather jackets and fitted pants. Their feet adorned with black leather boots, their hair dyed in vibrant hues. The woman appeared to be wearing a wig. Both stared at Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming puffed out his chest, stepping forward to inquire, "What do you want?" "TCH." The woman displayed a hint of disdain. She looked quite young, with fair skin. Likely not even 20. "What are you scoffing at?" Zhu Ming shot her a glare. "Are you a punk? Let me tell you, we are not to be trifled with." "Not to be trifled with?" The woman rolled her eyes. "A new motorcycle, is it?" "Of course it's new." Zhu Ming seemed somewhat proud. "Care to race?" The woman's gaze shifted between Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. "It's quite late, and the roads are deserted. Let us see just how tough you really are." Zhu Ming shook his head. "Why should I race with you? Afraid?" The woman scoffed. "Country bumpkin, you clearly lack the guts. So cowardly that you wouldn't even dare to race. It's no surprise, you wouldn't risk betting." "Who says we wouldn't?" Zhu Ming glared at her. "What do you propose?" "Naturally, a speed contest," the woman replied with a grin. "Since we're all on motorcycles, if you have the nerve, if you're real men, then come race with me. But, to enter our competition, you must stake at least 10,000. Winner takes all. Let us see if you are truly men." Chapter 69, The Bet TCH. Zhu Ming glared at her. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Now that's more like it," the woman remarked, glancing at Zhu Ming before turning to Wu Dongming. "And what about you, country bumpkin?" Wu Dongming smiled. "Since you wish to play, I shall gladly partake." "Yes," Zhu Ming exclaimed excitedly. "We aren't afraid of her at all. Let us take them on. Victory means everything." He had complete faith in Wu Dongming, believing that he would surely win if he took action. "TCH." The woman glared at them with disdain. "With your capabilities, how could you possibly compete with us? Victory? Ridiculous." Zhu Ming stepped forward, puffing out his chest. "Just wait and see my performance." "Such confidence?" The man finally spoke. "I've never encountered such audacious country bumpkins before." Zhu Ming, of course, did not accept that. He shouted at the man, "I, too, have never met someone as brazen as you in our presence. Moreover, even if you're not a country bumpkin, can you honestly claim that your ancestors weren't?" The man fell silent, visibly taken aback. Zhu Ming added with pride, "Do not look down on country bumpkins, for we are your ancestors." Wu Dongming could barely suppress a laugh. It appeared that Zhu Ming had momentarily emerged from the shadows of his heartbreak. Moreover, his statement had merit. The correct assertion should be that the man's ancestors were indeed country bumpkins. The man, however, remained oblivious to this. His face paled slightly. Zhu Ming continued, "We are country bumpkins, and as such, we are your ancestors. You ought to show us some respect." The man took a step back, his fists clenched, trembling with rage. Momentarily at a loss for words. The woman, however, chuckled lightly. Rolling her eyes at Zhu Ming, she remarked, "You are rather amusing. Not only bold, but also skilled in verbal sparring. Plus, you seem quite imposing. How about joining me?" "Join you?" Zhu Ming shook his head. "You couldn't afford my salary." "Humph." The woman scoffed. "Do you think I can't afford your wages? What do you believe you're worth?" "Far too much." Zhu Ming declared proudly. "I'm worth at least several tens of thousands a month. Given my abilities, 1,000,000 is already a low offer." "Humph." The man retorted coldly. "Such a greedy demand. Just you, a country bumpkin? Enough of your idle talk. If you dare to race, then come with us now. At the very least, we should know your names." Zhu Ming suddenly shifted his tone. The name of this male punk is unnecessary as I'm not interested. But, fair lady, do share your name. The man coldly interjected, I am Ming Xiaoming. She is Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui shot him a glare. Why are you revealing my name? What do these two country bumpkins care about our real names? Ming Xiaoming glared at Zhu Ming, asking, and you? I am Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming rolled his eyes. This is my good friend, Wu Dongming. We have no need for false names. With a name like Ming, one wonders how fierce you truly are, Xiao Rui observed with a smile. Perhaps we shall see if you can back it up. Then, turning to Wu Dongming, she remarked, you, on the other hand, have such an ordinary name. It seems you are unlikely to impress. Whether I impress or not, Wu Dongming replied with a grin, why not find an opportunity to test our skills? It could be on the ground or in bed. You're asking for trouble. Xiao Rui glared at him. I thought you were quite honest. Yet it appears you are the least sincere of all. If we were truly to test our skills, whether on the ground or in bed, I suspect you would be the one begging me not to be so honest. Wu Dongming appraised her with a smile. Shall we put that to the test? How audacious. Ming Xiaoming glared at him. You have some nerve to speak to Rui that way. You're courting death. With clenched fists, he took a step toward Wu Dongming. It appears that someone wishes to confront Wu Dongming. However, Wu Dongming pays no heed, instead smiling at Xiao Rui. Look at me. Ming Xiaoming, filled with indignation, retorts. Don't go looking for trouble. Wu Dongming calmly replies. If you dare to make a move, I shall break your legs. At this, Ming Xiaoming can barely restrain his urge to fight, stepping forward. Xiao Rui quickly intervenes. What are you doing? We're here for a motorcycle race, aren't we? Why not? In addition to a $10,000 prize, wager a little privately as well? This suggestion finds favor with Ming Xiaoming. He glares at Wu Dongming and coldly inquires, do you dare? What is there to fear? Wu Dongming replies nonchalantly, with a wager at stake. I certainly won't be intimidated. My only concern is that you might back out. Back out. Ming Xiaoming retorts icily. If I win, you must kneel before me. And if I win? Wu Dongming responds with a relaxed demeanor. Then you owe me 50,000. So you are indeed fond of money. Ming Xiaoming sneers, a country bumpkin through and through, only interested in wealth. Fine, it's a deal. I would never back down. I want to see you kneel. At this moment, Xiao Rui's eyes glimmer, and she looks at Wu Dongming, smiling. Since we're adding stakes, why not increase the wager? You seem quite arrogant. Do you dare to accept? I accept. Wu Dongming replies with a grin. You will naturally be participating in the race, correct? If you win, what do you wish for me to do? Of course, you must grant me one request, whatever I ask. Xiao Rui shrugs. Let us see if you dare to agree. And if I win, I shall have you do whatever I desire. Wu Dongming chuckles. Let us see if you dare to agree. Xiao Rui retorts. That motorcycle is yours. Right? It's so old. How could it possibly compare to ours? Your motorcycles can't hold a candle to ours. Do you think it's worth 5,000? Do you know how much ours cost? No need to know. Wu Dongming shakes his head. Why say so much? Xiao Rui rolls her eyes. Let us go now. Many are waiting for us. Don't waste any more time. As her words fall, she mounts her motorcycle. Ming Xiaoming glares at Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming before also getting on his motorcycle. Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming mount their bikes as well. At this moment, Zhu Ming takes a serious look at Xiao Rui and Ming Xiaoming's motorcycles, gasping in astonishment, a hint of worry etched on his face. He casts a glance at Wu Dongming, questioning whether they should withdraw. Wu Dongming's eyes shimmer with determination. They shall proceed. What is there to fear? Even if they lose. He feels no pressure. Worst case, they could just deny it. What could they do about it? Chapter 70. The race begins. Xiao Rui leads the way on her motorcycle, with Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming in the middle. Naturally, Ming Xiaoming, concerned that Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming might flee, lingers at the back. Zhu Ming suddenly glances at Wu Dongming, who gives him a knowing look. In that instant, Zhu Ming understands. What is the big deal about dodging responsibility? For Wu Dongming and him, there is no pressure at all. His heart settles. Soon, they arrive at a newly paved asphalt road, where several concrete barriers obstruct the path. Spaced merely a meter apart, cars cannot pass, but motorcycles can. Beyond the barriers, colorful lights illuminate the scene, resembling a grand ball. Shadows of several individuals are discernible. Wu Dongming, possessing excellent eyesight, can see clearly even from a distance that the crowd is filled with individuals sporting vibrantly colored hair, embodying a lively spirit. The roar of motorcycles reverberates in the air, a cacophony of sound. Do you know this road? Xiao Rui inquires, glancing at Wu Dongming. Am I not a country bumpkin? I have little knowledge, so I'm unaware of this road, Wu Dongming admits, having shown little interest in new roads previously. It has never concerned him. This is Shatter Road. Ming Xiaoming proclaims with pride. Xiao refers to Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui shoots him a glare. Would you become mute if you stopped talking? Ming Xiaoming's face stiffened slightly. So she is the young lady of the Xiao family. Wu Dongming looks at Xiao Rui and smiles. If the elder of the Xiao family finds out you are out here playing, will he scold you? Humph. Xiao Rui glares at him, coldly retorting. What business is it of yours? Of course, it is none of my concern, Wu Dongming chuckles. Even if you play wildly, it does not affect me. Mengzi, let us go. We must broaden our horizons today. We've never seen such a scene before. As two country bumpkins, we ought to open our eyes. Indeed. Zhu Ming laughs. I have truly never witnessed such a spectacle. Tomorrow, we can return home and boast about it. This fellow is indeed somewhat astute. Humph. Country bumpkins are still country bumpkins. Ming Xiaoming looks down on them. They maneuver through the concrete barriers. As they approach the colorful lights, cheers erupt. One by one, the crowd turns to gaze at Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming, exclaiming, why are two such unsophisticated fellows here? Rui, Xiaoming, why did you bring them here? Hee. Two country bumpkins have arrived. It seems we shall have a great time tonight. The crowd quickly gathers around, scrutinizing Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming as if they were rare pandas. Wu Dongming lightly waves his hand, saying nonchalantly, so many flies. At his words, the crowd glares at him with hostility. Enough. At that moment, a slightly older man with red hair steps forward. Rui Xiaoming. What exactly is the story with these two country bumpkins? Red-haired brother. Ming Xiaoming recounts the situation. After hearing the tale, everyone bursts into laughter. These two wish to participate in the race. Ha! They are truly unaware of their own limitations. Tonight shall certainly be entertaining. Look at their motorcycles. Do they think a new one costs 5,000? 5,000. Quite expensive. That must be half a year's salary for them, right? Competing with $5,000 motorcycles? Have their heads been kicked by a donkey? The participants in the race all ride high-displacement imported motorcycles, their designs vastly superior to those of Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. Not only are they powerful, but their stability and aerodynamic performance overshadow those of Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming's bikes. How can they possibly compete with that? One cannot say that. The red-haired man exclaims loudly, since they dare to come here to race, it proves they possess courage. He raises his hand, quieting the crowd. The red-haired man then addresses Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. Since this is your first time here, let me explain the rules of the race. The so-called rules consist simply of affixing a locator to the motorcycle, which transmits signals to a control console, displaying the motorcycle's trajectory. The objective is to ride the motorcycle at maximum speed from this point to the end of the road, 5 kilometers away, and then return. The one who is fastest wins. Of course, a deposit of 10,000 must be made beforehand. The winner takes all. This road is quite winding. Although it is only 5 kilometers, it is filled with many curves. Although the asphalt road was newly laid, it proved to be somewhat challenging once speed increased. Too many curves? Zhu Ming chuckled, then you are bound to lose. It depends on whether you possess the skill. A green-haired individual coldly interjected, enough with the nonsense. We've waited long enough. Let's settle the payment and commence immediately. Now that's more like it. Zhu Ming responded with a grin, I relish the curves. Just wait until you witness my prowess in overtaking. This elicited laughter from the others, who mocked, if you can't even keep up on straight paths. What makes you think you can handle the curves? We shall show him what true speed is. Huh. He probably won't even catch a glimpse of our taillights. The pressing question lingered. Could these two country bumpkins actually afford the entry fee? Indeed, it's 10,000 yuan. Can they even muster that? One of them jeered. How about you call me Grandpa, and I will give you 10,000. Haha, I could consider that, if you call me Grandpa. I'd also part with 10,000. The red-haired one glanced around, raised his hand, and commanded, all right, anyone wishing to participate, pay up, cash, or scan the code. Could Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming really afford it? Zhu Ming pulled out his phone and declared loudly, I'll scan. I'm paying 20,000. Mine and my brother S. He appeared quite the affluent gentleman, surprising everyone with his unexpected generosity. Wu Dongming did not intervene. Zhu Ming indeed scanned the code with the red-haired one, paying 20,000. The others followed suit, resulting in a total of 12 participants. Each was equipped with a full set of gear, appearing quite professional, while only Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming wore mere helmets, looking decidedly amateurish. They rode their motorcycles to the starting line, revving their engines in anticipation. Ming Xiaoming exchanged glances with the others, many revealing sinister smiles. 3, 2, 1, go, commanded the red-haired one. The 12 motorcycles roared to life and surged forward, marking the official start of the race. Chapter 71. Fighting is not against the rules. The spectators erupted in cheers akin to a tidal wave. The competitors dashed off, and it quickly became evident that Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming's motorcycles lagged far behind their rivals. Individuals like Xiao Rui accelerated away with vigor, while Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming struggled to gain momentum. By the time they reached a speed of over 70, their competitors had already navigated the first bend. And as those rivals would say, they couldn't even see the taillights. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha! These two bumpkins have truly never seen the world. They dare to show up with such inferior motorcycles for this race. What were they thinking? Rumor had it that Xiao Rui and Ming Xiaoming had privately wagered against the two. Their defeat was all but assured. What if they back out and refuse to pay? Humph, do you think those two are worthy of our concern? With so many of us, if they refuse to pay, we can simply charge at them. Laughter ensued. Why fret over them? They are merely two bumpkins we can easily handle. We can all gang up and break their legs if necessary. Meanwhile, many gathered around the control panel, where one individual scrutinized a computer screen displaying a map of the unfinished road. It indeed appeared winding. 12 dots were marked on it, 10 in blue and 2 in red. The red dots must represent the two country bumpkins, right? Look how far behind they are. The blue ones have already passed several bends. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. Those red ones haven't even reached the second bend yet. Wait, look. 5 motorcycles are halted at the 4th bend. What's their plan? Isn't it obvious? They're lying in wait to ambush the two bumpkins as they pass. The anticipation grew among the crowd. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the 4th bend, the 5 motorcycles indeed stood still, their riders donning visors and grinning. When those two bumpkins arrive, we'll smash into them. They cackled. Should we give them a beating first? Let us transform this into a violent spectacle. Kick them. Bash them with iron rods. They're just two bumpkins. What does it matter if they get hurt? These 5 were eager for a bit of fun, intent on tormenting Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. They had even turned off their motorcycles. Soon, the distant roar of engines drew closer, and the headlights of 2 motorcycles appeared. It was indeed Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming approaching. The faces of the 5 lit up with excitement. They're here. Let the games begin. As Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming rounded the bend, the 5 competitors revved their engines. Observing this, Wu Dongming instinctively slowed down. Zhu Ming, startled, also reduced his speed. Dongming, they seem to be waiting for us, he exclaimed. It certainly appeared that way. Wu Dongming chuckled. It seems my earlier suspicions were correct. These guys want to play fair. What should we do now? Zhu Ming asked, concern etched on his face. They had already sped past the 5. You go ahead. I'll handle them. Just don't go too far. Stop up ahead, Wu Dongming instructed. Zhu Ming was not entirely convinced. Why should I fear them? Dongming, let us confront them together. He was taken aback when he saw the 5 individuals pulling out iron rods from their motorcycles. We need to get out of here, he shouted, hastening his escape. Yet Wu Dongming merely slowed down. Fight. I'm not afraid of these guys, he called out. You wish to take us on? Don't you think that's against the rules? Kid, one of them shouted, gripping the handlebars with one hand and raising the iron rod with the other. Against the rules? Our rules don't state anything about using iron rods. You are quite right, Wu Dongming replied coldly. So we can fight however we like? Absolutely. The assailant laughed heartily. If you want to win, you must be the first to cross the finish line and return to the start. You two bumpkins are merely here for our amusement. With a twist of the throttle, he charged forward, swiftly closing in on Wu Dongming's right side, rod raised to strike. However, before the rod could connect, Wu Dongming had already delivered a swift kick. His foot was far quicker than the rod. Bang! The assailant was sent sprawling sideways, crashing heavily onto the roadside, unconscious without a sound. The motorcycle continued forward, flying over 10 meters before toppling over. The other 4 were left stunned at the sight. However, in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to Wu Dongming's side. At that moment, Wu Dongming suddenly slammed on the brakes, pushing off the ground with his right foot, and with both hands lifted the motorcycle, executing a grand whirlwind maneuver. Bang! 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 The 3 assailants were sent flying by the motorcycle. They let out agonizing screams as they crashed heavily onto the ground, their bones undoubtedly fractured in several places. The 3 motorcycles also lay overturned at the roadside, spinning idly. Wu Dongming glanced at the trio, halted his motorcycle, and approached them, directly searching their bodies for cell phones, which he then discarded to the ground, crushing them beneath his foot. You ruthless scoundrel! One of them with green hair exclaimed. You've injured us. And now you even destroy our phones. You are truly inhuman. Well said, Wu Dongming replied, giving him a thumbs up with a grin. But this was initiated by you. Now let us see. With that, he delivered a swift kick, snapping the man's left leg with a crack. The fellow screamed in agony and promptly fainted. The roar of a motorcycle approached. It was Zhu Ming. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Ming was taken aback. Dongming, what on earth happened here? He exclaimed. And you are incredibly fierce. Mengzi, This competition can be played however one pleases. So you take your time following behind. I'll go have some fun with them first. One by one, I'll take them all down. This time, victory is surely ours. With that, Wu Dongming mounted his motorcycle, leaving behind a parting remark. Remember, you must go slow, for I shall await you at the finish line. With a rush, he sped away. Chapter 72. Kill him? Zhu Ming remained in a state of shock. 5 individuals had been effortlessly taken down by Wu Dongming, and just listen to their wails. It was truly a tragic sight. Dongming was indeed formidable. He couldn't help but admire him sincerely. At that moment, one of the fallen men shouted, You are so cruel. Quickly call an ambulance for me, or I swear I will take you down. Zhu Ming glared at him, dismounted his motorcycle, and picked up a metal rod. The man gasped in terror, exclaiming, What are you doing? Do you know who I am? You dare to offend me. I will. What is the point of all this chatter? Zhu Ming interrupted, approaching him with a grin. I'm just here to test the quality of this helmet. Don't move. Or if I hit your face, that is not my concern. The self-proclaimed nobleman turned pale, gazing at Zhu Ming as if he were a demon beneath the moonlight. No, please don't do anything reckless. If you kill me, you'll have to pay with your life. Such cowardice? Zhu Ming chuckled. Weren't you just boasting moments ago? Now you cower? I'm merely a country bumpkin with a worthless life, while you, my friend, are a city dweller. Your life is far more precious. Exchanging one life for another would be quite the bargain, wouldn't it? He raised the metal rod. The man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he watched Zhu Ming swing the rod down. Thud! It struck the helmet, though the helmet did not shatter. The man was rendered unconscious from fear. Useless, Zhu Ming scoffed, casting him a cold glance. You think you can threaten me? Enough of this nonsense. I must head to the finish line. With Dongming so powerful, it seems I truly need to assist him. He sighed and mounted his motorcycle, slowly moving forward. Meanwhile, at the starting point, confusion reigned. What was happening? The 5 blue dots had come to a halt, yet the 2 red dots were still in motion. This was peculiar, was it not? How could this be? It defied logic. Could it be that those 2 country bumpkins had simply passed through? How was that possible? Did the 5 of them fail to stop them? What on earth transpired over there? Were the 5 in trouble? Let us hurry over and find out. Red-haired one commanded, addressing the others. You 3, quickly go see what happened. Yes. The 3 responded, each mounting their motorcycles and speeding off. Wu Dongming, even if aware of these developments, remained unfazed. The current situation meant he could secure victory without any debts. All he needed to do was take down those individuals. Regardless of how much faster they were, they would have to return upon reaching the end of this path, ensuring they would meet. Thus, he had ample opportunity. Unhurriedly, he made his way forward. On the other side, the 3 dispatched individuals arrived at the 4th bend. Illuminated by the motorcycle headlights, they were taken aback. It turned out those 5 had indeed been defeated. And they were there, wailing. They rushed forward to investigate. How brutal. Their bones are broken. Isn't this a violation of the rules? Those thugs should have their legs broken. They hurried to report back to red-haired brother. Calling him, they relayed the situation. Upon hearing, red-haired brother's brow furrowed. I'll send a vehicle to pick them up. Do not interfere with them. I'll handle the rest. After hanging up, he sent several text messages. The recipients were Ming Xiaoming and others. The group was actually riding at a leisurely pace, glancing at the messages in surprise. Ming Xiaoming ordered the rest to halt. Rui, you go ahead to the finish line. Why should I go first? Xiao Rui shot back, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Nothing much. We just want to have some fun with those 2 country bumpkins first. So you go ahead. We'll catch up shortly. Ming Xiaoming certainly wouldn't disclose everything so easily. TCH. Xiao Rui was no fool. She rolled her eyes at them. Do you really think I'm that gullible? Previously, we had 5 of our guys deliberately slowed down, and now they still haven't caught up. They must be planning to ambush those 2, right? Ming Xiaoming and the others remained silent. So if you're staying back, it means those 5 couldn't handle those 2 bumpkins, am I right? Xiao Rui shrugged. If 5 can't manage it, do you 4 think you can? I'm genuinely curious about how formidable those 2 are. They broke their bones. Ming Xiaoming stated coldly. What? Xiao Rui was truly astonished. No way. That's brutal. I'll wager it wasn't that Zhu fellow. He doesn't have the guts. It must have been that Wu guy who did it, right? She pouted. Who would have thought he's not only bold, but also somewhat capable? I reckon we might not be able to beat him. And we certainly can't be as ruthless, so we might as well concede. The others naturally disagreed. Concede? How could that be? Are we really incapable of handling 2 country bumpkins? Damn it. I'll just ride over and crash into him. Let us see how he withstands that. The 4 were resolute. Conceding was out of the question. I've warned you. Xiao Rui surveyed them. At worst, just concede. It's only a loss of 10,000 yuan each. But if it escalates into a fight and someone gets their bones broken, that's far beyond 10,000. I absolutely refuse to concede. Ming Xiaoming gritted his teeth, and his brothers echoed the sentiment. There's no way we'll let two country bumpkins overshadow us. Brothers, let us prepare ourselves. When he comes, we'll charge at him. The other three were equally enthusiastic. Crash into him. His motorcycle, with such poor performance, fell apart upon impact. Hard collision. Are we afraid of a couple of country bumpkins? Thus, the four of them turned their bikes around, aiming for the starting point. They clutched the clutch and revved the throttle, poised to charge headlong at Wu Dongming. Xiao Rui stepped aside and shouted, "Don't act recklessly. If someone truly gets killed, it would be disastrous." Yet inwardly, she mused, if someone were to actually die, how entertaining it would be. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a motorcycle with its headlights blazing approached. "Charge!" Ming Xiaoming commanded, and the four of them rode their bikes toward Wu Dongming. Chapter 73. Who is afraid of death? The four of them viciously collided with Wu Dongming. Xiao Rui watched, her face alight with glee. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into him. The next moment, four motorcycles lay on the ground, and the riders were thrown off, crashing heavily onto the earth. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, unable to rise. How could this happen? Though it was dark, the lights were blinding, and Xiao Rui could barely discern what transpired. What on earth just happened? Then she saw Wu Dongming riding his motorcycle toward her. "What do you want?" She glared at him from her bike, anxiety coursing through her. This was the first time she felt fear toward a country bumpkin. "What do you think?" Wu Dongming said with a grin. "Now, it's just you left. If I can take you down, there will be no one left to compete with me. Once I reach the finish line and return to the start, I win. Don't I? That's against the rules." Xiao Rui glared at him, raising her voice. "This is a racing competition, and yet you took them all down. This is clearly outside the rules. They could hit me, but I couldn't retaliate." Wu Dongming chuckled. Furthermore, they had already expressed their intent to attack me. The rules did not specify that fighting was prohibited. I merely returned the favor. Now, it's just you left. He dismounted his bike and approached Xiao Rui, snatching her motorcycle key. "I don't want to hit a woman, so don't force my hand. You might as well concede gracefully." After saying this, he got back on his motorcycle and started it up. At that moment, Zhu Ming had caught up. Seeing the four sprawled on the ground, he gasped, "Dongming, they're all down. You were too fierce. What do we do now?" "Of course, we head to the finish line and then return to the start. That's how we win," Wu Dongming replied with a smile. "At that point, we'll claim the 12,000, and after deducting the principal, each of us can take 5,000. "How exhilarating!" Zhu Ming exclaimed. "I never imagined making money could be this easy." As for fear, he felt none now. For as long as Wu Dongming was around, there was nothing to dread. Anyone daring to bully them would surely face Wu Dongming's wrath. "You're ruthless." Xiao Rui glared at Wu Dongming, abruptly shifting her tone. "All right, I concede. Now that is more like it," Wu Dongming said, observing her with a smile. "But I still need to reach the finish line and return. Take me with you." Xiao Rui bit her lip lightly, huffing. "I didn't expect this country bumpkin to be somewhat impressive. We could play together in the future. Who would want to play with you?" Wu Dongming shot her a glance. "Since you've conceded, you must fulfill your promise. What should I have you do?" His gaze roamed over Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui's face turned pale with fear. "What do you intend to do?" She thought. Does this country bumpkin truly have the audacity to make a move against me? Initially, she had considered having him accompany her, but now, seeing his unattractive demeanor, she decided against it and said, "Just give me 5,000. Wu Dongming shrugged. "Who are you calling ugly? Am I ugly? You're speaking nonsense." Xiao Rui stomped her foot, exclaiming, "You must be blind. Apologies, but you are indeed unattractive." Wu Dongming chuckled. "Thus, I don't even want your company. Just give me the 5,000. You greedy fool." Xiao Rui glared at him, pulling out her phone. "Here. I'll pay you now." It was merely a small sum for her, hardly a concern. If Wu Dongming truly wanted her company for an extended period, it would be disastrous. Yet the fact that he dismissed her company due to her looks was unbearable. She promptly scanned the code to transfer the money to Wu Dongming, then took a seat on the back of the motorcycle. Sitting so close, Wu Dongming caught her fragrance, causing his heart to race a little faster. At that moment, Zhu Ming suddenly sighed. "Dongming, if you don't want her, you could give her to me. Let her accompany me for a few days." "Shut up." Xiao Rui shot Zhu Ming a furious glare. "Do you believe I will have someone kill you?" Zhu Ming shrank back, genuinely frightened. Wu Dongming ceased any further chatter, revved the motorcycle, and sped toward the finish line. Zhu Ming hurried to keep up. Indeed, the finish line was a dead end. They could see some construction machinery and even a few people guarding the area. However, those individuals did not obstruct them. Soon, They turned back and spotted a Land Rover parked where Ming Xiaoming and the others had been injured. A few people emerged from the vehicle to lift them onto it. Upon seeing Wu Dongming approach, they were understandably startled. Wu Dongming merely cast a glance at them before speeding away with Xiao Rui. At the starting point, some ruffians were anxiously pacing. Damn it, that guy took down so many. How could 10 men not best a single one? He doesn't play by the rules. When he returns, we must show him what's what. Exactly. Are we really afraid of those two country bumpkins? We'll go all out against him. Hearing these words, Hong Mao surveyed them. All right. When they arrive, let us show them a thing or two. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Everyone, arm yourselves. When the time comes, let us swarm him and take him down. These fellows were merely following the crowd. Alone, they wouldn't dare act, but with numbers, their courage grew significantly. Soon, they brandished iron rods, eager to make him pay. Before long, two motorcycles with their headlights blazing sped toward them. Back to the starting point. Attack them. Break their arms and legs. A group of 8, wielding iron rods, charged at Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming turned pale with fright, quickly stopping the motorcycle to shout, Dongming. However, Wu Dongming didn't even halt the bike, accelerating instead. This startled Xiao Rui, who quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. The motorcycle hurtled toward the 8 men. They were nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaiming as they scrambled to avoid the oncoming vehicle. But how could they all escape? One unfortunate fellow was struck head-on, sent flying off the bike. A sickening crack echoed as bones broke, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Wu Dongming halted, bracing himself against the motorcycle, surveying the crowd with a cold gaze. You want to hit me? If you have the guts, come forward. I'd like to see who isn't afraid of death. Chapter 74, Victory. The crowd's faces turned ashen. Clatter. One man dropped his iron rod to the ground. Fight. They lacked the courage. Due to Wu Dongming's fierce demeanor exceeding their expectations, they felt that confronting such a ruthless individual would be tantamount to courting death. Just look at the fate of that unfortunate fellow who was struck. Everyone's hearts raced. However, the red-haired one, displaying a bit more courage, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Dongming, and exclaimed, Do you even know who you are challenging? You mere country bumpkin, taking on so many people. You are simply seeking your own demise. A hint of coldness graced Wu Dongming's expression as he glanced down at the delicate arm of Xiao Rui wrapped around his waist. Indeed, her skin was as flawless as white jade, exceedingly tender. In response, he shifted his right hand to embrace her waist. What are you doing? Xiao Rui gasped. Wu Dongming had already lifted her effortlessly. Is it only permissible for you to embrace me, while I am forbidden from reciprocating? He descended from the motorcycle while still holding her and walked slowly towards the red-haired one. The latter and his companions, witnessing Wu Dongming's boldness in holding Xiao Rui, could not suppress their anger. What are you doing? Release Rui at once, or else we'll make you pay dearly. Their threats rang hollow, as if they had not just attempted to harm Wu Dongming themselves. Wu Dongming cast a cold glance at them and retorted, I am holding my woman. What business is it of yours? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to come and take her. But none dared to advance. Their faces turned pale, trembling with fear. You naive bumpkin, you have no idea whom you are provoking. Every person here is of a higher status than you could ever fathom. You have angered so many. Your only path now is to meet your demise. The red-haired leader, undeterred by Wu Dongming's formidable presence, continued to issue threats. However, Wu Dongming was not swayed. He released Xiao Rui and swiftly advanced on the red-haired one, delivering a resounding slap that left half his face swollen, sending him sprawling back 1.5 meters. The others were too frightened to utter a word, retreating in trepidation. Wu Dongming stepped forward and placed his foot firmly on the red-haired one's chest, declaring, Is it only permissible for you ruffians to strike others without consequence? You lack the skill yet dare to speak so boldly. Your ignorance is astounding. The sound of cracking bones echoed under his foot as the red-haired one cried out in pain. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, yet none dared to intervene. Let me go? The red-haired one pleaded. I promise I won't provoke you again. Wu Dongming replied coldly. If you had spoken earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. You're all a bunch of useless fools, devoid of any capability, and even your vision is clouded. You can't see the truth before you. He turned to the red-haired one and asked, Now tell me, who has won? You have won. The red-haired one stammered, fear etched across his face. The victors take all, so you have won the 12,000. Then pay up, Wu Dongming demanded, pulling out his phone. Everyone had previously scanned their payments to the red-haired one, so now it was his turn to pay. Struggling, the red-haired one managed to rise and scan the payment of 12,000. Remember to steer clear of me in the future, for if you dare to provoke me again, I shall not be so lenient. After receiving the payment, Wu Dongming was interrupted by the arrival of a Land Rover, which he swiftly obstructed. He yanked the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. TSK. Xiao Rui shot him a glance. The door is locked, unless you ask the occupants to unlock it. How can you possibly open it? Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. Let me see if I can open it. Taking a deep breath, he exerted a sudden force. And with a resounding bang, the door swung open. Those inside and outside the vehicle were taken aback. It appeared the lock was not as sturdy as one might expect. Wu Dongming peered inside, smiling. You should consider investing in a more secure lock for your vehicle. It would be safer. At that moment, a voice from within spoke up. What do you want? Young Master Ming, Wu Dongming replied with a grin. I am quite practical. Having defeated you, it is only right that you pay the price. What did we agree upon? You cannot expect me to pay after you've beaten us so badly. Young Master Ming protested, attempting to reason with Wu Dongming, who was in no mood for debate. At this moment, a fist was the only logic that mattered. Wu Dongming seized young Master Ming's arm, pulling him forward with such force that it felt as though his bones might shatter. The latter could do nothing but comply, dragged to the ground, where he winced in pain. Now pay up, Wu Dongming demanded. 50,000, not a cent less. If you fall short by even a penny, I shall break one of your fingers. I will pay, young Master Ming exclaimed. I really will. Just give me a moment. I can certainly manage 50,000. It was not that he could not afford the money. Rather, he found the current predicament utterly humiliating. Hatred for Wu Dongming surged within him. Yet he had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, his phone remained intact, allowing him to make the payment. Wu Dongming displayed his payment code. And with tears brimming in his eyes, young Master Ming scanned it to transfer the funds. Only then did Wu Dongming relent, approaching Xiao Rui with a smile. Should there be similar events in the future, do remember to invite me. It appears that earning money this way is quite effortless. Xiao Rui's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then leave me your phone number so I can contact you. Certainly. Wu Dongming whispered his number to her. She dialed it, and his phone rang. Looking up at him, Xiao Rui asked, do you truly have a fondness for money? Of course. Wu Dongming chuckled. I also like beautiful women. However, I have no interest in those who are less than pleasing to the eye. With that, he turned and mounted his motorcycle, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhu Ming as they prepared to depart. You are ugly. Xiao Rui stomped her foot in frustration, shouting at Wu Dongming's retreating figure. Your entire family is ugly. Her face flushed with anger. Rui, young Master Ming suddenly declared, I must devise a plan to eliminate him. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Rui glared at him. So many of us could not even defeat him, and you dare suggest otherwise? I think it's best you don't humiliate yourselves further. This person might still be of use. Chapter 75. Ere Mao falls, ill Rui. The red-haired one struggled to his feet. That arrogant fellow cannot be of any use to us. Just look at what he has done to us. We cannot let this stand. When have we ever suffered such a loss? We must reclaim our honor. The others echoed his sentiments. Indeed. Can we simply accept this significant loss? After all, they were merely two country bumpkins. Even if we cannot defeat them, we can pool our resources to hire someone to deal with him. Yes. I believe we should enlist the help of someone from the martial arts school. We can make them pay dearly. Xiao Rui shot them a cold glance. A bunch of useless fools. Unable to fight for yourselves, you only think of paying others to do your dirty work. How utterly disgraceful. With that, she climbed into the Land Rover. Take me home. I cannot be bothered to converse with this group of incompetents. The crowd fell silent, stunned that Xiao Rui had so openly called them useless. The Land Rover then drove away. At this moment, many individuals gathered around Hongmao. Brother Hongmao, what shall we do now? Should we eliminate those two country bumpkins? Or perhaps we should pool some money together? Hongmao cast a cold glance at them. What are you talking about? We don't even know where those two fellows are from. How can we find them? If we wish to deal with them, we must first ascertain who they truly are. The crowd's expression stiffened. Gathering information was not their forte. However, I certainly would not let them off the hook. Hongmao exhaled deeply. First, take the injured person to the hospital. This matter should not be made public. When the opportunity arises, we shall deal with him directly. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. Brother Hongmao, you are right. Let us all investigate who they are. They would surely not escape. Under Hongmao's direction, they hurriedly transported the injured to the hospital. Meanwhile, Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming returned home. Wu Dongming promptly transferred 70,000 to Zhu Ming. Despite Zhu Ming's insistence on refusal, he completed the transaction efficiently. Mengzi, Wu Dongming stated seriously, I believe we now possess some capital. If we continue to drift aimlessly, it will not serve us well. We ought to engage in some business ventures. Otherwise, the villagers will continue to look down upon us. Indeed, Zhu Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Dongming, your idea is excellent. We must indeed undertake something significant. By the way, weren't we planning to develop a wild boar business? If we go hunting for wild boars every day and sell one, how much could that yield? Wu Dongming regarded him pointedly. Look at those people from today. They are all affluent. Their family wealth could last for generations. Even if we managed to catch a wild boar daily, what would it amount to? How much could we earn in a year? Zhu Ming was momentarily taken aback. You don't find a daily income of 1,000 or even several thousand appealing? Not at all. Wu Dongming shook his head. In the past, I might have found it appealing, but after today, I truly do not. Besides, do you think there are that many wild boars on the mountain for us to catch? Zhu Ming's expression faltered slightly. This was indeed a challenge. But what business can we pursue? Our capital is limited, and making a substantial profit seems quite difficult. Then we must think carefully about what business to engage in. Wu Dongming smiled. Of course, we cannot engage in illegal activities. We cannot allow ourselves to be looked down upon forever. We must earn significant money. Zhu Ming was stirred by his words. He excitedly slapped the table. Well said, Dongming. With your capabilities, you certainly should earn great wealth. Let us contemplate our future endeavors. With newfound purpose, Zhu Ming no longer fixated on Xiao Mei. Observing his spirited demeanor, Wu Dongming felt satisfied. Now, you should return and rest well. We can deliberate on our project slowly. We have plenty of time. Just as Wu Dongming was about to see Zhu Ming out, a figure rushed towards them. Speaking urgently into a phone, Wu Dongming. The person, Wang Fu, was recognized by Zhu Ming. The elderly man, in his 60s, shone a flashlight on Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming, visibly relieved to see them. Zhu Ming, you're here too. I was just about to look for you. But you weren't around. Wang Fu approached them. Uncle Wang, what brings you here at this hour? Wu Dongming inquired. Mao has fallen seriously ill. Wang Fu replied anxiously. You're looking for me to treat him? Wu Dongming spoke up. This statement left both Zhu Ming and Wang Fu momentarily stunned. You want him to treat Mao? How is that possible? He is not a doctor. No, Wang Fu insisted. I just called Dr. Chen from the town, but Mao's condition is dire. He suddenly fainted. Doctor Chen will take time to arrive, so I was hoping you could take him to the town on your motorcycle. That was his intention. However, Wu Dongming had already taken strides forward, leaving behind a remark. Why are you talking so much? Let us go see what the illness is. Aren't we taking the motorcycle? Wang Fu exclaimed in surprise. If they did not ride the motorcycle, time would be wasted. He shone his flashlight and noticed 2 motorcycles nearby. Zhu Ming, did you also buy a motorcycle? He inquired. Yes. Zhu Ming nodded. I'll ride the motorcycle there. If we need to take him to the town, I will handle it. That is fine, Wang Fu sighed. I originally thought Dongming would be reliable. But it seems that's not the case. Zhu Ming shot him a glare. How could Dongming not be reliable? Hurry, I'm riding the motorcycle. Once on the motorcycle, carrying Wang Fu, they quickly arrived at Wang Fu's home. Mao, Wang Fu's 5-year-old grandson, had suddenly fallen gravely ill, which understandably alarmed the elderly couple. The lights were on in Wang Fu's house, filled with several people, including Wang Fu's wife, Aunt Chun, who was in tears. At that moment, Wu Dongming also arrived. He strode inside and called out, Why are you all crying? Where's Mao? Let me see. What do you want to see? An elderly man stepped forward. He was Wang Fu's cousin, Wang He. To see what illness Mao has. Wu Dongming replied solemnly. You're not a doctor. What can you possibly diagnose? Wang He retorted angrily. A thug like you wants to see what illness Mao has. Isn't that absurd? The others looked at Wu Dongming with skepticism. They were doubtful they had heard correctly. This thug actually intended to treat Mao? How could that be possible? Either Wu Dongming had misspoken, or they had misunderstood. But at that moment, Wu Dongming fixed his gaze on Wang He and stated firmly, Why can't I diagnose? Step aside. He strode forward. Wu Dongming. Wang He rushed to block him. What are you doing? Mao's situation is critical. If you genuinely want to help, take him to Dr. Chen in town. If you're just going to cause trouble, we do not need your help. At that moment, Zhu Ming and Wang Fu arrived as well. Zhu Ming quickly approached Wu Dongming from behind, whispering, Yes, Dongming, don't act recklessly. From what Uncle Wang just said, Mao is definitely in grave danger. We should not take any chances. Let us take him to the town. Wang Fu quickly added, Yes, if you can help take Mao to the town. I would be immensely grateful. If, at that moment, Wu Dongming suddenly declared, It's poisoning. The crowd paused in surprise. Poisoning? Wang Fu quickly shook his head. Don't say such things. Mao hasn't eaten anything strange. How could he be poisoned? Zhu Ming, panicked, pleaded, Please, help me take Mao to town. I truly. He was beginning to lose his composure, even wiping away tears. I am begging you. He genuinely appeared ready to kneel. This child was his heart and soul. With his son and daughter-in-law working away, He and his wife had been the ones caring for Ermao. Now that Ermao was in such a serious condition, they had to rush to find a doctor. If anything were to happen, he would not only fail to explain it to his son and daughter-in-law, but also be unable to bear it himself. If Ermao were to pass away, he would have no reason to continue living. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Wu Dongming quickly steadied him. All right. Mengzi and I will take Ermao to the hospital right away. Being fellow villagers, Wu Dongming wished to alleviate their suffering, even if he had his flaws. It was not the time for obstinacy. Ultimately, he was not a true scoundrel. Thank you, Wang Fu exclaimed. I'll carry Ermao onto Zhu Ming's motorcycle. We must leave immediately. He felt a twinge of fear towards Wu Dongming, wanting to ensure Ermao was delivered without delay. The last thing he wanted was for Wu Dongming to insist on showcasing his medical skills instead, which would be disastrous. Absolutely. Wu Dongming readily agreed. Mengzi, hurry and assist. I'll take the motorcycle. He quickly turned and walked away. Although he was not yet at Ermao's side, he sensed the gravity of the situation. His keen eyes detected a palpable aura of despair emanating from Ermao's room. Ermao's condition was dire. He quickened his pace, swiftly returning home to mount the motorcycle. At that moment, Zhu Ming had already set off with Wang Fu and Ermao. In the distance, Wu Dongming could see the glow of Zhu Ming's tail light and hastened to catch up. After traveling a mile, he reached a bend in the road, revved the throttle, and surged in front of Zhu Ming, shouting, "Stop!" Zhu Ming was startled and promptly halted. "Dongming, what are you doing?" Wang Fu, who was seated behind, clutched Ermao and called out, "We have no grievances. Why are you?" Wu Dongming advanced and swiftly snatched Ermao from Wang Fu's grasp. "What are you doing?" Wang Fu exclaimed, taken aback, hastily dismounting the motorcycle. Given his age, his reflexes were not as sharp, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. "Hey, be careful!" Zhu Ming shouted, quickly dismounting to help Wang Fu up. "Uncle Wang, are you all right?" Wang Fu rose, only to see Wu Dongming placing Ermao beneath the motorcycle's light. At that moment, Wu Dongming began to unbutton Ermao's shirt. "What are you doing?" Wang Fu gasped in shock. "Quiet," Wu Dongming replied tersely. He then produced a ball of thread from his pocket, with a needle attached. "Damn it, I'll have to use this without sterilizing it." As he spoke, he plunged the needle into Ermao's body 3 times. Suddenly, the previously motionless Ermao cried out, then turned over and began to vomit. Wang Fu rushed forward, exclaiming, "I'll fight you for this." "Wu Dongming, what on earth are you doing?" Wu Dongming withdrew the needle and stepped back. Wang Fu, unable to pursue him, hurried to support Ermao. "Ermao, how are you? Please, don't leave me." At that moment, Ermao finally ceased vomiting and weakly murmured, "Grandpa, I feel dizzy." "Huh?" Wang Fu paused, astonished. "He is awake." Zhu Ming, standing nearby, was equally surprised, then exclaimed, "Just now, Ermao was in terrible shape. His face was even turning black. But after vomiting, he seems much better." "Uncle Wang, did you notice?" Wang Fu's expression stiffened as he observed Ermao. Indeed, Ermao's complexion appeared improved compared to before. "What is going on?" He gasped in astonishment, inspecting the contents of Ermao's vomit. Wu Dongming spoke gravely, "If I am not mistaken, he must have ingested sweet potatoes laced with rat poison. Look, some of it is still undigested." "What?" Wang Fu exclaimed, horrified. "We do have rats at home. So my wife bought some rat poison, and it must have been mixed with sweet potatoes. I didn't realize Ermao would eat it." He paused, panic rising. "What now? He must be poisoned. Will this affect him? Why worry when Dongming is here?" Zhu Ming interjected confidently. "If it weren't for Dongming's intervention, would Ermao have woken up? I've never seen such a method to induce vomiting. This is Dongming's skill." Zhu Ming's face radiated pride. Initially, he had doubted Wu Dongming's medical abilities, but it seemed he had indeed been underestimated. "Let us not celebrate too soon," Wu Dongming cautioned. "While he has expelled much of the poison, there are certainly remnants in his stomach, and some may have already been absorbed into his system. He requires further treatment at the hospital." "You can't be serious?" Zhu Ming was taken aback. "Dongming, you were incredible just now. I know how to treat it, but I lack the necessary medicine and tools," Wu Dongming retorted. "This type of case can be effectively treated at the county hospital. There is no need for my involvement. Let us go now." No, Wang Fu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "We absolutely cannot go. I'll take him to find Dr. Chun in the town." Chapter 77. Have you taken a liking to me? Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming were both taken aback. Zhu Ming glared at Wang Fu, incredulous. "How can we trust that Dr. Chun? He is merely a village doctor. We should listen to Dongming. For a case like Ermao's, a visit to a large hospital in the county was essential." "But," Wang Fu's face fell, "going to the county hospital is expensive. I've heard that such cases can cost thousands of yuan. Where would I find that kind of money?" He sighed. "Dr. Chun is sufficient. I've heard he has treated several people successfully in similar situations, and they all recovered. Zhu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. I will cover the costs, Wu Dongming declared firmly. Mao is still so young. We must ensure he receives proper treatment, or it will hinder his growth. A few thousand yuan is a trivial matter. I will handle it. Wang Fu looked up at Wu Dongming, pondering the potential expenses at the county hospital. What if it's not enough? You don't have much money, and if, why are you worrying so much? Wu Dongming shot him a glare. The longer we delay, the greater the risk to Mao. We must leave at once. Yes, we need to hurry. Zhu Ming gritted his teeth. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Both Dongming and I have money. They swiftly mounted their motorcycles. Wang Fu lifted Mao into his arms, gazing at Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming, his eyes misty with gratitude. He never imagined that Wu Dongming would be so generous. Hurry up, Zhu Ming urged. Let us get to the hospital. All right. Wang Fu placed Mao onto his motorcycle, and Wu Dongming and Zhu Ming revved their engines, setting off towards the county. Throughout their journey to the town, they saw no vehicles or motorcycles heading to the village. That damn Dr. Chun. I said he was unreliable, Zhu Ming muttered under his breath. Wang Fu, sitting behind, remained silent. They arrived at the county people's hospital and headed straight to the emergency room. Inside, 2 doctors were present. Doctor, please help us, Zhu Ming urged as he entered. What seems to be the problem? One doctor asked, looking up. He ingested rat poison. Zhu Ming explained the situation. The doctor quickly directed Wang Fu to bring Mao closer. After a brief examination, he frowned and said, it seems he just vomited. How did you induce vomiting? Zhu Ming opened his mouth to respond, but Wu Dongming intervened. The priority is to wash his stomach again. He has likely absorbed some poison, and we must eliminate the toxins from his system. Who are you? The doctor asked. Looking at him. We don't need you directing our work here. At that moment, another doctor, a woman, entered the emergency room, appearing quite composed. She stood up and walked over, speaking in a low voice. If he truly ingested rat poison, we must act swiftly. Let me take a look. Director Xiao. The previously mentioned male physician suddenly displayed a hint of admiration, his cheeks slightly flushed as he remarked, not only are you proficient in Western medicine, but your skills in traditional Chinese medicine are also remarkable. Having studied under enough of that, Director Xiao waved her hand. Let me examine him. She first took Mao's pulse, then proceeded to inspect his eyes and mouth, her expression growing increasingly astonished. Stepping back, she furrowed her brow and inquired of Zhu Ming. Has he been treated by another physician? That would be Dongming Wu. Zhu Ming pointed to Wu Dongming, saying, this is my brother. Just moments ago, Mao's face turned dark, and he fell into a coma. If it weren't for my brother's acupuncture, that's enough. Wu Dongming interjected sternly. Mao still has some residual toxins in his body. If not expelled, it will impede his growth and development. The acupuncture not only induced vomiting, but also eliminated a significant amount of poison from this child's system. His heart pulse is quite robust now. The remaining toxins are minimal. This level of medical skill. Director Xiao gazed intently at Wu Dongming, truly impressed. Impressed? Zhu Ming and Wang Fu were taken aback, staring in shock at Wu Dongming. What is the point of discussing such trivial matters now? Wu Dongming retorted, rolling his eyes at Director Xiao. What good is flattery? We need to treat him. Wasting time here serves no purpose. What do you mean by that? The male physician glared at him. Enough, Director Xiao said firmly. Arrange for a gastric wash and prepare a few bottles of intravenous fluids to replenish his protein levels. He will recover soon. She cast a deep glance at Wu Dongming. Beautiful lady, do you fancy me? Wu Dongming quipped, causing Director Xiao's expression to darken. How rude. The male physician glared at him. Do you dare to flirt with our youngest director ever? Enough. There is nothing to discuss with someone of such character. Director Xiao waved her hand lightly. I'll handle the medications. You go pay first. An initial deposit of 5,000 is required. Upon hearing the sum, Wang Fu's face turned pale. I will pay, Zhu Ming declared loudly. Is it necessary to stay in the hospital? Yes, a few days are required, and the medications are expensive. We need to monitor him for several days. Director Xiao instructed the male physician to prepare the bill and directed Zhu Ming to make the payment. Wang Fu was utterly bewildered. Soon, Zhu Ming returned with the deposit, and Director Xiao personally led them to the inpatient department. Upon entering the ward, they found another patient sharing the room, with a woman in her 30s sitting beside the bed, her face etched with sorrow. At that moment, the woman turned to Director Xiao and immediately stood up, approaching her. Director, please discharge my husband. His current condition renders his stay here futile. If this drags on, we will truly be destitute. Director Xiao furrowed her brow. You can see your husband's condition has improved somewhat. We cannot give up on him. A few more days of treatment could yield significant results, but he has been treated for so long. The woman cried. He can't even get out of bed now. And the costs are overwhelming. As a rural person, how can I afford this? Tears streamed down her face. Director Xiao sighed. Perhaps I could cover some costs for now. The most crucial thing is, Director, I know you are a good person in this town, and we owe you a great debt. Without you, my husband might have already died. But under these circumstances, what can you do? The woman exclaimed, suddenly alarmed, turning her gaze towards her husband. Everyone looked over to see Wu Dongming prying open the eyelids of the patient in bed. I'm just checking to see what the problem is, he stated. Wu Dongming shrugged. It turns out he has been poisoned. It seems we need to administer some strong medicine. Clenching his fist, he prepared to strike the patient. Chapter 78, Accused Bang. The punch landed with considerable force, causing the man to bounce slightly. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The woman dashed forward, exclaiming, What are you doing? Why are you hitting my husband? Get out of the way. Wu Dongming shot back coldly. Your husband needs some vigorous treatment. Surprisingly, my punch didn't make him spit blood. That is quite unexpected. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. The crowd was once again taken aback. Hit him. Are you insane? The patient is in such a weakened state, and you want him to vomit blood? What are you trying to accomplish? Director Xiao rushed over, blocking Wu Dongming. He is so frail. Do you have no sense of ethics? Ethics? Wu Dongming shrugged. I'm merely administering strong medicine. You are the ones lacking ethics, draining his family's finances over such a minor ailment. At this rate, he will surely perish within half a month. How tragic, dying after enduring such suffering. What nonsense are you spouting? Director Xiao gritted her teeth. Do you even know what illness he has? Of course I do. Wu Dongming replied. He has been poisoned. Do you know what kind of poison it is? Director Xiao's eyes widened. Poison from miasma, Wu Dongming replied calmly. If I'm not mistaken, he has been afflicted for about half a month. He must have encountered miasma in the mountains, initially unnoticed, but after several days. It has infiltrated his organs, weakening his body. What? Director Xiao stepped back, shocked. You say this is miasma? However, your current treatment methods merely provide him with nutrients. While this is not entirely incorrect, as it can replenish his vitality, unfortunately, you have drawn too much blood, causing his condition to worsen. Wu Dongming glared at her. Why draw so much blood? Look at him. He is clearly deficient in energy and blood. If a person is severely lacking in these, how can they recover? Hearing this, Director Xiao trembled. Do you really have a solution? At this moment, even the woman was stunned, gazing at Wu Dongming in disbelief. Can you truly save my husband? You're right. He went to the mountains about half a month ago and has felt unwell since returning. A few days later, he suddenly Dongming was right. Zhu Ming approached. Do you still doubt my brother's medical skills? Turning to Wu Dongming, he said, Dongming, I never knew you were such a gifted healer. Can this man, on the brink of death, still be saved? Of course, he can be saved, Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. It merely requires administering some potent medicine. If he can endure it, he will gradually recover. If he cannot, then it's better to end it all than to suffer here. These words struck a chord with the woman. Young man, you speak the truth. I know he is in great pain. So what is your treatment plan? Hit him. Wu Dongming rolled up his sleeves. He must vomit blood. Everyone, step aside. I am about to begin. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Hit him. The patient is in such a frail state. And you still want him to vomit blood? What are you? Director Xiao looked at him, her face a mixture of shock and concern. She understood Wu Dongming's intent, but wondered if the patient could withstand such treatment. Was it truly necessary to strike him? The woman looked on in disbelief. If there were a silver needle, Wu Dongming pondered, let us just proceed with the beating. I am one who relishes a good fight, dear lady. You have a choice. Either let him languish in agony or permit me to give him a thorough thrashing to see if it revives him. I shall wait for 10 seconds. After all, we are neither relatives nor friends, and I have little inclination to indulge in lengthy discussions. This impulse arises from his recent acquisition of medical knowledge, making him eager to test his abilities. If this woman refuses to allow him to treat her husband, so be it. He stands to lose nothing. Surprisingly, the woman was quite decisive and stepped aside. Director Xiao initially intended to intervene, but, upon glancing at the patient on the bed, sighed and also yielded. Wu Dongming cast a lingering gaze her way and inquired with a smile, beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Director Xiao shot him a glare, her expression stern, so fierce. Approaching the bedside, Wu Dongming clenched his fists and suddenly struck down. 5 consecutive punches landed squarely on the man's body. Each impact resounded with a thud. Spit it out, he commanded, delivering one final, heavy blow. To everyone's astonishment, the man abruptly sat up and spewed forth a torrent of dark blood, staining the sheets. Gasps filled the room as onlookers instinctively recoiled. The outcome was rather promising. A faint smile crept onto Wu Dongming's face as the man opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon him. At that moment, Wu Dongming delivered another punch to the man's abdomen. Uffed. The man expelled another mouthful of dark blood. There is still some left. Wu Dongming grew increasingly exhilarated. Utilizing the detoxification technique he had inherited, to witness such immediate results upon his first application was astonishing. He threw yet another punch. Uffed. This time, the man coughed up blood that was tinged with red. It hurts, he cried out. Wu Dongming paid no heed to his pleas and landed another punch. Uffed. The man coughed up blood once more, now a brighter red. Ah, you're making me bleed. You owe me money. If you don't compensate me 10 or 80,000. Wu Dongming slapped him across the face, rebuking, I'm saving your life, and you dare demand compensation? The strike left half of the man's face swollen. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Call for help. I need to report this. His voice was surprisingly strong. You've severely injured my husband. You must pay. The woman rushed forward, attempting to seize Wu Dongming, exclaiming, You won't escape. If you don't pay 10,000. You. Wu Dongming took 2 steps back, cursing, You think you can bully me? You leave first. Director Xiao glared at him, urging, Hurry. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. What bad luck. Wu Dongming turned and dashed outside. Don't let him get away. The woman pursued him. Wu Dongming sped past the incoming crowd. Zhu Meng, realizing the situation was dire, also fled. What the hell is going on? Am I being framed? Chapter 79. Inquire about Wu Dongming, don't let them escape. The woman tried to chase Wu Dongming, but found herself unable to keep pace. Just then, she noticed Zhu Ming dashing by her side and reached out to grab him, but he was out of reach. Damn those two. They made my husband vomit blood, and now they're just running away. The woman plopped down on the ground in frustration. The doctors and nurses who had rushed over were taken aback. How dare someone fight in a hospital? Humph, people like that should be reported to the police. Yes. Call the police right away. The woman shouted, My husband was beaten and is vomiting blood. Your hospital must take responsibility. Director Xiao was momentarily stunned by the scene. It was only then that she regained her composure and commanded, Silence. The doctors and nurses turned to her. Approaching the male patient, she noted that he appeared significantly better, even capable of walking. Was this the same gravely ill man from before? Please, do not get too excited. She cautioned the patient. I will check your condition now to see how you are faring. I nearly died. The man exclaimed. I must catch that guy. Director Xiao lowered her voice and said, The person you're speaking of just saved your life, and you respond this way? If it weren't for him, you would still be lying there, barely alive. Do you not feel even a shred of gratitude? Was he really saving me? The man faltered, his confidence wavering. At that moment, the woman burst in, pointing at Wang Fu and declaring, He is in cahoots with them. Those two just escaped, so he must be caught. She lunged to grab Wang Fu. Be quiet. Director Xiao could no longer contain her frustration. If you keep this up, I will call the police and have you arrested. Do you even realize the trouble you've caused? The woman shouted, My husband is bleeding from being beaten, and you treat me like this? Your hospital will not escape responsibility. Even if it means taking this to court, I will. I'll give you 5,000. Director Xiao glared at her, retorting, Only 5,000. If you keep causing a scene, you won't receive a single cent. Humph. If you behave and cease your ruckus, I will have someone check your husband's condition right now. A mere 5,000? The woman's tone softened. All right, Director Xiao. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but you must ensure I receive 5,000 and check my husband to see if he has any internal injuries. Will he die? If he is severely injured, you must check him. Director Xiao shot her a warning glance before arranging for for the man. She promptly led the couple to undergo an examination. Upon reviewing the results, she was utterly astonished. What is the matter? The woman demanded anxiously. Is my husband severely injured? Will he die? Die? What are you talking about? Director Xiao stared at her, exclaiming, This is simply incredible. You need not worry. Your husband is in excellent condition. He has not sustained any injuries, and his prior illness has improved significantly. With a couple more days of observation in the hospital, he should be able to be discharged. The woman was taken aback, then bitterly remarked, But that country bumpkin did indeed make my husband vomit blood. If you mention that again, you may as well leave. Director Xiao was exasperated with the woman. The expression on the woman's face shifted multiple times. Fine, I won't say anything further. But you must cover the medical expenses for these days. She was clearly attempting to take advantage of the situation. I have contributed as well. Director Xiao shot her a deep look. Now you may return to the ward. I will go and settle the fees for you. And I will transfer the money to you as well. After completing these tasks, she quickly returned to the ward to check on the patient. Seeing that his complexion had improved significantly, She reassured the elderly man. Your grandson is doing very well, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu exhaled in relief. Thank you, Director Xiao. I am truly grateful. Without your assistance, you've thanked me enough. You should express your gratitude to that man who helped you. What was his name? Wu Dongming. Yes, he is indeed from our village. I never expected him to possess medical knowledge. How is that man? Wang Fu asked, a hint of concern lingering about the woman causing a ruckus. Everything is fine. Now, tell me, how can we find Wu Dongming? Director Xiao inquired. I don't have his phone number. Wang Fu sighed. Director Xiao? What do you need him for? It's nothing, just a bit curious, Director Xiao replied, gazing at him seriously. If you don't have his phone number, how do you intend to find him? Find him? Wang Fu's expression changed, and he lowered his voice to say, Miss, to be honest, if there's nothing urgent, it's best not to seek him out. He used to be a thug, and although it seems he has left that life behind now, he was indeed a thug. Director Xiao furrowed her brow. But how could a thug possess such remarkable medical skills? That doesn't make sense. The medical prowess displayed by Wu Dongming earlier had far exceeded her previous understanding. She had never heard of someone being able to treat ailments through physical confrontation until now. With many critically ill patients still in the hospital, if this man truly possessed extraordinary medical skills, he might be able to help even more people. Therefore, she continued, how can I find him? It should be fine to look for him in broad daylight. Miss, if you insist on finding him, let me tell you. We're in Shitu Village, Hongxing Town. If you ask around in the village, you'll surely find Wu Dongming. Everyone knows him, Wang Fu sighed. Thank you, she said with a smile. By the way, about what happened tonight, you must not speak of it to anyone, understood? Wang Fu didn't comprehend why it shouldn't be mentioned, but being timid by nature, he quickly agreed. Then take good care of your grandson. And if you need a nurse's assistance, just pull this switch, Director Xiao instructed. Wang Fu nodded, having already been briefed by the nurse. Thank you, Director Xiao. After giving a few more instructions, she departed. In her heart, she mused, a country bumpkin and a former thug at that, could truly possess such exceptional medical skills? No, I must seek him out tomorrow. Chapter 80. A beautiful visitor before long, daybreak arrived. After finishing her shift, Director Xiao changed her clothes. She drove out of the parking lot, purchased some breakfast on the street, and then set off for Shitu Village. By the time she arrived, it was already 9 in the morning. Is it really in this village? She could hardly believe her eyes. This village appeared to be exceedingly impoverished. Could such a place truly have produced an extraordinary physician? It was almost miraculous. Now, to find him, she encountered an elderly woman and inquired, What? You're looking for Wu Dongming? The woman was taken aback by her question. What do you need him for? She glanced at Zhao's car and then at her appearance. Astonished. Yes, I'm looking for Wu Dongming, Director Xiao replied earnestly. Could you please direct me? You must be cautious, the woman sighed. Although he hasn't caused trouble in the past 2 years, he does have a criminal record and lacks manners. Are you familiar with him? Not very, she admitted. I need to discuss a matter with him. The woman's words indeed made Director Xiao a bit apprehensive. Was Wu Dongming's reputation that poor? Reflecting on his behavior from the previous night, he did resemble a thug. He was undeniably rude. Would he cause trouble again now that she was seeking him out? Well, his house is over there. Just look for that building, the woman relented. Director Xiao thanked her and slowly drove to Wu Dongming's doorstep. She approached and knocked on the door. Who is it? Wu Dongming's disgruntled voice echoed from inside. It's early in the morning. Can't a person get some sleep? After a long night, he was finally catching a decent rest, only to be disturbed by someone knocking at the door. Wu Dongming. It's me. Director Xiao called out. Who the hell knows who you are? Wu Dongming replied. Sounds like a beauty, but who knows if you're an eyesore? You. Director Xiao bit her lip and stamped her foot. Could you show a little courtesy? You really are a thug. Oh. Wu Dongming sounded surprised. I feel like I've heard that voice before. Footsteps shuffled, and the door opened. Wu Dongming appeared with his upper body bare, wearing only a pair of boxers and casual slippers. Ah. Director Zhao's face instantly flushed crimson as she turned her head away. Could you at least put on some clothes? Well, this is my home. I can wear whatever I want. Even if I don't wear anything, what can you do about it? He assessed her with a glance and then asked, What do you want? You didn't report me to the police, did you? No. Director Zhao's face remained flushed. She found it difficult to meet Wu Dongming's gaze. I've already managed to keep things under wraps, so you should be grateful to me. Hearing this, Wu Dongming chuckled. Grateful to you? You think too highly of yourself, he scoffed, shaking his foot. What kind of strange person does your hospital produce? I was merely treating a patient, and yet I was nearly extorted. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras, I would have knocked them out. Hearing this, Director Xiao took a step back. How can you speak like that? You are a physician. Healing and saving lives is your duty. Who told you I'm a doctor? Wu Dongming shot her a glance. Sorry, I'm just a pig butcher. He turned and walked back inside. Director Xiao was about to follow when she noticed a small hole in the back of his boxers, large enough to fit a finger through. How could a man be so untidy? His underwear was in such tatters, yet he hadn't changed. What kind of person was he? Her face grew even redder. Hesitating for a moment, she chose to follow him inside. I admit your medical skills are remarkable. If you hadn't acted quickly with that child, he would have surely suffered severe poisoning. Even if he'd been taken to the hospital, it would have wasted a lot of time. There's another patient before she could finish. Wu Dongming interrupted. What is the use of flattering me? I've seen plenty of shameless people in my years. But you take the cake. Director Xiao sighed at his words. I know you were wronged last night. She looked at him and continued. As a man, and more so as a physician, how can you be so petty? We face numerous troubles with patients and their families daily, yet you should be more magnanimous. Wu Dongming looked at her and smiled. How about you compensate me? You Director Xiao gritted her teeth. At that moment, Wu Dongming poured a glass of water and placed it on the table, asking, would you like some water? Director Xiao glared at him. I'm not thirsty. She certainly wouldn't drink his water. Look at your current state, Wu Dongming remarked, his eyes bloodshot. People like you age easily, and your skin will quickly lose its glow. Before long, you'll become an eyesore. Director Xiao stomped her foot. I didn't come to talk about this. I need to ask you for a favor. There are still some patients in the hospital with peculiar illnesses, and I'd like you to take a look. Do you think I'm dying fast enough? Wu Dongming shot her a glare. Damn it, those people aren't friends or relatives of mine. Why should I help them? If I cure them, they'll just try to extort me. Am I that kind of person? You Director Zhao's face turned pale with anger. Can you please speak properly? You are a physician. How can you say such things? Wu Dongming waved his hand lightly, deciding not to let anything disturb his slumber, unless one wished to join him in his repose. You shameless creature. Director Xiao was almost dizzy with anger, having had a restless night prior. She now felt even more lightheaded. Humph, I refuse to waste my breath on someone like you. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. However, the ground at Wu Dongming's residence was uneven and muddy. Dizziness overcame her, compounded by the high heels she wore. In a fit of anger, she stepped down forcefully, only to twist her ankle and let out a startled cry as she fell. Ah, she exclaimed, just as a figure dashed forward and caught her. Director Xiao flailed her arms, gripping Wu Dongming tightly. As she looked up at him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let go of me, she demanded. Ah! Director Xiao was momentarily stunned, her exclamation escaping her lips once more. Chapter 81. A loud cry in broad daylight. Ah! Director Xiao suddenly understood, her face turning crimson. Release me. I have never been in such an embarrassing situation my entire life. Let me go? She cried out again, pushing Wu Dongming forcefully. With the shove, he staggered back slightly, and his grip loosened. In an instant, she tumbled down, landing hard on her back. The impact caused her considerable pain. You really let go? She exclaimed, now quite flustered. Weren't you the one who told me to let go? Wu Dongming glanced at her, then looked down at himself, before turning and walking into his bedroom. Seeing him retreat, Director Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her right foot, causing her to lose her balance and fall again. Ah! She cried out once more. Oh, my foot. Only then did she realize that her ankle had twisted, and upon touching it, she found it swollen, resembling a loaf of bread. The slightest contact sent a jolt of pain through her, and tears welled in her eyes as her face trembled. Hey! Wu Dongming emerged from his room, fully dressed. What happened? Your ankle is swollen. He stood beside her, looking down. Aren't you going to help me? Director Xiao glared at him. Look at me. I'm in this condition, and you act as if you're human. You just took advantage of me. Wu Dongming shrugged. Director Xiao felt tears welling up. Who took advantage of whom? That was an accidental grasp. Is it not normal to misgrasp in such a situation? How could this man make such flippant remarks at a time like this? I'm in so much pain. Her tears began to flow. Can't you help me up? What if you accuse me? Wu Dongming chuckled. I was just conned last night. I'm wary now. Who would con you? Director Xiao shot him a look. My foot is in this state. How am I supposed to drive home? I need medicine. Please go buy me some liniment. Why should I go to such trouble? Wu Dongming suddenly approached and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Ah! Director Xiao gasped. What are you doing? You beast. Let me go? She began to hit him. If you dare move again, I'll deal with you right here. Do you believe me? Wu Dongming glared at her. I wish for you to recover quickly so you can leave. With that, he carried her into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed against the wall. Director Zhao's face turned pale. At that moment, Wu Dongming reached down to remove her right shoe. Ah! Director Xiao exclaimed again. Don't move. Wu Dongming spoke firmly, With your ankle swollen like this, you cannot walk. I will try a new massage technique I learned. Without further ado, he grasped her foot and began to massage it. One must admit, her foot was indeed delicate, with an exquisite feel. As he pressed gently, Director Zhao's body tensed, and she let out a soft cry. It hurts. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Wu Dongming was unyielding, gradually increasing the pressure of his massage. Before long, the swelling in her foot began to feel more comfortable, and warmth surged through her body. She ceased her cries of pain and began to emit soft sounds of pleasure, which grew louder as she sweated profusely. Eventually, her moans could be heard outside the room. In truth, when Director Xiao had come to find Wu Dongming, she had already attracted some attention from the villagers nearby. A few cautiously approached to see what was happening, only to hear the increasingly loud sounds of Director Xiao's moans. The villagers, being of experience, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Goodness, in broad daylight. Are they really engaging in such acts? Just listen to how she moans. If children overheard, what a scandal. They observed the luxurious car she had driven. How could she seek out Wu Dongming and engage in such behavior in full view? Had he been taken in by her? Wasn't he with Ma Xiaoying? How did he end up entangled with someone from the city? Children, do not listen. Go home. The villagers dared not enter the scene, knowing that if they did, Wu Dongming would surely eject them. Thus, they remained outside, only able to hear the sounds emanating from within. The sounds grew increasingly unbearable. Not only did the villagers struggle with the noise, but Wu Dongming found it difficult to endure as well. Moreover, Director Xiao began to squirm under his ministrations. The sight of her drenched in sweat and writhing provoked a reaction in him, causing his heart to race and perspiration to bead on his brow. Unable to restrain himself, he implored, "Could you refrain from making such loud noises?" At that moment, Director Xiao was oblivious to his words. The massage was far too pleasurable for her to focus on anything else. She had experienced massages before, but none had been so exquisite. Now, she was utterly absorbed in the sensations Wu Dongming was providing. Goodness, this is overwhelming. Wu Dongming muttered under his breath, "It's daytime, and there are so many people outside. Otherwise, I would have already taken the plunge." With so many listening outside, he could not act on his impulses. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, he finally continued for half an hour. At last, the swelling in Director Zhao's foot diminished. He gently patted her foot and ceased his efforts, sitting beside her, gasping for breath. That nearly exhausted me, not from physical strain, but from the mental fatigue of suppressing my more primal urges. The villagers outside, hearing his words, quickly retreated. Wu Dongming is surprisingly capable? Half an hour? And he claims to be exhausted. This revelation stirred the hearts of women like Huang Xiaolan even further. However, they were still reluctant to leave immediately. Suddenly, Wu Dongming rushed to the doorway, glaring at the villagers. "What are you doing here?" Scram. Startled, the villagers hurriedly left, feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, Director Xiao finally regained her composure. "Why are you being so fierce?" Wu Dongming approached her, shrugging. "They're outside listening, thinking we are, well, you know." "What?" Director Zhao's face flushed crimson, as though she wished to vanish into the ground. Chapter 82, A Method of Amassing Wealth. Never had Director Xiao imagined that such an incident would occur, to be misunderstood by so many, associating her with a rustic fellow in broad daylight. Engaging in such embarrassing conduct, would she be able to show her face again if this were to spread? "I will go clarify this," she declared, attempting to rush out. "Do you really think they'll believe you if you explain?" "Oh, they will likely believe even more in the rumors they have heard," Wu Dongming replied with a smile. Director Xiao gritted her teeth and halted, stamping her foot in frustration, her face a vivid red as she glared at him. "You've caused my ruin." Her gaze towards Wu Dongming was complex. "What are you staring at me for?" Wu Dongming shrugged. "You approached me of your own accord. I didn't invite you here. Blaming me for everything. Do you think being a woman gives you the right?" Director Xiao was so furious she could hardly speak. Indeed, the rustic fellow had a point. Had she not sought him out, none of this would have transpired. "Fine, if you wish to explain, then go ahead," Wu Dongming said in a low voice. "Let us see if they will believe your words. However, your earlier actions have already tarnished my reputation. Everyone will certainly think I have an inappropriate relationship with you. Even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River, I could not cleanse myself of this stain. And I treated your injury. How do you intend to compensate me?" "Compensate you?" Director Zhao's eyes nearly bulged out. "How dare you have such a thick skin? You are the one who has sullied my reputation. That statement is misguided." Wu Dongming shook his head. "You need to understand that this is our village. The ones who heard the commotion are all villagers. If they discuss it, they will certainly speak of me, as they know nothing of your identity. Therefore, it will have no effect on you, but will greatly impact me. You are shameless." Director Xiao gritted her teeth. How could it not affect me? What if it spreads? How could I ever show my face again? Moreover, your skin is so thick that even if others insult you to your face, it wouldn't affect you, right? How do you speak to me? Wu Dongming appeared somewhat angered. Director Xiao took a step back. Who knew what this rustic fellow might do if he became enraged? Now, they were alone in the room. What if he truly lost control? I'm merely stating facts. Why must you be so petty? I am a woman. She nearly cried out. Isn't there supposed to be equality between men and women? Wu Dongming shot her a glare. In the end, you are nothing more than an ungrateful, wicked woman. Director Xiao could hardly believe Wu Dongming's harsh assessment. An ungrateful, wicked woman? She was the youngest chief physician, well respected in the hospital and renowned throughout the county. Yet, reflecting on Wu Dongming's earlier actions, she realized she had indeed been too confrontational. Her expression softened, and with a sigh, she admitted, "You are right. This is indeed my fault. Everything is my fault." She looked up at Wu Dongming with a somewhat pitiful expression. This made Wu Dongming feel a bit awkward. This woman seemed decent enough and was willing to admit her mistakes. Let it go, let it go. My reputation has already been tarnished by you. While I haven't gained anything, I am a magnanimous person. I won't hold it against you this time. He waved his hand lightly. Now let me tell you this. I will no longer foolishly run around treating patients, as I do not wish to be taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, Director Xiao was momentarily taken aback. With a sigh, she responded, "You possess such remarkable medical skills, yet you refuse to use them? That is truly a waste. That waste is none of your concern." Wu Dongming examined her from head to toe and then said nonchalantly, "I think you should worry less because you seem to be experiencing some hormonal imbalance. If you do not address it soon, you might even grow facial hair." Director Xiao was taken aback, stepping back and glaring at him. "How can you speak to me like that?" She realized that conversing with Wu Dongming was maddening. "Since you don't wish to go to the hospital to see patients," she sighed, "I wonder if you could do me a favor and take a look at my grandfather's illness?" "Your grandfather?" Wu Dongming propped his chin up. "As long as you promise not to sue me, I could consider helping. I would never sue you." Director Xiao glared at him. "Am I that kind of person?" "Then the second condition," Wu Dongming chuckled. "If you want me to help your grandfather, you must pay. How about this? Transfer 5 million to me, and I will go check on your elderly man." "How much?" Director Xiao's eyes widened. 5 million. You're simply asking for too much. Who says such a sum right off the bat? Not willing to pay? Wu Dongming glared at her. Then you can leave. Whenever you have prepared 5 million. That's when I will go treat your grandfather. Of course, I can't guarantee a cure, and the money must be given to me first. You. Director Xiao stamped her foot, speaking loudly. Your appetite is too great. I could never satisfy such a demand. As a physician, the most important duty is to treat patients. Money is secondary. How can you lose sight of what is important? Don't think you can coerce me. Wu Dongming shook his head. Since we can't reach an agreement, please leave. He opened the door, allowing her to exit. Director Xiao gazed at him intently. I need to think this over. May I have your number? If I decide, I will contact you. Of course. Wu Dongming readily exchanged phone numbers with her. The moment the woman left, he quickly shut the door. I can't believe it, he exclaimed, shaking his fist. With this medical skill, what other ventures do I need? I just asked for 5 million, and she actually considered hiring me to treat her grandfather. Even if 5 million doesn't work out, surely at least 1 million is possible. This is incredibly lucrative. No, I must not become overly excited. Humph, it's merely a small sum. I will earn much more in the future. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself. I need to prepare a set of silver needles because there are numerous acupuncture techniques in the Tianji Medical Classic, and their effects are remarkably potent. If the medicine isn't sufficient, then acupuncture will suffice. First, I'll prepare a set of silver needles, and then I can practice medicine. At that moment, his phone rang. So soon? He pulled out his phone to find it was Xiao Rui. He promptly answered. Immediately, Xiao Rui's voice came through. Rustic fellow. Do you want to earn some money? Another opportunity to earn? Chapter 83, to the city. What kind of money are you talking about? Wu Dongming chuckled. Do tell me how I can earn? Of course, there's business for you. Xiao Rui replied with a huff. I know you're bold. But let us see just how bold you truly are to take on this business. If you want me to be bold, it depends on how much you're offering. Wu Dongming said with a smile. Little girl, what task do you want me to undertake? How much are you offering? It's quite simple. All you need to do is accompany me to a banquet and serve as my bodyguard, Xiao Rui said with a grin. I should warn you. There may be people who will try to hit you, she added. Bodyguard? Wu Dongming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to be a bodyguard today. This was quite novel. And there's a risk of being hit? For how long? He inquired. Of course, it was merely for a night, to be precise. Perhaps just 2 or 3 hours. Xiao Rui spoke in a low voice. Remember, it's simply being a bodyguard. If anyone bothers me, you can just kick them out. Let's see if you have the courage to do so. That's easy enough. Wu Dongming chuckled. 10,000, and I'll be your bodyguard. 10,000. Xiao Rui's expression soured immediately. It's only 2 or 3 hours, and you demand 10,000. Why don't you just rob someone instead? Isn't that quicker than this? Wu Dongming sighed. If you're willing to pay, then it will be quick. If not, then forget it, as I'm currently quite busy with a business deal worth 5 million. Get lost. What 5 million business are you even talking about? Xiao Rui huffed. Fine, I'll pay you. You must come to my house, the Xiao family courtyard. At 6 this afternoon. Sounds good, Wu Dongming smirked. It's only natural to get paid for work. As long as the money is right. I can do anything. Even sleep with you if the price is sufficient. Xiao Rui was momentarily speechless, then suddenly laughed. Are you implying you could be a gigolo? Wu Dongming paused, realizing how inappropriate that sounded. As long as the price is right, being a gigolo isn't out of the question, he conceded. You're shameless. I'll give you the address. Make sure to arrive at the Xiao family courtyard before 6 this afternoon, and call me when you get here. I'll let you in. Wu Dongming found the arrangement agreeable. Then please transfer the money to me first. I have a rule. No pay, no service. Fine, I'll send you 50,000 now. And the remaining 50,000 once the job is done. The woman was indeed quite decisive, promptly transferring the initial amount. Wu Dongming was taken aback. Earning money had never been this easy. Moreover, it was even simpler to earn money from the wealthy. He put away his phone. If there was money to be made at the Xiao family courtyard, he would certainly go. The 5 million business could wait. However, having secured this 10,000 deal filled him with excitement. Having lived in the countryside, he used to earn barely a few thousand a year. Since acquiring that piece of jade, his capabilities had surged, allowing him to earn hundreds of thousands in a short time, something he had never dared to dream of before. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Zhu Ming rushed in. Dongming, I just heard. Upon seeing Wu Dongming, he paused. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Did that woman do anything to you? Did you really sleep with her? What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Dongming shot him a glare. What woman? What do you mean I slept with someone? It was the woman from that car. Who was it? I didn't notice. Wu Dongming replied. Zhu Ming scrutinized him. But I heard rumors in the village that the woman was unchaste and has already slept with you. You didn't really suffer such a loss, did you? Although he spoke somewhat politely, envy was written all over his face. You're the one who got slept with. Wu Dongming glared at him again. I wouldn't mind, heh? Zhu Ming suddenly realized. But he continued. The villagers said there was quite a commotion at your place. And that woman kept shouting. Stop spreading rumors. Wu Dongming pulled out a chair and sat down. That was Director Xiao from last night. She came to ask for my help. How could I easily agree? So you did sleep with her? Zhu Ming blurted. No, Wu Dongming shook his head. Although she is not bad looking. Not bad looking. She is gorgeous. Zhu Ming exclaimed, smacking his thigh. What do you mean not bad? All right. You have a point, Wu Dongming said indifferently. She twisted her ankle here, and I helped her rub it a bit. That is all. I guess I applied too much pressure, which is why she cried out. You guys always think the worst. So what do you want from me? Zhu Ming asked. I'm just checking if you're in any trouble. He sighed. After all that happened last night, I'm genuinely worried. Will they call the police? What are you afraid of? Wu Dongming replied irritably. If everything is fine, you should just go get some sleep. I'm heading into the city this afternoon. I'm going too, Zhu Ming exclaimed. You must have something important to do in the city, right? I should go along. They even asked me about Mao's situation. He still needs to stay in the hospital for a couple of days. Wu Dongming retorted. You should keep an eye on Mao's house and find all the rat poison. Bury it to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Fine. Zhu Ming's enthusiasm dwindled. Wu Dongming was not one to coddle him. However, seeing Zhu Ming idle all day was not ideal. He needed to find him some work. Otherwise, perhaps they should start a business together. Think about what kind of business you can do. We can partner up, I'll fund it, and you'll do the work. He called after Zhu Ming. All right. Zhu Ming's spirits lifted as he dashed out. Before long, it was 4 p.m. Wu Dongming hopped on his motorcycle and set off. He needed to procure a set of silver needles first. Upon arriving at a silversmith shop, he inquired but was met with a negative response. We don't forge those. If you want to buy some, you should head to Chunfeng Hall over there. They have them. The shop assistant pointed toward a nearby medical shop. Chunfeng Hall appeared to be quite large and was decorated in an antique style. Wu Dongming approached the counter. I'd like to buy a set of silver needles. The shopkeeper looked him up and down, chuckling. Young man, what do you need silver needles for? These are only for physicians. Of course, to treat ailments. Wu Dongming's expression darkened. Ha! The nearby staff erupted in laughter. You, a country bumpkin, buying silver needles for treatment? I doubt you could even save a life. Take my advice, if you want acupuncture, come here. It's not something just anyone can handle. Chapter 84. Diagnosing at a glance, Wu Dongming cast a glance at them, then turned to the shopkeeper and said solemnly, "Just tell me the price. I want to buy a set." "Young man," the shopkeeper appraised him again, "these silver needles can only be sold to physicians. We don't sell them to anyone else." "I am one," Wu Dongming stated firmly. "If you're going to sell, then sell quickly." The onlookers exchanged glances, clearly amused. "You look like a physician? You probably wouldn't even qualify as a barefoot doctor, would you? Do you even know how to treat a cold?" One of them jeered. "Kid, you should go back to farming. Don't meddle in medical affairs. Just get out before you cause any trouble." They all adopted a stance to usher him out, their expressions clearly condescending. Wu Dongming furrowed his brow, snorting disdainfully. "What? Looking for a fight? I merely came to buy silver needles. Yet these fools are making it so difficult for me. They have no interest in business." Hearing this, the staff grew indignant, surrounding him. "You think you can act tough here? Do you really think we wouldn't throw you out?" Their bravado escalated. Wu Dongming's anger was rising. He was on the verge of retaliating. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the back, his expression serious. Accompanying him was a robust man in his 30s. And behind them followed another elderly gentleman dressed in a long robe. The elderly gentleman clad in a long robe shook his head, appearing somewhat burdened. A flicker of understanding crossed Wu Dongming's face. He discerned that the elder in the long robe was the physician of this establishment. The elder who had exited earlier was evidently seeking medical assistance, yet the physician found himself at a loss. Wu Dongming gazed intently at the elder and suddenly called out, "Hey, you there!" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Who are you addressing? Such rudeness." Among the attendees, only 2 elders were present, each a person of considerable esteem. How audacious of this country bumpkin to directly address one of them. "I'm not calling you." Wu Dongming shot a glance at them, then raised a hand to point at the elder who had stepped out first, exclaiming, "You, come here." This provoked ire in the middle-aged man standing behind the elder, who glared at him with indignation. The elder waved his hand dismissively and shook his head, intending to disregard the interruption. "Old man, they cannot help you. But perhaps I can," Wu Dongming urged. The crowd was once again taken aback, staring at him incredulously. "What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Don't be absurd. If the esteemed Chunfeng Hall cannot cure this ailment, how could you possibly have a solution? Humph, you must be here to cause trouble. Get out." Wu Dongming surveyed them coolly and retorted, "Silence. You know nothing." He attempted to advance, but the attendants blocked his path. At that moment, the elder halted, frowning as he regarded Wu Dongming. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Let us go," and began to exit. "Are your ears failing you, old man? It seems you have a bone ailment, yet it has now spread to your hearing." Wu Dongming raised his voice again. "Boy, be quiet." The middle-aged man could no longer contain his anger, declaring vehemently, "If you continue to speak so impudently, I shall break your legs and throw you out." "You have a big mouth," Wu Dongming replied nonchalantly. "I was merely stating the old man's condition. I said nothing about you. Besides, I assent at the truth. Old man, is it not a bone issue? How do you know?" The elder finally showed signs of interest. The long-robed elder furrowed his brow, thinking this was merely a scoundrel and that there was no need to converse with him, assuming he had come to disrupt the operations of Chunfeng Hall. "Kick him out." Wu Dongming shot him a sidelong glance. "You, old man, are being dishonest. You fear I might actually cure him and deprive you of your benefits, do you not? Oh, you are even worried your reputation might suffer, correct? Enough, old man. From the way you walk and your pallor, it is evident you suffer from a bone ailment. If I am not mistaken, it has been afflicting you for over 40 years, right?" This revelation stirred the elder even further. Indeed, his affliction had begun over 40 years ago, and he had never mentioned it to any physician before. Anyone capable of discerning such a timeline was undoubtedly a formidable healer. Yet, how could this countryside lad have perceived it? The middle-aged man interjected once more, "Boy, do you realize who he is?" "I care not who he is." Wu Dongming replied coldly. "I came here to procure silver needles, and these people refuse to sell them to me, claiming I am not a physician. Why would a non-physician need silver needles? To sew clothes? Damn it, I shall demonstrate to you all whether I am a physician. Come, old man, let me feel your pulse and examine how severe the energy in your bones is, so I can treat you accordingly." His brashness left the 2 elders astonished. The long-robed elder exclaimed, "You can discern that it is energy? Is it truly energy? Could it not be necrosis of the bone?" "Of course," Wu Dongming replied coolly. "You are indeed aged, yet how can you not see that this elder suffers from extreme coldness? And it is not merely ordinary coldness. Necrosis of the bone. How could you even conceive that? It is evidently the energy concealed within his bones that is causing this chill. Unless we find a way to guide that energy out, no amount of tonics will suffice." The long-robed elder shuddered, stepping back in realization. So that is why? I wondered why necrosis could lead to such severe coldness. Now I understand how the energy infiltrated him. My diagnosis was entirely flawed. His face was a portrait of shock. The proprietor and attendants stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be true? Even the great physicians had failed to diagnose this ailment. Yet this country lad had done so effortlessly. The elderly patient felt a surge of excitement, looking at Wu Dongming and inquiring, "Young man, do you truly have a solution?" If I had no solution, would I have brought it up? Wu Dongming waved his hand lightly. The attendants who had obstructed him quickly stepped aside. He approached the elder and stated, "I have no other demands. Simply provide me with a set of silver needles. This Chunfeng Hall must be envious of my medical prowess, which is why they refuse to sell them to me. Come, let us move aside. I shall thoroughly check your pulse." Chapter 85. Commencing treatment, the long-robed elder exhaled a long breath and spoke. "Young brother, please, I am Good Damon, the chief physician of Chunfeng Hall. I am entirely uninterested in who you are," Wu Dongming interjected coolly. "I desire only the silver needles. There is no need for further discourse." The disdain directed at him by these individuals indeed vexed him greatly, fueling his desire to demonstrate his medical skill. Furthermore, after acquiring the Tianji medical canon, he had developed a keen interest in treating ailments, and the sight of certain illnesses made his hands itch with eagerness. The necessity of granting these individuals any semblance of face was utterly unwarranted. Good Damon's expression stiffened, followed by a wry smile. "Very well, young brother, please follow us." He exchanged a glance with the elder, who furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Wu Dongming from head to toe. Internally, he mused, "This country bumpkin truly does not recognize who I am. He seems utterly indifferent to my standing. It is indeed hard to fathom. Does he genuinely only seek a set of silver needles? This raises suspicions. However, with Good Damon present and his bodyguards in attendance, it seemed unlikely that any deceit could occur. They proceeded to the back hall, where Wu Dongming casually seated himself and called to the elder, "Come, sit here. I shall take your pulse and conduct a thorough examination." The middle-aged man glared at him. "Boy, could you exhibit a modicum of politeness? This is what? Attempting to leverage status against me?" Wu Dongming shot him a glance. "If you genuinely care for the elder, do not provoke me. I have stated, I am indifferent to who the elder is. In my eyes, he is merely a means to obtain silver needles. If you do not wish for treatment, I shall simply take my leave." This flippant response evoked laughter from the elder. "Haha, young brother, you are indeed a man of character. Very well, I shall sit. You may examine me." He exchanged a glance with his bodyguard before taking a seat and extending his arm. Wu Dongming felt his pulse, and after a moment, sighed. "Old man, your ailment has lingered far too long. It is indeed difficult to address." The elder blinked in surprise, then offered a rueful smile. "Yes. It has indeed persisted for far too long. The primary reason is that it is exceedingly challenging to treat, hence it remains unresolved." "It is challenging because you have not been straightforward," Wu Dongming remarked, regarding him. "This energy is said to reside only in exceptionally ancient tombs. Thus, unless I am mistaken, you must be a tomb raider." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard's fists clenched in fury. Stepping forward, it seemed he was about to strike Wu Dongming. Good Damon was equally astonished. A tomb raider? No wonder he became wealthy so swiftly. It turns out he had once made a living from tomb raiding. The old man paused for a moment, and then smiled wryly, saying, "I cannot truly be called a tomb raider. Young brother, you possess a keen insight. You have indeed discerned the origin of my ailment. Yes, I contracted this illness in a very ancient tomb, but I am not a tomb raider." As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a medal from his collar. "I have worn this medal for quite some time. You see, this first-class merit was awarded for that incident." At this point, a hint of pride graced his face. "What? You were a soldier?" Wu Dongming exclaimed, rising to his feet. The old man nodded. "Indeed. We were actually on a mission to apprehend tomb raiders, and had captured quite a few." Wu Dongming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Though I was once a delinquent and held a disdain for the police, I have always respected you soldiers. It seems I have indeed spoken amiss." After a brief pause, he continued with a smile, "Then allow me to treat you now. Do you truly have a method?" Good Damon was astounded. At this point, he fully believed Wu Dongming's words. "Of course, I have methods," Wu Dongming replied coldly, casting him a glance before turning to the old man and stating, "There are numerous treatment options. The first, the least expensive, involves a beating. Find a master of internal martial arts to use their fists to expel the extreme energy from your bones. However, this would result in severe injuries, and it may take years to recover. If the master miscalculates their strength, it could even be fatal." Hearing this, The old man and the others were left speechless. Kid, are you joking? The middle-aged man clenched his fists. Such a treatment was out of the question. Wu Dongming glanced at him. If such a master existed, it would indeed be feasible, but it appears you are not one of them. Is there another option? The old man asked anxiously. The second method is a conventional treatment, acupuncture to guide the energy, which can naturally disperse much of the extreme energy. However, it is impossible to expel it all at once. It must be paired with medicinal treatment. Wu Dongming smiled. This option is more costly, as it requires purchasing medicine. Very well, let us proceed with this. Rising to his feet, he declared, get the silver needles. The middle-aged man frowned, coldly stating, why don't you explain how to perform the acupuncture, so that Galao can do it? That way, it's a clean break. Wu Dongming replied coolly. If I can cure this patient, why would I let someone else take the credit? Wouldn't he, that old man in the long gown, also deserve a share of the credit? You, how can you be so impolite? The middle-aged man was furious, wanting to lash out. Who was truly lacking in manners here? Who kept referring to him as old man? Enough. The old man interjected. Minghui, cease your remarks. This young brother is a person of integrity. I trust his treatment. Turning to Godamon, he added, Old Go, please provide this young brother with a set of silver needles. I will cover the cost. No. Godamon quickly said, I will gift him a set. Looking at Wu Dongming, he declared, young brother, I will gift you a set of silver needles. He soon returned with a set of silver needles and an alcohol lamp. Now this is more like it. Wu Dongming took out a silver needle and added, let me be clear. After the treatment, if you attempt to extort me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. I won't tolerate any nonsense. The old man chuckled. How could I possibly extort you? It's best if you don't. Wu Dongming replied, and one more thing. You might experience some blood loss. All right. The old man laughed. As long as you can cure my illness, anything is acceptable. Young brother, please proceed. This was Wu Dongming's first experience with acupuncture. Taking a deep breath, he instructed the old man to remove his upper clothing, revealing various scars from knives and guns on his body. It appeared that this old man's first-class merit was indeed well-earned. Wu Dongming thought to himself, I must treat this old man diligently. With utmost focus, he began the acupuncture process. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family's courtyard, Director Xiao was looking for someone. Cici, who are you? Xiao Rui suddenly called out to her. I am looking for grandfather. This Director Xiao was Xiao Cici. I encountered a remarkably skilled physician and wish to consult with grandfather to see if we can invite him to examine his illness. Chapter 86. Poor handwriting, where can one find such so-called divine doctors? Xiao Rui scoffed. Cici, I fear you might be deceived again. Previously, you mentioned seeking this and that. In the end, none proved effective. This time is truly different. Xiao Cici glared at her. You don't concern yourself with anything. Do you think I'm unaware? You've been out gallivanting. Whether I frolic or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Rui glared at her. You need to understand. I am older than you. And what of that? Xiao Cici was unyielding. You're older, but what have you accomplished? To this day, you remain a failure. Merely a little troublemaker. How can you even claim to have any dignity? I do not wish to argue with you. Xiao Rui clenched her right fist, her temper flaring as she contemplated striking her. She thought to herself, what is a mere little physician? What is so impressive about that? You walk your own path, and I shall walk mine. My affairs do not require your input. After saying this, she turned to leave. Xiao Cici called out, remember, do not let your dubious friends come over tonight to cause a ruckus. Xiao Rui truly wanted to retort, your friends are the real, dubious ones. Furiously, she walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Cici furrowed her brow. Where could grandfather be? His health is so poor. Could he have gone to the Spring Breeze Hall again? That place merely alleviates his suffering temporarily. It would be better to consult the many physicians at our hospital, yet none have proven effective. Shaking her head, she wondered if that fellow indeed had the skills to cure her grandfather's ailment. If he could truly heal him, then 5 million would be worth it. She would gladly pay. However, that man claimed that for him to come, a payment of 5 million must be made up front. Who knows if he could actually heal? Moreover, would he truly dedicate himself to the treatment? Therefore, it was best to discuss this matter with grandfather and take him to seek out that fellow in person. However, after searching everywhere, she could not find grandfather. Never mind. He would surely return for the banquet later. I will just inform him then. With a sigh, she noted that a large area in the Xiao family courtyard had already been set up with numerous tables, and a circular dance floor was created. The courtyard was adorned with colorful lights, exuding a festive atmosphere. Yet, Xiao Cici could not find joy in it, as her thoughts were consumed with worry for her grandfather's health. Meanwhile, in the Spring Breeze Hall, Wu Dongming concluded the acupuncture treatment for the old man. The latter sat upright in his chair, beads of dark sweat forming on his brow. The old man's skin, once pale, now appeared somewhat rosy. The surrounding air seemed to have grown colder. Good Damon exclaimed, "The condition has genuinely improved. Young brother, your acupuncture technique is indeed remarkable." Wu Dongming returned to his seat, sipping tea casually, and remarked, "It is nearly resolved. About 60 to 70% has been healed." The middle-aged man approached the old man and asked, "Sir, how do you feel?" The old man finally exhaled deeply. Opening his eyes, he rose and laughed heartily. "Huh? I feel incredibly relaxed now. It's as if I have suddenly regained 20 years of youth." As he spoke, he took a few steps and began performing military-style boxing, each move exuding vigor. "Careful, sir." The middle-aged man expressed concern. The old man retracted his fists, smiling. "It's all right. I truly feel exceptionally light." Years of suffering seemed to have vanished in an instant. Observing Wu Dongming, the young brother, "Your medical skills are the most formidable I have ever encountered. May I inquire your name? Do not hesitate to bring me pen and paper." Wu Dongming shook his head, saying, "Old man, it is unwise to pry into matters that do not concern you. I prefer to maintain a low profile. Initially, I intended to treat you up to this point. However, since you are a veteran, I shall prescribe you some additional medication. With time, it shall eliminate the residual yin energy within you, and your ailment will naturally improve. However, these herbs may be rather rare, so it will depend on your own abilities." The elder was momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile. "Young brother, I am grateful. Regardless, I shall provide you with appropriate compensation. Do you look down upon me?" Wu Dongming shot him a glare. "Old man, let me clarify. There are individuals who would pay 5 million for my services, and I would still contemplate whether to accept, perhaps even decline. Though I am but a simple villager who enjoys wealth, I cherish my freedom even more. Who do you think I disdain? Truly, my skills sustain me well enough. If I say I will not accept your money, then I will not. Should you continue with your pleasantries, beware that I may refuse to prescribe you any more medication." This left the elder feeling quite awkward. The middle-aged man, feeling uncomfortable, clasped his fists towards Wu Dongming. "I am Zhang Si. I apologize for any offense earlier, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Wu Dongming regarded him silently. At that moment, Good Damon had procured pen and paper. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Dongming wrote out a prescription, instructing them to prepare a medicinal bath, to be taken once every 3 days for a total of 3 sessions. "You shall need to procure the herbs yourself. I must take my silver needles and depart, as I have other matters to attend to." He stood, dusting off his trousers, and strode away, leaving the elder and the others feeling even more awkward. Good Damon called out, "Allow me to see you off." "Unnecessary," Wu Dongming replied. "Those who walk different paths do not conspire together." He then continued on his way. Good Damon sighed and murmured to himself, "When did such a remarkable young man emerge? I wonder if we could invite him to our spring breeze hall." Old Lao spoke up, "Could you examine this prescription for me? Is it truly difficult to obtain these herbs?" In truth, he wished to inquire about any potential issues with the prescription. Good Damon snapped back to attention, scrutinizing the prescription earnestly. Suddenly, he paused, offering a rueful smile. "Indeed, the handwriting is rather unsightly. I cannot ascertain his educational background. However, there are several misspellings within." "What?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. "Please do not misinterpret. What if those are not errors, but rather refer to different herbs?" Good Damon's expression stiffened, and he replied with a wry smile, "I cannot say for certain, but from my perspective, they appear to be misspellings. He has already departed swiftly. It is unlikely we can catch up. Perhaps we should proceed under the assumption that they are errors and later seek him out for verification." Observing the elder, Xiao Lao continued, "I examined this prescription, and if we interpret it as containing misspellings, most of the herbs are of a yang nature. A medicinal bath brewed from them may indeed yield remarkable results. However, while the other herbs are relatively easy to procure, the century-old fierce sun root will prove quite challenging. Then I must trouble you to devise a solution." Xiao Lao said solemnly, "Who is this young brother?" "Zhang Si. Once the banquet concludes, ensure you investigate thoroughly. This prescription must be confirmed with him, and I owe him my gratitude. Even if the prescription proves ineffective, he has already alleviated my condition by 50 to 60%, and I must express my appreciation." "Understood." Zhang Si responded affirmatively. "Let us return home," Xiao Lao remarked with a smile, after a bath. "A young man of such exceptional medical prowess would be an excellent match for Cici. It is a pity we did not invite him to the banquet. Otherwise, Cici and Rui could have chosen him at will."